The Supreme Staff Star Crusher, once acquired by the nation at a cost of billions, now lies discarded among junk, gathering dust. Even divine-level blacksmiths dismissed it as nothing more than a fire poker. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to spend my entire fortune to buy it. My classmates mocked me, calling me a fool. After all, only an idiot would choose a wooden stick as a weapon. But I paid no heed, for I knew it concealed the world's only legendary class profession. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transmigrated and obtained the legendary class profession, Forbidden Arcanist. Hearing the system's notification sound, Lu Fei trembled with excitement. As the most low-key transmigrator, he had waited for this moment for a full 18 years. From now on, he would only stand tall and shout, "Who else? Warning! Warning! Due to the host's excessive show-off index, system data error has occurred. Current attribute panel is being modified. Name, Lu Fei. Occupation, Magic Apprentice. Level 1. Combat Power, 1 star. Damn you, system. You can't mess with people like this. I've been low-key for 18 years, and just when I got a little excited, you play such a cruel joke on me. Sorry, host. I got too absorbed in watching movies yesterday and my brain got kicked by a donkey. I've already restored your data for you. Name, Lu Fei. Occupation, Forbidden Arcanist. Legendary level 1. Combat Power, 2 star. Skills not mastered. My dear system, you scared me to death. My heart rate definitely just hit 380. Lu Fei let out a deep breath and kept massaging his chest with his hand. At that moment, a large hand slapped Lu Fei on the shoulder. Brother Lu, don't worry. I awakened as a fist master, a one-punch man class. From now on, I'll have your back. No one dares to bully you. A bald, muscular man was looking at him with a lecherous grin. Damn it, Chiyu, you think I need your protection? Do you even know what class I awakened? I'm afraid telling you might scare you to death. Alright, Brother Lu, I know. It's just a magic apprentice, right? I can see it. Did you watch some movies last night or what? I'm clearly a forbidden arcanist. How could I possibly be a magic apprentice? Hearing this, Chiyu was utterly confused. Bro Lu, my moral bottom line is not to lie against my conscience. What's more, a forbidden arcanist is a legendary tier profession, even rarer than the rarest classes. If you asked me to risk my life for you, I wouldn't hesitate, but asking me to lie and say you're a forbidden arcanist, that's a line I just can't cross. Seeing Chiyu's expression, Lu Fei twitched his lips. Get lost? Be serious. Bro Lu, why don't you just open your character panel and check for yourself? Why put me on the spot like this? Chiyu scratched his bald head and spoke with a bitter tone. After the game merged with reality, everyone had a character attribute panel that included information such as personal profession, level, combat power, attributes, and skills. Lu Fei carefully examined his character attribute panel again. Yes, it clearly stated Forbidden Arcanist. Noticing the confusion on Lu Fei's face, Chiyu comforted him. Brother Lu, don't dwell on your profession for now. Focus on how to pass the combat power assessment next week. If combat-oriented professions fail to reach 10-star combat power, they'll be removed from the school's special training list. You know how high the casualty rate is in personal exploration dungeons. Without the special training class, you might not even make it to the college entrance exams. Anyway, let's go for now. After some thought, Lu Fei decided to learn the skills first. With the selection just a week away, he stopped worrying about the panel and focused on improving his strength as quickly as possible. Following the crowd to the school's library, the homeroom teacher reminded everyone, each of you has half an hour to choose up to 2 skill scrolls. There are no restrictions on the grade of the scrolls, but the skill must be one you can learn and use. This is the school's investment in you and a rare opportunity. I hope you can seize it to grow stronger before the selection and meet the standards. The teacher added. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the students lined up and entered the school's library one by one. Just as it was Lu Fei's turn to enter, the homeroom teacher suddenly stopped him. Once inside, try your best to choose high-tier magic skill scrolls. Your class is just a magic apprentice. If there's also a gap in skill tiers, I'm afraid no one will team up with you for dungeons in the future. I believe you understand the difficulty of soloing dungeons better than I do. The teacher looked at Lu Fei with a complex expression. He was once the student the teacher had placed the highest hopes on. Hearing the teacher's advice, Lu Fei nodded seriously, then followed the others inside. Brother Lu, the teacher is right. Try to choose 3rd-tier skills if possible. 2nd tier will do if you really can't. But remember not to pick 1st-tier skills. Got it. You should hurry and pick your own skills now. Lu Xingzhou patted Sun Chi's bald head, signaling him to hurry. Okay, I'll go then, Lu. Lu Xingzhou looked to both sides of the corridor and walked into the room whose name said Law Skills. Upon entering the room, Lu Xingzhou was shocked by the densely packed skill scrolls placed on the shelves on both sides. The shelves were divided into 4 tiers, with the bottom tier holding first-rank skills, and the top tier being fourth-rank skills. As for the higher-ranked skill scrolls, they were prepared for level 20 and above professionals, and thus were not placed here. There were quite a few students in the room who had also awakened their law professions, and at this time, they were basically focused on picking out the second-rank skill scrolls on the penultimate level. The crowd cast disdainful glances when they saw Lu Xingzhou enter the room as well. The genius who was once in the limelight and could only be looked up to by them had now only awakened a low-level occupation. They couldn't wait to all come over and give Lu Xingzhou a stomp to prove their superiority. But Lu Xingzhou was obviously in no mood to take care of them. His eyes kept sweeping over the forest of skill scrolls on the shelves. Skill status. Unlearnable. Skill status. Unlearnable. Skill status. Unlearnable. Soon, the third-rank skill scrolls were all looked at by Lu Xingzhou. The corner of his mouth twitched. Good lord. Am I really a magical apprentice? Why can't I learn any of the third-level skills? Undeterred, Lu Xingzhou looked again at all the fourth-rank skills laid out in the first row. It's quicker to look at because there are fewer fourth-level skill scrolls. Still nothing. Voy. Lu Xingzhou's eyes were tightly closed and he only hoped that this was his hallucination. Beside them, sneers came from time to time. That's funny. I can only learn individual second-rank skills as an intermediate profession, and he's looking at third and fourth-rank skill scrolls? Some people always fail to recognize their own strength. Does he really think he's the one who used to be number 1 in the whole school? Lu Xingzhou opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. 30 minutes of skill scroll picking time is already left. Really not, just pick a second-rank skill is also good But right at this moment, Lu Xingzhou suddenly widened his eyes. Because in front of him, a golden word message suddenly popped up. Chapter 2. Chaos and How Far Can It Go? At this moment, Lu Xingzhou's entire body froze. Am I blind? Is this a 9-rank skill? The most crucial thing is that the skill status is still learnable. He rubbed his eyes, quite sure he wasn't mistaken. In the next second, he actually couldn't help but laugh outright. Ha ha. The sky is the limit. But then Lu Xingzhou thought of the reasoning that a man is not guilty of a crime, but a person is guilty of a crime. Though he didn't know why, a 9th-rank skill was mixed in with the school's skill scrolls. But in case the school finds out, they may have to take it back. That would be more than worth it. One should know that all first-rank skill scrolls could sell for thousands of gold coins on the market. A 9th-rank skill scroll would only be an unimaginable sky-high price on its own. He quickly curtailed his smile at the thought. Quickly, at the Rax console, he registered the student's information and took the skill scrolls. Then he pretended to be calm and coughed gently, pretending that nothing had happened as he secretly stuffed the skill scroll into his arms and wrapped it up. Then he looked around and observed for a week, then scattered. The surrounding crowd was slightly stunned when they saw Lu Xingzhou acting so erratically. What's he sneaking around in there for? I don't know. I saw him sneak a first-rank skill scroll into his pocket and then run away. Could it be that he just discovered some unimaginable high-level skill? Come to think of it, everyone thought it was very likely. Why else would Lu Xingzhou be so sneaky just now? It doesn't make sense. For a while, several students beside them who were each searching for skill scrolls quickly came over. Walking over to the shelf where Lu Xingzhou had taken the scrolls just now, he saw Lu Xingzhou's registration information, as well as the information about the skills he had taken. Taken skill, Little Flame Level 1. Registered student, Lu Xingzhou. The crowd was silent for a few moments, then an angry cry escaped. Grass tricking me. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou had only taken a first-rank skill, everyone was suddenly lacking in interest. Just as they were about to continue picking out their favorite skills, the school's radio suddenly blared. There is 1 minute left until the end of selection, so please hurry. The few people who had taunted Lu Xingzhou just a moment ago instantly realized that something bad had happened, and many of them had only selected one skill. The other skill hasn't been picked yet. Just blame Lu Xingzhou's sneaky appearance for delaying them. Grass. Because time was ending soon, the crowd couldn't think much about it. In the end, many people could only pick a random first-rank skill and register to take it. The moment the time runs out and the system shuts down, many people have the feeling that The exam is over, but the paper is not finished. Damn. I blame that Lu Xingzhou. What the hell is wrong with you? What's the point of sneaking around with a first-rank skill? I see, because he's destined to fail the selection for the special training class anyway. So he's deliberately coming here to be disgusting, just to make sure we don't pass the selection either. You've got a point there. How dare he fool me? Don't let me run into him in the tryouts afterward, or I'll make sure he regrets it. After leaving the school's collection, the students returned to their classroom assembly. Sun Chi asked as she walked over with a smile on her face. Lu, how's your skill selection going? Lu Xingzhou was still immersed in joy at this time and responded lightly. Steady. Seeing Lu Xingzhou with this confident look, Sun Chi was also happy for him. Awesome Lu, did you pick a third-rank skill? Is it hard to believe that it's fourth rank? Neither. After saying that, Lu Xingzhou pulled out his skill scroll in front of his surprised and curious gaze. How's that for steady, I'd say? Sun Chi watched for a moment, then slowly typed a question mark. Brother Lu, this skill, you haven't learned it yet, right? Sun Chi hesitated for a moment and stammered. I've already learned. Lu Xingzhou grinned. Ruined Lu. Do you realize that we only have 2 empty skill bars in the initial stage? Skill selection is also important. Think twice before you act. If old Ben finds out about this, he's going to be pissed at you. Sun Chi also knew that although the homeroom teacher never expressed it in words, he still wanted Lu Xingzhou to develop better. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou held his arms and said with some defiance, No, I'm a 9th rank skill, and it's still unstable? Is your skin itchy lately? If not, let's go to the gym and practice? Just in time to try out how powerful my skills are with you. 9th level skills? Sun Chi checked Lu Xingzhou's attribute panel. No, isn't this a small ing fire of the first order? Hate to admit it, but luck couldn't take the recent blow after blow and went crazy. Could he? No, I have to tell the pervert about this. Taking advantage of Lu Xingzhou's inattention, Sun Chi quickly edited a text message and sent it out. The text message was simple, just 6 words. Lu is crazy, come quickly. After all the cadets had completed their skill selection, the classroom teacher watched from the classroom with a tally sheet. It has information on the skills chosen by all students in the class. Well, most of the students within the class chose skills of a higher grade still, and all of them fit well with their own occupational characteristics as well. Sun Chi deserves to be a good seedling who was internalized by the special training class. He even mastered a 4th rank skill. It seems that the only one who can compete with him for the first place in this year's whole school is that monster girl from the next class. After looking at most of the students, the homeroom teacher purposely found Lu Xingzhou's name and checked his situation. Before he looked, he had a rough idea of what to expect from Lu Xingzhou. I'm afraid that the low-level occupation that Lu Xingzhou had awakened was not up to the standard of learning 3rd-rank skills in all aspects of his attributes. But as long as the luck wasn't too bad, there was still no problem finding 2 suitable 2nd-rank skills. However, when he looked closer, his gaze snapped. This kid just picked a skill, and a 1st-rank one at that? Really, ing took my word for it, didn't you? The homeroom teacher took a deep breath and resisted the urge to kill someone. He put away the register and prepared to go find Lu Xingzhou and have a good talk with him about his life ideals. On the other side, the school's training hall. Sun Chi applied for a separate sparring room. Lu, are you for real? Don't be long-winded, come on. Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth full of disinterest. Sun Chi shrugged and didn't say much. The training hall is equipped with professional safety testing equipment in each room to ensure the safety of students. Once an attack is detected that could cause a student's life to be in danger, the room is forcibly closed to separate the opposing sides. In this way, Sun Chi did not have to worry too much that he would accidentally injure Lu Xingzhou. Lu, take a shot. Don't hold back on me. Oh, then you be careful. Lu Xingzhou faintly answered. Don't worry, normal skills can't hurt. Yet. However, Sun Chi's words had not yet fallen. He then noticed that a blazing flame had already coalesced in Lu Xingzhou's hand. It blasted directly at him. Boom! Although he had prepared for it, the scale and power of the flames far exceeded his expectations. The terrifying waves of flame seemed like demons from hell, about to devour everything. In an instant, Sun Chi's spirit was tightened to the extreme. Not good! Almost subconsciously, he directly used his 4th-rank skill to blast over against it. Extreme Intent Boom Fist, just at the moment when their skills came into contact. Detecting a risk that could kill a student, the alarm in the training room went off instantly. Protective measures initiated. Boom! The protective measures in the training room instantly activated, and the moment Chun Chi's right fist came into contact with the terrifying flames, it was directly separated. The next second, a loud blasting sound came from the other side of the wall. At this moment, Chun Chi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly widened his eyes. No! No way! It was because of the steel-built, more than 10 centimeters thick, protective wall that could withstand the full force of a level 20 professional strike. Surprisingly, it gradually began to melt under this terrifying flame. Voodoo? Chun Chi let out a cry of fright. It couldn't be that he was going to be the first unlucky person since the school's founding to be killed alive even with the training room's protective mechanisms fully activated. Could it? He was trying to make a name for himself, but not in this way. But the good thing was Lu Xingzhou was only a level 1 professional who had just succeeded in transferring. Although the protective wall was already a bit shaky, it finally withstood the attack of the flame of extinction. The firelight converged and the protective wall opened again. The other half of the room was by now blackened by the horrific flames. Lu Xingzhou ran over with an apologetic smile on his face. Aya. Chun Chi, are you alright? Sorry. It's my first time using this skill as well. I didn't realize it was so powerful. By the way, you were talking halfway through your sentence, and I didn't hear what you were trying to say in the second half? Chun Chi froze. The second half of the sentence? Lu Xingzhou couldn't be referring to the sentence he said before the competition. Normal skills can't hurt me yet, right? Are you concerned about me? Or are you afraid that I don't realize how humiliating I've just been? Grass. During the gap of silence between the two, Mr. Wang, who was in charge of managing the training hall, rushed over in a panic. You too. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you both? Teacher Wang, we're fine. We just messed up the training room a bit. Chun Chi said bitterly. It's good that people are fine. Even if you guys mess up the training room, how far can it be messed up? Chapter 3. Brother Lu, the pervert is here, Mr. Wang said as he turned his head and saw the wrecked walls and the security containment equipment that almost certainly needed to be rebuilt entirely. Teacher Wang looked at these two students who were still a bit green with a strange expression on his face. The expression seemed to say, "Are you kidding me? How did you guys do it alone? Those who know are just transferring students training. Those who don't think this is a post-disaster reconstruction site. Having worked here myself for over 10 years, I have never seen any student destroy the arena to such an extent. Good Lord, even if Chun Chi was a rare profession, there was no way he could do such a thing, right?" Teacher Wang couldn't help but turn his gaze to the handsome boy with a calm face next to Chun Chi. Could it be, is he? But Mr. Wang didn't pursue the matter too much as to who actually destroyed the school grounds. It didn't matter to him. Still, it's better than nothing that people didn't pass away. As for the cost of maintaining the training room, that's something that should be a headache for the school leaders. One just has to report it truthfully. After leaving the school's training hall, Chun Chi looked at his burned right hand with a slight fear in his heart. Just now, if it wasn't for the school's security measures that separated themselves in time, this arm of his own is probably going to be wasted. No, even lives are lost there. Brother Lu, is this your first rank skill, little flame? It's too exaggerated. It's just foul. Chun Chi took out a bottle of basic healing pill from his prop space and drank it. A few moments later, his right hand injury began to recover as far as the eye could see. This is the effect of producing props within the copy without reason. This bottle of healing medicine 1,000 gold coins it. So gone. Lu, reimburse me Lu Xingzhou said with an old spirit, not taking it seriously at all. You didn't believe me when I told you it was a 9th rank skill. You can't blame me. Besides, your dog big family is so much better off than my family. What's the point of coming to me and crying poor? Chun Chi was speechless for a while, but of course he didn't intend to really ask Lu Xingzhou for money just now, so he didn't dwell on it. The topic changed and said, "Hey Lu, what's your personal panel's combat power now? Let me take a look. With this one flame skill you just used, I estimate that your strength is no weaker than some 50-star battle power high professionals. Passing the selection for the special training class is definitely no problem." Lu Xingzhou also raised an eyebrow. After he finished learning the skills, he dragged Chun Chi to the actual combat test. So, he also hadn't looked at what his current battle rating actually was anymore. But after all, it's a 9th rank skill, and the bonus to battle power must be ridiculously high. That's at least a double-digit fight. And just as he was about to open the personal information panel, suddenly, Old Ben's voice rang out directly from the distance. Lu Xingzhou, come here you bastard. Hearing the angry voice of the class teacher, Mr. Fong, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi both subconsciously took half a step back. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, he still felt a little weak. There's no way around it. It's a common problem with students. What did you want to see me about, teacher? Lu Xingzhou, I asked you to choose a skill. What the heck did you choose? A small fire of the first rank? You're kidding me, aren't you? Tonight, physical fitness, do group training 1,000 times. Mr. Fong was furious, and fire was about to erupt from his eyes. Next to him, Sun Chi helpfully explained, Teacher, don't get excited. Lu isn't just any little flame. The 6th-ranked howling fireball spell isn't this fierce. Really? Even I can't do him anymore. Teacher Fong looked puzzled. Sun Chi, you're not joking with me? Sun Chi was a super genius who had mastered the 4th-rank skill and had been internalized by the school's special training class. And he even said that he couldn't beat Lu Xingzhou? What a joke. Really, Mr. Fong? I'll send for. If you don't believe me, look at his information panel. I estimate that his current battle power is conservatively 30 stars. Sun Chi, you think I'm a 3-year-old kid, right? 30 stars. How many level 15 professionals can't reach the battle power of 30 stars? Teacher, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Don't believe me, look at my hands. Sun Chi stretched out his right hand, which had been restored as good as new, and was awkwardly silent for 2 seconds. Old Ben looked at him like a little cutie, like he was looking at him silently, not saying a word. Sun Chi coughed twice and opened his mouth as if asking for help. Lu, show him your message panel. I'm embarrassed to death. Lu Xingzhou's mouth smiled slightly. I know. I just want to see you embarrassed for a little longer. Question mark. Haha. Just kidding. Lu Xingzhou confidently walked to the front of the old class and opened his mouth in a bland and incomparable manner. Gentlemen, then I'll make a contribution. Open the information panel. In the next second, the moment Old Ben and Sun Chi saw Lu Xingzhou's personal information panel, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. The moment the information panel in front of Lu Xingzhou opened, both Sun Chi and Old Ben froze. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, apprentice magician, low level. Level 1. Battle strength, 3 stars. Skill, small flame, 1st level. Silence. The class teacher's expression at this moment was like a volcano about to erupt. Playing me? And Lu Xingzhou was also a bit confused, because in his own eyes, his battle display was likewise 3 stars. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, forbidden arcanist, legendary. Level 1. Battle strength, 3 stars. Skill, flame of extinction, 9th rank. It doesn't make sense. Why is my battle only 3 stars? Do I learn a 9th level skill that only adds 1 star to my combat power? Is there any justice? When Sun Chi saw this look of Old Ben wanting to get himself killed, he quickly said to Lu Xingzhou, You put a skill on Old Ben. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Right? Just put a skill to show Mr. Fong ah. He then found an open space and instantly prepared to unleash his skills. Duck away, teacher. Don't get hurt by mistake. Lu Xingzhou posed in an imposing manner to release a skill, and then terrifying energy coalesced in his hands. Instantly, the shocking might caused Old Ben to frown. Shouldn't he be telling the truth? In the next second, Lu Xingzhou blasted towards the open space. BR. A small fist-sized flame sprang from his hand, then quickly disappeared into the air. It's like the little fire dragon farted. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. When did my magic level get empty? Enough! Old Ben was completely enraged and pointed at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi. You two, get your asses to the playground and do physical training 1,000 times. You're not going home until you finish practicing tonight. I was stupid enough to believe you just now, asshole. On the playground, the handsome young man and a bald man did physical training repeatedly. What does it have to do with me? I'm also a victim. Sun Chi complained helplessly. Lu Xingzhou, on the other hand, did not say a word. He was thinking about all the irrational things that had happened today. At this time, he has realized his own panel and some words seems to be so billion points different from others. The skill scroll that he had gotten himself was definitely a 1st rank skill, Little Flame. However, it was the 9th rank skill flame of extinction in the words that one recognized. Moreover, one could indeed utilize the power of a 9th rank skill. The magic value that was emptied after releasing the skill just once was also able to corroborate this. Was it a misrecognition? Or is this my golden touch as a traveler? What is certain, however, is that it does not happen 100% of the time that one recognizes words incorrectly. Rather, they are probabilistic events. As for how to trigger the wrong words, Lu Xingzhou couldn't summarize a rule at the moment. But no matter what, there was still no way he could pass the selection for the special training class now. Let's reach the 10-star battle first. There is still a week to go before the examination. It should be enough if you rely on brushing copies to raise your level. Hey no, if I empty my magic level with a single skill, there's no way for me to solo a copy, right? I can't just go into a map and wait to die after I put a skill in, can I? Unless one buys magic recovery potions. But that stuff isn't much cheaper than a life recovery potion. How can a bottle cost 900 gold coins? His own sister-in-law was only able to earn about 5,000 gold coins a month by getting up early and making buns every day. It's a splurge you certainly can't afford on your own. Otherwise, you'll have to hit your best buddy. And just then, all of a sudden, Lu Xingzhou heard a shout from the bald man beside him. Lu, the pervert is here. Lu Xingzhou's thoughts retracted and he just turned his head back, only to see a pair of snow-white straight tall long legs flashing past him. The black stockings gently strangled into her flesh, accentuating her gelatinous legs with a bit more charm and attraction. In the next second, a clear and pleasant female voice came. Bald head, who are you calling a pervert? Getting tired of living, are you? Chapter 4. Hey wait, this bun, not right. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. The young girl in front of him with shoulder-length black hair had delicate features, and there was a small tear mole next to her innocent and moving eyes. She was draped in a black leather battle dress jacket that looked flirty yet heroic. In terms of face value alone, this young girl in front of her could kill all the internet celebrities she had seen in her previous life. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's a sinking ship, and he recognized the identity of the young girl in front of him at once. That was his own fiancée Su Ruyan. Said it was a fiancé, but really it was just a joke from when I was a kid. Nowadays, when Su Ruyan's name was mentioned, what was more often thought of was the Su family's super genius. The strongest professional in Jianghai City this year, Jade Rakshasa. That young girl slightly raised her jaw, her gaze inadvertently swept Lu Xingzhou, then pretended to be unconcerned. Sun Chi, you said Lu Xingzhou is crazy? Tell me what's going on? You're saying I'm crazy? Lu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. It was an error in judgment on my part at the time. Sun Chi scratched his head, his eyes wandering. Hearing this, the young girl in turn looked like she was relieved. The corners of his mouth unconsciously showed a nice curve slightly. She then turned her words around and said, Lu Xingzhou, you really don't want to think about it? I've prepared the gold transfer book, which will allow you to become a high-level professional. Magic apprentices. It's hard to even pass the selection exam. Lu Xingzhou hadn't done anything to react yet, but Sun Chi raised his eyebrows instead. Gold transfer book, this thing can be a precious prop that has a price without a market. Even if the price is tens of millions of gold coins can't be bought. This is a rare item that can only be produced in high-level copies. Even a silver transfer book that could only transfer into a mid-level combat profession was worth at least millions. Because such props can completely change the upper limit of one's development. A high-level combat profession was already a 1 in 100 existence. As for the awakening of rare-level professions, star-dazzling level professions, as well as the legendary level professions that can be encountered but not sought, that awakening probability belongs to touching the lottery and winning the jackpot. Such a precious prop, just give it to luck? She's really giving it up. If it were an ordinary person, faced with such a temptation, perhaps they would have just agreed to it without even thinking about it. However, Lu Xingzhou only spoke faintly. The test is not a problem for me. Su Ruyan's eyes with their teary moles trembled slightly, flashing with a hint of undetectable complexity. Of course she knew that this was Lu Xingzhou showing off. She was tempted to say, with your 3-star battle power, can you pass the test? Recognize reality. There's no shame in accepting my help. However, she knew better than anyone the pride in Lu Xingzhou's bones. So the words swirled around her throat and she swallowed them back. I expect you to pass the test, and I'm still busy, so I'll leave you to it. Bald head. Take care of him or take you. Su Ruyan's eyes revealed a touch of threatening intent. Chun Chi subconsciously shivered. The Jade Rakshas's name was no joke. She then got into a black business car not far away and left the place. Inside the business car, the old butler in a suit in the front row said in a low tone, "Missy, Lu young master, he did not accept your good intentions. It is also expected. Young Master Lu is smart enough to know that you are no longer in the same world. You are honored as a Starburst class professional, and your future achievements are unlimited. And he's nothing but a low-level professional. As for your childhood pact, it was all a joke and can't be counted. The way I see it, it's time for you to consider who the family has arranged for you. His lordship has been getting a little impatient lately." In the back row, Su Ruyan's eyes were cold. Her long, delicate, snow-white legs were folded over the back car seat in a breathtakingly beautiful way. She had no intention of answering the butler Fubo's words, but only spoke slowly in a commanding tone. "Drive." Looking out the window at the rapidly regressing scenery, it was as if she had returned to that afternoon sprinkled with warm sunshine when she was a child. "I hope you don't talk a big game, Land Rover." Only after Chun Chi saw Su Ruyan leave did he let out a sigh of relief, as if he was relieved. "Who? This pervert. Who are you scaring? Still really think I'm afraid of you?" He let out a couple harsh words in a whisper, then turned his head and asked, "Brother Lu, what should we do next?" The standard of 10-star combat power is not difficult for advanced combat professions, but it's by no means simple either. Lu Xingzhou skimmed his mouth and faintly said, "What to do? Eat first. The training arranged by the old class is not done." "Hey! Lu, wait for me." Lu Xingzhou's house. Good taste bun shop. Auntie Chu Ching. "I'll have 2 drawers of Xiao Long Bao with beef and scallions, please." Just as soon as he entered the door, Chun Chi shouted familiarly, and then with a smile on his face, he didn't see any outsiders at all and looked for a place to sit down. Lu Xingzhou glanced at Chun Chi, then smiled and greeted his sister-in-law. "Auntie, I'm home." When Chu Ching saw that Lu Xingzhou and Chun Chi had returned, a warm smile came to her face. "Xiao Lu, you guys are back. Quickly find a place to sit for a while. Auntie Xiao will make you buns to eat later." As in her previous life, Lu Xingzhou's sister-in-law was still the same gentle, sunny, and strong woman. Although Chu Ching let Lu Xingzhou call her sister-in-law, in reality, she was only in her 30s, and the years had not left too many traces on her delicate face. Although the two were not related by blood, they had been dependent on each other since Lu Xingzhou could remember. Later, after my sister-in-law awakened to the profession of a chef, she supported the tiny family by selling buns. Lu Xingzhou knew how much hard work and difficulty his sister-in-law had hidden under her seemingly strong exterior over the years. Yet he never heard her complain about any of it. Just as he was thinking back, 2 drawers of hot steamed dumplings were brought to the table. The aroma of beef and scallions hit his face, pulling Lu Xingzhou's thoughts back. When the buns were on the table, Chun Chi smiled and was ready to reach for them. "Thank you, Auntie Chu Ching. I'm not polite." But at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly raised his eyebrows and grabbed Chun Chi's hand that went for the bun. "Later, Brother Lu. I am just hungry. Can't I eat one and then go wash my hands?" Chun Chi spoke in an aggravated manner. At this time, Chu Ching also looked at the perverse Lu Xingzhou with a puzzled face and asked, "Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the buns Auntie made?" Lu Xingzhou didn't answer. He grabbed Chun Chi's right hand, and then a wide smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Haha, if you want to doze off, someone will send you a pillow. This test is a sure thing." Because at this moment, an information phrase appeared on the drawer of beef buns in front of him. Prop name: Intermediate Magic Recovery Potion. Effective use: restores 1000 points of magic power. Cooldown time: 20 seconds. Chapter 5. Crazy. The two of them are fighting at the warrior level. Seeing Lu Xingzhou's face full of smiles, Chun Chi next to him was a bit confused. What's with the sudden smile about eating a bun? Could it be that luck is really crazy, just crazy in a somewhat inconspicuous way? Lu Xingzhou did not pay attention to Chun Chi's slightly strange gaze, but walked to the steamer at the door. He wanted to see if the other packs had similar phrases. Unfortunately, none of them, except for the beef and scallion buns, showed the word error. Lu Xingzhou picked up a beef and onion bun and took a bite. The aroma of rich juices and beef fat instantly filled his entire mouth. My sister-in-law's buns were delicious as always, though what I ate was just a plain old meat bun. But in this instant, Lu Xingzhou instantly felt that the magic power in his body was rapidly recovering. Then, he opened his information panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist Legendary. Level 1. Battle Strength, 3 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction 9th rank. Equipment, not yet available. Life value, 450. Magic value, 890. Strength attribute, 6 points. Spiritual attributes, 9 points. Agility attribute, 7 points. Defense attribute, 3 points. Magic is back to full strength? Lu Xingzhou was secretly happy in his heart, although the words are wrong, but the effect is packaged really without having to worry about the magic consumption of skills. Then, it's not much of a challenge to brush up on your own copies. Originally, Lu Xingzhou was considering borrowing some gold coins from Sun Chi to buy some magic recovery potions. But now it looks like that money has been saved as well. It was important to realize that the price of an intermediate magic recovery potion was 5 times the price of a basic magic recovery potion. Each bottle costs close to 5,000 gold coins. However, the intermediate magic recovery potion was also much more effective, restoring 1,000 points of magic value per bottle. The basic magic recovery potion, however, only restored 300 points. Also, both have a 20-second cooldown for use. In other words, using the basic magic power recovery potion, one would need to wait at least a minute for their magic power to be restored to full strength. This vacuum of skill makes it easy for accidents to happen. With his sister-in-law's buns, he doesn't have to worry about being a 3-second man. It's perfectly possible to do consistent output with ease. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou smiled and said to Chu Qing, "Auntie, pack me 20 beef and onion buns tomorrow. I'm going out to eat." "Ah, good." Sun Chi scratched his head next to him and grinned. "Hey Lu, I want some too." All right. Auntie, pack 20 more for him. Just count him 100 gold coins." "Holy, no Lu?" Lu Xingzhou looked at him with a smile and said, "Almost there, don't pretend you don't even intend to pay either. Hurry up and finish eating and leave. I still want to take a look at the field copies later." Sun Chi, who had been told off, hemmed and hawed, and simply stopped pretending. Reaching out on the table, he grabbed 2 more buns and stuffed them into his mouth, muttering something. "Give me a minute. I'll be there." Zhanghai City, field copy. Every year after the seniors have completed their professional awakening, the place is at its peak. Many students chose to level up in lower-level copies after completing their career awakening. Come. There's a shortage of intermediate-level professional magicians. Those who know fire magic are preferred. The wood attribute crystal core of a level 5 boss that just exploded is only selling for 30,000 gold coins. Hands are slow. 7-star battle power or above. Brush adventure level copy. Come, there are cute girls in the team. Will shout 666. Outside the replica, a number of student-like youths bustled together. Find the teammate who will enter the copy next. With no intentional concealment, everyone's information panel is public. It was for this reason that when Sun Chi appeared here, quite a few squads gathered around, hoping to team up with this rare profession extreme fighter. "Handsome, do you have a team yet? Why don't you join me?" "Brother, I see that you have an extraordinary demeanor. Why don't you come to our team? We have big priests here, the big kind." Hey. First come first served. Obviously it was me who first saw this brother with a very handsome haircut. The crowd surrounded Sun Chi in the center, directly squeezing Lu Xingzhou out of the way. Obviously, a magical apprentice really couldn't draw the attention of onlookers. In the eyes of the crowd, Lu Xingzhou's garbage is a waste of time. However, at this time, Sun Chi, who was in the middle of the crowd, suddenly squeezed out and said in a stern voice, "All wait, I'm here with my brother." The crowd froze slightly before they saw Lu Xingzhou next to them. An apprentice magician with 3-star combat power? Undisguised, a look of contempt appeared on the faces of the crowd. "Brother Bald, do you really want to bring this magic apprentice along? He's obviously a liability, and if he shares the experience equally with us, isn't that slowing down our upgrading progress?" Next to him, a skinny boy wearing round framed glasses suddenly spoke up, his tone full of incomprehension. However, the moment Sun Chi heard this, his face directly went cold. Hey kid, I'll give you a chance to retract that statement just now. My Lu is not a liability, and besides, I'm not the one leading him. He's strong enough to crush any of you present. The crowd closed their mouths and stopped speaking when they felt the terrifying oppression from Sun Chi. But you can see it in their eyes. Their contempt for Lu Xingzhou had not diminished in the slightest. No matter what era, people will only respect the strong. At this time, Lu Xingzhou pulled Sun Chi and waved his hand and said, "No matter them, let's go and try how difficult the copy is." With that, Lu Xingzhou led Sun Chi into the entrance of the replica. Not far away, after seeing Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi enter into the subdimensional rift of the game copy, the short and fat Wang who skimmed his mouth and said to Zhao Xiaofei next to him, "Grass, I really didn't expect Lu Xingzhou, this trash, even came to the field copy. He's the only low-level professional in the class. Is it not good to be honest and resigned to fate? He is afraid that he won't die fast enough, right?" Zhao Xiaofei also shook his head slightly in disdain. "Didn't you see him go in with Sun Chi? Still really good at hugging his thighs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Che, even if it's Sun Chi, what can he do? When two people enter the copy, the difficulty will be doubled. Even if it's Sun Chi, he won't be able to pass it easily." "That's right." Zhao Xiaofei nodded in agreement. "It's fine if the copy Sun Chi brought him to fight is an ordinary level. But if it's an adventure level difficulty, it'll be hard for them to come out safely." As the two spoke, they curiously walked over to the copy to see which copy Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi had entered. But when they fixed their eyes on it, they were directly dumbfounded. What the hell? They're both playing on warrior level difficulty? Seek death. Chapter 6. A new record. The Kobold King's Crystallized Core. A copy of Kobold Jungle warrior level difficulty. The corner of Sun Chi's mouth twitched as he entered the copy. "Brother Lu, coming up to experience a warrior level difficulty copy? You're not kidding me, are you?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head. "Who am I kidding? Wouldn't it be faster to upgrade to warrior level difficulty? That said, but warrior class copies are twice as difficult as adventure class ones. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for just the two of us to get through." After Sun Chi finished his serious analysis, at this time, a hideous-looking goblin monster suddenly rushed up. Name: Berserk Kobold Elite Monster. Level: 3. Battle Strength: 8 stars. Skills: Stick Attack, Roar. Up here is an 8-star warrior elite monster. The difficulty of a warrior class copy really lives up to its name. Sun Chi raised his eyebrows, then he moved his body. Accelerating, he rushed to the front of the berserk goblin, and then the 4th rank skill unceremoniously blasted out directly. Extreme Intent Boom Fist. The terrifying fist wind accompanied by a huge blasting power directly struck out. The berserk kobold felt the great threat from Sun Chi's punch in an instant. But it was too late to run. Pa! In an instant, the berserk goblin's body was directly shattered by this punch. Defeat Berserk Kobold Elite Level. Experience value plus 22. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi's ears simultaneously rang with this sound reminder. That's quite a bit of experience. For normal level copies, the experience for killing a monster was around 2 points, while adventure level was around 6 points. The experience of warrior class monsters can be quite lucrative. However, Sun Chi had just shown a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was because the sound of the battle just now had startled the other kobolds around. Sun Chi's expression became serious once again. Though pole fighters' single damage is very high, even when facing elite monsters on warrior level difficulty, you can still manage to kill them with a single punch. But he was very bad at dealing with this kind of scene where monsters attacked in groups. It's all about professional identity. Sun Chi quickly bullied his way up and consecutively eliminated the nearest few goblin warriors. However, seeing the numerous goblin monsters densely gathered in the distance, he still felt a rush of scalp numbness. Damn it! He cursed. If we were to talk about skill power alone, the extreme fighter would even be able to level with some starburst level professions, and his skills do outstanding damage to bosses. But it's just hard to deal with this situation where there are a lot of monsters. But the hard part is that kobolds are such swarming creatures. Sun Chi's face was a bit ugly. He knew that the power of Lu Xingzhou's skills was very terrifying, but likewise the consumption of magical value should be huge. Unsurprisingly, he had exhausted his magic value when he fought himself in the training hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been punched in the face in front of old Ben. It was estimated that Lu Xingzhou couldn't send a second big move at this time. Brother Lu, why don't we just exit the copy? We're still in the newbie protection period, and we won't drop items or experience. Sun Chi was a bit hesitant. Quitting the copy would just result in some punishment. But dying within a copy is a real death. It's best to quit for safety reasons. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou shook his head and said, "There's a limit to the number of times you can enter the replica each day. There's no need to waste this one opportunity." But Sun Chi was still trying to speak. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou came directly in front of him and then spoke faintly. "Besides, it's not like it's difficult." Didn't wait for Sun Chi to react. He extended his right hand, after which a blazing, terrifying flame quickly condensed in his hand. 9th rank skill, Flames of Extinction. Boom! Lu Xingzhou casually flung it out, and in the next second, the terrifying flames that covered the sky directly gushed out. It directly swept and covered everything in front of it. Countless goblin warriors were directly burned to ashes the moment they approached over. These goblin warriors were simply annihilated before they could even let out a wail of pain. Very nuclear flat. Very humane. The large swath of jungle and trees in front of them were burned to ashes by the flames in a matter of moments. The vegetation on the ground was instantly burned into a scorched earth, like a ruin under the end times. Then a series of intensive game alert tones rang in both of their ears. Defeat Goblin Warrior, experience value plus 18. Defeat Goblin Archer, experience value plus 18. Defeat Goblin Warrior Elite level, experience value plus 22. Defeat Goblin Elder Elite level, experience value plus 30. The massive amount of experience instantly caused both of their information panels to jump. Lu Xingzhou's ears cleared a bit after he blocked out the reminder of the experience gained from the game. Upgraded. Lu Xingzhou opened his information panel and muttered to himself. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist Legendary. Level, 3. Battle Strength, 4 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction 9th rank. Equipment, not yet available. Life value, 450. Magic value, 2890. Strength attribute, 7 points. Spiritual attributes, 11 points. Agility attribute, 8 points. Defense attribute, 4 points. At this time, Lu Xingzhou had risen 2 levels in a row and came directly to level 3. And the battle assessment has reached 4 stars. The magic value is really empty. But this upgrading speed, it's faster than I thought. Estimated that it won't be difficult to reach a 10-star battle power before the selection test. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and pondered in his heart. Next to him, Sun Chi looked at the empty space in front of him that had been blasted into ruins. His face filled with indescribable horror. I'll go. I can't believe I've risen to level 5 as well. He was overwhelmed with emotion. This upgrading efficiency was much faster than the fully armed 4-man squad had formed before. If he had known that, he would have hung out with luck. What's the point of having an elite team? Grass. But thinking about it, Sun Chi was relieved. Lu Xingzhou's performance just now is completely a humanoid nuclear bomb, moving tactical shuffling. Can you stand this? Lu, although this big move of yours is fierce, your magic value should have been depleted and you can't use it anymore. But it's fine. I'll take care of the boss next. Just then, an angry hiss came from the distance. That was the cry of the Kobold King. Yo, say what you want. Lu, you stay away. I'm still confident in dealing with this kind of monolithic monster. Sun Chi moved his fists with a look of eagerness. Even if it's warrior-level difficulty. Touch me and solve the fight in 5 minutes. Not far away, the gigantic Goblin King stepped on the ground and walked slowly. Anger was written all over its pupils. It vowed to tear the 2 humans in front of it, who didn't know what they were doing, to pieces. At this time, Lu Xingzhou took out a bun from the pocket that his sister-in-law had packed for him. Silently, he ate. Lu Xingzhou finished eating a bun in 2 bites, and then, his magic power value instantly recovered once again. The moment Sun Chi was ready to fight the other party, Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth. Get out of the way. Don't get hurt. Next, the Goblin King's pupils contracted violently, reflecting a dazzling crimson light. Boom! Defeat the Goblin King leader level. Experience value plus 200. Congratulations on refreshing your current copy clearance record. and will trigger an additional drop reward, the Goblin King's crystallized core. Chapter 7. Earn hemp. After the replica's audible reminder went off, a red crystal gem emitting a dazzling crimson glow slowly floated in midair. At this moment, Chun Chi's eyes were indescribably shocked. Surprisingly, the Goblin King's crystal core exploded in one go. We're rich, Lu. Monster crystal cores can be used as refining rare materials, high-level potions, and even some alpha equipment. Therefore, the price of crystal cores has remained high. Even the crystal cores dropped by some ordinary elite monsters were worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Not to mention the props dropped by alpha-level monsters, which were worth even more. If Chun Chi conservatively estimated it, the value of this crystal core was at least 50,000 gold coins or more. That's already what most average people make in a year. Do you reward boss crystals every time you set a new record? Lu Xingzhou had a bold idea in his mind as he surveyed the red gemstone crystal core in front of him. Chun Chi shook his head and explained, "No, every time you refresh the copy record, the rewards you get are different. What rewards are handed out depends entirely on the mood of the replica, and it also seems to have something to do with how much it boosts the replica record. If you only raise it for a second, the reward might only be some gold coins, and only those who drastically refresh the copy record like you will be rewarded with rare props like boss crystals, right?" Lu Xingzhou nodded. The copy had a set of its own way of judgment. Trying to jam a copy is almost impossible. Oops, shame. Lu Xingzhou said with a sigh. Let's go back and sell this stuff, and then we'll split it 50-50. No, Lu, you keep it. I didn't contribute anyway. Chun Chi scratched his head, very self-conscious about being a jerk. But then again, Lu, how is it that you can put up moves like that in a row when you think it's a flat A? Just now Chun Chi wanted to ask. It was impossible for Lu Xingzhou to continuously release skills with almost no consumption even with how much magic value he had. However, at this moment Lu Xingzhou raised the bun in his hand. When you're full, you're strong, understand? Question mark. Chun Chi was full of doubts and could not understand. But he didn't press the issue either. After all, too many irrational things have happened to this good brother of his. With the number 1 potential in the entire school, but only awakened magic apprentices. The promised first-rank skill Little Flame came out like a forbidden spell washing the ground. If Chun Chi were to summarize it, he could probably only say it was because you can't generalize between people's physiques, I guess. Let's go. Clean up the battlefield and we'll do it again later. Just now, a shot of the flame of extinction directly finished off numerous small monsters, dropping a lot of materials of the props have not yet had time to pick up. Thus, the two of them were transformed into relentless battlefield clearing machines, frantically picking up dropped materials and various items. Outside the duplicate, seeing Lu Xingzhou and Chun Chi delayed in coming out, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei both sneered. Surprisingly, you didn't exit the copy in the first place? It can't be that you died in there before you had the chance to exit. Who knows? Letting the two of them pretend that they deserve to die. Oh, how popular was Lu Xingzhou when he was ranked number 1 in potential. At that time, whether it was the class flower or the teachers at school, they all surrounded him. Now that times have changed, does he still think he's that unbeatable genius? Hee, there are always some people who can't recognize reality and still bring Chun Chi to challenge the warrior-level copies. They really don't know how to die. Wang Hu was obviously also a bit impatient to wait, so he opened his mouth. All right, I was going to taunt them a few times after they exited the copy, but now it looks like they should be dead inside. Let's go, hurry up and upgrade. Even though we're advanced professions, it's not that simple to pass the test. Zhao Xiaofei also thought he had a point, and the two were just about to leave. But just then, there was a flash of light outside the copy. The two silhouettes then appeared unharmed at the entrance of the replica. They were none other than Lu Xingzhou and Chun Chi. This trip to the replica was a rewarding one for them. The various basic materials dropped by the monsters had a total value of over 3,000 gold coins alone. And it also dropped several pieces of silver-level equipment and a boss crystal core. If sold at the auction house, it should still fetch around 60,000 gold coins. All in all, earn hemp. But no sooner had the two come out than they heard a guttural taunt coming from them. Speak of the devil and he's here. If you guys don't quit, I'm going to think you're not dead inside. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and saw Zhao Xiaofei looking at him with a sneer on his face. Wang Hu was also beside him, holding his shoulders and looking at him with a smirk. Lu Xingzhou looked at the two with a calm expression. I know you guys have been getting the short end of the stick from me at school, and that's kind of a bad feeling. I can understand and sympathize when I finally found out that I've awakened a low-level profession and wanted to come and taunt a few people. In the end, it's only because of your low self-esteem, right? Wang Hu, Zhao Xiaofei both froze. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. That one sentence directly dry breaks the defense for both of them. Grass. Lu Xingzhou, say that Anji again. The two of them were raging, looking like they wanted to go out and teach Lu Xingzhou a lesson. But a cold grunt from the bald man next to them made their sanity retake the high ground. Wang Hu endured the anger in his heart and spoke coldly. Lu Xingzhou, don't talk to us about such useless things. You should pass the special training test first. Lu Xingzhou didn't care and spoke faintly. You'll have to break our record first. What? Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei were both stunned. Then they saw the name on top of the copy record leaderboard refreshed. At this time, quite a few people who were originally watching from the sidelines also gathered around. Want to see which of the greats broke that record again. The original first place was a record of 7 minutes and 24 seconds set by Qin Xian's 4-man squad. This record is exaggerated enough to be well off the record of the rest of the teams who are 8 minutes out. After all, that Qin Xian was the top student of the college entrance examination in Zhanghai City 3 years ago, one in a million starburst-level professionals. But when they looked at the names and times after the records were refreshed, everyone was shocked beyond words. Their 3 views were completely shattered. First place, Lu Xingzhou, Sun Chi. Passing time, 1 minute 13 seconds. Second place, Qin Xian, Wang Yu, He Haizhou, Shun Lingling. Passing time, 7 minutes and 24 seconds. Third place, silence. A good long silence. The expressions on Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei's faces were almost frozen. How is that possible? 2 people breaking the record of Qin Xian and his 4-man squad? And it was almost overwhelming to set their record. How is this possible? At this moment, many of the people around who were originally watching, they looked at Lu Xingzhou's expression. This all changed. The look was no longer like looking at a piece of trash, but like looking at a monster. Chapter 8. Lin Yishui's Pride. Challenging the warrior class. Zhanghai City No. 2 Middle School. Inside the principal's office. Principal Chang Yuanshan looked at the report on the destruction of the school's training ground, submitted by Mr. Wang with a grave expression on his face. Are you sure that this was caused by 2 students? You think I, Chang Yuanshan, am a cutie? Eh? Mr. Wang's face was ugly as he said to the principal. Principal Chang, what are you talking about? How dare I fool you? This was indeed caused by a fight between 2 students, and our registrations and records prove it. Chang Yuanshan's eyes narrowed slightly as he sucked in a breath. Mr. Wang didn't have the guts to dare lie to himself. So it's really 2 students who caused this kind of damage? Can this really be done by 2 students who haven't completed their awakening for long? In the photo, that barrier is just a little bit too close to being destroyed. Chang Yuanshan's finger tapped the photo on the table, then said with a serious face, show me the registration information for these 2 students. It's all here. For you. Mr. Wang apparently prepared the matter in great detail in order not to be held responsible. Chang Yuanshan pondered slightly after receiving the message from the 2. Sun Chi, this kid he knew, awakened the pole fighter. This is one of the few professions with the highest damage among the rare professions. It could even be comparable to the destructive power of a starburst-level profession. But, looking at this destruction of the training room, it doesn't seem to be from the handiwork of the pole fighters. It looked more like it had been damaged by some sort of high-level flame spell. Chang Yuanshan looked at another list that recorded Lu Xingzhou's details. For a moment, he murmured, Lu Xingzhou, magic apprentice. In the school's library, only 1 first-order little flame was registered as taken. Although, the small fire is also fire magic when all is said and done. This is a bit too much of a difference, isn't it? Couldn't figure it out. Even with Principal Cheng's insight, he couldn't understand which part of the process had gone wrong. Mr. Wang rubbed his hands together and looked a little nervous. In the back of his mind, he thought that the principal wouldn't blame himself after reading this information, right? But at that moment, Principal Chang looked at Teacher Wang in front of him, then slowly spoke. Go. Call Sun Chi and Lu Xingzhou their homeroom teacher. Oh, okay, Principal. This, then, has nothing to do with me. Hurry up and go. Where's all the nonsense? Principal Chung snapped. It's not as simple as the training hall being destroyed. If this was really done by some student, that means this year there's going to be an extraordinary guy in Shanghai number 2 middle school. Perhaps a chance to compete for the top prize in Shanghai City? But it was all just his fantasy for now. Chang Yuanshan had reached level 39 10 years ago. What great storms and demonic geniuses has he not seen before? Despite the slight decline in the results of JHII in the past 2 years. But he wasn't ready to give his hopes to an apprentice magician. Let's investigate and see if this Lu Xingzhou is really a seedling. Cultivate him. Chang Yuanshan thought in his heart. On the other hand, in front of the entrance to the field copy, the chaos caused by Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi caused the crowd here to grow bigger and bigger. Seriously, 2 people cleared the warrior-level goblin jungle in 1 minute. Monsters. These 2 are open for business. I know that Sun Qi. Isn't he one of the 2 strongest students in Shanghai number 2 middle school this year? Oh, could that Lu Xingzhou be the strongest other? No, the strongest in Shanghai number 2 middle school should be a girl. What is her name? Lin Yishui. At this time, a cold female voice suddenly spoke from the side. The man was reminded of this and said with a sudden realization, "Yes, it's called Lin Yishui. Thanks for the reminder, pretty girl. You're welcome. And I hope you call me by the right name next time." The crowd froze slightly. It was only then that he reacted to the fact that the young girl in front of him with a light temperament was none other than the strongest person in Shanghai number 2 middle school. Lin Yishui. I'll go. I didn't expect Lin Yishui to be so pretty. I thought she was strong alone. I didn't realize. She's really beautiful and capable of fighting. By the way, Lin Yishui, do you know what this Lu Xingzhou from your school is all about? This record he set is too outrageous. Yeah, 1 minute? What is this Lu Xingzhou so strong? At this moment, Lin Yishui was also slightly mesmerized as she looked at the record leaderboard in front of her. A moment later, an inexplicable smile unexpectedly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, as if explaining to the crowd, she said to herself, "He, who was once the strongest." The crowd could not understand what it meant to be the strongest at one time. Of course, they're not students in the 2nd grade. Naturally, he also couldn't understand the terrifying talent that Lu Xingzhou had once displayed during his potential test. First, everyone thought, Lu Xingzhou's future transfer result? Guaranteed starburst. Upper limit legend. Lin Yishui's expression was a bit playful, and her eyes gradually became a bit firmer. She whispered softly to herself, seemingly determined. Lu Xingzhou, even if you come back, but I won't give up the number 1 position so easily. Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei among the crowd naturally recognized Lin Yishui. The 2 of them came over and opened their mouths with smiles on their faces to extend an invitation to her to team up. Lin Yishui, do you want to team up with us? We're from class 17, and we're all senior professionals. We should be able to upgrade faster if we team up together. Lin Yishui, the strongest person in Shanghai number 2 middle school, was awakened to the rare profession of elf mage. It is possible to use the elf's magic to attack, as well as summon elemental elves to assist in battle. But she's not just called the strongest because of the strength of her profession. More so because she has a companion skill. The power of this companion skill would follow and automatically increase as she leveled up, without the need to use items such as skill enhancement scrolls to raise the skill level like normal skills. In the future, there was even the possibility of evolving into a high-level skill of rank 6 or higher. Without a doubt, if Starburst didn't come out, Lin Yishui was the most deservedly strongest. If they could team up with her, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei firmly believed. The 2 of them could definitely suppress Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou in terms of upgrade speed. Breaking records? A minute is either a stroke of luck or a bug stuck. When I team up with Lin Yishui, I'm going to show you 2 pieces of trash how good you are. However, at this moment, Lin Yishui shot a glance at the 2 of them. Faintly speaking, just now I heard you guys say bad things about Lu Xingzhou, right? Yeah, that kid just owes a scolding. He's obviously a low-level profession, but he's still undy pretending. I can't stand to see his face. Wang Hu despised. Zhao Xiaofei also nodded and followed. That's right. It's really disgusting for such trashy goods like low-level professions to also touch base with our high-level professions. Hearing the mockery of the 2, Lin Yishui's expression imperceptibly turned cold for a few moments. She then opened her mouth with a cold smile. But you 2, in my eyes, are just as much trash. Get lost. In the next second, the banishing magic in her hand lit up. Boom! The two of them, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei, were filled with shock and couldn't react in time. In an instant, he was blasted backwards by the enormous repulsive force. The two men fell heavily onto the wall and immediately sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Yixue ignored both of them and turned her head to ask the nearest person beside her. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi. Well, there is a bald one among them. Where did they go now? The crowd was shocked by Lin Yixue's tactics just now. Directly striking out without warning, he seriously injured two senior professionals with a single move. It's too hard. This time they were asked and they answered honestly. That handsome guy and that bald guy just now went into the copy again. In again? Or a warrior level copy? Right? Lin Yixue's face was cold. Warrior level difficulty, even though she was now level 5, she hadn't dared to try it. But, somehow mentally, she pulled out her cell phone and called her teammates. Come gather at the Goblin Jungle replica and get your stats up to your best. We, for one, are going to challenge the warrior class. Chapter 9. Can't fight anymore? I can't eat. Inside the copy, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi were both frantically practicing in the warrior level copy at the moment. Only this time, Sun Chi no longer rushed ahead to face the enemy. Instead, they are frantically picking up props and materials. Lu, can you slow down and play? I can't pick it up. One skill in seconds, what can I do? Less complaining, more work. Lu Xingzhou had his hands behind his back and was walking idly, looking like a tall man. Sun Chi was tired enough to run forward and backward. His already shiny brain was a few shades brighter from some sweat. Lu, isn't it a bit too big of a deal for you to let a rare profession pick up props for you? Lu Xingzhou ate a bun and casually threw out another flame of extinction. Boom! Once again, a series of reminders of the experience of the kills came to his ears. He spoke faintly. What's wrong with rare professions? Don't even need you to brush up. You're still wheezing. Hurry up. Sun Chi wanted to retort, but he was speechless. The two of them quickly arrived in front of the boss once again, and this time the Goblin King hadn't had time to roar and snarl. Lu Xingzhou was hitting with a flame of extinction in advance. The wind blows, the ash is gone. In just a few minutes of time, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi had already cleared the level for the 4th time. Lu Xingzhou's level had also rocketed straight up to level 6, and his various attributes had also received a considerable increase. Name: Lu Xingzhou. Profession: Forbidden Arcanist Legendary. Level: 6. Battle Strength: 7 stars. Skill: Flame of Extinction 9th rank. Equipment: Not yet available. Life value: 500 and 2520. Magic value: 1008. Strength attribute: 8 points. Spiritual attributes: 17 points. Agility attribute: 10 points. Defense attribute: 4 points. In just less than half a day, Lu Xingzhou's battle power had already reached 7 stars. It's not far from the standard of assessment. Sun Chi had come to level 7 at this time because he was originally a higher level. Okay, after we're done picking up, let's have another hand? Sun Chi wiped the sweat from his head and said. General replicas were limited to 5 entries per day, and now they had one last chance. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou unexpectedly waved his hand and said, I can't go home. Sun Chi was slightly stunned, obviously a little surprised by Lu Xingzhou's answer. Can't fight. But then he understood. After all, such a terrifying flame spell would certainly be a great load and consumption for the body. No, it's not enough to eat. Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke and burped. This bun made by my sister-in-law is too real. One bun must have 3 2-meat fillings. The average adult is full after just 2 or 3 at a meal. From just now until now, Lu Xingzhou had already eaten 9 buns. It's hard to hold on to my stomach right now. Although the level up has been raised, but the amount of food has not been raised. It's still for nothing. He swore that this was the only time in his life that he hated his sister-in-law for why she wasn't an adulterer. The corner of Sun Chi's mouth twitched. Can't eat anymore. What's the reason for this? But today they had gotten more than they expected and were almost ready to leave. That's fine. Let's go to the trading house in a while and take stock of today's harvest. When Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi left the copy, it turned out the place was surprisingly ubiquitous with a large group of people gathered around. Good lord, is this lining up for eggs? Lu Xingzhou spat out a sentence. Just then, he saw a light and moving figure next to him. Lin Yixue? So she's the one who's here, which means all these people around are here to spectate. At this moment, Lin Yixue and her 3 teammates, already fully armed, were preparing to enter from the copy. Just in time for Lu Xingzhou to come out, Lin Yixue and him exchanged a glance. After that, Lin Yixue, with her teammates in tow, brushed past Lu Xingzhou with broad strides. At this time, Sun Chi scratched his head and came to Lu Xingzhou's side. Somewhat puzzled, he asked, "What is this mad about? Make so much noise." "I go." Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and said, "Perhaps she is trying to challenge our record. All right, forget about her. Let's go to the trading house first." Sun Chi nodded his head, and the two of them left from the periphery of the crowd, heading straight to the trading house in Zhanghai City. After Lu Xingzhou left, warrior level inside the goblin copy. "Heal quick. Our knights are a bit overwhelmed. Damn. This magic consumption is much faster than I thought. Knight, top it off again. I'll take a magic potion. All step up. The Kobold King's blood bar is only halfway down. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Humph. This monster is a bit interesting, is a decent opponent. Eat your grandpa Knight hammer." Lin Yixue and the 4-member squad they had formed were playing very hard, and each of their expressions were quite serious. When the boss's blood bar passed halfway, Lin Yixue suddenly opened her mouth. "Watch out. The Goblin King is going into a berserk state." As soon as the words fell at this moment, the Goblin King's berserk voice shouted, and then it directly jumped into mid-air. A heavy hammering of the ground followed, forcing back the few people in front of him. Nurse took the opportunity to quickly restore status to the crowd. But the Goblin King's speed and strength had increased by a large margin, and the crowd had somewhat failed to react. In the next second, it hissed and rushed into the crowd, attacking as violently as a raging wind and rain, making everyone a bit overwhelmed. "Holy! That fierce?" The knight exclaimed in surprise and hastily offered his own move, Steel Guardian. It was the first time everyone had challenged a warrior-level difficulty copy, even though they had heard before that warrior level was hard to beat. But that's just a rumor after all. Only after experiencing it for themselves did they realize that warrior-level difficulty and adventure-level difficulty were 2 completely different copies. The crowd continued to maneuver around the Goblin King against the pressure. The priest's recovery speed, however, obviously couldn't keep up with the Goblin King's rate of consumption, and soon his blue bar was empty. "It's broken. Out of magic. Take your medicine. It's still cooling." When he saw that the Goblin King in mid-air was about to jump down and deal a fatal blow to the crowd, a cold aura flashed within Lin Yixue's eyes. Companion skill curse of the Ice Queen. Boom! In an instant, the huge-bodied Goblin King was frozen into a huge lump of ice, fell heavily to the ground. "What are you waiting for? Quick! Set fire to kill him in seconds." Lin Yixue cried out anxiously. The companion skill just now had used up all of her magic value, and there would not be a second chance like this. The crowd then reacted and unleashed their skills, blasting at the Goblin King. Bang, bang, bang. Congratulations on killing the Goblin King leader level, gaining plus 200 experience. When they heard the duplicate's beep sound, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Good lord, how did I just realize that this Goblin King is so hard to fight? Warrior level is really difficult, but the rewards are quite generous. Plenty my ass. I've taken 5 bottles of magic potions, and I'm not making enough money to buy the medicine. So which one of you is going to reimburse me? As the crowd spoke, Lin Yixue suddenly spoke. "How long did it take us to get through?" The priest replied, "It should be pretty quick. We basically didn't miss much this time." The knight put his shield and hammer away, then said, "What about checking the records?" The assassin who had been silent all this time spoke faintly, with a slight undertone in his tone. 5th place. 8 minutes and 21 seconds. The crowd was silent. A doubtful thought flashed through his mind. They think they have done as much as they are capable of. But this also takes over 8 minutes to pass. And Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, what kind of precision did the 2 of them manage to achieve to get through the level in a minute's time? Can anyone answer how they, in fact, did it? On the other hand, the Blood Knights Guild headquarters. Big Brother Qin Xian, one of your former copy records has been broken. The low man sitting on the main seat in the center of the Great Hall raised his eyes slightly and spoke without anger. "Oh? Interesting. How many records he broke for me? 0.3 seconds. Or 2. I should have done the current limit for each of my records. A. Broke over 6 minutes. F. On the main seat, Qin Xian sprayed out a mouthful of soda, and the generation of powerhouses almost choked to death directly. He stifled a cough and struggled to compose himself before speaking again. Wait, you show me his info. Chapter 10. I'm spending money for my father. It's only right. Trading house, Shanghai City. Sun Chi led Lu Xingzhou inside and introduced him to the main business areas of the trading house. Since he often followed his father in and out of the trading house, Sun Chi was still familiar with the place. These materials we popped out today will probably sell for around 15,000 gold coins combined. And count those silver equipment and boss crystals. It's estimated to add up and sell for at least 80,000 gold coins. I stole my dad's trading house gold card today. Not only is the fee 50% off, but the lounge has as many nutritional supplements as you want. It doesn't cost me anything anyway. Hey, how's it going, Lu? I'm all set here. Lu Xingzhou froze. Stole it? Aren't you afraid your father will find out? Sun Chi was unimpressed and said lightly, even if he finds out, it's just a beating. The money is spent and I've enjoyed it. It's not a loss. If he doesn't find out, then it's blood money. Lu Xingzhou gave a thumbs up. Okay, you're worthy of it. A great filial son. I won't let you work for nothing. I'll share half of it with you after I sell the stuff later. Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth. I don't want it. Sun Chi waved his hand. You don't get paid for nothing, brother Lu. Just keep it. There's a sea of places to spend money in the future. Lu Xingzhou didn't push back any further and just fell into thought. 80,000 gold coins? The rules of the world have changed radically since the game came down. The old social order was also completely upended. But the only thing that has stayed the same over the years is that life for the average person is always so hard. Auntie got up early and worked hard, throwing away rent and utilities. She couldn't even make 80,000 gold coins a year. And one has made so much money that one hasn't even used it for a day. This huge gap made Lu Xingzhou more determined. In this world today, only strength is the basis for standing firm. Whether it's for a better life for my sister-in-law or for my own future prospects. Become stronger first and pass the school's special training test. If memory serves, after passing the school's special training test, not only will the school teacher lead the students to explore the high-level copies, and crucially, the school will also hand out a range of resources and rewards for the best students. Exploring copies was actually not difficult for Lu Xingzhou nowadays, but the resources and rewards, they still made him a little bit excited. Sun Chi, why are you here? Suddenly, a low man's voice next to him pulled Lu Xingzhou's thoughts back. When he turned his head, he saw a burly middle-aged man with a similarly bald head, looking over with a big smile. It was just that the smile looked, more or less, kind. Why is my old man here? It's broken. Sun Yongzhou slowly walked over and touched Sun Chi's little bald head with a smile. Slowly, he spoke. I said how I found the card gone this morning. So it's you boys enjoying yourself here? Sun Chi was embarrassed. Good lord, who would have thought they'd be caught in the act? Solely, Sun Chi directly closed his eyes. Isn't it just a beating? Come on, let the storm come harder. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou, who was next to him, suddenly spoke. Hello, Uncle Sun. Sun Chi, he was just preparing to sell some items for some money afterward and then give you a surprise. Oh, Sun Yongzhou was also an old man, so naturally he would not be bluffed by Lu Xingzhou's few words. Lu Xingzhou smiled back and then took out the materials he had just gotten from brushing copies with Sun Chi, as well as that one most valuable boss crystal core. The moment Sun Yongzhou saw the Goblin King's crystal core, he raised an eyebrow. Then, after sizing up Lu Xingzhou with interest, he asked with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, Is this what you acquired? Right? Good boy, Lu Xingzhou, right? I always hear Sun Chi mention you. You've made a big impression on me when we first met. Sun Yongzhou still maintained his smile, but it was clear that his smile was soothing a few points at the moment. Lu Xingzhou responded blandly. Uncle Sun overpraised. Sun Yongzhou nodded appreciatively to Lu Xingzhou, then ruthlessly slapped down towards the bald head next to him. For the sake of Lu Xingzhou's face today, I won't bother with your brat. Hey, it would be nice if you kid could be so out of your league with people like that. Sun Chi wanted to cry. I don't mind if you hit me if you're not happy, but why do you hit me if you're happy? Sun Yongzhou ignored his sultry little eyes and continued. I can help you sell this crystal core for 100,000 gold coins if you plan to offer it. Although this Goblin King's crystal core is not of a high grade, it is precisely because of its low grade that its production is pitifully small, and it is often impossible to buy it even with money. It just so happened recently that some ingrate wanted to build his family's child a piece of alpha-level equipment. So, what do you think? 100,000 gold coins, completely beyond Lu Xingzhou's expectations. He barely hesitated and nodded directly. Then I'll trouble Uncle Sunday. Haha, good. Sun Yongzhou took the crystal core from Lu Xingzhou's hand and put it away in his arms. In about 3 days or so, I'll ask Sun Chi to give you the money. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Bye, Uncle Sunday. Only after seeing Sun Yongzhou leave did Sun Chi let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thanks Lu. If it wasn't for your wit just now, I'd have to be beaten to death by my dad today. Let's go sell the rest of these materials you're holding, and then pick 2 pieces of equipment for you while you're at it. Equipment is also a big boost to combat power. The 2 of them arrived at the service counter of the trading house, and the staff received the 2 of them warmly. There is no lame bridge that treats them differently because they are students. These materials, as well as these silver-grade equipment, after taking out the handling fee, our recovery price today is at 26,591 gold coins. The price was fair, and Lu Xingzhou didn't intend to bargain. After the heavy gold coins arrived, the 2 asked the staff if there were any equipment suitable for level 5 mages. The staff brought out an itemized book of equipment for them to choose from. However, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke. I'd like to see it in the flesh. Is that okay? This? The staff member hesitated for a moment, obviously having rarely heard such a request. Guest, our registers are all truthful about equipment information. You can rest assured that there will be no such thing as pictures for reference only. I understand. I just wanted to see it for myself. Well then. 2 guests, please follow me. The staff member gave a professional smile and then led them towards the warehouse. On the way, Sun Chi asked quietly, what kind of play is this, Lu? Could it be that you want to do him a big favor? Can you have some normal thoughts in your head? Am I that kind of person? So what are you thinking about? It's always reassuring to see it with your own eyes. Lu Xingzhou only said half of the words. In fact, he wanted to look at the equipment in the trading house. There are no word errors, only. Chapter 11. Someone's trying to hurt me. Feed me peanuts from. The 2 arrived at the equipment warehouse, after which they saw a wide array of equipment that was meticulously categorized. Honored members, this is our warehouse. Each piece of equipment we encapsulate individually and then register it, so you can pick and choose as you wish. Lu Xingzhou came in front of a nearby transparent glass cabinet containing a black longsword and pressed his face against it to observe. A word message then popped up. Name. Standardized long sword silver grade. Use level 5. Equipment attributes. Strength +2. Agility 1. Additional effects. None. A mediocre outfit. Priced at 1,000 gold coins. It's not cheap. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi walked deeper into the warehouse. His eyes kept sweeping over the gear on either side of him. When the staff saw that Lu Xingzhou was observing so carefully, they also introduced it with a smile. Guest, you are relieved now, aren't you? Our equipment information is all registered according to the facts, and it's all fair game. Lu Xingzhou nodded and continued to carefully observe each piece of equipment. After 10 minutes or so, he finished his walk. Any other gear? Huh. The staff froze. Although this was only one of the many warehouses in their trading house in Zhanghai City, there were at least 1,000 pieces of equipment inside. It didn't even fit. A level 5 journeyman who's kinda picky? We do have some other equipment, but it's all stored in warehouses in other divisions, and that's all I can show you. Okay. Lu Xingzhou nodded, slightly saddened. But he didn't care too much about it. After all, for him the current copy, even if he didn't bring equipment to pass it, there was no pressure. Just as Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi were preparing to leave, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a strawberry stored on the shelf of the consumable warehouse. Lu Xingzhou had also learned in his school textbook that this was just the most common grass fruit with detoxification effects. The taste is very unpleasant, astringent, and with a strong irritating odor. However, it can remove poison status up to level 10. The selling price will not exceed 200 gold coins. However, the words that flashed before Lu Xingzhou's eyes made him feel a little surprised. Item name, Clear Moon Spirit Spring. Item grade. Starburst grade. Restriction level. None. Effective use. Permanently increase 1 point of mental attribute. Cooldown time. 3,600 seconds. Lu Xingzhou's expression hesitated slightly before his head tilted. Coming. Clear Moon Spirit Spring. This is a high-quality rarity. Props are graded in the same way as Awakened Profession grades. It's common, advanced, rare, starburst, epic, and legendary. And the starburst quality Clear Moon Spirit Spring. It is only spawned among the high-level elf-type replicas. If memory serves, each unit of Clear Moon Spirit Spring was worth over 200,000 gold coins. But then again, dog system, how did you rule a fruit as a spiritual spring? Can this be right? Lu Xingzhou put away his spit and asked the staff next to him. What's the price of this? Antidote fruit? Priced at 180 gold coins apiece. How much inventory do you have? Well, this is all the last stock from before, because recently a more effective antidote potion has appeared on the market with a more acceptable taste. So the stock is not much and there are only the last 103 of them. Lu Xingzhou nodded. 100 or so, that's quite a lot. Pack it up for me. I'll eat it as a snack. Sun Chi? Staff? At this moment, Sun Chi's face was filled with confusion. This antidote fruit wasn't expensive though, 100 or so package didn't cost much. But it's really not necessary to eat this as a snack, is it? The staff was also a little confused for a moment, not knowing whether to load up Lu Xingzhou or not. After all, it was something he'd had the pleasure of tasting once. Honestly, the only difference between the antidote fruit and the history is just sure and the dog love it. This is why the price of a basic antidote made by an alchemist is 10 times that of a natural antidote fruit. But still a big hit. But just as the staff was shocked, Lu Xingzhou had already been very quick to take money out to pay the bill. It wasn't until he filled up the pocket full of antidote fruits for Lu Xingzhou that he was sure. The teenager in front of him was not kidding himself. And as Lu Xingzhou looked at the antidote fruit in his hand, he also subconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth. He certainly knew how this antidote fruit tasted. As the old saying goes, it's all about the chocolate. However, the system said that this is the Clear Moon Spirit Spring. Lu Xingzhou cannot do anything. Taste? He took one of the antidote fruits and then put it to his mouth. He reconfirmed the words displayed before him. Name. Clear Moon Spirit Spring. Grass. Bet on it. Lu Xingzhou's throat moved slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then threw it into his mouth with his eyes closed and chewed. Next to them, Sun Chi and the staff's expressions were all very grave. Hearing the sound of the antidote fruit bursting in Lu Xingzhou's mouth, Sun Chi already had some hidden physical discomfort. Empathizing falls under yes. Hiss. So impatient. Lu is such a tough guy, I'll go. However, when the antidote fruit entered his mouth, it was not as unpalatable as Lu Xingzhou had thought. Instead, it was like drinking fresh and sweet spring water, which revitalized his entire spirit. Yummy! I didn't realize that the flavor had changed as well. Lu Xingzhou closed his eyes and savored it, then revealed an intoxicated, cozy expression. He could clearly feel that the Clear Moon spiritual spring was nourishing his spiritual energy. The feeling overwhelmed him, intoxicated him. But next to them, Sun Chi and the staff member who didn't know what was happening looked dumbfounded when they saw the expression on Lu Xingzhou's face. Enjoying yourself? Is that the antidote fruit he ate? It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. Lu Xingzhou smacked his lips uninterestedly after finishing an antidote fruit. This stuff tastes like a Clear Moon Spirit Spring. The effect is also a Clear Moon Spirit Spring. But it only sells for less than 200 gold coins apiece, so it's too good a deal. To be honest, Lu Xingzhou wanted to eat another one. However, the cooldown of the props has not yet ended, and eating them will have no effect. At this time, Lu Xingzhou turned his head and saw Sun Chi, who was full of surprise. Suddenly he had a bold idea. Does this word work for anyone else? Sun Chi, you eat one? ? Sun Chi took half a step back and shook his head frantically. I don't eat. Have one, it's delicious. Lu Xingzhou hemmed and hawed and took out an antidote fruit. Really? Really? Thinking of the intoxicated expression that appeared on Lu Xingzhou's face just now, Sun Chi was a little shaken. Then I'll try one. Come on you. Lu Xingzhou didn't give him a chance to refuse and directly stuffed him into his mouth. Next, Sun Chi's face instantly became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten beef jerky on the railroad tracks. Wow! Someone is trying to hurt me. Feed me peanuts. Chapter 12. Wait, how come you're level 6? At this moment, Lu Xingzhou revealed a hint of doubt. He asked calmly, "What, is it hard to eat? What do you say?" Sun Chi was full of speechlessness and didn't even know how to spit it out. Said, "The strategist entered the game with his body and beat me by half a sun. Lu, I'm convinced that you were eating so enjoyably just now. Tough guy, you are indeed tough." The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth turned away. Then he said with hatred, "Just don't eat it. Don't waste my little snack. Lu, don't pretend, okay? I don't believe you can eat all of this." Lu Xingzhou didn't say much. However, he could also tell from amongst Sun Chi's reaction just now. This stuff is the original flavor of the antidote fruit. Lu Xingzhou secretly thought in his heart. The word this thing shows up here in my place is still clear moon spirit spring. But when I give it to Sun Chi to eat, the word doesn't take effect? It seems that the wrong words can only be used on my own. The test results he was about the same as originally expected. After all, you can get a glimpse of it from the buns of your sister-in-law. As for why it was retested again this time, for insurance purposes, of course. There's nothing else to think about, there really isn't. At this time, Lu Xingzhou opened his information panel and checked his attributes. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist Legendary. Level, 6. Battle Strength, 7 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction 9th rank. Equipment, not yet available. Life value, 500 and 2520. Magic value, 1008. Strength attribute, 8 points. Spiritual attributes, 18 points. Agility attribute, 10 points. Defense attribute, 4 points. Sure enough, the mental attribute increased by 1 point. Cool. However, just at this moment, Sun Chi suddenly spoke. "Hey Lu, how come fat for? Your message panel is full of question marks." Bald asked with a confused look on his face. Lu Xingzhou didn't take it seriously. Is this guy eating antidote fruit to eat his brain bad? Where is the question mark when your own information panel is so clear? Before leaving the trading house, Lu Xingzhou spent another 10,000 gold coins to buy a random skill book for the life class professions. It was one of his gifts to his sister-in-law. This time, Sun Chi did not accompany Lu Xingzhou home, because after eating that antidote fruit, he covered his stomach and yelled that he wanted to go to the hospital to have his stomach pumped. It was late in the day by now. Plus, Lu Xingzhou thought he was too noisy and let him go. When I got home, the bakery was closed and shuttered, and my sister-in-law was resting in front of the counter. Lu Xingzhou walked over and gave the skill book to sister-in-law Chuqing. "Xiao Lu, I made some money today. This is a gift for you," Lu Xingzhou said with a smile. "Is this a skill book? This should be expensive." Although Annie Chuqing was a life class professional, she also knew quite a bit of common sense. "You child, if you earn money, keep it for yourself. You'll have a lot of places to use it in the future. What's the point of spending it in a place like this? Your thoughts are appreciated, sister-in-law. Take it back and buy yourself something." Although Chuqing's words were harsh, they did not have the slightest tone of blame. Instead, there was a pleased smile at the corners of her mouth. "No, that's nothing to me. I've got $100,000 coming in a couple of days." $100,000? Chuqing exclaimed. "Xiao Lu, let's not break the law and discipline." "Don't worry, Auntie. It's all I've earned in the duplicates." "Copy earned? I have heard that copies are very dangerous. Where is it so good to make money? People and their physiques cannot be generalized." Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly. Chuqing's slender eyelashes blinked slightly, then slowly nodded her head. "I know you've grown up, and it comes across as a bit of a nag when your sister-in-law still treats you like a child sometimes. It's just that it's too expensive, so Auntie really can't take it." Lu Xingzhou knew that Chuqing would definitely say this, so he continued to speak. "It's fine, besides, it's an investment. If you are able to awaken new skills, it will be good for our family's bakery. I'm sure we'll make more money in time, no less." Hearing this, my sister-in-law was also a little moved. "Well, thank you, Lu. It's fine, sister-in-law. You use it now and see what new skills you can awaken." "Good." Chuqing placed her right hand on the skill book, followed by a dazzling flash of light. Buzz! A moment later, Chu Qing opened her eyes. What skills have been awakened? Lu Xingzhou asked. Well, advanced and pasta skills, Chu Qing said. Lu Xingzhou was silent for a moment. The skills awakened by life class professions were really that special. Auntie, why don't we try out what effect the new skill has? Good. Chu Qing was obviously a bit eager to try as well, and immediately got up and went to make the noodles. Lu Xingzhou also went over to follow and help. In fact, he was also curious if his sister-in-law's skill enhancement would have an impact on his own word identification. However, when the buns came out of the oven, Lu Xingzhou was still a little disappointed. The words of your own identification have not changed in the slightest. But texture-wise, eating the wrappers did make them fluffier and more flavorful. Perhaps it's a quantitative to qualitative process? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. And just then, there was a sudden knock on the door of the bakery. Auntie Chu Qing went over to open the door. Then, a cold and familiar female voice came from outside the door. Auntie Chu Qing, good evening. Oops, it's Ruyan. Come on in. Chu Qing turned her head and looked at Lu Xingzhou in greeting. Lu, Ruyan came to see you. Su Ruyan's cool eyes blinked slightly, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye looked extra flirtatious under the moonlight. Hearing Chu Qing's words, Su Ruyan said in a mosquito voice, I'm not here to see him. She had just stepped inside and then 2 buns were brought to her. Lu Xingzhou said with a big grin, No, Auntie just made buns, have 2. Ah, thanks. Su Ruyan subconsciously took the bun and then thanked her. With that, she suddenly thought of the purpose of her visit and immediately said, Ahem, that's not why I'm here today. Lu Xingzhou also seemed to realize what the other party wanted to say and directly interrupted. I understand your good intentions, but I can handle the selection test, and I don't need the gold transfer book. I'm not talking about that. I just happen to understand that there's a level 5 team looking for regular teammates and I can refer you there. Su Ruyan spoke naturally, a pair of slender legs rocking back and forth on the ground unobtrusively. But is it really that just so happened to know? Lu Xingzhou smiled slightly and lit up his information panel. Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? I told you I really don't need help. When Su Ruyan and Chu Qing saw Lu Xingzhou's information panel, both of them were slightly stunned. Are you hot-leveled? Su Ruyan didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou's level had risen so quickly. Obviously, when he saw Lu Xingzhou today, he was still only level 1. Originally, she had wanted to find 3 level 5 professionals to take Lu Xingzhou to upgrade. Relationships she's made. As a result, when he turned his head, Lu Xingzhou had directly risen to level 6. Su Ruyan smiled helplessly. It seems that one's fears were unwarranted. But at this time, she suddenly raised an eyebrow, and then, she pointed at Lu Xingzhou's panel. Slightly hesitantly, he spoke. Wait. You have this panel, detailed data there. Why all the question marks? Chapter 13. All parties gather to break my record. Lu Xingzhou's head tilted. This remark, why did he seem to have heard it somewhere before? Oh yeah, Sun Qi said something like that today. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and looked at Chu Qing's sister-in-law. Auntie, look at my information panel. It's a question mark too? I can see your level, battle power, and skills. But the attributes below that are all question marks. Chu Qing replied seriously. At this time, Lu Xingzhou also realized that something was wrong. Bad. The dog system. It's not like it's playing up my message panel. Throughout these 20 years of history since the game's arrival, has there ever been an attribute panel like this one with all question marks? I'm not going to be captured by some mysterious organization and experimented on, am I? The corners of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched as he realized that something big was wrong. Instantly, he considered a possibility. Is it because of the clear moon spirit spring that my real data panel and the displayed data have deviated, causing the 2 sides to be out of alignment? It's quite possible. Grass. Lu Xingzhou's brain was thinking frantically. But at this time, Su Ruyan slowly spoke. Your shielding props work well. They're that special type of shielding prop, aren't they? Oh right. Lu Xingzhou froze, then agreed and said, That's a good reason. Su Ruyan's mouth sketched out a smile. Then she took the 2 buns that Lu Xingzhou handed her. Then he was going to turn around and leave. Before she left, she seemed to say in order to remind Lu Xingzhou, this year, the city's elite special training class will be organizing an assessment together. And if they can make it into the top 10, there will be additional contract rewards. and the prizes are said to be very generous. After saying that, she looked at the smiling Chu Qing beside her. Thank you, Annie Chu Qing, for the buns. I'll come back to visit next time. Watching those long legs step inside the business car, Chu Qing suddenly opened her mouth as if with emotion. What a nice girl. Xiaolu, you have to take advantage of it. Question mark. Car. Su Ruyan carefully put away the 2 buns given by Lu Xingzhou. Then he spoke slowly to the butler, Fubo, who was in the front row. Heat it up for me in the morning. I'll have it for breakfast. After silently putting away the 2 buns, Uncle Fu once again spoke. Miss, did young Master Lu, did he agree? No. The butler, Uncle Fu, was not surprised by this, and he spoke solemnly. Miss, you have already done enough for young Master Lu. And young Master Lu is a strong person. It is normal for him not to admit some things. Su Ruyan's entire body leaned back within the leather seat, her proud figure outlined to the fullest. He's not talking big, he's level 6. Hearing this, Fubuki froze slightly. A flash of doubt then appeared on his capable face. Don't make fun of me, miss. Su Ruyan smiled faintly. I never joke about him. Fu Bo raised his eyebrows. Then his expression fell into contemplation once again. But even so, the family side. Su Ruyan's expression was cold, as if she was very disgusted with certain things about the family. She said with a cold face, resuming her usual flatness. I'll figure it out, Drive. Yes, ma'am. Su Ruyan knew that there must be some unknown secrets in Lu Xingzhou. But it is up to Lu Xingzhou himself whether or not he can hit the top 10 places in the city's elite special training class. There are 6 days left before the special training test. Lu Xingzhou wasn't worried about whether or not he would be able to meet the assessment standards. 10-star war power. When he levels up, it shouldn't be too difficult to reach 10 stars. Before going to sleep, Lu Xingzhou also threw an antidote fruit into his mouth. Gabba, gabba. The relief brought about by the increase in mental power allowed Lu Xingzhou to sleep peacefully. Early the next morning, Lu Xingzhou went out with a pocket of beef and onion buns. Antidote fruit, as a kind of copy props, can be put into the space props bar. Therefore, he didn't have to go out with a bunch of antidote fruits. Otherwise, he's likely to be recognized as an omnivore. Lu Xingzhou arrived not far outside the replica, where he and Sun Chi had met, and met the hard-faced bald head. What's with the ugly face? Don't mention it. When I went to bed last night, I kept feeling a strange, unpleasant taste in my mouth. What's that weird smell? Lu Xingzhou said, took out an antidote fruit from his system props bar and threw it into his mouth. Come to think of it, I hadn't taken the antidote fruit myself this morning. Crunchy and delicious. Sun Chi's face changed as he watched. Brother Lu, you don't have to be so desperate, do you? Can't I just give in? It's so hard to eat. Why bother with yourself? Lu Xingzhou asked suspiciously. Who said this antidote fruit is hard to eat? This antidote fruit is fantastic. Sun Chi didn't dare to open his eyes, hoping that it was all a hallucination of his own. Lu Xingzhou didn't tease him when he saw his expression and opened his mouth. Not messing with you. Let's go. Brush up on your copies. The 2 of them arrived outside the door of the replica. The number of rewards for the day had been refreshed and they were still able to swipe the replica 5 times. In order to ensure his ability to keep fighting, Lu Xingzhou purposely didn't eat breakfast, prepare to settle on a copy. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the replica, they suddenly realized that the people who had gathered outside the replica's door today. Surprisingly, there were even more people than yesterday when Lin Yishui came to challenge him. And there are a lot of unfamiliar faces among them. I didn't expect that the top geniuses from our Zhonghai number 1 middle school, Zhonghai number 4 middle school, and Zhonghai number 7 middle school are all here. I'm going to. City Experimental High School's Zhao Jinhu is also here. Are they all here to challenge the warrior-level Goblin Camp replica? Looks like they're all here to challenge the record set by that Lu Xingzhou guy yesterday. But it's rumored that the guy named Lu Xingzhou, he cheated to raise the record to 1 minute. There's still that. Of course. Otherwise, do you think that Big Brother Qin Xian's record has been held for so many years? How could it be refreshed by so much at once? I see. I told you how it's possible for such a monster to appear. Cheating, no wonder. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi heard the crowd talking, but they did not pay any attention to it. After all, it's their business to think what they like. Lu Xingzhou and the others didn't come here specifically to refresh the record of the replica. They just upgraded and accidentally refreshed the record. But aren't you making a bit of an impact here, Lu? Whatever, it's none of my business. Lu Xingzhou did not linger outside the copy of the Goblin Jungle. Instead, he led Sun Chi into the deeper depths. There is also an entrance to a sub-dimensional space here, a copy of the Frost Jungle. Restricted entry level, 614. There were significantly fewer people here than outside. Only a few scattered squads could be seen stationed here and there, adjusting their status. Moreover, these people were all above level 10. After all, there's a consensus that it's best to stick to the limited level cap for painting copies. This is because the higher the level, the higher the personal attributes and battle power, and the greater the margin of error in more difficult copies. As a result, very few people would just run in when they had just met the Frost Jungle's entry level. The two people, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, were the alternative here. Chapter 14, Warrior Class Zombie King, seems to be just like that. After all, the restricted entry level of the Goblin Jungle replica was level 19. Enough to satisfy the upgrade needs of most newbies. Almost everyone would choose to level up to level 10 in the Goblin Jungle and then challenge the Frost Jungle replica afterwards. Although this will be a slightly slower upgrade. But the win is safe. Even if it was a top-notch genius, then it had to grow up before it could be called a genius. As a result, when these professionals outside the Frost Jungle saw Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, their gazes were slightly strange. Good lads? 6th class are here? This is really a newborn calf. Aren't they all afraid of death? This magic apprentice's information panel is a bit strange. Is he wearing some kind of shielding type prop? Who knows? As long as they're not here to brush up on their copies, that's tantamount to looking for death. The crowd looked at the duo of Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi with measured gazes. But the latter didn't care about them. The two ran straight for the entrance to the replica and dug in. There was not the slightest hesitation in the movement. Crowd? The nearest few level 12 professionals froze. And the two of them went in? Seek death. Holy! Are these two boys tired of living? The crowd went up to check up on the replica challenge, and as a result, the crowd froze at the first glance. They challenged, and it wasn't even the usual normal level of difficulty. Straight up warrior level difficulty? The group of level 10 plus professionals looked at each other in disbelief. Inside the copy, a thick layer of frost hung among the trees within sight. Even the soil, which was supposed to be loose and soft, was frozen hard from the extreme cold. This place is pretty cold, Sun Chi said, and took out a level 5 leather armor top from his props bar and threw it to Lu Xingzhou. Lu, put it on, don't freeze. Lu Xingzhou smiled and threw the leather jacket back again, saying, I don't wear it, and when I'm cold I'll just burn a fire, where's the bother? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You know fire magic coming up. However, Sun Chi's words had not yet fallen. Lu Xingzhou directly struck out with a 9th rank flame. Boom! Instantly, wherever the flames passed, the original primitive jungle, which was still freezing cold, was directly blasted into nothingness under this scorching heat. Even the snowflakes falling from the sky were directly vaporized at this moment. It turned into a gush of water vapor. Sun Chi looked dumbfounded. Good guy. Set fire to the mountain, the bottom of the jail. Ah, Lu, it's in a copy, what are you afraid of? It's too cruel. I can't watch this kind of thing. Where's the cruelty? Monsters don't hurt. I'm very humane. Lu Xingzhou said, rightfully so. Where's the cruelty? Cruel to me. You're so fast. I'm tired of picking up props. Right? Hurry up, we still have to fight the boss later. Sun Chi was speechless. Lu, you're killing seconds left and right anyway. Why don't we bring a few people who specialize in picking up props? Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and felt that Sun Chi had a point. Anyway, his experience in painting the map wouldn't be diluted by more people. After all, the number and strength of the monsters was related to the number of people entering the copy. If you bring a few more people, picking up props faster, brushing the efficiency of the map, it will also follow the improvement. Okay. That makes sense. Let's get some teammates when we get back. Well, Lu is wise. But this round is still up to you. Sun Chi's smile froze. Hey, that's my life. Brushing the monsters was a split second for Lu Xingzhou, and picking up the props was slightly delayed. Of course, most of the time was wasted by Sun Chi's general ouchie complaints. Watching him pick up the props, Lu Xingzhou then realized why all the previous farmers held a small leather whip in their hands. It's no good just yelling go work. Okay. Stop yakking, are you done picking up? Done. Sun Chi held his old back and said. Lu Xingzhou stood up and said as he patted the leaves on his butt. Let's go find the boss. The boss of the Frost Jungle was a frost zombie king that exuded an eerie cold aura. The zombie king's cold and withered body was covered with fine frost. Between its breaths, a thick layer of ice mist could be seen erupting. At this point, howl! The moment he saw a living person, the zombie king let out a roar and charged up towards the two. Lu Xingzhou toasted the bun and then, directly afterward, he struck out with a flame of extinction. The violent explosion instantly engulfed the zombie king. Then, a copy reminder tone came to Lu Xingzhou's ears. Kill Frost Zombie King, leader level. Get experience bonus plus 440. Congratulations, you have set a new copy record. You have received an extra reward for your copy. Equipment. Zombie King's Ice Bracelet Gold level. Another new copy record? Brother Lu, after hanging out with you for the past 2 days, why do I feel like copy records are a bit worthless? Sun Chi let out a sigh of emotion, then ran up to pick up the props very consciously. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. Well, grow up and get it. A few moments later, Sun Chi finished collecting the equipment and other materials, then came to Lu Xingzhou's side. From the props bar, he took out a dark blue bracelet that emitted a cold aura. That's good equipment or boss jewelry. Sun Chi pulled up the equipment's information panel and lamented. Equipment name. Zombie King's Ice Bracelet Gold level. Use level 6. Equipment attributes. Spiritual strength plus 5 points. Defense plus 1 point. Magic value limit plus 80 points. Special effect. When wearing the bracelet, the attack will be accompanied by a chilling effect level 10, which will cause the enemy to fall into a slowed down state and continue to receive chilling damage when hit. Set attribute. Triggered when wearing the Zombie King's Ice Jewelry 3-piece set. This equipment could be fully described as extreme equipment for a low-level professional. It was even an extremely rare gold-grade set of jewelry. If it was sold at the trading house, its value shouldn't be lower than the Goblin King's crystal core. Lu, what are you going to do with this thing? Sell it? Or use it yourself? Originally, Lu Xingzhou was planning to exchange money. After all, his damage is currently completely overflowing. Until now, he hadn't even equipped a silver-ranked staff. It's just because it can't be used. However, when he saw the bracelet, he changed his mind. Because in his eyes, the words special attributes are completely different from Sun Chi's eyes. Special effect. When wearing the bracelet, the attack will be accompanied by the 6th rank skill Extreme Ice Storm, which will cause the enemy to fall into a slowed down state and continue to receive ice damage after hitting. Attacks come with a 6th rank ice attribute attack skill. So does my flat A count? Chapter 15. I'm reporting him. His flat A is a big move. What are you going to do with this equipment, Lu? Sun Chi waited on his hand and felt that this cold ice bracelet was still very good. Equipment grades are categorized into bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, etc., but in gear under level 10. Gold level equipment would already be the ceiling. Plus, this equipment was still an extremely rare alpha equipment. If Lu Xingzhou wanted to sell it, then he would ask his father to help him, and he would surely be able to sell it at a good price. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou reached out and took the bracelet and said as he carefully examined it, "It's better to keep this equipment. I plan to wear it myself." Good Lu, have a vision. Sun Chi gave a thumbs up and said, "Do you want me to take another look at this equipment set for you? Maybe it's still for sale on the trading floor right now." That won't be necessary. Lu Xingzhou put the bracelet on his hand and then slowly spoke. "I'll take the equipment, and when I sell that crystal core of mine, I'll compensate you for a portion of the gold." Lu Xingzhou was not the type of person who loved to take advantage of others. Although he was short of money, he didn't take it very seriously. However, Sun Chi was not a calculating master. He said with a direct wave of his hand, "All right, Lu. I've told you many times. I didn't put in much effort. Just keep the materials and equipment you swiped for yourself. Besides, if I'm short of anything, I can just ask my old man for it. I'm his son. It's only right that I help him spend his money." Lu Xingzhou suddenly burst out laughing. "Hey, not bad for your own good buddy. Urinary." However, Lu Xingzhou did not accept the other party's good intentions with peace of mind. One size fits all. Sun Chi could not want it, but he could not give it to himself. If there were suitable equipment or materials in the future, let's give Sun Chi a few more. Lu Xingzhou brought the equipment to his wrist. It looked like the thick layer of frost should be cold, but in reality, there was only a silky cool touch after bringing it to the wrist. It didn't say it was a particularly cold and unpleasant feeling. Lu Xingzhou casually sent out a normal attack. Magic bullet. The consumption of magic power for this skill was almost negligible, just like a warrior's sword-wielding swing. Normal attacks by themselves were not very destructive, and even the damage they caused to monsters in general was limited. But the moment the magic bullet struck, a cold, chilly wind blew through. Hoo! In the next second, the whistling frosty cold air gathered. The roll carried the attack of the magic bullet and instantly blasted out. A cold and piercing ice storm that almost froze the air. When it blasted into the trunk of the tree next to it, the extremely cold temperature instantly froze the tree to a very fragile state. And the dense ice crystals in the storm. Again, it instantly shattered the large tree that was as thick as one person's ring directly into powder. On the side, Sun Chi looked dumbfounded. Wow! This is an incidental ice attribute attack. What the can this cause a level 10 freezing effect? If this were to hit the body, it would be bruised and purple? Sun Chi's expression was very surprised. It was completely beyond his perception of equipment. How can that be right? Lu Xingzhou was clearly stunned by the effects of this equipment as well. That's a lot of damage? It seems that the power of 6th rank skills is pretty fierce too. Lu Xingzhou was very happy in his heart. The most crucial thing was that the effect of this equipment's collateral attack didn't consume any magic value. It was important for him in this current situation of strained magic values. I was already prepared to eat buns until I burst this morning, but now it seems like I don't have to. Next game, just try out the new gear. If the speed of brushing the map was not much different, then the Flame of Extinction could be completely used as one's base card in the future. Cool. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou opened his information panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist Legendary. Level, 6. Battle Power, 10 stars. Equipment attributes plus 3 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction 9th rank. Equipment, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet Gold level. Life value, 500 and 2520. Magic value, 1088. Equipment attribute plus 80. Strength attribute, 8 points. Spiritual attributes, 24 points. Equipment attributes plus 5 points. Agility attribute, 10 points. Defense attribute, 5 points. Equipment attribute plus 1 point. Unexpectedly, this piece of equipment had directly raised the battle power by 3 stars to 10 stars. However, the school is not allowed to wear the equipment during the test selection. So, this total battle strength can only be used for reference at this point. With a thought, Lu Xingzhou took his bracelet back to the props bar. All props, consumables, and equipment produced in the duplicates can be taken out and stored from the game props bar at any time. It's just a matter of a thought. The two of them made sure that there were no other equipment or materials that hadn't been picked up within the copy before leaving the copy. After the two of them left the copy unharmed, the crowd outside the copy cast strange gazes. Not dead? It's out? These two boys, they've got a lot of lives. Just as the crowd was so emotional, they suddenly realized that something was not right. Because right after Lu Xingzhou and the others came out, the Frost Jungle's copy record was suddenly refreshed. First place, Lu Xingzhou, Sun Chi. Clearance time, 3 minutes 2 seconds. Second place, Smiley Face. Passing time, 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Third place, Big Brother Qin Xian's record. Broken again? This is no ing joke, is it? You too. The crowd pointed at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi with expressions of looking at monsters. They couldn't figure out, even if they thought about it, how in the world did these two student-looking guys in front of them do it. Lu Xingzhou turned his head to see the record and said with a bland expression, "It seems like we wasted too much time picking up materials this time. It took more than 3 minutes. Well, I told you I had to get 2 people to help pick it up." Sun Chi replied. Lu Xingzhou nodded. There is strength in numbers. It does make sense. He took out an antidote fruit from the props bar and threw it into his mouth. Asked a few people next to him as he ate, "How about it? Are you guys interested in picking up props for us? So we can take you to the warrior level for free? Setting a new record and calling it a waste of too much time? One of you level SIXS and one of you level 7s are going to take a bunch of us level 12 warrior levels? And you want us to help pick up the props? And What's the point of having an antidote fruit for nothing, Mr. Ho? There was some confusion in the crowd's expressions. His face changed for a moment, and he didn't know what to say anymore. Although Lu Xingzhou and the others were speaking Xia characters, but combined together, how did they make it so unintelligible? Lu Xingzhou looked at the crowd with this expression and didn't seem to have any intention of brushing up with himself, solely and not at his own peril. Ask in the Goblin Jungle. There are more people in that place. Good. The two of them, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, walked toward the outside. But just as they arrived outside the Goblin Jungle copy, suddenly, two middle-aged men noticed them. Those two middle-aged men had a pair of gazes, then instantly walked towards Lu Xingzhou's side. The two of you, if I'm not mistaken, you are Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, right? Oh, you are. Lu Xingzhou sized up the two people in front of him. They didn't look like they were low-leveled. All of them were at least level 20 or above Turn 2 professionals. All combat class professionals will experience another professional awakening every time they level up by 20 levels and complete the professional awakening quest. Like Lu Xingzhou and their class teacher Lao Fong, he was a level 31 Turn 2 arrow rain archer. A professional who was able to complete Turn 2 was considered a mainstay among professionals. Professionals who could achieve 3 turns were few and far between. I don't know how many people have been stuck at level 39 all their lives and not allowed to advance an inch. So, facing 2 Turn 2 professionals who were clearly rushing to find themselves, Lu Xingzhou was still a little wary. But the two middle-aged men spoke up. Don't worry. We were just sent here to say hello and mean you no harm. Who sent you guys? Sun Chi took over. Those two middle-aged men looked at each other and revealed a complicated smile before speaking faintly. Blood Knights Guild, Zhanghai Branch President, Qin Xian. Chapter 16. Is it too late to return? Qin Xian. After hearing this name, Lu Xingzhou felt a bit familiar. At this time, Sun Chi next to him said to him, "It's the one where we broke the record." Oh, no wonder. It dawned on Lu Xingzhou. When the two middle-aged men next to them saw Lu Xingzhou's reaction to them, their expressions unconsciously twitched. Nice guy. You two, can you at least show due respect to big brother Qin Xian? But thinking about how President Qin Xian had instructed him before he left, the two readjusted their tone and said, "It's an honor for you two that our President Qin Xian has noticed you. Sun Chi, our president, invited you by name to join our Blood Knight Guild, including you Lu Xingzhou. If you can pass our Blood Knight Guild's internal examination, you can also become our official member. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although you guys broke President Qin Xian's record in the Goblin Jungle 3 years ago, you shouldn't be too proud. With this kind of low-level copy, people don't put much effort into it and have immature equipment and skills. Although we still don't know exactly how you managed to set his record by so much, I can tell you responsibly. By the time you wait for a slightly higher-leveled copy, you guys definitely won't have a chance to refresh the record left behind by Big Brother Qin Xian. Because at that point, their equipment and team configurations are well established, and they're trying more often because the upgrade cycle has gotten longer. This record, too, is even more extreme. Take this opportunity, Sun Chi. It's already a great thing to be able to join the Blood Knight Guild. Especially you, Lu Xingzhou, you are nothing but a low-level combat profession. The president is willing to give you such a chance to examine. I hope you won't waste it." After the two of them finished saying this, they looked at Lu Xingzhou and the others in front of them with a big grin. The Blood Knights Guild, one of the few A-class guilds in Zhanghai City. Every year, the Blood Knights Guild would not absorb more than 10 people in Zhanghai City. And the criteria for recruiting new people that are the absolute elite. Students like Sun Chi and the others who hadn't even stepped out of school yet should definitely be grateful to be invited by them. After the two of them made their intentions clear, a confident smile appeared on their faces. How about if you're going to say yes, hurry up. We've also brought a cultivation contract, and if you perform well, you'll also be able to receive the guild's resources worth 300,000 gold coins for cultivation. But at this time, Sun Chi's dull eyes unexpectedly revealed a trace of mockery. Lu, look at their uneducated appearance. 300,000 gold coins, we'll earn it in 2 days. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Indeed. I didn't realize that this big guild came out so stingy. Hey, Sun Chi said as he waved his hand at the two men. I refuse to join your so-called Blood Knights Guild. Eyesight is too low. The bottom line is that you guys didn't even invite my brother Lu? Do you know that as far as that Qin Xian of yours is concerned, my brother Lu can just break his record? Those two middle-aged men obviously froze for a moment after hearing Sun Chi's reply. First, they were surprised by Sun Chi's refusal. Then after that, there was their contempt for Sun Chi's words. My big brother Qin Xian's record is something you can break just because you say you want to? I told you you're fat, but you're really panting. And again, even if it could break the record, it definitely wouldn't be something that a low-level professional like Lu Xingzhou could do. The expressions of these two middle-aged men had become a little less pleasant from their initial smiles. You mean you're going to refuse? Yeah. I thought I made it clear enough. Sun Chi waved his hand and said easily. These two middle-aged men sneered. You will regret your ignorance in the future, and you will realize what a great opportunity you missed. After saying that, the two middle-aged men were ready to leave. But just as they turned to leave, Lu Xingzhou suddenly added, by the way, the record that you guys said couldn't possibly be broken seems to have been broken again. Oh. Question mark. The two middle-aged men stopped slightly in their tracks. Turning his head, he asked, what records, you say? The Frost Jungle. Maybe you guys would be interested in checking it out. After saying that, Lu Xingzhou didn't care about the wonderful expressions on the faces of those two middle-aged men. Left to his own devices, he went off to find his teammates. Free with upgrades. Just two random ones that can pick up props. Immediately after Lu Xingzhou said this, he received 2 applications to join the team. After he casually agreed, he said to the 2 men, follow me. Most of the people who gathered in the copy area were professionals who had a need for upgrading. Otherwise, it doesn't smell good when it honestly improves its combat power through weekday training. Those 2 professionals were a man and a woman, and they looked to be of a similar age to Lu Xingzhou. Should be a senior this year too. Those 2 followed Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi's footsteps and gradually moved away from the Goblin Jungle copy. At this point, both of those men were a bit puzzled. Brother, where are we going? The male professional asked. Lu Xingzhou replied, take you guys to brush the map. Huh? But the entrance to the Goblin Jungle isn't here. Lu Xingzhou didn't answer again and just talked to him. Just follow me. Their group walked around for a while longer, and then they came to the outside of the Frost Jungle replica. The many level 10+ professionals here saw Lu Xingzhou and the others go and return. There were also 2 other level 6 professionals in the group, and their expressions were all odd for a while. Good boy, you really didn't take this warrior-class zombie king boss as a human being. That male professional instantly realized something was wrong after seeing a bunch of level 10+ professionals around him. Wow, this is a copy of Frost Jungle. You're crazy. But before the words fell, Lu Xingzhou had already led the team into the copy. And there's no doubt about it. The choice is still warrior level difficulty. Voy. You two are crazy. What kind of strength would you dare to take us to brush the warrior level Frost Jungle? Let's see. Wow. A level 6 magic apprentice. You're a ING pit bull, aren't you? Well, well, well. I Wang Ritian will remember you too. You two wait for me. Wang Ritian glanced at these high-level monsters of the Frost Jungle. He then gave Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi an indignant look, and then resolutely chose to exit the copy. Although Lu Xingzhou didn't expect Wang Ritian to directly exit the copy, he didn't have a big reaction. Instead, he turned his head to the young girl next to him and asked, are you going to back out too? I don't want to back out. I want to get into the city's elite special training selection. Why don't we try it? Maybe we can fight our way through. That young girl chose to believe Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi even though she didn't have a clue in her heart. Sun Chi, who was on the side, smiled. All right, I said I don't need you to brush the map. Just be responsible for picking up the props. Lu will take care of everything. Lu. That young girl's eyes blinked. Then she opened her mouth with a face full of surprise and asked, could you be Land Rowboat? The Land Rowboat that set a new record for goblin copies. Before she formed the group, she hadn't expected at all that she would be grouped with Lu Xingzhou. Yo, brother Lu, you're getting a reputation now. Sun Chi joked. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. Hey, don't be obsessed with brother. Brother is just a legend. All right, you two get ready to pick up the props. I'll clear the field. Sun Chi, didn't we agree that it's okay with me if someone else picks it up? I have a bad back. Didn't that Wang Ritian retire? Besides, a man can't say no. Hurry up. Holy. Wang Ritian, I'm at loggerheads with you. Sun Chi was grieving. Lu Xingzhou turned his head to look at the many replica monsters in front of him. The difficulty of the warrior class copies was already extremely perverse. Plus, when entering in a 4-man squad, the copy ramps up in difficulty accordingly. So, at this moment, a large number of densely packed elite and ordinary monsters stood in front of them. Unusual teams that want to fight usually choose to pull monsters in batches and then fight. But at that moment, Lu Xingzhou let out a shout towards the front. "You, come here." At this moment, the dense swarm of monsters turned their heads in unison. The young girl next to him looked creeped out. Is it too late to return? Chapter 17. The gap between people, is it that big? The young girl panicked a little. Even if it was a more powerful team, they wouldn't dare to pull monsters like this. The ants have bitten the elephant. With so many monsters, even an elemental mage with a wide-range attack profession like this would definitely not be able to handle it. However, at this time, Sun Chi next to him was not the least bit flustered, and even had the effort to snicker to, "Yo, Lu, you're not a warrior, but your taunting skills are self-taught." Lu Xingzhou was calm and silent, slowly extending his hand a flat A hit out. Boom! Next, the terrifying blizzard with the power to freeze everything instantly struck towards the group of monsters in front of them. The monsters had long since adapted to the cold temperatures of the frost jungle though. However, Lu Xingzhou's blizzard instantly crushed through. Visible to the naked eye, the monster's body slowed down. And the damage from Ice Storm is just as effective. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the monsters in the front row were constantly shattered by the ice storm. The sharp ice crystals sliced through the monster's flesh and blood as easily as slicing and dicing. At this moment, the panic in the young girl's eyes visibly settled down. Her expression as she looked at Lu Xingzhou also gradually became a bit surprised. Is this a magic that a magic apprentice can master? This should, at least, be a 5th rank or higher skill, right? She looked at the 2/3 rank skills she had mastered in her skill bar and fell into deep thought. Originally she thought she was good enough. After all, many people have only mastered 2nd rank skills. But not expected. Is there such a big difference between people? And just as she was lamenting, all of a sudden, she realized that the sound of Lu Xingzhou's extreme ice storm was gradually weakening. But there were still quite a few monsters in front of them that hadn't been killed by the blizzard of blows. Skill over? Damn! Every time this kind of high-level skill was activated, the consumption of magic power value must be quite huge. And the CD won't be short. It seems that Lu Xingzhou underestimated the difficulty of this copy. If he waits until he's leveled up to 10, dealing with these monsters should be easy. But this time, Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly after seeing that his skill seemed to be ending. Well, didn't realize that 6th rank skills couldn't all give them seconds at once? But think about it. After all, one's current base attributes were still relatively low. And this skill also belongs to the half-output, half-support type of skill. It's not just about dealing damage to the enemy, but the slowing and frostbite effects are also important. Fine, after all, it doesn't consume magical value, so don't ask for any bikes. Then Lu Xingzhou blasted out a few more normal attacks in succession. Then, the extreme ice storm followed suit and lifted up again. Boom! Under the extreme ice storm, the group of monsters in front of them was like a rabble, directly blasted to pieces. In his ears, countless experience-boosting alerts sounded. The young girl's eyes widened. Wait! This isn't right. This high-level skill with no CD? Hearing her surprised voice, Lu Xingzhou turned his head and said, "What high-level skill? It's a flat A." The young girl's eyes widened, and there was an unspeakable horror in her expression. Flat A? You call that a flat A? The young girl looked incredulously at the swarm of monsters that had been blown to smithereens in front of her. He also looked at Lu Xingzhou, who had a breezy face. She rubbed her eyes hard in disbelief. However, at this time, Sun Chi said from the side, "Okay, don't froth. Pick up the props." "Ah. Oh, good." The young girl nodded her head in a hurry as she looked at the floor full of materials that had fallen in front of her. Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spoke. "You go too. I am your brother, Lu, can you bear it? Equal treatment." After that young girl picked up the materials, she handed them all over to Lu Xingzhou. "The materials and equipment just now, all for you." Lu Xingzhou glanced at it and was in no hurry to take it. "Just put it inside your props bar for now and give it to me along with it when the time comes." "Huh." The young girl froze slightly. "Aren't you afraid I'll run off with these materials?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. You should be able to tell that other than us, you'll be hard-pressed to find another team that takes you upgrading so quickly. Well, the young girl smiled bitterly. What Lu Xingzhou said was indeed correct. Teams that were a notch above her strength were having a hard time looking at her. Not to mention a top-tier professional like Lu Xingzhou who could casually take copies. Although the information panel looked like Lu Xingzhou was nothing more than a magic apprentice. But at the moment, she didn't believe that anymore. This phrase displayed by Lu Xingzhou is absolutely false. By the way, what's your name? Lu Xingzhou thought about it and suddenly asked. My name is Zhao Qian, from Zhanghai No. 4 Middle School. The young girl replied. Okay. Zhao Qian, stay close to us later, we'll be going to the boss soon. Ooh-hoo. Okay. The young girl nodded, then asked timidly. But don't you need to adjust your condition? Like, restore some magic power value or something like that? Adjusting the state? I didn't consume it just now either. Don't worry. Lu Xingzhou replied blandly. This gave Zhao Qian an earful. A bigot is a bigot, and it's not unusual for them to talk in a posh way. Can understand. Only what she didn't expect was this frost jungle, the dreaded zombie king boss. Surprisingly, it will die a horrible death. Lu Xingzhou's continuous flat the terrifying blizzard was endless. Boom, boom, boom. Since the beginning, the zombie king hadn't moved half of his feet. The frost directly froze him to the ground, and the huge amount of damage caused by the endless wash of ice crystal storms directly gave him a wave. You have killed the Frost Zombie King leader level and gained plus 440 experience. That's it. At this time, Zhao Qian looked at the time. It had only passed more than 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Gosh, this for sure is going to set a new copy record. Could it be that his name will also appear among the records of this copy? Zhao Qian's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. She believed that if Wang Ritian, who had just exited the copy, had known that Lu Xingzhou had not only cleared the level, but had also casually broken the copy record, he must be gutted right now. Hey! Lu Xingzhou, it is worthy of being the man who broke Qin Xian Big Brother's record in the Goblin Jungle. It's too strong. However, when she checked the replica leaderboard, she realized that her name was not on the record. It was only when I fixed my eyes on it that I realized. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi's names were at the top of the leaderboard, and the speed, surprisingly, is even faster than this one. Could it be that the two of them are brushing the map faster than this handful? Zhao Qian was unimaginable, even a little unbelievable. He felt like this round was pretty much just seconds and seconds the entire time. Lu Xingzhou, there's still power left? I went to bigot no less. At the same time, Zhao Qian also secretly thought in her heart that she must hold Lu Xingzhou's thigh. Where are we going next, big guy? At this time, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Xingzhou with a few more points of admiration. The name-calling changed along with it. Keep brushing. Good. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingzhou, Sun Chi, and Zhao Qian walked out of the copy. At this moment, they had already cleared all 5 of today's copy counts. Wang Ritian had planned to teach Lu Xingzhou a good lesson at the door, the sinner who victimized himself. But when he saw Zhao Qian's information panel, he froze. You, how come you're level 7? Chapter 18, it has nothing to do with luck. If you want to punish me, punish me. Lu Xingzhou and the 3 of them had cleared their 5 copy opportunities for the day. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi both came to level 8, while Zhao Qian came to level 7. Of course, Lu Xingzhou was only promoted to level 8 after the last copy was finished, and Sun Chi's experience bar was still slightly more than Lu Xingzhou's. Leveling up is exponentially more difficult, which is why many people spend their entire lives stuck in the 20s. After Zhao Qian saw Wang Ritian, she also had an expression of fighting for the Big Brother and said, I'll let you not believe in Big Brother. Now that I've finished my 5 copies, isn't it only right to upgrade? When Wang Ritian heard this, he only felt his head buzzing. What the hell? It's only been 10 minutes or so. Finished with 5 copies? But he turned his head and looked at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi's information panel. As expected, both of them followed suit and boosted to level 8. How is this? How is this possible? Wang Ritian's eyes widened with disbelief. Zhao Qian had a face that looked at a little cutie's expression as she surveyed Zhao Ritian in front of her. Short-sightedness. But looking back, in fact, at that time she almost misunderstood Lu Xingzhou Big Brother. After all, the word information on the Big Brother's info panel is just too deceptive. Big Brother, materials and equipment for you. Tomorrow if you have the need to shout me again, this is my FMS. Zhao Qian naturally took out her cell phone and added Lu Xingzhou's contact information. Lu Xingzhou nodded. This young girl is generally more obedient and still picks up props quickly and efficiently. And most importantly, without the slightest complaint. Totally different from some bald guy. Lu Xingzhou glanced at Sun Chi next to him as if nothing had happened. Then this time he opened his mouth. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Zhao Qian happily revealed a smile. The young girl's looks were inferior to Su Ruyan's kind of stunning beauty though. But the temperament is still quite cute, and it's one of those types that are comfortable to look at. Next to him, Wang Ritian revealed a cheeky smile and came over. Hey! That big brother, Lu big brother, are you still short of people tomorrow? I really enjoy picking up props. May I join your team? I promise to do as you command. I will never go west if you tell me to go east. Wang Ritian's face was fawning. Very different from the angry expression of wanting to day the heavens and the earth, just now. This attitude of instantly slipping to his knees gave Sun Chi on the side a laugh. Weren't you boys just about to give us a bit of a show? That's because I'm young and ignorant, boss. Wang Ritian did not change his face and continued to laugh. Sun Chi smacked his lips and looked at him with a smirk and said, "TCH, I still like that bratty look you had just now." As Lu Xingzhou watched the bustle, suddenly, a phone call came in. Ding dong chicken, there's a game that gets younger the more you play it. Sun Chi spat. I go Lu, your cell phone ringtone is too inauspicious. I'm not going to take a ride with you. Lu Xingzhou blankly glanced at him and casually picked it up, then froze slightly. Hey, it's me, your old Ben. No. How could I not save your number? Oh, I didn't run at practice last night. I practiced until late. Okay. Got it, I'll go back now. Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone and was a bit puzzled. What could it be that old Ben was in such a hurry to find himself? Whatever, go back and check it out first. Go back to school. The old class also did not call me I don't go. Sun Chi shook his head. Turned out to be just the thing. Sun Chi's phone also rang. Bowls of chicken for $1 a skewer. Lu Xingzhou didn't have the heart to spit out, "Where is your phone ringing better than mine?" 10 seconds passed after picking up the phone. Sun Chi's face was ugly as he resigned himself to his fate. All right, get it together. Wang Ritian was still not dead at this time. Ran 2 steps over and said, Hey, big guys, can you take me tomorrow? Big brother, you guys don't go take little brother me. However, Sun Chi turned his head extremely impatiently at this moment and casually swung out a punch. Noisy. He had long looked at this fellow called Wang Ritian with displeasure. If it wasn't for this guy quitting his copy, could he have followed and picked up several more games of props? Boom! This punch was just a normal attack though. However, it directly slapped Wang Ritian's entire body like a rubber that had lost its force. The entire body of the man recoiled and slammed backward. Lu Xingzhou looked at Wang Ritian, who was smashed into the ground, and asked, "Wouldn't that be a bit heavy-handed?" "It's fine, he's a professional anyway. Just giving a little lesson, he can't die." Lu Xingzhou nodded. Most of the traumatic injuries suffered by a professional can be treated with a life-restoring potion. It's not a big problem. The two took a cab back to the school. On the road, Sun Chi kept muttering for Lu Xingzhou to change the ringtone of his cell phone, saying that that thing is metaphysical. However, Lu Xingzhou was unimpressed and thought that this was just his unfounded worry. Warily, the two got out of the car and made their way to the old class office. "Old Ben, we're here." Sun Chi spoke. "Mr. Fong, you're looking for us?" Lu Xingzhou asked with a smile. The homeroom teacher glanced at them, then slapped a few photos on the table and said, "Tell me, which one of you made this?" Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi looked at the photo on the table. The content of the photo is clearly the tragic situation in the training room of the school they went to yesterday. Combined with old Ben's prisoner trial-like tone, at this moment Sun Chi instantly came to a conclusion. "Bad. Ben, it's tomato kill." At this time, Sun Chi resolutely chose to be two for his brother. He took a step straight out, and then said with great righteousness, laying down his life, "Old Ben, it's all my doing. If you want to be punished, just punish me. This is something that has nothing to do with Lu." Then, with tears in his eyes, he nodded at Lu Xingzhou, a look of defiance. However, upon seeing this scene, old Ben gave him a blank look. Breathlessly, "What are you boys pretending to be? Kooks? Does this have anything to do with you? You're just messing around and playing on the side. Besides, it's not like I'm here to hold Lu Xingzhou accountable. So why are you dramatizing so much? Sun Chi was slightly stunned. What? So you're not trying to kill people, Caused me to worry for nothing. Old Ben is no cutie pie either. He saw the signs of vandalism in the training hall among the photos, and he was well aware of them. It was a destruction that could only be caused by at least a level 20 or higher professional, and furthermore, one had to master high-level fire magic to make it possible. Originally, he didn't even believe that this matter had anything to do with Lu Xingzhou, a magic apprentice. But, associating it with yesterday afternoon, Sun Chi said those inexplicable words. Inevitably, he was reminded of some of the possibilities. Perhaps it was really Lu Xingzhou's doing? But this was just his guess. Exactly how things were, he still needed to hear Lu Xingzhou admit it himself. Say, this thing, did you have anything to do with it? Old Ben's gaze was sharp as he looked at Lu Xingzhou, who had a calm face next to him. But in the next second, Old Ben's gaze suddenly froze. Then, unbelievably, he opened his mouth. Wait! You kid! How come you're level 8? Chapter 19. Let's set a small goal first. The class teacher was the person who knew Lu Xingzhou's situation best. Therefore, the shock in his heart at this moment definitely far exceeded that of any other person. In just less than 24 hours, Lu Xingzhou's level had rocketed up 7 levels in a row. This is simply unthinkable. Even if the first few levels are not that difficult to upgrade, after level 5, the goblin copies provide much less experience. 3 or 4 days to get a level up is the norm. But how did Lu Xingzhou do it? Could it be that he used a secret treasure prop that could boost his experience? No, it can't be. He was aware of Lu Xingzhou's family's situation, and this kind of secret treasure that could enhance experience was hard to find even for those second-generation descendants who paid a lot of money for it. Not to mention an ordinary family like Lu Xingzhou, whose parents died early and grew up with her sister-in-law who sold buns. How can one afford such rare props? But if that wasn't the case, then how did Lu Xingzhou do it? 8 levels in just 1 day. 3 years ago, that Qin Xian, who was known as Zhanghai's first genius, wasn't this terrifying. Puzzled, Old Ben pressed the 2 men on what was going on. Wait until they have told the events of the past 2 days in their original form. The homeroom teacher slowed down for a long time before she opened her mouth in disbelief. You mean, you guys have been painting warrior level copies? After you reach level 6, you go back to challenge the warrior level Frost Jungle directly? And then, incidentally, set the all-time record for 2 copies? And turn down a recruitment from the Blood Knights Guild? And all of this, that's what happened in less than a day? Lu Xingzhou nodded his head lightly with a deserving face. In fact, he had a trip to the trading house that he didn't talk about. But it did kind of blow the Old Ben's mind if he found out that he'd made his year's salary in the last 2 days. Solely, I didn't say. Old Ben kept taking deep breaths, but he still couldn't calm down for a long time. He tapped his fingers unconsciously on the tabletop, his voice trembling slightly. It's like this. Lu Xingzhou, you should know about the special training class selection, right? But what you don't realize is the significance behind what this represents. The professionals selected through the special training class will be brought to the middle of a specialized replica for assessment. And in previous years, the 10 people with the best performance were rewarded by the Zhanghai City Professionals Association. Moreover, professionals who perform well will also receive invitations from major colleges and universities, and even high-level guilds, and even get their resources to cultivate. That's the key. And this year, for some reason, Principal Chang Yuanshan has also come up with 5 in-school cultivation slots that will help you improve your strength before you take the citywide test. This, for you, is an opportunity. Lu Xingzhou listened and contemplated for a moment, nodding slightly. Similar words he had heard Su Ruyan speak before. But I didn't realize that Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School had also come up with 5 training places. Mr. Fong, what do you mean? Contend. Of course we have to compete. And, better yet, fight for first place, the homeroom teacher said without the slightest hesitation. If you have such strength, then why are you letting this opportunity go? Let them see that the once number 1 in the school, Lu Xingzhou, is back. Next to him, Sun Chi muttered in a low voice, why do I get the feeling that Old Ben is more excited than you are? Kid, I hear you. Old Ben, I was wrong. I didn't say anything. The homeroom teacher snorted coldly, unwilling to get on his bad side. Sun Chi, You kid also give me a good performance and try to win over Lin Yishui. Got it, got it, got it. Baldhead was helpless. On the side, Lu Xingzhou was thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Although he had heard that Lin Yishui was very strong, but he shouldn't be able to surpass himself. Nope. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. He shouldn't have focused his eyes only on the scope of Zhanghai No. 2 middle school. And it's still another story if you're allowed to eat in the middle of this kind of selection contest. In case you're not allowed to wear gear or eat, then wouldn't both of his two major killing moves be restricted? It seems that there is a real need to prepare properly. It is best to master a skill that consumes less and can sustain combat. Furthermore, Lu Xingzhou did not want a ninth-order skill to raise the ashes of his classmates. That's not good for the environment. Teacher, I'd like to ask, if I get first place in the whole school, what are the so-called cultivation rewards prepared by Principal Chung? The homeroom teacher said with a smile. 2 million gold coins worth of resources, or equipment, and a skill enhancement keystone. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. The reward is so generous? $2 million worth of resources and equipment goes without saying. Skill enhancement keystones, that's good stuff. Every 10 levels, a professional can enhance the skills they have mastered. A reinforcement keystone, that is, a necessary consumable. Because of the usefulness and scarcity of this item, the price has been high for a long time, and the current market price is certainly over 6 figures. But exactly how much Lu Xingzhou did not know in detail before. After all, such rare items were too far away for ordinary people. But for free, Lu Xingzhou had to get it. At this time, not only Lu Xingzhou heart, even the landlord's stupid son, are a little heart. Sun Chi asked, scratching his brain. Old Ben, what about the reward for second place? Second place, rewarded with $500,000 in resources. No more. Sun Chi was slightly stunned. Nope. How much more do you want? No, that's too much of a difference between first and second. Isn't it? It's too little, so you try to go for first place then. The owner said calmly. However, Sun Chi seriously turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to him. Think of his terrifying fire high-level magic. The warrior class zombie king couldn't even carry a single move from him, and he himself was competing with Lu for first place. Isn't that a light in the toilet, looking for history? Sun Chi touched his nose. Forget it. Second is also quite good. Old Ben sneered and said faintly. Whether it's the school or the entire human federation, everyone's primary goal is to produce the genius of geniuses. You'll know when you guys reach a certain level in the future. From the perspective of human survival, 10,000 level 90 mediocre talents are not as good as 1 level 100 genius. A lot of precious resources are naturally supplied to the best people on a priority basis, and the second naturally gets a lot less resources. Alright, it's too early to tell you that. Anyway, you two remember, if you can fight for the first, don't fight for the second. Especially you, Lu Xingzhou. Regardless of what you're thinking, I'm ready to report you to the school's priority watch list. The homeroom teacher said this originally to put a little pressure on Lu Xingzhou. But who knows, at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke calmly. None of the school's internal tests matter. Since it's all said and done, let's set a small goal first. Number 1 in Zhanghai City. Chapter 20. No one would really dare to hit on me, would they? Number 1 in Zhanghai City, is that what he said? Right. Zhanghai No. 2 middle school. Inside the principal's office. After Teacher Fang reported the situation, Chang Yuanshan stroked his chin. He then said with a smirk as he sat down in his wide office chair, if this kid really breaks Qin Xian's record, then it's really possible for him to become the number 1 in Zhanghai City this year. However, this year, both Experimental Middle School and Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School seem to be hiding some kind of killer ah. Chang Yuanshan smiled and shook his head, feeling that he was thinking a bit too much. But then again, his heart couldn't help but rise in anticipation. In the past 2 years, Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School has been pressed by Experimental Middle School and Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. If there was a chance to raise his eyebrows, then naturally he would not let it go. He then said to Mr. Fang, in these 2 days, observe them secretly. If these 2 lads make any other big moves, remember to inform me in time. Okay, principal. Mr. Fang knew that this was going to be a stakeout for him. It seems that although the principal did not say anything on his lips, he was still quite optimistic about Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi. Go back. Lu Xingzhou still ate an antidote fruit every hour. His mental power had increased by 7 points since he started. Finally, the star rating of the battle rating followed suit and went up by 1 star. It's not easy. Lu Xingzhou let out a long sigh. And for the next 2 days, Lu Xingzhou continued to brush up with Sun Chi and Zhao Qian. With 2 people picking up props, the brushing does go a lot faster. It's just really much harder to upgrade going forward. It took 2 days to raise 1 level to level 9. At this point in time, Lu Xingzhou's battle rating without equipment had come to 11 stars. Totally meets the base criteria for special training selection now. But because his goal had now become number 1 in Jianghai City, therefore Lu Xingzhou did not have the slightest bit of slack. And it was at the end of this day's scrubbing that Lu Xingzhou received the 100,000 gold coins that Sun Yongzhou had entrusted Sun Chi to hand over to him. The football-sized money bag contained a heavy bag of gold coins. When you hold it in your hand, there will be a clattering sound of gold coins hitting the ground from time to time. This was the cost of selling the Cobalt King's crystal core at that time. The visual impact of such a bag of gold coins in front of them was still very strong. Even Lu Xingzhou, who had always been displeased with color, showed a rare smile. I didn't realize that there was really an unjust buyer. It was just that he was a bit puzzled that this kind of low-grade crystal core would be eliminated after a slight increase in grade. Why, when there are still people willing to pay big bucks for it? Sun Chi appeared calmer as he said, "My dad didn't tell me either, but I'm guessing it's the son of some big family who wants to hit certain records or rankings, right? Whatever, it has nothing to do with us anyway." Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. He really didn't care. He also never purposely did certain things for the sake of breaking records or chasing a ranking. The 2 records he broke were purely incidental. Lu Xingzhou asked Sun Chi to convey his gratitude to his father. After all, at that time, he only intended to sell this crystal core for about 60,000 gold coins. Sun Yongzhou, however, helped himself to nearly double the price. This friendship Lu Xingzhou also silently remembered in his heart. Sun Chi acted naturally about it and didn't take it seriously. "All right, Lu. Remember to hurry up and put the money away in the props bar. It's not good if you don't get targeted. 100,000 gold coins. That's a lot of money for the vast majority of people." Lu Xingzhou nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, it's still safe within Jianghai City. Besides, whoever dares to hit on me, it's his bad luck." "That's true, ha." "Line Lu. I still have something to do this year, so I'll leave first. Tomorrow we continue. Okay, we'll continue tomorrow." After waving Sun Chi away, Lu Xingzhou had wanted to go home and take a rest. "By the way, I'd like to share with my sister-in-law the joy of being rich." However, just a short distance away from the replica, Lu Xingzhou noticed a group of professional hunters dressed as a group of professional hunters setting up a stall in a crowded area. Hunters are a group of professionals who make a living by hanging out in duplicates all year round, hunting for all kinds of valuable materials and equipment. They may not be of high rank, but when it comes to experience in copying and hunting, they are absolutely no less experienced than anyone else. Lu Xingzhou came to their booth and casually looked through it. Wanted to see if there would be something I needed in this mess. Lu Xingzhou didn't expect that there were quite a lot of stalls here. It should be that this group of professional hunters had just returned from their copy of No Man's Land, and their final destination was most likely the trading house in Jianghai City. Lu Xingzhou walked as if he was shopping, his eyes constantly sweeping over the various props and materials. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a booth. Cocking his head, he looked at one of the skill books on top of the booth. At this moment, the stall owner's mouth was holding a straw, and he was boredly surveying these passers-by around him. "Che, are some poor students so sold? When can they gather enough 200,000? At this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. "Hello, may I ask how to sell this skill book?" "Oh." The stall owner spat out the straw in his mouth and looked at the direction Lu Xingzhou was pointing. "It's just a trashy first rank with skill book." Then he surveyed Lu Xingzhou's information panel again. "Magic apprentice. No wonder you're interested in this trashy skill book." The stall owner let out a lazy yawn, then held out 2 fingers. 2,000 gold coins. Lu Xingzhou was a bit impressed. He wanted the skill book badly, but he cut the price. "How about 1,000 gold coins? The book is worth that price." The stall owner narrowed his eyes somewhat impatiently. "Hey, this thing has been popping out on its own for a long time, and it hasn't been sold. The thought of selling the trading house itself doesn't sell for much, so it's nice to finally have an asking price." So he waved his hand and said, 1,500 gold coins. Take it if you want it." Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment, then nodded. Good. Then, he took out a money bag from among his props bar. Whoa. Here's 15,000 gold coins. We'll settle for money and goods. Goodbye. After Lu Xingzhou handed over the gold coins to the other party, he picked up the skill book on the stall and turned around to prepare to leave. But what he didn't notice was this. The moment Lu Xingzhou pulled out the money bag, the stall owner's eyes went straight. The impact of that bag full of money was too much for him. That bag of money is at least 100,000 gold coins, right? He's a trashy magic apprentice, and he has this much money? Various thoughts kept flashing through the stall owner's mind. Hands? No, this is no longer a no-man's land. This is within the city limits of Jianghai City, under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Department. But the other party was just a magic apprentice, and if he really wanted to move quickly, no one would notice. His sanity fought his greed for 3 long seconds before losing the battle. A man can't get rich without a fortune, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Damn, I'll wrestle. Thinking of this, that stall owner directly got up and chased after Lu Xingzhou in the direction he went. Chapter 21 9th Grade Divine Skill, Wanxiang Senluo. Lu Xingzhou carried the rank 1 with skill he had just bought over and found a secluded, unoccupied place. Great stuff. Although it looked like it was just a first-rank skill book under Lu Xingzhou's word appraisal. Instead, it showed a line of golden information. Skill name: Mangekyo Moro Level 9. Restricted occupation: Forbidden Arcanist. Skill status: Learnable. Skill description: After using the skill, a range field will be generated around the user of the skill, and the user can consume magic value to manipulate all plants within the field at will. Within the range of the field, the life value of all team members will be increased by 100%, and the effect of all recovery skills will be increased by 100%. Detailed properties. As expected, it was a 9th rank skill against the flame of extinction, and the effect was just strong and terrifying. Although currently Lu Xingzhou had not seen any other person unleash a 9th rank skill. However, skills above the 6th rank are already known as high rank skills. 9th level skills are stronger, and rightfully so. Especially this attribute of doubling his life value and healing effect. When this 10,000 elephants Moro was turned on, it made him feel very satisfied. Not only can this greatly improve their survivability in the copy, and this attribute is more useful in the more difficult copies. In the later stages, this is simply a life-saving skill that is no weaker than any priest or nurse. In order to avoid a long night's sleep, Lu Xingzhou directly chose to learn the skill. In an instant, he felt an additional sense of this skill in his mind. Even, it was as if there was a subtle sense for the surrounding plants and trees. This feeling made Lu Xingzhou feel very interesting. Li Feng planned to try this new skill of his. Anyway, there were still a lot of buns made by his sister-in-law, so he wasn't afraid of the problem of not having enough magic power. But just as Lu Xingzhou wanted to release his skills, suddenly, he sensed someone approaching from behind. It wasn't what he saw or heard. It was what the forest told him. Hey kid, just now you give money. Not enough ah? Behind his ear, there was a slightly hoarse voice. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and saw that the other party was none other than the stall owner he had just purchased the skill book from. If you leave now, I can pretend you weren't here. Lu Xingzhou instantly understood the other party's intention, but did not panic at all and spoke lightly. The stall owner seemed to be amused by Lu Xingzhou's words. Kid, what if I say no? What can you do to me? He slowly pulled out a long knife from his props bar. It was a level 20 gold ranked weapon. I advise you to pay up, and in that case you'll still have a little life left. As a level 21 warrior, he looked at Lu Xingzhou as if he was looking at a piece of meat on a chopping board. Lu Xingzhou, a level 9 magic apprentice, didn't even have the ability to resist in his eyes. You do realize that this is the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department, right? Aren't you afraid of being wanted for striking out at a student? Hearing Lu Xingzhou's words, that stall owner smiled even more. The way he looked at Lu Xingzhou was like looking at a poor child. All those excuses, just to get me to let you off the hook, right? Don't scare me with the sheriff's department. Do you think it'll take me a minute to deal with you? Besides, whoever hangs out in no man's land all year round doesn't have a few lives on their hands. After he said this, he had expected Lu Xingzhou to be frightened and directly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou suddenly smiled. He then spoke slowly. If you say so, then I'm relieved. Let's use you to try out my newly learned skills. Then Lu Xingzhou's mind moved. A kind of invisible domain unfolded directly around his body. This feeling was very mysterious, and he felt that he could even control everything here after the domain unfolded. Lu Xingzhou slightly raised a finger. In an instant, the ground around them instantly crumbled and became uneven, as if something was about to come out of the ground. Rumble! The stallholder's eyes widened in shock, and he desperately shook himself to keep his balance. However, the next second the ground directly stretched out a thick tree root like a sea monster tentacle. It grabbed at his body in an instant. When that stall owner saw the scene, he stomped his legs hard and flashed behind him in a hurry. What is this? To be able to manipulate trees in the middle of a natural environment. He was shocked, having never seen such a bizarre spell skill before. But just when he thought he had dodged the attack just now, suddenly the tree root unexpectedly changed direction directly. It flung like a soft whip. Grass! How can it still change direction? The stall owner cursed, then raised his right hand's greatsword and swung it over to fend it off. Bang! The moment the blade made contact with the tree root, a terrifyingly huge force came from his tiger's mouth. Hands, numbed by the shock. No, this isn't just any wood. It's almost as hard as steel. That stall owner's expression was unbelievable and full of shock. He didn't know who the hell was sending out such an attack. Is there someone else around? No. No way. When he himself had just come over, he had long ago looked around to see that no one else was around. Could it be it's this kid's skill? But he was only a 9th level magic apprentice. How could he possibly use a skill with such terrifying power? The stallholder was forced back, and then he realized that he couldn't fight off the rampaging roots. Although he may not be able to destroy the roots of this tree if he entangles himself. But Lu Xingzhou wants to rely on this piece of wood to block himself. It is also very difficult. The stallholder was very experienced in combat, and he knew it well. Being able to manipulate such a terrifying skill, Lu Xingzhou must be under tremendous pressure at this time. If one did not fight him hard and directly attacked Lu Xingzhou, the spellcaster, then has a good chance of winning. So he shifted his thinking. Chop up this kid, and you'll win. In an instant, his legs erupted with terrifying power. It directly catapulted from the ground and started off, killing Lu Xingzhou. That large sword of his was crossed in front of his body, and a murderous, bloody light appeared in his eyes. Die for me! With a roar, he slashed towards Lu Xingzhou. The body was almost like a stray arrow. It was extremely fast. However, Lu Xingzhou was calm. After the simple maneuvering he had just done, he had gotten the general idea. How far can one use this skill by using the minimum amount of magic power? So what if uses up my entire current magic value? Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment in his mind. Then, a cold aura flashed in his eyes. The right hand reached out and clenched out of thin air. Shasta! Terrifying dozens of giant trees broke out from within the ground, like a huge net of a cage, covering the sky and trapping the opponent in the very center. The huge net of the cage carried a terrifying breath of nature that was almost suffocating. Next, the powerful dozens of giant logs instantly tightened towards the center. Like the clenched palms of ancient wooden giants, the destructive power was beyond imagination. Rumble! All of a sudden, rubble flew and smoke rose. There was a violent blasting sound. Lu Xingzhou slowly opened his right hand, and the terrifying giant would retracted under the ground. By this time, the stall owner was already lying on the ground covered in blood, his eyes empty and desperate as he looked at the sky. The large sword had already been twisted and deformed by the terrifying destructive force just now, breaking into several sections. The destructive force was so terrifying that it had already attracted the attention of others around. The sound of others arriving could be heard faintly. Lu Xingzhou didn't expect to be able to maneuver this skill to such an extent even though his current level was still low. If he or she levels up a bit higher later on, the magic value is a bit more. Can you build a Chikanji no Kizuna? How cool would it be to look like an out-of-body body when you're fighting? Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart. On the ground, the stall owner looked at Lu Xingzhou's side face with a look of despair. This young man, how could he be so powerful? That stall owner knew that even if he survived today, he would definitely be controlled by the sheriff's department. At this moment, he was already at the end of his strength and could not afford the thought of resistance. You're not even a level 9. The corners of his blood-stained mouth faintly spat out such a sentence. Lu Xingzhou calmly said, I'm just level 9. That stall owner had a desperate expression and didn't have the strength to argue with Lu Xingzhou. What you say is what you say. This time count me in the gutter. Just suffer my sister, her disease, just short of 100,000 gold coins, can be cured. At that, the stallholder's throat moved. Then, with the last of his strength, he took out a money bag from the props bar. Can you take this money and pass it on to my sister? I don't want to see her die. Lu Xingzhou saw the money bag he handed over, and judging from the weight, there should be more than 100,000 gold coins loaded inside. Lu Xingzhou realized that the original stall owner in front of him had set his sights on himself, all for the sake of curing his sister. Are you saying that your sister is 100,000 gold coins short of a disease? Right. Hearing Lu Xingzhou's inquiry, the stall owner became excited and a glint flashed in his eyes. Little brother, I know you're a good man. Are you willing to help her? She's innocent. If you'll help her, I'll make a good change and start over. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin in thought for a moment. Then, speaking faintly, I'll forward this money for you. Hearing this, that stall owner's joy was overflowing. He knew that Lu Xingzhou would never leave his sister behind since he had opened his mouth like this. In that case, it would be worth it even if he died. However, in the next second, Lu Xingzhou continued, But don't think I'm going to get you the rest of that 100,000 gold coins. She's innocent, but I'm not? But if it wasn't me but someone else who was targeted by you today, that person would have been killed by you a long time ago. The stall holder froze. It was completely unexpected that Lu Xingzhou would say this. Is that what you good guys are supposed to say? He struggled to open his mouth to explain. I know I'm wrong. I'll mend my ways. Please help my sister. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. It's only right that you reform yourself properly. What's it to me? Maybe it's anger. Maybe it's exasperation. Then a mouthful of blood sprayed out from that stall owner. Fainted. Chapter 22. The eve of the examination, unexpected guests. It didn't take long for professionals from the sheriff's department to arrive and take control of the scene. Captain Chun Xiaofeng, who was leading the team, was full of puzzlement as he made a statement after understanding the situation. Are you sure? You subdued this guy all by yourself. Team Chun. I've said it many times, really? Lu Xingzhou also had some helplessness. How come no one believes you when you tell the truth? Captain Chun Xiaofeng said with a bitter smile. I understand, it's just that this whole thing is just too, well, outlandish. And I hope you understand that we're just playing by the rules. Chun Xiaofeng was also helpless. After all, a low-level 9 combat profession had crossed over and defeated a turn 2 level 21 warrior. It's not a sci-fi movie. Anyone else would have to ask more questions. Chun put away the transcript and continued. Okay. Then that's enough of the transcripts for today. Little brother Lu, we will follow up on the investigation. And if the situation is true, the federal government will reward you. We'll send someone to contact you when the time comes. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou froze slightly. Yo, there's a bonus? Captain Chun is overstating it. Reward or no reward. For us citizens, helping to maintain social stability is our responsibility. What I'm doing is purely my part. Captain Chun was also slightly taken aback when he saw Lu Xingzhou's determined eyes. It's been a long time since I've seen such pure youth. Gee, for a young man of such noble qualities. I can't believe I suspected him of telling lies just now. I should really reflect on myself. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou coughed lightly and then continued. By the way, I was just asking in passing, when will the rewards arrive? Chun was silent. After that, Chun Xiaofeng explained it to Lu Xingzhou. The conditions under which the award is granted depend entirely on the outcome of the federal government's judgment on this matter. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Lu Xingzhou didn't move his mouth. Hey! You guys are not in a hurry, but I am in a hurry for money. Now that the selection is imminent, Lu Xingzhou wants to get the first place in the city, and definitely still needs funds to replenish his strength. Lu Xingzhou can't rely on word errors to pick up the slack. Every time, can he? But forget it, this kind of unexpected wealth Lu Xingzhou originally did not expect. It's just a matter of smooth sailing to clean up this guy. Lu Xingzhou looked towards the money bag in his props bar. He hadn't forgotten about the matter of helping the other party to transfer it to his sister. Although, as the saying goes, life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and honor are in the hands of God. Lu Xingzhou, he wouldn't use his own money to pay for the other side. But he wouldn't go and privatize a patient's life-saving money either. The minimum conscience of being a human being Lu Xingzhou still has. Since we promised each other, let's be nice. Lu Xingzhou learned through Captain Chan about the hospital where the other party's sister was currently located. Then he went to the hospital before making an appointment with Sun Chi the next day to brush up on his copy. The sister of the stall owner that Lu Xingzhou met in the hospital ward. She was dressed in a blue and white hospital gown, lying in bed under a light single blanket. Eyes looked away from the window, wondering what they were looking at. The information card hanging in front of the bed details the patient's basic information. Name: Xia Yu. Etiology: Advent Game Syndrome. Game Advent Syndrome, this disease Lu Xingzhou has heard of. It's one of those maladaptive disorders after the game descends into reality. The short answer is, normal professionals can adjust their physical state to recover through various recovery type props or skills. But not the people who have it. The life value they depleted in the copy, that was a real loss of life. And the same amount of magical value they consume is the same amount of real life force they consume. Playing the game with your life is an understatement. Lu Xingzhou had some feelings. Again, there are some bugs to the world after the game descends. But her bugs apparently are not so friendly. Lu Xingzhou didn't have the intention of talking more with this Xia Yu. His purpose was simply to transfer the money to the other party and then all would be well. Just as Lu Xingzhou threw the money onto the table and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xia Yu opened her mouth and called out to him. "You're the one who got my brother killed, aren't you?" After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou's entire body was first slightly stunned. Then he didn't pay much attention to it. After leaving this house, Lu Xingzhou would not cross paths with her again. There's no point in explaining it. What the other person wants to think is her business. Lu Xingzhou didn't say anything, so he turned to leave. However, such behavior of Lu Xingzhou looks in the eyes of Xia Yu, but it is the default. She coldly looked at Lu Xingzhou's back as he left. There was no outcry to stop it. At this moment, however, the seeds of hatred, in silence, had taken root. Outside the copy, Sun Chi and Zhao Qian were waiting here early. After seeing Lu Xingzhou arrive, Zhao Qian immediately came over and greeted him with a smile. "Big brother, good morning. I heard Sun Chi say that you like to eat buns, so I specially bought some for you, as well as a cup of soybean milk." Zhao Qian looked like a good girl, and after saying this, she put her hands behind her back, a face full of begging for a quaffle. As one of Big Brother's little hangers-on, Zhao Qian was still very clear about her position. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou looked a bit uninterested and spoke directly. "I don't like buns. You can eat them yourself." Zhao Qian? She had obviously heard Sun Chi say that Lu Xingzhou took a few buns for breakfast almost every day. How come you don't like buns when it comes to the big guy? "Big brother. Then what do you love to eat?" Zhao Qian weakly spoke. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou slowly took out an antidote fruit from the props bar and then gabbed it into his mouth. Zhao Qian was confused. "Biggie loves this? But, my concubine, I really can't do it." In fact, Lu Xingzhou had never said that he didn't love buns. Even Sun Chi didn't know about this. He doesn't love buns as much as he loves what his sister-in-law makes. That's all. The last few days of painting copies have been sparse, with nothing special happening. However, Lu Xingzhou did feel deeply the fact that the further back he went, the more difficult it was to upgrade. Although he was brushing the warrior level difficulty, however, in the middle of these last few days, Lu Xingzhou had only raised one level plus over 60% experience. Before the exam, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi's levels both came to level 10. Zhao Qian leveled up to level 9 as well. Comparing horizontally, this upgrading speed had already far left behind the vast majority of professionals. "Big brother, my gratitude to you is like a torrential river that stretches on and on. If I meet you again in the future, I will definitely repay you properly." Zhao Qian spoke with such excitement that she was close to giving her body in marriage. Although raising one level, all the attribute boosts wouldn't add up to more than 5 points. But at this point in the minute, that boost has been able to open up quite a gap. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. He really didn't think it was a big deal. He himself was not deliberately trying to bring the other party to upgrade. At most, it could only be considered as a mutual benefit. Besides, boosting a level is only an increase of so many attribute points. He himself had eaten all the antidote fruits in the past few days, and had increased his spiritual power by a full 104 points. And his battle rating came to 24 stars. Far exceeds assessment standards. While Lu Xingzhou was thinking, Sun Chi laughed and joked. "Agu Lu, if you take her to brush copies for a few more days, if the pervert knows about it, She'll definitely be jealous. Lu Xingzhou was disdainful and spoke faintly. You kid. Want to try to see if she's going to beat you or me up when she gets here? Sun Chia's smile came to an abrupt end. I still. Don't try it. However, since it is said that Su Ruyan has not seen her during this period of time, Starburst-level professionals, the speed of raising their strength shouldn't be slow, right? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin, wondering if he could claim to be #1 in the city or not with his current strength. How could it be compared to a Starburst-level professional like Su Ruyan? Tomorrow is the examination, and to be honest, Lu Xingzhou is still looking forward to it a little. Since tomorrow was the time for the special training test, the three separated and went home to get ready. However, just as Lu Xingzhou was preparing to go home, instead, he suddenly encounters two unexpected guests. Wang Hu, Zhao Xiaofei, you two, what do you want to see me about? Chapter 23. Good dogs don't get in the way. Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei stared viciously at Lu Xingzhou. Both of them had very resentful expressions at this time. After hearing Lu Xingzhou's his inquiry, not only did he not answer, but he even sneered twice. What do you think we want with you? How did you get the nerve to ask such a thing? If it weren't for you, would the two of us have failed the special training selection criteria? Damn it, you're responsible. Lu Xingzhou was puzzled and glanced at both of their messages. Both of them currently have battle ratings all at 9 stars. Tomorrow was the test selection, and the most basic battle evaluation of the two would not be enough. Not to mention the subsequent practical tests. It was reasonable to say that these two guys who had awakened their advanced professions shouldn't have a problem passing the normal 10-star battle power test. But this has nothing to do with Lu Xingzhou. Good dogs don't get in the way. Lu Xingzhou didn't bother and waved his hand as he prepared to leave. However, Zhao Xiaofei dodged and blocked in front of Lu Xingzhou. Cocking his neck, he said with a beatific expression, You kid, still Angie planning to run? Wang Hu he also followed and came over, full of displeasure. Lu Xingzhou, the two of us are here to teach you a lesson today. You still want to run? Do you think you can run away? Lu Xingzhou was also a bit puzzled at this time, and he said with a very serious expression, Did I not just say that a good dog doesn't get in the way? Wang Hu was very upset. He said with a twitch of his mouth, Let me tell you, if it weren't for you, Lin Shui, she definitely wouldn't have made a move against us. If it wasn't for that, how could the two of us have gotten so badly hurt? Originally, it was a sure thing for us to pass the special training exam, but just because of you, the two of us don't even have enough battle power for 10 stars now. Damn you! Since we couldn't pass the exam, you, too, will have to pay for it. At these words, the two men struck a pose. Both of them were advanced combat professions and had reached 9 stars in battle power. With Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei and the two of them joining forces, it wasn't much of a problem to deal with normal boss monsters with around 12-star battle ratings. And in their eyes, the combat power of the most trashy low-level professions like Lu Xingzhou was at most no more than 6 stars by now. Therefore, they felt that it was simply not too easy to deal with Lu Xingzhou. In fact, to be honest, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei just didn't see him as an opponent at all. They came here, pure and simple, to teach Lu Xingzhou a lesson. Kid, it's your bad luck to offend me. I'll teach you a lesson today, and then I'll go to your sister-in-law's bakery. Don't think we don't know where she is. I tell you, you mess with the two of us, I'll make your whole family have bad luck. Originally, Lu Xingzhou didn't even have the heart to take care of these two jumping clowns. But after hearing that, Lu Xingzhou's face instantly turned cold. You, too, have really lived. Wang Hu looked at Lu Xingzhou's ugly face and smiled smugly instead. Haha, now you know you're afraid? I tell you, it's too late. However, before he could even finish this sentence, Lu Xingzhou's figure moved, only to see him casually raise his hand forward. Vanguard. Open. Then, an invisible domain stance spread out with Lu Xingzhou as the center. Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei and the two of them were still 2 body lengths away from Lu Xingzhou. Suddenly, without warning, 2 huge wooden hands broke out of the ground, directly grabbing the two high up from the ground. He then pressed them down to the ground with a deadly grip. Boom! In an instant, a terrifyingly huge force directly pressed down on their bodies. Both of them had horrified expressions on their faces. What the hell is this? However, before the two of them could even say their words, they were pressed to the ground by this terrifying force of nature, dead and unable to move. There were many tiny branches sticking out from the top of those strong, dead wood giant hands, which held them both to the ground like the toughest of ropes. And it's still tightening and contracting. You, Lu Xingzhou, you can't kill us. I can't breathe. At this moment, Wang Hu as well as Zhao Xiaofei and the two of them felt like they couldn't catch their breath after a hard time in their chests. Even at this moment, none of them had the heart to think about why Lu Xingzhou possessed such terrifying power at all. Why is Land Rover able to maneuver this unheard of tree to attack? All they knew was that they were going to die. This feeling of being close to death made him feel very scared and fearful. In that instant, he seemed to remember. Once upon a time, Lu Xingzhou was the one in their Jianghai No. 2 middle school that ruled the entire school year, the strongest. Brother Lu, I was wrong. Please let me go. Brother Lu, we really know we're wrong. However, after hearing the two people's pleas for mercy, at this point, Lu Xingzhou did not have the slightest intention of sympathizing with them. Instead, he said at this time, "It's not that you know you're wrong, it's that you know you're going to die." Between the understatements, Lu Xingzhou added a few more points to the force of his wooden hand. On the ground, the faces of the two people struggling, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei, had already reddened to the color of pig's liver. Lu Xingzhou hated it when people threatened him, especially threatening him with his family. So no matter if Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei and the two of them were planning to find trouble with their sister-in-law or not. But Lu Xingzhou wouldn't even stay his hand. With a big hand, Lu Xingzhou was ready to send these two people on their way. But just at that moment, a remnant shadow suddenly appeared next to him. Whoosh! Lu Xingzhou's eyes couldn't see the figure's face though. However, in the middle of the realm, he was able to sense that the figure had instantly appeared within the range of his attack. Put them down or you die with them. Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly, his tone carrying a cold as ice threat. However, a familiar voice came out. You kids still want me to die? I think you really don't know what's good for you. This voice was familiar to Lu Xingzhou. Mr. Fong? At this moment, the figure landed on the ground and saved the seriously injured and unconscious Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei. Who else could this figure be if not old Ben? Mr. Fong, you're going to defend them? You kid, calm down. I had nothing to do with them when I saved them. It was entirely for your own good. After Mr. Fong threw those two on the ground, he turned his head to Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou, you are a student who has hopes of impacting the strongest in Jianghai City. Killing the two of them for the sake of a moment won't do you any good. I'm sure that even if it was your sister-in-law, he would never want to see you do something like this and bury your future. Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly and his killing intent did not converge. He naturally knows that Mr. Fong is for his own consideration, but dares to threaten his family. The sin is unforgivable. Teacher Lu, these two, you can't keep them. Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly, as if it was an ultimatum. Teacher Fong stood in front of Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei with a firm face. Opened his mouth. As a teacher, I don't care what happened between you guys. There's no way I'm going to watch any of my students die in front of me. If this thing had happened in the middle of a replica or no man's land, then naturally neither I nor the sheriff's department would have been able to control it. But now that I've seen this thing, then I have to take care of it, do you understand? Lu Xingzhou turned his head and met Mr. Fong's fiercely winking gaze. He instantly understood the other layer of meaning in Teacher Fong's words. In this gamefall world, killing people is, in principle, also against the law. But in a copy or no man's land, as long as you don't get caught, what's the offense? A moment later, the corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth moved and faintly spat out a word. Good. But then again, Mr. Fong. Why are you here? The homeroom teacher froze slightly. It seems like you found a blind spot. Chapter 24. You kid, opened up. At this moment, a small smile of embarrassment appeared on Mr. Fong's face. After all, it seemed that the previous matter of Principal Chang Yuanshan allowing himself to secretly follow his students had been exposed so easily. Although he was thinking about the future of his students. Lu Xingzhou should understand, right? Teacher Fong pondered for a moment before finally narrating the cause and effect of the whole thing. It dawned on Lu Xingzhou after hearing this. Mr. Fong, you mean now I'm noticed by the principal? That's right, Principal Chang Yuanshan thinks that you have a lot of potential. Lu Xingzhou naturally knew Chang Yuanshan. As a professional who was only a hair's breadth away from the third turn, Chang Yuanshan's strength, even if he looked at the entire Jianghai city, it was one of the best. Career awakening opportunities like second and third turns. The benefits are many, although it will give the overall strength of the professional a boost. But It wasn't for nothing. Professionals often need to prepare a large amount of professional awakening materials and complete awakening quests. Only then can the transfer be completed. Principal Chung has been settling in the realm of level 39 for many years, and if he breaks through to turn 3 someday, then I am afraid he will not just be the principal of a secondary school. He will most likely go on to be the dean of some institution of higher learning, or some key position in the regional sheriff's department. Of course, even if Chang Yuanshan was currently only level 39, that would be difficult for the average person to look up to. This is properly considered a big shot in Jianghai City. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment. It is true that one's current word error should never be exposed. After all, who knows if this matter will be vigorously cultivated when it is exposed, or if it will be pulled for human research. But obscene development doesn't mean you have to keep your head down. It shouldn't be too much to ask for a proper show of strength to take first place in the city, right? After all, he himself was the student with the best potential in Jianghai Second Middle School when he tested before. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Now I, Lu Yan, will take back everything I have lost. Lu Xingzhou, why don't you say something? Seeing that Lu Xingzhou kept his head down and didn't say anything, Teacher Fang asked with some concern. A nice kid. It's not supposed to be a shock, is it? Lu Xingzhou returned to his senses and smiled as he said to the other teacher. It's okay, Miss Fang. I just wanted to ask. Principal, will you give me any extra resources? Though Lu Xingzhou was able to recognize the wrong words and save a lot of money for him. But on this path of raising his strength, he still needed a lot of resources. And only by rapidly increasing his strength would he be able to gain a firm foothold in this era of gamefall. Seize the opportunity to get out of that original life of struggling at the bottom. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou would do everything possible to improve his strength and obtain resources for himself. I can't say if I give it directly. Mr. Fang, he naturally knew Lu Xingzhou, his family's living conditions. Therefore, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. But I've heard a rumor that the school's special training test, Principal Chang seems to have specially invited a big shot to watch. If you perform well, plus Principal Chang put in a good word for you, maybe there will be some extra benefits besides that 2 million reward. An added bonus? That's quite fascinating. Lu Xingzhou smiled and nodded as he said to the other teacher. All right then. I know about this matter. I'll try to perform well and strive for a hit. Well, you kid. Don't embarrass me. Mr. Fang smiled in relief as well. To be honest, as the most winning student of his class, Lu Xingzhou's character was still very much to his liking. After all, it's not just anyone who can climb out of the valley even after several blows. Speaking of which, Ms. Fang asked curiously, by the way, what's your current battle rating now? Let's see. Lu Xingzhou opened the information panel. But in that instant, Mr. Fang was stunned. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist Legendary. Level, 10. Battle Strength, 27 stars plus 3 stars. Skills, Flame of Extinction 9th level, Wanshimenluo 9th level. Equipment, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet Gold level. Life value, 590. Magic value, 1241 plus 80. Strength attribute, 10 points. Spiritual attributes, 113 points plus 5 points. Agility attribute, 12 points. Defense attribute, 7 points plus 1 point. Of course, in Mr. Fang's eyes, Lu Xingzhou's detailed attributes are all question marks. However, that didn't stop him from seeing what was displayed above Lu Xingzhou's battle power assessment. That terrifying battle power of up to 27 stars. How did you get to level 10? And how did you do it? 27-star war power. Even if you throw away the 3-star battle power bonus from your equipment, you still have 24 stars. You kid. Open up. Mr. Fang, even though he was already a well-informed veteran. However, when he saw Lu Xingzhou's detailed attribute panel, he still couldn't help but be viciously surprised. It's outrageous. This kind of battle power is just too outrageous. In previous years, out of the more than 1,000 senior students in the entire school, those who were able to awaken a combat profession would have to brush away half of them. And of the remaining 500 people, less than 50 were left who could awaken advanced professions. And out of those 50 people, in the end, only about 30 or so will be able to meet the criteria for the 10-star special training selection. As for Lin Yishui, who was claimed to be unrivaled under the starburst this year, According to his understanding, her battle power today was only 16 stars. Even in the last 10 years, the strongest off these 30 people. The battle rating is also 19 stars at best. And this is the man who 3 years ago fought all over the river and sea. Qin Xian. Back then, Qin Xian's terror had left an indelible shadow on all the other students in Jianghai City that year. And it was also that year that Qin Xian had refreshed all the records of almost all the novice copies in Jianghai City. But even then, he hadn't broken through the 20-star battle power mark. As a result, this has become the consensus of almost all students and teachers. No one can go beyond 20 stars of battle power before the special training test. But Lu Xingzhou just did it in a watery way. And here's the kicker. He's still 24 stars. It's outrageous. Mr. Fong rubbed his eyes, not daring to look a few more times. Then he suddenly laughed to himself. Originally I was worried about you and wanted to give you some instructions. But now it seems that I, as a teacher, was a bit overthinking it. Lu Xingzhou, for tomorrow's test, go do what you want. Let everyone in the entire school see that the record set by Qin Xian is not the limit. Starting tomorrow, your name will be forever circulated in Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. You will become the next Qin. No, you will be the first Lu Xingzhou. Chapter 25. What copy raider? I don't have one. Looking at Mr. Fong's face full of excitement, Lu Xingzhou did not say anything. Because, actually only he knows, that's a 24-star battle rating. Definitely lower. This was because among the personal panel's determinations, one's mastery was all first-rank skills. The bonuses to battle ratings are pitifully small. Moreover, when other professionals grew their attributes, they raised all 4 dimensions at the same time. Lu Xingzhou, on the other hand, because of the clear moon spirit spring, his attribute points were added to the spiritual power that was the most important for mages. What is the effect of this slightly skewed 4-dimensional attribute? That was that at this time, Lu Xingzhou already had a terrifying magic explosion ability comparable to that of a turn 2 professional, plus the 9th rank skills he had mastered. Damage? Ridiculously high. Should we tell Mr. Fong? Well, forget it, he's happy enough now, it's too late. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Teacher Fong laughed loudly for a while before collecting himself and then looked at Lu Xingzhou, who had a calm face next to him. A slightly appreciative nod followed. Good boy. The waves are not arrogant. Even though he had achieved so much, he still didn't show it too obviously. Not bad for one of his best students. All right, go back and get ready. Look forward to your performance in tomorrow's test. Good. Lu Xingzhou answered and then turned to leave. Teacher Fong glanced at Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei, who were sprawled on the ground at his feet and passed out. A small sigh followed, a disappointed shake of the head. Although the two of them had awakened advanced professions and were considered a second generation of warriors. But you're messing with the wrong people. This time Mr. Fong saved them both out of professional ET. Hicks. But if these two brats were to be ungrateful again and mess with Lu Xingzhou. So, what happens to them? What's going on in the copy, he can't control as a teacher, The next day, the day of the special training selection. Early in the morning, Chu Qing's sister-in-law made a cage of beef roasted wheat and put it on the table. Xiao Lu, this is a new dish I developed after using the skill book you gave me last time. How about you try it? Lu Xingzhou smiled and finished all the still steaming siumai, then gave a thumbs up and said, Yummy. Auntie's handiwork is delicious as always. Just as long as it's delicious, when you come back from your test, Auntie will also make you delicious food. Chu Qing gave a warm smile. Even after so many years in society, she still maintains, at the bottom of her heart, the warmth and kindness that embraces all things. Moreover, although Chu Qing had never expressed it in words, Lu Xingzhou knew it very well. She never complained about hard work, but would seize every opportunity to change her family's condition. He had only just bought Chu Qing a life-type skill book himself, and she was already working on new recipes. This kind of action and execution is not for the faint of heart. However, Chu Qing had worked so hard, but it had always been difficult to save up any savings over the years. Countless taxes, increasing prices, all kinds of injustices. Lu Xingzhou didn't understand. The world, no matter how much it has changed. But, when on earth has it ever given them ordinary people a glimmer of life? Lu Xingzhou lamented in his heart. Both in the last life and in this one. The rules of the game are set by the strong, and the weak only have to obey. But this life, he, for one, is going to be the one making the rules. Auntie, wait for my good news for this examination. Aha! Chu Qing revealed a bright smile, not the least bit distrustful of Lu Xingzhou. After having breakfast, Lu Xingzhou arrived at the school's examination hall and found that everyone was already waiting here early. The hall was buzzing with chatter. Who will be first in today's test? I think that Sun Chi from our class should be the strongest, right? After all, he was able to set a new copy record with that punk Lu Xingzhou. Definitely, who doesn't know now that Sun Chi has refreshed Big Brother Qin Xian's record? I heard that even those monsters from experimental middle school couldn't imagine how Sun Chi managed to refresh his record so much like that. But have you guys heard? Sun Chi and Lu Xingzhou's records were actually cheated. What, is there even such a thing? How did they do it? It doesn't matter how they did it. What matters is that they both cheated. In that case, then this year's number one will definitely be our goddess Lin Yishui. Definitely. Without a starburst rank, the strongest is definitely our goddess Lin. It's said that our goddess Lin's strength today has already reached 16 stars. Holy, 16 stars. That's properly number one for sure. AI. Don't even talk. Goddess Lin is here. When Lin Yishui arrived in the middle of the class, the overall sound of the class instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were instantly on her. While Lin Yishui's cold and arrogant gaze didn't care at all about the gazes of the people around her, she directly turned her head to the side after entering the examination hall. He then saw Lu Xingzhou, who was unnoticed in the corner of the hall. Then she just straightened up. The gazes of the crowd that followed were also attracted. Lu Xingzhou looked at Lin Yishui, who was walking over, and wondered what the other party wanted to do. So he opened his mouth and asked, "What do you want with me?" Lin Yishui's expression was serious, and although her face still looked as cold as ice, it was clearly much softer than looking at other people with that kind of eyes. "I'd like to ask you for a copy of the strategy to pass the Goblin Jungle." After Lin Yishui said those words, everyone in the entire class was shocked. They looked over with an incredulous look, an expression as if to say, "Did I hear that right?" The number one goddess in the whole school, Lin Yishui, actually asked Lu Xingzhou for a copy guide? You're kidding. Goddess Lin, what are you asking him for? He's just a stinking cheater. Yeah, what does he know about copying cheats? You can't ask anything if you ask. Hey, Goddess Lin is confused. Lu Xingzhou ignored the opinions of the people around him and looked at Lin Yishui, then smiled non-committally. Honestly, there aren't really any cheats. Just play through normally. When Lin Yishui heard Lu Xingzhou's reply, she pondered for a moment, not knowing what to say. After a few days of sleepless drilling, Lin Yishui realized that there was no way she could break the copy record of the Goblin Jungle set by Lu Xingzhou no matter what. Even Qin Xian's record is impossible to break. She had always thought of herself as a proud daughter of heaven, and had believed the compliments of her school teachers who said that there was no one under the starburst. But she realized when Lu Xingzhou returned strongly. Lu Xingzhou, once again, had left himself far behind, and she asks about it nowadays, and also just to, well, lose. However, when she saw Lu Xingzhou's clouded expression, she was unwilling to admit that she had lost. Her lips moved slightly, then she clenched her teeth as she was about to speak. Chang Yuanshan, coming. Good morning, dear students. Chapter 26. Surpassing Lin Yishui? How is that possible? Teacher Fang followed behind Chang Yuanshan and silently stuck out a thumb after seeing Lu Xingzhou. Gesture him to behave himself. Lu Xingzhou understood, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc. After seeing Principal Chang Yuanshan come inside the classroom, the students in the class came forward to greet him. But it was clear that this Principal Chang didn't come here just to chat and make fun. His gaze swept over the crowd. Then it landed on Lin Yishui's body. High-level professionals are able to master the scrying skill. Even if the other party doesn't have their data panel actively displayed, it can still be viewed. Chang Yuanshan nodded without moving his head, and in his heart, he was still very satisfied with this number one in the whole school. Level 9, 16-star battle force. Judging from last year's experience, Lin Yishui's battle power today should be able to rank in the top 5 in the city as well. Not bad. However, when he turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to him, the principal suddenly raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but let out a soft suspicion. Because Lu Xingzhou's panel, he couldn't even see the detailed data himself? A piece of the question mark. Did you bring some kind of shielding prop? But the information that could be seen also surprised Principal Chang to no end. Level 10 Magic Apprentice. Battle rating, 24 stars. This kid has surpassed Lin Yixue by so much. Even that Qin Xian from 3 years ago is not as good as Lu Xingzhou at this stage. Although Chang Yuanshan's face was as usual, his heart was already in shock. Even if, however, he had seen a lot, still, he could hardly believe what he saw before him. Principal Chang took a deep breath and suppressed the feeling of surprise within himself. He had come here himself to make sure of what Mr. Fong had said. I didn't realize that there was no moisture at all. Scary as hell. However, the city's #1 spot this year. It's also finally coming back to our hands at JH2, right? Humph, Experimental Middle School and Jianghai First Middle School. Even if you have any hidden trump cards in your hands, they are all useless. 24 stars. What a little monster. I'm relieved to see that everyone is doing fine, and everyone do well in the test later. Principal Chung waved his hand and was about to turn away. Just then, a bald man suddenly rushed in from outside the door of the hall. Oi, almost too late. Ouch, my dad got up late this morning. Can't blame me, old Ben. Agu, Principal Chung. You're here too. Good morning. Sun Chi smiled and snorted, then saw Lu Xingzhou in the crowd and jogged 2 steps over. Lu, coming so early? I just got here too. Hey! Didn't I rise to level 10 after brushing copies with you yesterday? My dad was so happy that he had to take me out for some good food, and as a result, I got up late today. After Sun Chi finished saying this, the expressions of the people inside the hall instantly changed. What the hell? Up to level 10? One should know that inside the hall, the highest ranked person was Lin Yixue, but she's also only a level 9. As for the others, the highest was only a level 7 senior professional. The gap, it's too big. Isn't it? Principal Cheng's gaze swept over Sun Chi's body, and then he also looked surprised. Level 10, 17-star war power? Surprisingly, it was even higher than Lin Yixue's battle power. It was not as strong as Lu Xingzhou's 24 stars, but it was strong enough. At that moment, however, a flash of doubt passed through the principal's mind. Also both at level 10, Lu Xingzhou had mastered 2 first-rank skills as a magic apprentice. How did his battle power exceed that of Sun Chi, who had 4th-rank skills? Principal Chang couldn't help but add a few more points of curiosity to the way he looked at Lu Xingzhou. All right, since everyone is pretty much here now, let's start today's special training test. At this time, on the test bench in front of the hall, Mr. Wang, who was in charge of maintaining the order of the scene, opened his mouth and said, he had a bunch of troubles lately, and the damage that Lu Xingzhou had caused to the school's sparring room last time had not yet been repaired. Finish today's test as soon as possible and call it an early night. Next, please remain quiet and come up to the stage to complete the test as I read your name. As the test began, Principal Chang, also other school leaders, also came to the observation room on the 2nd floor, waiting for test results to come in. Principal Chang, how are you doing? Seeing you so happy, what good things are you not sharing with me? When Chang Yuanshan walked into the observation room, a man cloaked in crimson robes slowly spoke. Seeing this person, Principal Chang instantly revealed a big smile. Haha, elder brother Zhao, making fun of me again, aren't you? I'm happy that you're here. Where are the other good things? Zhao Feng turned around, revealing the red sword and shield medal on his chest. This is the symbol of the Blood Knights Guild. Haha, but you did tell me that there are 2 good seedlings in your school this year, and that's why I came here on purpose. Elder brother Zhao, this news, I'm afraid there's a change. Oh, Zhao Feng was slightly stunned, then pretended to be angry. What, is it that there are no good seedlings? Is Principal Chang making fun of my old Zhao? Principal Chang smiled slightly, then shook his head. Haha. Nonetheless, it's not that there are no more good seedlings, but, rather, good seedlings, one more. Oh, Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows, then asked with slight curiosity. What's the name of this extra good seed? His name is Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou. Zhao Feng stroked his chin and fell into thought. Why did he feel that the name seemed familiar? Like, I've heard that somewhere. After thinking for a while, he realized that he didn't have much of an impression, so Zhao Feng didn't think about it in detail. As the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild, Jianghai chapter, he was in charge of everything every day. It's not unusual to not know where you've heard a name. He and Principal Chang sat down in front of the screen in the observation room and then watched the live test. Ho ho! Your panel battle strength rating is 8 stars. Your actual burst damage rating is 9 stars. and your rating is unqualified. On the test bench, after enduring the full force of the student's attack, the technological metal sphere floating in mid-air emitted a burst of mechanical sounds. The first part of the test consists of 2 elements. Verify that the battle level of the personal information panel has reached 10 stars, as well as testing whether the actual explosive power of the professional matches the rating of the information panel. Hey, it's too hard to pass the test. That's to say, is it simply too strong to break through the 10-star battle power in such a short period of time? Even if I used some precious props to forcibly enhance the attributes of the information panel, but the actual explosive power is not enough, it won't work either. Hey, it seems that the qualification for special training is out of my reach. On the stage, Mr. Wong looked at the test results on the list and shook his head slightly. The grades this year, they're all average. However, the next one should bring some surprises. Tester Lin Yishui, please come up to the stage. Chapter 27, S-Class Test Results. The Dazzling Pride of Heaven. When Lin Yishui walked onto the stage, the originally noisy crowd on the stage had all quieted down at this moment. Obviously, they were all looking forward to what kind of results this number 1 heavenly daughter of the whole school would come up with. Lin Yishui, Information Panel Battle Strength Evaluation 16 stars. Please use skill to attack the test sphere with full power. The mechanical tone of the test ball slowly sounded. Then, a cold glint flashed through Lin Yishui's eyes as a terrifying frost power surfaced from within her arm. Boom! Instantly, the temperature of the entire venue felt like it dropped along with it. A powerful burst of frost blasted the test ball in front of him. It made Zhao Feng's expression inside the observation room follow some surprise. Yo! This is actually a companion skill, awesome. Obviously, the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild was very knowledgeable. His eyes were quite old and he saw the mystery at a glance. Chang Yuanshan nodded along. Yes, the power of this skill is truly terrifying. And as Lin Yishui leveled up, this skill evolved. Nowadays, this move, Ice Elf's Curse, seemed to be a little stronger than the other day. It had even surpassed the power of most 4th rank skills. At the end of the skill, the test sphere trembled slightly. On the surface of the sphere, a fine layer of frost condensed, but after a moment the frost was absorbed by it. A mechanical tone then sounded again. Your panel battle strength rating is 16 stars. Your actual burst damage rating is 19 stars. And your final evaluation result is S rank. The moment they heard the mechanical sound, the students in the hall were stunned. Holy! S rank passes the test. Awesome. Worthy of our goddess Lin. Number 1 in the whole school, steady. S grade is already the highest rating, right? That's awesome. Something I couldn't even dream of. I'm not even looking for an S grade to pass. Even if I press the line to pass, a C grade will do. Lin Yishui took a deep breath. His face moved slightly, and in his expression, it seemed that there was still some dissatisfaction with his performance just now. However, this emotion was quickly collected by her, followed by a walk off the stage. Lu Xingzhou said as he applauded from the stage. That's a great score, congratulations. Lu Xingzhou, we are competitors. I don't need you to sympathize with me. Lin Yishui said coldly. But Lu Xingzhou was a bit puzzled. Just now, this little girl said she'd let herself be merciful, but now she's turning her back on me? Good lord. A woman's heart is not a joke. After Lin Yishui ended the test, one after another, a few more people passed the first stage of the test behind them. Only the evaluation rating when you finally pass is not as high. All C's and B's. Not even an A. Principal Chang shook his head and smiled bitterly in the observation room. Hey! Sure enough, the weakening of Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School in the past few years was indeed visible to the naked eye. The quality of the students, too, is getting worse every year. Usually, there are still a few A-rated students out there. But fortunately, next, it was Sun Chi's turn to take the stage, making Principal Cheng's mood a little better. Sun Chi was also very excited when he came on. He moved his wrist for a moment, and then, towards the test ball in front of him, he directly unleashed his 4th rank skill. Extreme Intent Boom Fist. Boom! Instantly, a loud blasting sound resonated throughout the room. The test ball was actually slightly deformed by the blast under this punch just now. But soon, a sound of mechanical assembly rang out. The test sphere returned to its original state once more and emitted a reminder tone. Your panel battle strength rating is 17 stars. Your actual burst damage rating is 21 stars. And your assessment result is S-Class. Sun Chi smiled happily after hearing the test results. Then he said to Mr. Wang, who was next to him, "Hey, scared me. I also seek to just give this machine broken. I am afraid that you let me pay that I cannot afford to pay." Sun Chi knew very well that the cost of the test balls were all tens of millions of gold coins. And it's federal government property, so you can't even buy it outside. It's much more expensive than a school sparring room, both in price and value. However, at this moment, Mr. Wang smiled slightly, revealing a young man don't blow awesome expression. This is only a beginner's test sphere, but it can withstand skills up to 33 stars. I'll pay for anything if you can pop him. Mr. Wang looked like he was watching a good show, then waved his hand and finished taking notes. Go down. The next student hasn't been tested yet. Inside the observation room, Zhao Feng's eyes lit up again. He spoke with some surprise. Aya, this youngster called Sun Chi's strength is also quite good. That one just now was a 4th rank skill, right? To be able to master that kind of skill before even turning 2 is already amazing. It's a seedling. Zhao Feng nodded with an expression of recognition. Chang Yuanshan also opened his mouth next to him and asked, "Then would you consider taking these young men into your Blood Knights Guild?" Zhao Feng stroked his chin and pondered for a few seconds before speaking. "Since you've asked, it wouldn't be a problem for me to take it upon myself to help these 2 young men." Chang Yuanshan instantly smiled with satisfaction, his face full of light. Well, that would be great. As the Blood Knights Guild was a famous top guild in Shanghai City, its strength and heritage were naturally not to be underestimated. This was evident when even the super genius from 3 years ago, Qin Xian, chose to join the Blood Knights Guild. And with the resource support of the Blood Knights Guild, then the rate of progress of the 2 youngsters, Sun Chi and Lin Yishui, would be raised by another notch. And, in the future, you can also directly join such top guilds. It's also an opportunity that is available to most people. However, at this time, Zhao Feng also suddenly remembered something seemingly and asked, "Hey, by the way, didn't you say there was another good seedling called Lu Xingzhou? That kid, how does he compare to these 2? Chang Yuanshan was non-committal and said in a pretentious manner, "You'll find out later." Zhao Feng was slightly stunned, then he released a smile and didn't ask any more questions. Then take a look. Next tester, Lu Xingzhou on stage. When they heard this name, inside the hall, many students' expressions looked very contemptuous. I'll be damned. A magic apprentice still comes to take the test? Isn't this a waste of everyone's time? That's right. This kind of guy who only hugs Sun Chi's thigh is useless even if he comes. Pathetic. This guy probably isn't dead yet. Still thinks he's that former grade 1? Oh. Hearing the words of the crowd, Zhao Feng's expression was a bit strange. A magical apprentice? Isn't this a low-level combat profession? The seedling Chang Yuanshan told me about, is it really this guy called Lu Xingzhou? He held his skepticism and was silent for a moment. However, when the mechanical tone of the test ball slowly sounded, everyone at the scene, all shocked. Lu Xingzhou, occupation. Magic apprentice, information panel battle strength evaluation 24 stars. Please use your skill to attack the test sphere with all your strength. Chapter 28 Air. Broken really do not need to pay for it, right? Everyone on stage was stunned at this point. How many? Did they hear right? Is 24 stars of combat really no joke? He's just a magical apprentice. At this moment, the expressions of the people looked at Lu Xingzhou in a very strange manner. There were even students among the crowd who had already raised their hands and asked the teacher if there was some kind of system failure in the test ball. Was it broken by Sun Chi's punch just now? Teacher Wang, who was on the stage, also looked over with a strange face at this time. The expression seemed to say, "You didn't turn on play laugh?" Then Mr. Wang seriously checked the test ball over, although he was not suspecting Lu Xingzhou of cheating. But with this outrageous battle rating, it's hard not to think that something is going wrong here. What happened to the promise that no one would get more than 20 stars before the special training test? Lu Xingzhou, that doesn't do it? What? After Mr. Wang had gone through some careful examination, it turned out that there was really nothing wrong with the test ball. Then, at this time, he had Lu Xingzhou show the personal information panel. As it turned out, there was really no problem either. Lu Xingzhou's information panel clearly displayed a 24-star battle power. Mr. Wang also nodded slightly after a short verification. Since there was no problem, he couldn't interfere too much with the students' testing. Go on. Use your strongest skill to attack the test ball in front of you. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Then, slightly approached to the position in front of the test ball. Under the stage, many of the onlookers still couldn't believe that Lu Xingzhou really possessed a 24-star battle power. There were also a number of students who were sour at this time. Oh, Lu Xingzhou must have cheated. Right, how else could it be 24 stars? Back then, Qin Xian only had 19 stars of battle power. It's fine, you just call him a mixer. He'll be in his original form when we test his true combat power later. Look at how much damage he can deal with those 2 first-rank skills he's mastered. Yeah, he'll be in his element later. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou was slightly hesitant. He said with a serious inquiry, "If I accidentally get this test ball broken, it really won't make me pay for it, right?" "Of course." Mr. Wang still nodded. But in the next second, he suddenly remembered some bad memories coming back. And so on. Wasn't this kid there when the school sparring room was destroyed? Mr. Wang felt bad at once. But just as he wanted to interrupt Lu Xingzhou, at that moment, the latter had already blatantly struck out. Flame of extinction. Lu Xingzhou meditated in his heart. Then, a wisp of flame with terrifying destructive power instantly erupted. Of course, at this time, Lu Xingzhou maximally attempted to suppress his flame of extinction. Just make sure that the test sphere can be attacked by the flames and doesn't cover all the area in front of it. Otherwise, the entire test arena would be reduced to a sea of fire. When the time comes, we don't know how many of our own classmates will be killed or injured. However, it was only this terrifying flame. The moment it touched the test ball in front of it, it had caused the surface of the test ball to begin to deform and melt. This so-called test ball that could withstand more than 30 stars of battle power burst was like a flat boat in a storm in front of Lu Xingzhou. Can be easily overturned. Boom! The aftermath of a blazing wave of inflammation spread out from the surface of the test sphere. The few students around them who were closest had pained looks on their faces that were hard to hide. What is this? This power, what's going on? It's still called a small fire. That's not right, is it? Something's not right. This is definitely not right. This power, why does it feel even stronger than Goddess Lin Yishue's companion skill just now? Inside the observation room, Zhao Feng and Chang Yuanshan's expressions were both shaken. Even though they were 2 professionals in high positions, they had rarely seen such a terrifying destructive power of skills. This is a high-level skill? Order 7 or 8? No. This power, it's not too much to say it's a forbidden spell. Even though this kid is only level 10, even I feel a slight threat now. Zhao Feng's face was horrified as he turned his head with an unbelievable face and asked, "Principal Chang, the seedling you're talking about is so strong? This is simply a monster. If I had known that this kid was so strong, I would have called our chairman over as well." A bead of sweat also fell from the corner of Chang Yuanshan's forehead. He also didn't expect that the power of Lu Xingzhou's skills would be so terrifying. Where was this some kind of first-rank skill, little flame? Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about? But, although he was shocked in his heart, he kept his face calm and said, "Cough, cough. Of course, since I called old brother Zhao for you to come, of course I have this kind of top genius to introduce to you." Good, good, good. Zhao Feng said 3 good words in a row. Then he said to Chang Yuanshan with a smile on his face, "Elder brother Chang, I, Zhao Feng, will remember this favor." This kind of top genius, when put outside, was definitely an object of competition for all the major forces. But Principal Chang Yuanshan had actually sent this genius to himself just like that. Can he not be excited? On the test bench, when Lu Xingzhou's skill ended, he realized something. That's test ball. None. The test ball from earlier was directly burned to slag after receiving his own flame of extinction. To put it mildly, it can go right back to the drawing board. At this time, Lu Xingzhou looked at the teacher Wang next to him with an innocent face, then said helplessly, "Mr. Wang, say yes, you don't let me pay. For this thing, it's really not beatable." 10,000 grass mud horses raced past in Mr. Wang's mind. "I see that the sparring room is just about to be fixed, and then, what, you come back with this? Dude, are you playing me? The most critical thing is that the test ball you broke. How can the next test continue?" Below the stage, the focus of the students' concern at the moment was no longer at all on how they should be tested next. At this moment, they were all surprised beyond words. It's hard to believe my eyes. You have to know that the test ball did not leave the slightest trace even after the full force of the 2 top geniuses, Sun Qi and Lin Yishue. However, it was burned by the flames of Lu Xingzhou just now. How can you just melt it? Hanging on is not that outrageous. The few students who had just said that Lu Xingzhou was cheating and would only hug his thighs were even more eager to find a crack in the ground to drill directly into at this moment. They would never think of it in death. That magic apprentice that they despised had done something so unthinkable in front of everyone. What a monster! It seems that what he said about there being no cheats for the copy should be true. Lin Yixue sighed slightly after seeing Lu Xingzhou's skill damage. A self-deprecating shake of the head followed. With a power like that, I'm afraid it's also true that you don't need any cheats to get through. In this moment, she admitted it completely. Himself losing. As the entire room fell silent, only one voice rang out abruptly. Sun Chi smiled and applauded, the sound extra loud in the needle-shattering hall. Luck, great! Just as the crowd was just coming back to their senses. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a crimson robe suddenly walked in outside the door of the hall. Zhao Feng laughed brightly and walked through the door. Haha, Lu Xingzhou, you young man. Our Blood Knight Guild wants you. Chapter 29. No, you're saying the A-ranked guild is short-sighted. The crowd had only just recovered from the shock they had just experienced. And as a result, Zhao Feng's words had directly ignited the entire room. Everyone on the scene was looking surprised and looked incredulously at Lu Xingzhou next to them. For all the professionals in Jianghai City, they were well aware of the gold content of the words Blood Knight Guild, one of the few A-class guilds in Jianghai City, and the guild's power was as terrifying as it was. The threshold of an A-ranked guild like this was something that almost 90% of professionals in their entire lives would never be able to come into contact with. But at this moment, Zhao Feng was shouting in front of everyone to take Lu Xingzhou under his wing. What an endorsement. I didn't expect that this Lu Xingzhou guy is really lucky. Why? He's just a magic apprentice. But this magical apprentice, he can shatter the test ball in one move. Can you? Then I'm not convinced either. Why should a low-level professional be able to step on my head too? It's not fair. Lu Xingzhou looked at the middle-aged, red-robed man at the entrance of the hall, recalling the words he had just said. The Blood Knights? It sounds as if it might sound a little familiar. If I remember correctly, hadn't there been two professionals who had come to find themselves before as well? Lu Xingzhou hadn't taken that incident to heart. However, in his heart, he definitely couldn't say anything good about the Blood Knights Guild either. However, Zhao Feng didn't know that Lu Xingzhou had dealt with the Blood Knights Guild a long time ago. He smiled and walked over, then introduced himself. Little friend Lu, my name is Zhao Feng. I'm the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild, Jianghai City chapter. Just now I watched your test performance, and I think your talent makes me feel very envious. Although you are only a magic apprentice, I think you are fully qualified to join our Blood Knight Guild. And, as long as you're willing to join, we'll go all out to train you according to the standards of the next president. And we won't interfere with your future choices. You can also go to an institution of higher learning to continue your education, or you can sign various contracts with the military. We only have one request, and that is, to join our Blood Knights Guild. Well, Zhao Feng finished saying this with a brain, then revealed a smile of determination, because in his eyes, the offer he had just given was already generous enough, and it hardly required Lu Xingzhou to pay any price. As long as he nodded, then all sorts of resources and cultivation would be sent to him. When all these temptations are in front of you, even the second generation of officials in war, they definitely can't afford it either. Not to mention young people like Lu Xingzhou who had little vision and little family background. He would definitely choose to join the Blood Knights Guild. Moreover, after letting President Qin Xian know about this, he would definitely not blame himself. Instead, he would strongly commend himself for recruiting such an excellent talent for the guild. While Zhao Feng was fantasizing in his head, Principal Chang also came inside the hall. Looking at Lu Xingzhou with an appreciative face, he said, "Don't worry about the test ball just now. There's a spare one in the storeroom, and the school will always be your strong backing. You have a wide road ahead of you. Just take your time. But wherever you go, remember that you are a student of our Jianghai No. 2 middle school, and this is your home." The surrounding students saw Vice President Zhao Feng and Principal Chang's affectionate expressions. It all feels a little strange. Is this, or are those usually high and mighty people anymore? If memory serves, in the past, even if they were a little late, they would be lectured by the teacher, "You really treat the school as your home." As a result, Lu Xingzhou broke a test ball worth 10 million gold coins, and the principal not only did not blame. Instead, They also let Lu Xingzhou make the school his home? Is that right? However, students like Lin Yixue and Sun Chi, whose families were quite good, their eyes, then, look a little wider. The attitudes of Chang Yuanshan and Zhao Feng nowadays both just indicated one thing. They are doing their best to pull Lu Xingzhou to stand in line. Getting a good relationship going when a talent hasn't developed yet is called snowballing. If Lu Xingzhou really became a famous big shot in the future, then he would want to make good relations. That would just be called icing on the cake. The weight of the two is completely different. Only they spend such a high price at this time to make good relations with Lu Xingzhou. How certain is the belief that he will grow up in the future? At this moment, Lin Yixue and Sun Chi, too, were in deep thought, feeling the envious and jealous gazes around him. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and thought for a moment. It was followed by a remark that took everyone by surprise. Haven't I already refused your Blood Knights Guild once? Zhao Feng froze. Chang Yuanshan froze. Lin Yixue also froze. The surrounding students froze even more. Only Sun Chi nodded approvingly and spoke. Yeah, the Blood Knights Guild is a bunch of short-sighted rookies. We're not joining. What did you say? Zhao Feng wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Little brother, a class guild understand what the concept we're short-sighted rookies? You're kidding. Between little brother and us? Is there some misunderstanding? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Feng also realized that there might be circumstances in it that he didn't understand. So, opening his mouth, he asked. At this time, Sun Chi briefly explained to the other party what had happened to those two professionals that they had met last time, especially adding to the description the other party's kind of overbearing attitude. After hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression could be described as very ugly. There's even such a thing? Little brother Lu, little brother Sun Chi, I am completely unaware of this matter. I will definitely go back and talk to President Qin Xian properly, and I hope that the misunderstanding between us can be cleared up. Lu Xingzhou spread his hands non-committally and said, Chairman Zhao, this is your business. Zhao Feng knew that Lu Xingzhou still had a problem with that matter. There's no point in talking about it. He's going back to his duties. The special training test of Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School ended in the shocked gazes of the crowd. In the end, there were only 22 students in total who managed to pass the special on-campus training test. Among them, Lin Yixue, who was originally thought to be sure to become the strongest in Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School, had unprecedentedly only gotten third place. The first and second places, on the other hand, were bagged by Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi. Naturally, the school's extra rewards were taken in stride. Lu Xingzhou looked at the bag filled with 2 million gold coins and his heart was overwhelmed. $2 million, $2 million. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. The principal still had high hopes for Lu Xingzhou and the others. And after giving them the school's prize money, they were also instructed to improve their strength as soon as possible to cope with the upcoming citywide elite special training class experience, and to strive to get a good grade. And the principal also asked all classroom teachers in the senior class to control their students. Everything that happens in today's school test must not be publicized. This was also done to save Lu Xingzhou the bottom of the barrel for the competition between the schools. But, other side, Zhanghai First Middle School, Zhanghai Experimental Middle School, however, had already received the news. Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School. A monster has come out. Chapter 30. How much? Name a number. Zhanghai Experimental Middle School. Chun Jin Chi. Even though you are the bottom card of our experimental middle school, your strength is far beyond your class. However, I think it's better to hold a little respect for that so-called monster in Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School. After all, this year is a crucial time for our experimental high school to win 3 consecutive top prizes. So don't get caught in the gutter. The principal of the experimental high school said in a serious tone, slightly worried. However, the teenager called Chun Jin Chi on the opposite side was very confident. He had a short, sharp haircut, and just between his eyebrows, he carried an innate confidence. Headmaster, rest assured that genius is nothing more than that in my eyes. Whoever it is, they will be no match for me. Zhanghai First High School. Zhao Qian, Shi Xiaohu, you two must prepare yourselves well. Not only do you have to deal with Chun Jin Chi from Experimental Middle School, I heard that there's also a monster from Zhanghai Second Middle School. It's rumored that that guy is even stronger than Lin Yixue. The principal of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School had apparently also obtained these tidbits of information. So, in a serious tone, he spoke. After hearing this, Shi Xiaohu's attitude didn't care. For him, he had only one opponent, and that was the strongest person in Zhanghai Experimental Middle School, Chun Jin Chi. As for any so-called geniuses in Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. However, Zhao Qian's expression was a bit hesitant. The monster genius of Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School, it wouldn't be Lu Xingzhou big brother, right? If it's really a bigot, is there any point in comparing yourself? Zhao Qian's grave expression was seen by the principal of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. He sighed and said to Zhao Qian, "But you guys don't have to have too much pressure. I think that it's also possible that Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School is putting up a smokescreen. Geniuses where there is no such thing as a lousy existence. The fact that they have a Lin Yishui is already remarkable. Go back and get ready. There are only 3 days left before the city's elite examination." Zhao Qian and Shi Xiaohu each nodded. On the other hand, after Zhao Feng returned to the Blood Knights Guild, he went straight to Qin Xian's office. "Where's the president?" Zhao Feng looked at the empty room and asked to the door, Qin Xian's assistant. "Spatial fluctuations have appeared in no man's land. It is suspected that a new copy is about to appear, and the president has been drafted by the federal government to open up the land." The assistant replied, "What level of replica, and is there a prediction?" "The prediction is that it might be a level 55 copy." Level 55? That shouldn't be a difficult task for President Qin Xian. After Zhao Feng asked, he suddenly remembered something and immediately changed the topic and said, "By the way, have you heard of a young man called Lu Xingzhou?" "You mean the young man who set a new record for President Qin Xian's copy?" "I did hear about it before." The assistant replied, "Has President Qin Xian sent someone to contact this young man?" Zhao Feng asked. President Qin Xian said at the time that he asked me to relay it to Vice President Fatty Dragon. Later on, Vice President Fatty Dragon seemed to have arranged for 2 second-rank members of our union to make contact. But they said that the 2 young men, Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou, seemed to be very hostile to our guild. The aide thought back carefully, then replied seriously. When Zhao Feng heard this, he nodded slightly, but he couldn't stop sneering in his heart. "Oh, can there be no hostility? You run off and pretend with 2 geniuses who don't have pride? Grass. Fat Dragon is a really unreliable person to do things. I told you that his rules of the jungle are obsolete in this day and age. Damn it, isn't this adding to the chaos? Tell me what the names of those 2 members of the Second Order are, and I'll go talk to them about their life aspirations." "Oh, okay, President Cho." Other side. The mood of Lu Xingzhou, who had gotten $2 million, could not be described by the word cool in the district at this time. 2 million. This is an income that I would never have dreamed of before. It would take my sister-in-law 40 years to save up for running this bakery, even if she didn't eat or drink. It's definitely a lot of money, and with this amount of money, Lu Xingzhou could also use it to dramatically improve his strength. Although I don't know the strength of this year's experimental middle school and Zhanghai First Middle School, how exactly. But Lu Xingzhou estimated that it was impossible to be stronger than him is all. These 3 days can be spent leveling up and, by the way, filling up the 2 skill bars that you unlocked after leveling up to 10. Still need to check out the trading house when I have time. Please Sun Chi's father. Use his connections to see if there are any skill books for you. By the way, my own antidote fruits are finished, so it's time to continue purchasing a batch recently. It's not too popular with everyone though. But a small amount of output is available, so it's not like you've bought all the stock on the market by buying 100 or so yourself, is it? However, when you get these 2 million gold coins, the first thing you will do is to return to your hometown. After returning home, Lu Xingzhou found sister-in-law Chu Qing with a smile on his face and opened his mouth. "Auntie, guess how much money I made today?" When Chu Qing saw that Lu Xingzhou was so happy after finishing today's test, she also revealed a smile and then asked in a very cuddly manner, "So great? How much money did you make?" Lu Xingzhou held out 2 fingers. Chu Qing asked with wide eyes and a face full of surprise. 20,000? Lu Xingzhou shook his head with "You're too unimaginative" written all over his face. Chu Qing boldly guessed. "Did $200,000. Lu Xingzhou shook his head again. He felt that it was almost time for this guessing game to end, just as he was about to say the answer. Suddenly, the door to the bakery was kicked open. Bang! Then a middle-aged greasy man in a black leather jacket with a satchel clipped to it walked in. This middle-aged man had a face full of cross meat and was followed by 2 fierce-looking minions. After the 3 men entered the house, They directly pulled over a stool in the doorway, crossed their legs, and sat down with big grins. After seeing this person, Chu Qing's originally sunny face instantly turned dark. She spoke slowly. "Fatty, what do you want to do? This month's rent, haven't you already paid it?" That middle-aged man called Fatty, who was in the lead, revealed an ugly smile when he heard this. Then said frivolously, "The whole street pays yearly rent, only your house pays monthly rent. It's too much trouble. Now I'm not going to rent to you." Well, Chu Qing's face was obviously a little less than pretty. Her voice trembled, but she pretended to be strong. "No, we signed a contract. How can you back out?" Reverse. Fatty looked like he had heard something funny. "The whole street is mine. When I want to back out, I back out you? Either you obediently pay the rent today, or you're ready to close the store." After Chu Qing heard this, her hands trembled slightly in anger. But she still kept her cool and spoke slowly. "Lu, you go back to the house first." She didn't want to involve Lu Xingzhou in this. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this obese middle-aged man in front of him. Faintly speaking, "How much? Name a number." That middle-aged man looked up and down at the poor boy in front of him, then said, 50,000 gold coins, paid in a lump sum. Can you afford it? Chapter 31. What I'm talking about is your life money. 50,000 gold coins. After taking the money you will leave, right? Lu Xingzhou spoke indifferently. The tone of his voice carried an undisguised coldness and chill. When Fatty heard this tone, his eyes slyly rolled around in their sockets before he laughed. 50,000 was the price just now. Now the price has gone up 100,000 gold coins. Otherwise, you two will I pack up and get out. Lu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes at the other party and said after a long time, "You sure?" "What am I not sure of, boy? Are you trying to threaten me?" Fatty laughed out loud. Then the two minions beside him stepped forward, instantly revealing their information panel. Both of them were all professionals stuck at turn 2, both leveled at 19. At this point, Fatty simply stopped acting. His gaze greedily looked at Chu Qing next to him, sweeping over her face and body. Because of proper maintenance, Chu Qing's face looked no more than the appearance of a 24 or 25-year-old girl. Unlike the youthful young girl, Chu Qing was more like a ripe peach, flirtatious in her maturity. That shapely figure couldn't be hidden, even in those baggy overalls. Fatty opened his mouth greedily. "Kid, young people shouldn't be too angry. Persuade your sister-in-law to be a good girl and let her spend the night with me, and won't this all be settled? Maybe if you serve me well, I won't even charge you rent for the next year." He. Fatty licked the corners of his mouth, then let out an indulgent, strange laugh. At this time, after Lu Xingzhou's eyes were cold to the core, he instead laughed out with them. He blocked in front of Chu Qing, then spoke faintly. "Make an offer. How much is enough?" Seeing that the other party was still obsessed and thought it was a money thing, Fatty stood up with a slap on the table. Angrily, he said, $1 million. If you can get it out, this is over. In the next second, Lu Xingzhou pulled out a large bag of heavy gold coins without the slightest bit of nonsense and directly smashed it on the ground. When the gold coins fell to the ground, Fatty and the two minions behind him, as well as Chu Qing, all stunned. Who would have thought that a student-looking young man would be able to come up with such a huge amount of money? This is simply outrageously large. Fatty's eyes went straight as he looked at the large bag full of golden gold coins, reaching out to grab it. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou stepped on the bag and then coldly spoke. "Do you know why I'm giving you this $1 million?" Fatty froze and subconsciously withdrew his hand, then laughed indulgently. "Ha ha ha, what else could it be? Isn't it because you're scared? Want me to let your sister-in-law off the hook?" At this time, Chu Qing followed suit and advised, "Xiao Lu, quickly put the money away. This place is under the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department. They don't dare to do anything." However, Lu Xingzhou ignored it and only shook his head slightly. "Wrong guess." Fatty glanced at Lu Xingzhou and asked in confusion, "And what do you mean, boy? Can't guess." Lu Xingzhou let out a cold laugh, and then all the expressions on his face followed. Ice cold. As cold as looking at a dead man. Lu Xingzhou spoke slowly with an indifferent tone. "Here, it's the money for the three of you to buy your lives." The moment they heard these words, the figures of those two juniors directly moved. Whoosh! Both of them were warrior professions, experts who could carry and fight, specializing in close combat. Their speed was fast, and the moment they stomped on the ground, they were close to Lu Xingzhou's face. Both of them swung their fists at the same time, one left and one right. It directly hit towards Lu Xingzhou's face. This, then, is the combination technique of their two hotshots double ghosts. Not even a little reaction, brat, go to hell. Pretend. I'll make you fly. The fists of the two men had already reached an inch from Lu Xingzhou's face, and in the next second, they were about to shatter his facial bones. Chu Qing's eyes widened, and she shouted out in horror, "Don't hurt him, I agree with you." Yet just for a moment, Lu Xingzhou raised two fingers slightly, subsequently like a press down. "Trash. Just get on your knees." Shasta. Several thick wooden tentacles broke out of the ground at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, then instantly wrapped around their arms, ankles, necks, and lumbar vertebrae before instantly plummeting downward. Boom! Those two level 19 warrior professionals, their pupils shrunk slightly, realizing that something was not good. But before they could react, they were instantly smashed into the ground by this terrifying force. Knees on the ground, his body twisted into a bizarre position by this massive force, kneeling on the ground. It's like being casually discarded, two broken dolls. Seeing the situation, Fatty's entire expression first turned from the kind of arrogance he had just had to bewilderment. Then, an unconcealable horror appeared on his face. He pushed the stool away violently and staggered to his feet. "How? You? Aren't you a senior? How can you be so strong?" As he spoke, his body kept moving over to the door, a look of readiness to run. At this time, Lu Xingzhou slowly turned his head, looked at Fatty, and coldly opened his mouth. "I let you go?" Cold sweat broke out behind Fatty, and bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his pitted, fat face. However, he didn't dare to move again at the moment. Because he had just blinked his eyes, the two minions he had brought with him were directly pressed to the ground by Lu Xingzhou. Life and death are unknown. Where would one dare to continue pretending? "Little brother. Today you high hand to let me a way out, we make a friend. From now on, your home store rent free of charge." "Okay." Lu Xingzhou laughed coldly. "I still like your unruly look just now. Why are you shriveling up now?" Brother. Let me go, my brother is..." Fatty had wanted to move his own backstage and shock the other party. However, before the other party could say this, the index finger of Lu Xingzhou's right hand once again lightly tapped. In an instant, a tentacle like a wooden dragon surged up from the ground and pressed Fatty to the ground horizontally. Biffed! The huge impact directly caused Fatty to spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, he wasn't as good as his two little brothers, who were only a level 7 intermediate professional. The strength can be said to be not at all impressive. It's stupid to threaten me after what happened. The dragon still has reverse scales and will die when touched. And Lu Xingzhou's family was his scales. Fatty felt the force of the wooden strips wrapped around him. Increase a few more points, and he shouted in a hurry. "You can't kill me, you can't kill me. My brother is the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild. He won't let you go." When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he frowned slightly. "Zhao Feng. No. Is the other vice president, Fat Dragon." Chapter 32. All I see is a desperate little girl. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin. "I didn't expect it to be this Blood Knights Guild again. What, is it your destiny to clash with the other side?" However, Lu Xingzhou was not afraid, not to mention the fact that Zhao Feng was now trying to break his head and wanted to befriend himself. And how could he tear himself apart for a district fat? Even if the other party really tangled with himself to the end, Lu Xingzhou had his own backbone. So what if it's an A-ranked guild? Is it still called a young man if he's not exuberant? When Fatty saw that Lu Xingzhou seemed to be stuck in thought, he thought that the kid was stunned. Thus, his tone regained some of its arrogance. "Kid, I advise you to let me go as soon as possible, it is better. And then ask your sister-in-law to come and make amends to me at night, and maybe I'll let you all go as a favor to you. Otherwise, you will wait for the Blood Knight Guild's retaliation." Although Chu Qing was very surprised at the moment that Lu Xingzhou's strength had surged to such a point. But after so many years in society, she knew one thing. Arms, they can't be twisted. As an ordinary citizen, Lu Xingzhou was weak and had absolutely no way to fight against such a huge force. Not to mention the prestigious Blood Knights Guild. Just as she was about to persuade Lu Xingzhou, Chu Qing saw that smirk at the corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth. That's like a chest-beating performance. Chu Qing was slightly stunned, although she didn't know what kind of backbone Lu Xingzhou had. But she believed that Lu Xingzhou should have a way to solve this matter. Chu Qing chose to believe him with little hesitation. Big deal, when the time comes, she will sell this Baozi store, and then she and Xiao Lu will change a city to live and be fine. As long as the person is okay, it's fine. Lu Xingzhou walked to Fatty's front, then slowly squatted down and condescendingly surveyed the other party. Then, with his hand, he patted the other man's quivering, fleshy face. Kindly smile. Do you know why they say you deserve to die? Dog fighting, bullying men and women, the most crucial thing is that you dare to hit my sister-in-law. You're brave, aren't you? Fatty was suspicious and unsure of what this Lu Xingzhou kid was planning to do. Are you? You going to kill me? Kill you? No. I have no intention of doing that. Of course, Lu Xingzhou would not kill anyone inside his sister-in-law's Baozi store. Otherwise, how else would the place be open for business? Also, it will attract unnecessary trouble from the sheriff's department. Fatty hemmed and hawed, and then his entire body relaxed a lot and said, So you're letting me go? Count your blessings. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly and then said with a kind smile, Just let you go? You seem to be thinking too nicely. So what are you going to do? For some reason, Lu Xingzhou's smile made Fatty shiver a little inside. Next, he immediately felt a coldness in his crotch. Whoosh! Then Fatty's eyes snapped open. Lu Xingzhou ended the realm of the 10,000 elements and faintly turned his head to pay no more attention, letting Fatty bounce and tear through the door. Chu Qing tilted her head in disbelief and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, What's wrong with him? He looks like he's in pain. Did you do something? What did I do? Lu Xingzhou asked rhetorically. Just Fatty, he looks like he's in pain. Lu Xingzhou shook his head with an innocent expression. I don't know, I just see a desperate girl. Chu Qing froze when she heard this reply. Only after a long time did she understand the meaning of Lu Xingzhou's words. In an instant, her face was colored with a playful red. Chu Qing did not move to cover her mouth. And in her heart, she angrily rebuked this Xiao Lu for being so immodest even with her sister-in-law. But shy as shy was, in reality, Chu Qing started from the moment Lu Xingzhou blocked in front of her. Her heart had long been moved beyond measure. Then what about these two people? Chu Qing changed the topic and pointed to the two fat-faced minions lying on the ground. After Lu Xingzhou glanced at those two people, he shook his head slightly and said unconcernedly, Call the sheriff's department and have them handle it. Just tell them there's a robber breaking in. Oh, well. Chu Qing hadn't yet realized that she had already, in silence, begun to gradually rely on this teenager. The sheriff's department was called and Captain Chan Xiaofeng led his own team to the scene to handle the incident. Chu Qing described to the other party what had probably happened. However, the corners of Chan Xiaofeng's mouth twitched, but he never put it down. Hey! Hello, Ms. Chu. Are you saying that a senior student, by himself alone, put down two level 19 professionals? And even that neither of these two had any semblance of resistance? Chu Qing nodded heavily. Indeed. Chen Xiaofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you kidding me? This can't even make up a story. Who's going to believe you when you tell this? Not only did Chan Xiaofeng not believe it, but several of the surrounding team members were also a bit skeptical of Chu Qing's words, just when they were still about to make a good inquiry as to the cause and effect of the matter. Suddenly, Lu Xingzhou walked in through the door. The moment their eyes met, Lu Xingzhou spoke. Captain Chun, I didn't expect us to be so destined to each other that you would be the one to handle this matter today. Chen Xiaofeng? He hesitated for a moment, realized something, and asked, This is your sister-in-law? The high school student she was talking about. Is that you? Lu Xingzhou nodded. What else? After Chan Xiaofeng heard this, he directly closed the transcript with a heavy page and put it away. Okay. Then I know what's going on. Close the line. Captain Chun, go slowly. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. Chu Qing froze, her face full of confusion. Just now, wasn't this captain called Chan Xiaofeng still not convinced? Why did you believe Lu Xingzhou just because you saw him come out? Lu? Do you know each other? Aha! Lu Xingzhou nodded. Earlier, I helped them capture a suspect, level 20-something. Chu Qing froze again. Lu, when did he do so many shocking things? He's so strong now, but how come he, as a sister-in-law, doesn't even know about it? It seemed that it was necessary for him to have more private conversations with Xiao Lu. After Captain Chun and the others left, Lu Xingzhou made a call to Sun Chi. Tell him to take himself to the trading house tomorrow and take the membership card. After that, the afternoon was spent painting copies as usual. Sun Chi's side only returned one word. Ajpk. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xingzhou returned to his house, was preparing to simply clean up and go to bed to rest. As a result, just at this moment, Chu Qing, wearing a pair of pajamas, pushed the door and walked in. Auntie, what is this? Chu Qing closed the door to the room, then slowly opened her mouth. We haven't talked for a long time. How about accompanying my sister-in-law for a chat today? Chapter 33. You've got to hit at least 10, right? After a night of great conversation, Chu Qing also basically had a general understanding of what happened to Lu Xingzhou. This was a great relief to him as a sister-in-law. And Lu Xingzhou also smoothly told his sister-in-law about taking him to the trading house for a spin on the second day. At first, Chu Qing was considering the fact that she didn't have time to go to the trading house because she had to open a store. However, under Lu Xingzhou's strong persuasion, he finally agreed to Lu Xingzhou's suggestion. Consider it a vacation. The next day, the doors of the Good Taste Bakery were closed. Lu Xingzhou brought Chu Qing to the trading house in Zhanghai City, and at the entrance of the trading house at this time, Sun Chi was waiting here early. Brother Lu, Auntie Chu Qing, good morning. Sun Chi greeted the two in a meaty tone. Chu Qing purposely changed into a casual outfit today, a sharp little yellow halter with a short floral skirt. Although there was no intentional grooming, but because of the usual proper maintenance. Chu Qing stood beside Lu Xingzhou, looking no different from his sister who had just graduated from college. Good morning, little Chi. Chu Qing revealed a warm smile and responded. Lu Xingzhou skimmed his mouth and said with a look of disgust, "What are you doing being so mushy? Talking properly won't ah. It's not a pleasure." Sun Chi scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. You don't know, last night when my dad heard that I got second in the whole school straight away and ed over Lini Shui, he was so happy that he gave me another 500,000 gold coins credit, letting me pick whatever I like today. Brother Lu, thank you so much. Otherwise, it would still be a bit difficult for me to win over Lin Yishui. I don't even know how to repay you. Why don't I give my body to you? Lu Xingzhou waved his hand in great disgust. Go, 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 stay away. I can't sleep at night with the lights on. Lights on at night? Sun Chi touched his shiny brain before reacting. Vulgaria Lu, you mock me, don't you? It can't be helped. I'm hereditary. Don't you beat yourself up when you mock a person's flaws? Inside your heart, isn't there even a hint of pain? No, I feel very good. Lu Xingzhou said blandly. Auntie Chu Qing, you have to help me out. Sun Chi sued. However, Chu Qing on the side just covered her mouth with one hand and smiled like a flower. After exchanging greetings, the three of them walked through the door of the trading house together. Hey Lu, you don't know how happy my dad was yesterday. He even took me out to a dragon at night. What? Lu Xingzhou was full of questions. Are you sure? Is this legal? Sun Chi is also a bit confused. How is it not legal? Eating, singing, bathing, this does not pull consumption code? Oh, ahem. That's what I meant. Lu Xingzhou covered his mouth. Sun Chi didn't dwell on it much and then asked, by the way Lu, how did you guys celebrate yesterday? Wasn't it quite a party too? Lu Xingzhou pondered slightly, then spoke blandly. It's quite lively. Yesterday a fat man with 2 level 19 warriors came to our house looking for trouble, and I handily ed them over. Sun Chi subconsciously, oh, but in the next second, he turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou in surprise. What? Brother Lu, you ed over 2 level 19 warriors by yourself. Lu Xingzhou, why, what's the surprise? Sun Chi shook his head slightly and said, it's a bit too bullying. You have to fight at least 10 to be considered evenly matched. That's true. Lu Xingzhou nodded deeply. Seeing the two of them in a serious manner, the crowd inside the hall of the trading house thought that the two of them had lost their minds. It's blowing awesome out there. A senior and you want to hit 10? You think you're LP man? It's ING loaded. However, Lu Xingzhou and the others ignored the gazes of the people around them. The trading house staff led the way inside the members' lounge. The staff recognized Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi. These two boys had rummaged through the treasury for a while last time, and in the end, they only bought more than 100 antidote fruits and a life skill book. Also, all that was being looked at was some low-level equipment around level 5. I guess this order, the profit will not be too high. But their profession, after all, was to do service, so there wasn't much impatience in their expressions. But in her heart, she must still be a bit envious of those colleagues who serve big customers who spend more than 100,000 to 200,000 gold coins at every turn. However, Lu Xingzhou spoke directly. First, buy my sister-in-law a few life class profession skill books, and then show me around level 10 gold class equipment. Hearing this, the staff member froze. Level 10 gold ranked equipment? If I remember correctly, a few days ago, weren't these two only like level 5 or 6? How long has it been and you're looking at level 10 gear? If it were anyone else, it would take at least a month or so to rise to level 10 before it was possible, right? A few young people did come to the trading house today to pick up level 10 gold level equipment. But those are all famous super geniuses from major high schools. Could it be that the two young men in front of them were also super geniuses from some middle school? Words can't describe the shock in the staff's heart. But he also felt even more of a snicker. Level 10 gold grade equipment basically cost more than 20,000 gold coins. It seems that this time, there is a profit to be made. Please follow me too. Spreading a bright smile, the staff member led the three of them to pick out a few skill books for life-type professions. When Chu Qing saw the price, she desperately shook her head, thinking that the price was indeed too expensive. To buy these skill books, it was almost as much as a year's profit of one's own bakery. However, Lu Xingzhou said in her ear, "Have you forgotten how much money I have? Listen to me and buy." Lu Xingzhou had enough funds this time, so he was eager to try to see if his sister-in-law's life class skills had increased after her level. It's also able to make foods that have more special word effects. It's kind of an investment. As long as one's ideas can be validated, well, it's worth whatever it costs. Lu Xingzhou paid the money and received a skill book from the staff's hands of Roar. These cost him a total of more than 70,000 gold coins. It's a significant expense, but definitely worth it. Chu Qing was very touched. He knew that Lu Xingzhou was doing it for his own good, so he didn't push back much. Then he put the skill book away in the props bar. "All right, take us to see the gold level equipment," Lu Xingzhou said. Okay. The size of the storage warehouse for level 10 equipment is just a little smaller than the one you've been to before for level 5 equipment." And the staff took Lu Xingzhou and the three of them in a circle and walked to a small room next to them. Here, it's just half the size of the warehouse from earlier. Guessed. What's placed here are all gold level equipment around level 10. There are detailed descriptions next to each piece of equipment, so please feel free to pick one. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded. What the trading house had to say about the equipment didn't matter to him. He was going to pick it out himself. Lu Xingzhou was like this, walking slowly, and while walking, he also appraised the words to these equipment placed in the warehouse. As he walked, Lu Xingzhou suddenly found two cabinets that were interesting. Only the equipment displayed there was somewhat similar to his own bracelet. Lu Xingzhou checked the firmament words and the names of the two pieces of equipment instantly appeared in front of him. Zombie King's Ice Ring Gold Level. Zombie King's Ice Necklace Gold Level. Chapter 34. Is this the pinnacle? Wasn't this the same set of equipment as his own bracelet? If Lu Xingzhou remembered correctly, at that time when he came out with this equipment, he saw the system tip inside saying that this equipment had a set effect. I didn't expect to see it inside the trading house. With a thought, Lu Xingzhou summoned his bracelet to his wrist. Then he picked it up and compared it to these two pieces of equipment laying in the warehouse in front of him. Yo, that's quite a suit. A cold, frosty aura surrounded the equipment, looking ghostly cold. There's no hint of a special phrase, but it's not impossible to buy it and put together a set. As Lu Xingzhou mused, Sun Chi next to him also spoke. I didn't realize that both the ring and the necklace were in stock. Brother Lu, you're lucky. This equipment is considered to have good attributes within the level 10 jewelry, and it will be even more invincible if you put together a set. Let's see how much. Nesting grass, a little expensive, the price tag of 120,000 gold coins. But Lu, what are you afraid of if you can afford it? Sun Chi is very clear because the previous special training test Lu Xingzhou took the first place in the whole school. The cash reward alone is 2 million. And there's also a skill enhancement keystone. Although that skill reinforcement keystone, the school hadn't yet distributed it to Lu Xingzhou. But the money is real. Buying both pieces of equipment is not a problem at all. However, just as Lu Xingzhou was considering whether or not to buy the two pieces of equipment, suddenly, a voice came from the side. These two pieces of equipment, I've already reserved them, so you guys might as well take a look at the other stuff. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi followed their gazes, only to see a very muscular youth walking over. Shi Xiaohu. Sun Chi recognized the identity of the other party. After all, those were the only famous and talented academies in the major high schools. And this person in front of him was the one who was claimed to be the strongest genius of Zhanghai No. 1 middle school. Shi Xiaohu. The other party glanced at Sun Chi. Then his gaze naturally landed on Lu Xingzhou. When he turned his gaze, he saw on Lu Xingzhou's wrist the blue bracelet covered in frost. This is the Zombie King's frost bracelet? Where are you from? Lu Xingzhou heard the other party's questioning tone and put away the bracelet to ask, "What do I need to report to you about my stuff?" The moment Shi Xiaohu saw the bracelet just now, he almost subconsciously blurted it out. It was because he had been searching for many days in the trading house, but he had also still only managed to buy the necklace and ring from this set. Though these two pieces of equipment are considered extreme. But without the bracelet, the effect of not being able to put together a set is definitely still a bit worse. At least if you want to deal with the secret weapon of experimental high school, Chun Jin Chi. Still have to have a jewelry set would be safer. So when he saw Lu Xingzhou was wearing the frost bracelet he had longed for on his wrist, his mood was naturally overwhelming. Make an offer, how much? Sell it to me. Shi Xiaohu seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Xingzhou and spoke directly. Not for sale. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. He didn't have much of an idea about the frost necklace and ring coming together as a set in the first place. And he didn't want to tangle too much with the guy in front of him. So he turned around and was ready to check out the equipment on display next door. But just as he was about to leave, Shi Xiaohu, however, directly blocked Lu Xingzhou's path. Don't go, what do you mean you're not selling? Is it useful for you to keep a bracelet like this? This is a boss jewelry set. The effect of putting together a set is directly doubled. You can't do anything but disgust me by keeping a loose part in your hand, so you might as well sell it to me. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the other party. Still two words. Not for sale. He then continued to speak, his tone gradually getting colder. Can you get out of my way? It's a bit in the way. How dare you talk to me like that? Kid, are you tired of living? Shi Xiaohu, as a second-generation son, is the object of admiration wherever he goes. And he is also highly regarded on campus as a genius. As a result, he was suddenly looked down upon by this one nobody. It made him feel very stifled. Shi Xiaohu blocked in front of Lu Xingzhou, then said with a slightly arrogant face, "Boy, don't you just want more money? I know too well what people like you think. 150,000 gold coins. Just nod your head and I'll give you the money immediately now, in cash." Well, after Shi Xiaohu finished saying this, the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Who can refuse to come with such a price that is far above the market price when you yourself offer it? Perhaps those talented second-generation sons and daughters like himself could resist this temptation. But a little-known person like Lu Xingzhou, never. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou looked at Shi Xiaohu with a responsible look. He then spoke faintly. "Eh? Stupid son of a landowner." Shi Xiaohu instantly became furious. "Who the are you calling a stupid son? You want to fight, don't you?" Lu Xingzhou didn't change his face as if he was speaking a fact. "Says you, it feels like you'd be the type to spend 100,000 gold coins on a Goblin King crystal core. How did you know I bought a Goblin King's crystal core the other day? You stalking me." Hear that? Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi also froze. Good lord, it turned out that the person who had previously taken out almost twice the market price and bought the Goblin King's crystal core. It's really you, isn't it? Zhanghai City is really small. Lu Xingzhou muttered in a small voice. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou didn't have the heart to fight with him. So he opened his mouth. "For the last time, I'm not for sale, so please get out of my way." Shi Xiaohu did not move away. He could be said to be ambitious about this bracelet of Lu Xingzhou's. So he raised his offer again, giving the maximum he could afford. "Tell you what, I'll take a copy of the Clear Moon Spiritual Spring and exchange it with you. Perhaps you haven't heard of this high-end item. This, however, is a rare prop that can permanently increase the user's spiritual power by 1 point. And the rarest thing is that it doesn't have any side effects. As long as you give me this bracelet, I'll give you a copy of the Clear Moon Spirit Spring." Well, hearing this, Sun Chi was a little untalented and couldn't sit still. The Clear Moon Spirit Spring was a serious goodie. This item, like the Black Dragon True Blood of the warrior class professions, was a cherished prop that could permanently increase 1 point of attributes. They are all worth more than 200,000 gold coins. And because it was a permanent increase in attributes, This prop became more valuable the later it got, and was favored by higher professions. Sun Chi looked at Lu Xingzhou and his fiery eyes said it all. If it were me, I'd say yes. But, who knew that the corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched and spat out 2 words. That's it. This thing he 100 gold coins a random by okay. Sure Xiaohu never expected that even Sun Chi, the famous genius student of Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School, would be a bit hot under the collar. Lu Xingzhou is still indifferent. This was even beginning to make him wonder a little if Lu Xingzhou was a dumbass who didn't know anything. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou really intended to leave, Sure Xiaohu directly grabbed his shoulder. If soft doesn't work, then hard. I'm telling you, I'm going to take this thing today. Even if you want to sell it, you have to sell it even if you don't want to sell it. The moment Lu Xingzhou turned his head, the domain of the 10,000 elements had already unfolded. Oh, so bossy? But I'll give you a word of advice. If you don't let go, your hand won't belong to you anytime soon. Just when the 2 men were at cross swords, a staff member, 2 steps trotting rushed over. Stopped between the 2. Don't do it. 2 honored guests, don't do it. Chu Qing was relieved to see that the staff had stopped the 2 of them. It's okay. It's okay. It seems that the trading houses don't want conflict between customers either. But the next second, the staffer continued. Our trading house has a specialized sparring ground, the price is fair, the charge is reasonable, and there are also specialized medical personnel 24 hours full escort. You want to set a piece of ground. Lu Xingzhou? Sun Chi? Chu Qing? Good lord, is that a pin? Chapter 35. Dude, you're an assassin with that physique. At this moment, Sure Xiaohu said to Lu Xingzhou next to him, why don't the 2 of us make a bet? If I win this match, you'll give me your bracelet. If I lose, I'll give you both that necklace and the ring. How about that? Originally, Lu Xingzhou did not intend to put any more effort into getting that ring and necklace. After all, when you spend your money on something like this, the gear you buy over will be obsolete in no time. Lu Xingzhou still wasn't too willing to spend money on it. But, if you say it's free, well, that's another way of putting it. It's given for free. Don't take it. Yes, as long as you don't regret it. Why would I regret it? Sure Xiaohu laughed. In his eyes, with the exception of Chun Jin Chi from experimental high school, there wouldn't be a single opponent that he could look up to, not to mention an unknown guy like Lu Xingzhou. And the thought that this frost bracelet, which he was supposed to exchange for the clear moon spirit spring, was now about to arrive for free. He was in a much better mood. Wearing equipment? Sure Xiaohu asked. Feel free. Lu Xingzhou didn't care. Hearing this, Sun Chi snickered from the side. You're a bit shameless. You have so much equipment and my Lu only has 1 piece of equipment. Isn't that a bit bullying? Of course, when Sun Chi said this, he didn't really think that Lu Xingzhou would lose. It's just idle boredom. Sure Xiaohu coughed a bit awkwardly. The reason why he wanted to wear equipment. It was because he didn't want to expose his skill base in front of Sun Chi. He wanted to rely on pure numerical values to crush Lu Xingzhou. After Sure Xiaohu painfully paid for the venue, said to Lu Xingzhou who was beside him, come on, with the trading house over here as a watchdog, none of us have to worry about the other party cheating. Yes, Lu Xingzhou said and walked onto the field. Chu Qing on the sidelines asked with some concern, can Lu win? It feels like the opponent is raging. Sun Chi was full of concern at this time. Packages package, worry about no one but Lu. Because, as one of the few people who knew about Lu Xingzhou's strength, naturally, he knew that even if the class teacher, Mr. Fong, really fought with today's Lu, it's not going to be pretty. However, at that moment, a few student-looking people next to them also gathered around. A few of the boys shook their heads slowly. Tisk, Baldy. That's what you don't understand. That's Sure Xiaohu. Do you really think anyone can beat him? That's the super genius of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. The guy known as Zhanghai's No. 1 Shadow Assassin. He. Every time Sure Xiaohu's opponent would be defeated without even being able to touch the corner of his coat. The Shadow Assassin's intensity. It's too high. Hearing those words, Chu Qing's heart, which had just been put down, once again hung in the air. It sounds like the teenager across the street called Sure Xiaohu. The strength seems to be strong. And he looked so fit. Was he even an assassin profession? You can't judge a book by its cover. So Lu isn't going to lose, is he? Chu Qing turned her head with a worried expression and looked at Sun Chi next to her, hoping to receive a reassuring answer. However, Sun Chi remained with a bland and incomparable expression, using an expression of looking at a little cutie, expression looking around. Then, in an old-fashioned way, he said, "Hey, you don't understand, even if I tell you. Summer insects can't talk about ice." After the crowd heard these words from Sun Chi, their expressions were all a bit ugly. What's this brat pretending to be? The handsome young man opposite Shi Xiaohu looked civilized. It would be hard to last a single move in the hands of this shadow assassin. So much for the so-called stiff upper lip, I guess. Let's see if it hurts when the punch in the face comes later. The parties took their places and were witnessed by the staff of the trading house. Game on. Kid. Stepping into the ring, you're quite courageous. But only, unfortunately, not too smart. Shi Xiaohu opened his mouth proudly, and it was clear that he had already acquiesced in his heart that he was about to win this bet. Lu Xingzhou was very calm and didn't retort after hearing these words from the other party. It was just said in a very flat tone. "Don't make a move yet, you won't have a chance in a while. Humph, you're too arrogant, kid. Let me teach you today what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven." Shi Xiaohu's body was already moving as he spoke. Whoosh! The shadow assassin can be quite fast. Although, like Sun Chi, they were both rare-class professions. But, with the shadow assassin's occupational trait, it could almost be said that most of the attributes were added to agility. His speed was extremely fast, far surpassing the vast majority of professions at his level. Also, shadow assassin's damage is quite impressive when wearing gear. The moment he quickly approached Lu Xingzhou, Shi Xiaohu took out his weapon from his props bar. It was a dagger inlaid with the Cobalt King's crystal core. This, too, was a main battle weapon that his father had spent a great deal of money to customize for him. Don't blame me. Blame it on your arrogance. Shi Xiaohu's figure was so fast that it was almost like a stump. The moment he was about to approach Lu Xingzhou's side, Shi Xiaohu used his inertia to directly stab towards Lu Xingzhou's neck, ruthlessly. The surrounding students who were onlookers were all very emotional after seeing this scene. Worthy of being the super genius of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. Just this kind of speed. If it's me who fights against him, I estimate that I'll be killed in seconds if I fight a photo. Yeah, this kind of speed is indeed too fast. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to catch a single move from him. Look at that kid across the street, standing stupidly in place. Isn't that waiting to die? Haha. Originally I thought that he was only that confident, that he might be able to have some skills. But now it seems that he's not as good as me. True, I'm on me too. However, just as Shi Xiaohu had approached Lu Xingzhou's body, suddenly Lu Xingzhou's body was slightly, a little to the left. The neck almost grazed the dagger's pointed blade to avoid it. Shi Xiaohu's eyes narrowed, and his pupils were filled with a look of shock. How is it possible? Surprisingly, he dodged it. The inertia of Shi Xiaohu's body rushed forward for another dozen meters before he grabbed the ground and stopped. His body bowed to the ground, building up his strength. In the next second, he attacked again, bouncing himself off the ground with his legs. Luck, it was definitely luck that Lu Xingzhou dodged his own attack just now. But luck only comes once, not twice. That hit is going to put an end to this fight. Die for me! However, before he could get close, Lu Xingzhou directly struck a normal attack with his hand. Shi Xiaohu's eyes narrowed with contempt. Magic bullet. Isn't this a normal attack of a magic apprentice? Looks like this kid is a trashy low-level profession. At this level, you still dare to call out to yourself. You really don't know how to write the word, death. But he had just thought of it. As a result, the racecourse inexplicably swept up a terrifyingly cold wind at this instant. This is a special word for Land Rover bracelets. 6th rank skill Extreme Ice Storm. Chapter 36. I can tell you you're too weak. In an instant, Shi Xiaohu felt the gust of pressure coming from the terrifying ice storm in front of him. His sweaty hairs stood on end as the danger signals rang in his head. It was a feeling that instantly tightened his nerves. Danger. Extremely dangerous. In that instant, Shi Xiaohu gave up his attack. Escape as fast as you can, exploding with all your might. However, he still underestimated the terrifying speed of this ice storm. Even if the shadow assassin was fast, his level was too low. Speed still couldn't outrun the extreme ice storm released by Lu Xingzhou. Ah! A mournful scream instantly came from the arena. Then, the crowd saw a figure fall out at an extremely fast speed. Rolled several times in a row on the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Shi Xiaohu's right leg had been completely frozen by the extreme ice storm, and the horrifying chilling effect caused his right leg to almost lose consciousness. Moreover, the slowing effect attached to the skill spread throughout his entire body. At this moment, Shi Xiaohu only felt that his body was very cold. It was as if the blood was going to freeze. The whole body, it couldn't lift its strength. What kind of skill is this? Damn! Shi Xiaohu's face was shocked and, with a slight look of panic. How could you, a magic apprentice, master this kind of advanced ice attribute spell? Damn! Damn! Shi Xiaohu crawled on the ground while bracing himself, trying to use his left leg to stand up. At this moment, the surrounding crowd saw this wretched appearance of Shi Xiaohu. On their faces, incomprehension and doubt were written. It's not right. It's not right. What's going on here? Isn't Shi Xiaohu the top genius of Zhanghai First Middle School? How come he can't even beat a magic apprentice? Are you stupid? That's no ordinary magic apprentice? Didn't you see the power of that ice storm just now? I think even a level 20 professional would be half dead if he took a hit. It shouldn't be. Why would a magic apprentice be able to beat a shadow assassin? Does that make sense? The expressions on the faces of the crowd were quite puzzled. Just now, they had also seen that the power of that one ice storm of Lu Xingzhou's was indeed ridiculously powerful. It was not at all like the power that a senior student could hit. It's so over the top. And at this time suddenly a great wise man opened his mouth to inquire. Hey, do you guys think there's a possibility that that ice storm of his isn't a skill that he typed out, but an incidental effect of his equipment? This statement also caused many people to react instantly. Yeah, that's right. It must be an effect that comes with his equipment. Why else would he be so much better than us? Many nodded along, deeply impressed. But at this time, Sun Chi beside him said in a salty manner, by equipment, do you mean the frost bracelet? But that set of equipment, Shi Xiaohu has 2 of them. How come I haven't seen Shi Xiaohu hit such a skill? Instantly the crowd was silent. Yeah, that ing makes sense. Is it the apprentice magician who is the son of the version? Just as the crowd was caught up in thought, on the other side, Shi Xiaohu sort of reacted. Wait, no! You wouldn't be that, the secret weapon of Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School, that monster. If you're that monster, then it's not surprising that you have such a terrifying ice attribute skill. I didn't expect that the principal was right. Lu Xingzhou smiled faintly in a non-committal manner and then said, as for monsters and stuff, I don't know who I'm talking about. What I can tell you, though, is that you're too weak. Weak? After hearing that, Shi Xiaohu's face showed a hint of anger at being provoked into action. Very upsetting. He had merely not used his full strength, but he had actually been taunted by a magic apprentice. Does this guy have a death wish? Since you think I'm weak, then I'll have some fun with you. Let's see which of us is stronger and which is weaker. Obviously because of the excitement of that speech just now, Shi Xiaohu also took out his best skill of looking at his family's background. Only a flash of his body was seen, and finally he mouthed the words, 3 shadow burial. The moment they heard this, the other onlooker students shuddered. Can't be, this is that so-called 4th rank skill, right? A divine skill that a shadow assassin can master, dividing his body into 3 near-solid shadows through high-speed movement. No, that's the skill, isn't it? And at this moment, only Sun Chi rippled and opened his mouth to ask, 3rd Battalion Commander, so you have Italian artillery like the 2nd Battalion Commander? Crowd? What's wrong with this guy? Instead of worrying about your friend, you're here making these not at all funny jokes. This man is confused, isn't he? Lu Xingzhou looked at the 3 shadows of Shi Xiaohu that suddenly appeared in front of him. Slightly feeling a bit curious, he spoke. It's kinda interesting. This skill looks pretty cool. Humph. It's too late to be afraid now. Shi Xiaohu snorted coldly and said condescendingly. I know your skill power is good, but I also see the problem with your skill. That is, this skill is far beyond the level that the skills you can master right now should have, and your use of this skill should put a considerable load on you, right? Humph. And the ice storm of your skill can only target one direction at all. So even if you want to unleash your skills to attack me again, can you do it and guess which one is me among my 3 doppelgangers? I'm afraid you can't do it either. Can you? Ha ha ha. After the surrounding crowd heard Shi Xiaohu's analysis, they all revealed a look of sudden realization. I see, it seems that this kind of game between skills doesn't necessarily mean that the higher the rank, the stronger it is. Other problems that may be encountered in actual combat should also be considered. It seems that Shi Xiaohu really deserves the name of a genius. This ability to improvise in battle is not comparable to the average person. Having his weaknesses seen through, that kid is definitely going to lose. Yeah, he's definitely going to lose. Even the staff watching the game from the sidelines couldn't help but nod at this point. They were completely neutral as the staff of the trading house in Jianghai City, and they didn't favor anyone. However, from their perspective, this young man called Shi Xiaohu clearly had more combat experience than the teenager on the other side, to be able to keenly observe such important information in the midst of battle. If nothing else, he has won. But accidents come. Lu Xingzhou gently scratched his head with his right hand before revealing a helpless smile. That's a nice thought, but doesn't work on me. Next, Lu Xingzhou directly threw out a normal attack in each direction towards the shadow doppelgangers standing in his three directions. Boom, boom, boom. A horrible blizzard covered the entire field directly. Shi Xiaohu, D. Chapter 37 Gold Level Suit. Unexpected Harvest. Shi Xiaohu, who was in the middle of the arena, was directly frozen into a lump of ice. The three shadow doppelgangers that had been raging just a moment ago were instantly reduced to nothing. Fancy. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and then said to the staff on the sidelines, "Hurry up and get him out before it's too late." That's when the staff suddenly reacted to what was happening. In a flash, 7 or 8 people rushed onto the field carrying stretchers and healing medicines. But the crowd was so busy that they couldn't break the huge block of ice in front of them. Until, that is, the attending physician came up carrying a huge impact drill. "Get out of the way, I'll..." At the scene, everyone's expression was shocked. They never expected that the terrifying ice storm that Lu Xingzhou had just created would be able to strike so many times in a row. Horrible, just horrible. This kind of strength was truly awesome, and had completely left the class of a senior. Whose monster is this? Too outrageous. How come I've never heard of it before? There's still such a number one ruthless person existing in Jianghai. Hey, wait. He can't be. Is that Lu Xingzhou who refreshed the record of Goblin Jungle copy, right? What grass? It's that Lu Xingzhou who was rumored to only cheat and hug his thighs? He turned out to be so hanged. This is because most seniors have only been exposed to the Goblin Jungle replica. Therefore, the fact that Lu Xingzhou had broken the Frost Jungle copy record had yet to be understood by this group of seniors. But the matter of breaking the Goblin Jungle's record was enough to shock them. After the staff worked for a while to restore Shi Xiaohu's state to a minimum, Shi Xiaohu also came to his senses. Just the voice is still a little weak. Me? Did I lose? He opened his mouth to ask. Because Lu Xingzhou struck so quickly, he was not given time to react at all. Passed right out. He didn't even know what was happening until he passed out. The staff of the trading house came over and shook his hand. A determined look was thrown at him. Then, took both the frost ring and the frost necklace off of him. You lost, we will transfer the items to Mr. Lu Xingzhou, and then you still need to pay for the first aid just now. A total of 13,600 gold coins. Do you see a credit card on your side? Or cash? Shi Xiaohu's sanity had only just come to his senses. And when he heard this, he instantly caught fire in a hurry. Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and then, once again, he fainted. Sun Qi's expression was very disdainful as he bristled. That's too much mental capacity. The trading house handed these two pieces of equipment into Lu Xingzhou's hands, and then in the presence of the crowd, announced that this match had ended. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly as he looked at the gold-level set ring and necklace in his hand. Equipment name: Zombie King's Ice Ring Gold Level. Equipment name: Zombie King's Ice Necklace Gold Level. Equipment name: Zombie King's Ice Bracelet Gold Level. Though the two pieces of equipment, which one had already checked, didn't show any special words. But the effect after collecting the set is quite good. Wearing 3 sets of equipment at the same time, set attribute has been triggered. Zombie King's Ice Jewelry Set. Set attributes: increase life value limit by 150 points, increase magic value limit by 280 points, attach chill slowdown level 15 effect when attacking, probability of Zombie King's chill shield level 10 appearing when attacked. The chill shield can withstand the attack and inflict chill blast damage when it disappears. This effect is good enough in itself. Otherwise, a second-generation son like Shi Xiaohu wouldn't have rushed for this. However, the moment Lu Xingzhou saw this phrase, a glint flashed in his eyes. Wait a minute, that phrase, it's not right, because at this moment, in Lu Xingzhou's eyes, the words of this equipment were clearly shining with an unusual golden color. Set attributes: increase life value limit by 150 points, increase magic value limit by 280 points, attach ice deceleration level 15 effect when attacking. When attacked, Frost armor level 30 will be automatically generated around the body for defense, and the frost armor possesses a counter wound level 30 effect. Armor generation cooldown time is 60 seconds. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. When attacked, it automatically generates level 30 frost armor. And frost armor has a counter damage effect. This equipment, isn't it a bit too invincible? Lu Xingzhou froze slightly and touched his chin. In that case, who can beat themselves? Was there a single one of these so-called geniuses at the same level that could break through his own defense? Lu Xingzhou was skeptical about all of this. Also, every 60 seconds, the CD for the effect is refreshed. Even if he stood still and let his opponent hit him for 60 seconds, was there a single person who could break his armor's blood? Lu Xingzhou turned his head and said to Sun Chi on the sidelines, "Sun Chi hit me?" Question mark. Sun Chi had a puzzled expression and subconsciously took a step back. "No, there's a trick. I'm not going to fight. I'm not falling for it." Lu Xingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, "No, you're scared less? Brother, for so many years. When have I ever screwed you over?" Sun Chi hesitated for a moment and felt that what Lu Xingzhou said was somewhat reasonable. So he nodded willfully. "Okay, then I can fight. Hit it, it's fine." Lu Xingzhou waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up. Subsequently, Sun Chi pulled out a fist glove that shone with a mottled light out from the props bar. Lu Xingzhou's eyes stared at the words of this boxing glove in front of him. Equipment name: Shining Dual Gold Level. Wearing level 10. Level 10 gold level equipment. Not bad. Unsurprisingly, this would be the outfit his father had handpicked for him. "But you kid, let you fight and you wear equipment?" Lu Xingzhou spat out a sentence in his heart, but he was still eager for Sun Chi to use his full strength to attack. Otherwise, how can one test the limits of his jewelry set's frost armor? "Brother Lu, much obliged. I'm coming." Although his mouth said that he was much offended, Lu Xingzhou clearly saw a hint of sly excitement on the other party's face. Extreme Intent Boom Fist, a fourth-order skill terrifying as it is. Along with this punch blast, it brought up gusts of bursting fist wind. Now, Sun Chi, whose level had been raised to 10 and who wore the equipment, was even stronger than before by a few notches. Nowadays, if he were to face the Goblin King again, he would probably be able to manage to kill him with a single punch. The faces of the surrounding crowd were shocked and incomparably emotional. Damn it, are all our own people this tough? Tough guy. However, just at the moment when Sun Chi's punch was about to come into contact with Lu Xingzhou, a fine layer of frost suddenly appeared around Lu Xingzhou's body. Subsequently, this frost gradually solidified and became thicker and thicker. Then, it made contact with this punch from Sun Chi. Boom! The next second, a mournful wail came. "Hey!" Chapter 38 Investments in Jianghai Trading House. The wailing did not come from Lu Xingzhou's side, but from Sun Chi, who made the move. Even though he was wearing gloves, the backlash was still directly on his body. At this moment, Sun Chi covered his right hand with a very painful expression, and Lu Xingzhou was not affected at all. This was because a thick layer of frost armor had been built around his body where it came into contact with Sun Chi's fist, exuding a haunting chill. And that's when Lu Xingzhou also looked at his information panel. Name: Lu Xingzhou. Profession: Forbidden Arcanist Legendary. Level: 10. Battle Strength: 36 stars plus 12 stars. Skills: Flame of Extinction 9th level. Manga Moro 9th level. Equipment: Zombie King's Ice Bracelet Gold Grade. Zombie King's Ice Necklace Gold Grade. Zombie King's Ice Ring Gold Grade. Life Value: 660 plus 100. Life Value Armor: 2,863 4,000. Magic Value: 1870 plus 330. Strength Attribute: 11 points plus 1 point. Spiritual Attributes: 120 points plus 12 points. Agility Attribute: 14 points plus 2 points. Defense Attribute: 9 points plus 3 points. After wearing the jewelry set, the battle power does get a considerable boost. And not only that, but next to his life cap, there was an additional layer of armor on the blood bar. This is surprisingly several times higher than my life cap. Not bad for a level 30 frost armor. That's outrageous. Even a top-tier output class occupation like Sun Chi couldn't break my frost armor with an all-out strike. It looks like from now on, you can stake out your output. Lu Xingzhou had even dodged himself when he exchanged blows with Shi Xiaohu just now. If he had put together a three-piece set just now, then what's the point of hiding? Standing still by himself when Shi Xiaohu got tired of fighting, he was probably half dead himself. Great. I didn't really expect any extras. Lu Xingzhou was secretly happy in his heart and was satisfied with the harvest this time. However, it had to be said that Sun Chi's single attack ability was indeed ridiculously strong as well. If it were an ordinary person, there was probably no way to deal more than 1,000 points of damage to frost armor at once. On the other hand, Sun Chi looked at his right hand with a face full of heartache. Oh my dear right hand, why is it always you who gets hurt? Geez. Lu, why do you keep hurting me? Auntie Chu Qing. Look at him, he's always like this. Sun Chi cried out as he took out a bottle of basic life recovery potion from inside his props bar. Then, with a tilt of his head, he drank it. Cuddly, cuddly on him. Subsequently, the wounds on his hands gradually recovered, and the pain goes away. Lu Xingzhou saw this and spoke faintly. Loser, what about 1,000 gold coins a bottle? Who's to blame then? Sun Chi said angrily. Who to blame? Blame yourself. Who made you hit so hard? Lu Xingzhou seemed to be smiling. I'm not looking for a rare opportunity. Sun Chi scratched his head with a very awkward expression. He admitted that there was an element of gambling on his part. But alas, he lost his bet. Who would have thought that Lu Xingzhou's side would have a counter-injury? Around them, gathered these seniors, and some professional hunters. They all looked stunned. Sun Chi's strength is so fierce. Just now that move, extreme intent boom fist. They are expected to be directly put down. Who knew that after such a fierce punch, Lu Xingzhou was not only not injured. Instead, Sun Chi was counter-injured by Lu Xingzhou's cold ice armor? Can this be right? Are all young people so brave nowadays? After the farce on Shi Xiaohu's side ended, the staff took Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi to other equipment placement areas to stroll around. The shock that the match just now had brought to the others was profoundly buried in the hearts of everyone present. Lu Xingzhou also surprised and scandalized the staff and onlooker professionals because of his strong performance. The heart of the staff member who originally served Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi also began to suspect. Could it be that this kid is the genius son of some big family? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying monster appear in a third-class city like our Zhanghai city, completely hanging on to geniuses of the same level? Shi Xiaohu is as unbeatable as an elementary school student in his eyes. This is too outrageous. From time to time, the staff's gaze glanced at Lu Xingzhou next to them. In his heart, there was an incomparable shock. Unconsciously, even his face became a little more serious and respectful. Lu Xingzhou then strolled around this warehouse. Professionals at their stage could wear a total of 9 pieces of equipment. They are 1 weapon, 3 pieces of jewelry, and 5 pieces of defense. Lu Xingzhou was currently equipped with 3 pieces of jewelry, but weapons and defenses are not worn. Lu Xingzhou looked around and didn't find any equipment that was too good, so he casually acquired some gold-level defense equipment, sort of as a sign of respect for these opponents we're about to face. However, when it came to the choice of weapons, Lu Xingzhou was a bit stumped. There's no such thing as too much gear. Instead, there are some staffs that match their class. However, restricting the staffs that can be worn by magical apprentices is just not too cool. And most of the attributes compared to a staff that a high-level professional can wear. The difference is not small. This caused Lu Xingzhou to be very stifled. Why should a magical apprentice be inferior? It was also a level 10 staff and the grade was gold. But the magic apprentice's staff attributes is going to be lower than the wizard's staff attributes, more than half. Isn't that a bit too much of a bully? After looking around, Lu Xingzhou was furious and decided not to pick. Targeting magical apprentices is right. Those damn value monsters. Seeing Lu Xingzhou turn around and leave, at this time, Sun Chi beside him asked in confusion. Hey, Lu. Wait a minute, your weapon hasn't been bought yet? Unlike Lu Xingzhou's suffocation when picking equipment, Sun Chi was able to choose a full range of equipment. He swiped his dad's card to buy a set of gold-level defense and jewelry, sort of pulling their gear full. Lu Xingzhou said without looking back, "Let's go, not buying." When the staff saw that Lu Xingzhou didn't seem very satisfied, they hurriedly chased after him. "Honored member, you can tell me anything you're not satisfied with. We, the trading house of Zhanghai City, will be at your service. In this case, you wait for me for a moment. I will call our manager here. Right away. Lu Xingzhou just wanted to reach out and stop the other party, saying that there was no need. The result was that, in the twinkling of an eye, the staff member had run out of sight. Speed can even be said to be comparable to Shi Xiaohu's shadow assassin. Originally, Lu Xingzhou had no intention of ignoring the other party again and turned around, ready to walk out of the trading house hall. However, a woman with a mane of long black hair and wearing a professional outfit directly blocked Lu Xingzhou's way. Hello, distinguished guest. I'm Yi Wanqiu, the manager of the trading house in Zhanghai City. She pulled a strand of hair around her ear and then extended her hand towards Lu Xingzhou. Yi Wanqiu slightly bent over, and instantly the buttons on the collar of her professional outfit were directly taut. The almost exaggerated curves of that one little button put the pressure on it that it shouldn't have. It even made Lu Xingzhou unconsciously feel emotional at this time. It is really too great. Hello, Manager Yi, hello? I actually don't have much to ask of you. I've picked out everything I want. Lu Xingzhou graciously shook the other party's hand and then slowly spoke. However, Yi Wanqiu obviously did not believe Lu Xingzhou's words, and so it continued. No, Mr. Lu. Our trading house is very concerned about the customer's trading experience. If you didn't pick the item of your choice, we will help you keep an eye out for it in the future. Next to him, Sun Chi muttered in an untimely manner. That's not what you guys said when I was shopping before. Manager Yi turned his head to Sun Chi next to him and was about to open his mouth. However, her gaze suddenly saw Chu Qing next to Sun Chi. Between the two men's eyes meeting, Manager Ye's eyelids involuntarily fluttered, revealing a hint of doubt. This change in her expression was very subtle, but in the next second, it was well hidden, not noticed by anyone else. Then, she seemed to have a few more moments of respect for Lu Xingzhou's tone. Opened his mouth. Mr. Lu, in order to show our apologies for your bad experience today, this is our trading house's black and gold card. Please accept it. With this card, you will be free of all handling fees for your purchases in the trading bank, and enjoy all the favorable treatment of our trading bank. When Manager Yi took out this black gold card, in the hall, the expressions of the crowd of onlookers were stunned. Black gold card, most of them have only heard of it. Issued for ordinary people, but the bronze card, silver card, like Sun Chi's father, a famous and renowned professional in Zhanghai City, was only a gold card. As for the diamond card and black gold card, they were all for the really big shots in Zhanghai City, and were only issued in order to befriend each other. And Lu Xingzhou is just a senior who hasn't even grown his hair. What right does he have? Could it be that this kid is actually the descendant of some family with a very scary background? The surrounding crowd was in deep speculation. And the reason why Manager Yi did so was because he had heard what the staff had told himself, Lu Xingzhou's impressive and outrageous performance on the opposite field just now. Casually defeating Shi Xiaohu, even if he wasn't the son of any great family, but just such an out-of-the-blue genius using a black gold card to befriend him. Never count it as a loss. After Lu Xingzhou received such a black and gold card, he briefly played with it. The front and back of the card are made of an obsidian-like material, and at different angles in the light, it will also flash like a flowing light golden lines, looking gorgeous. In contrast to the gold card in Sun Chi's hand, it was not in the same class at all. If I hold this card and want to purchase anything, will the trading house help acquire it? Sure. Manager Yi smiled and nodded his head, and the greatness of his chest trembled slightly with him. As long as Lu Xingzhou had a need, that was the best. She wasn't afraid that Lu Xingzhou was going to buy some rare item, an absolute orphan. She was only afraid that the other party wouldn't even ask. As long as Lu Xingzhou was able to open his mouth to go and make a request, it would be a good thing for their trading house in Zhanghai City. Not to mention equipment around level 10, even if they wanted the stars in the sky, they could help find them. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and spoke. Do you still have antidote fruits here? I'd like to buy some. Manager Yi blinked, and his passion came to a screeching halt. There was doubt in his eyes. Even, she kind of wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. What did you say? Chapter 39. What weapon? I'll use whatever you pick up. Do you want the antidote fruit? Yi Wanqiu froze slightly and said after a moment of thought. If I remember correctly, after this item was bought all by one customer last time, our trading house has not received any more goods. After all, the sales of this antidote fruit, it really isn't very good. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded and then spoke. I know, Because I was the one who bought it last time. Ah? So it's you. Then, what about those antidote fruits you bought earlier? It's already been eaten. Eh? Yuanchio couldn't remember how many times this expression had appeared on her face today. No, no, no. She's a professional. When faced with an honored guest like Lu Xingzhou, it was natural to respond to any request. How can there be any extra thoughts? It seems that I am still not practicing enough. Thinking of this, Yuanchio shook her head and then spoke firmly. All right, guest, don't worry. I will immediately go and acquire the antidote fruit for you. You leave me an address, and I will deliver for you at that time. Good. Lu Xingzhou nodded and then left an address and contact information. Then, he left the trading house with Sun Chi and little Aunt Chu Qing. After leaving the trading house, Sun Chi asked with an envious face. I'll go, Lu. Show me your black and gold card. It's too powerful, isn't it? Lu Xingzhou casually threw it to him and laughed. Why are you so out of it? It's just a membership card. Is that so? Brother Lu, you don't understand. Sun Chi admired it fondly, then handed it back to Lu Xingzhou and said, Hey, why can't my old man give a damn? Sun Chi smacked his lips and suddenly had a flash of insight and said, Hey Lu, why don't I recognize you as... Later. Lu Xingzhou was suddenly alert and reached out to stop the next word he was about to say. Think twice before you act. Be careful of Uncle Sun's fatherly kindness when you get home today. Sun Chi rubbed his hands together and his eyes drifted to the sky, said with a look of nothing happening. I didn't say anything. Then he changed the subject. But Lu, why do you think you didn't buy a staff? Although the attributes of these equipments aren't quite considered high, it's better than nothing. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. He just felt that it was a bit of a loss to spend his hard-earned money on this kind of place. Especially when you spend the same amount of money and the attributes of your own equipment are not as good as others. You don't understand the pain of having been targeted. If I have to get a weapon, then I might as well even just pick up a random wooden stick off the side of the road. Sun Chi didn't take it seriously and retorted. Lu, you say this? Again, gold-level equipment is much stronger than a wooden stick. You are just angry. I'm not being angry. Why not? Well, I'll get you a stick. Do you want to use it? Use what am I afraid of with strength? Okay, you got it right. I'll go get it for you now. Hearing this, Sun Chi narrowed his eyes and smiled, then walked into the green belt next to him and started rummaging around. Just wait for me. I'll get you one right away. Hey, what is this? Air-dried beef jerky? And not beef jerky. Blah blah blah. Grass. Hey, I picked up a gold coin? Wealthy. Looks like I'm really having traitorous luck today. Not bad, not bad. Next to it, a gust of Sun Chi's shouts came from the bushes, attracting a lot of passers-by to cast strange gazes. Lu Xingzhou held his forehead with one hand, crying and laughing. He really didn't want to admit that this was his best buddy. Forget about anything else you don't understand. Can you just eat beef jerky next to that tree root? If it wasn't for Chu Qing's sister-in-law saying that it wasn't good to leave him alone here, Lu Xingzhou was really going to walk away and ignore this stupid kid. But don't say. Sun Chi was busy in the bushes for half a day, and it really allowed him to find a superb wooden stick with a straight body and a smooth surface. And at the top of this stick, there was a hollow knot formed by the interlocking and twisting of the trees. Here, Lu, I found it. Look at this stick. Nice. Isn't it superb? When it's time for the citywide test, you'll have this equipment with you. No problem, right, strength? Sun Chi said playfully with an expression of watching the fun. Lu Xingzhou hummed and laughed. Good boy. How dare you taunt me, huh? But as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xingzhou froze. Because when his gaze was placed on top of this wooden stick, a phrase suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xingzhou. Equipment name: Starry Eyes Diamond Grade. Use level 1 can be leveled up by building. Equipment attributes: Spiritual Strength plus 1 point, Defense plus 1 point, Armor plus 1 point, Life Value Limit plus 10 points, Magic Value Limit plus 10 points. Special effect: Infuse the vast power of the stars into the gemstone, turning the power to your own use. Gemstone setting hole: 1 can raise the quantity limit by building. Lu Xingzhou froze in place and was silent for a long time. A level 1 diamond quality weapon? Are you kidding? And it's still growing. The value of this equipment is immeasurable. At this time, Sun Chi saw this expression on Lu Xingzhou's face and spoke with a smile. Hey, why don't you say something, strength? Ha ha ha, I really didn't think you'd have a day. I'll pretend you didn't just say that if you admit right now that it doesn't work. Yet the words had not yet fallen. Lu Xingzhou directly held Sun Chi's hands tightly. Sincerity followed. Thanks, Sun Chi, you're my best brother. From this day on, this is my weapon. Sun Chi? Nu, wait. How is this plot a little less than what I expected? He's actually going to take a wooden stick as his weapon? You're kidding. Sun Chi saw Lu Xingzhou as if he had seen a stunning beauty, and took this wooden stick in his hands to admire and play with it properly. The feeling of love, don't know, really thought Lu Xingzhou got what the ultimate weapon it. Lu, stop it. I'm a little scared. Afraid of what? Lu Xingzhou patted his shoulder and then said, Man, get hard will you? I am not my business, I am afraid you really crazy. Sun Chi was a bit regretful. He really felt that he had told Su Ruyan at that time that Lu was crazy that thing. Nothing wrong with that. Lu Xingzhou lazily ignored him and then received the wooden stick into the props bar. Because under his word recognition, it wasn't the slightest bit different from normal equipment. It also belongs to the props in the game. So even though it's essentially just a stick, it can still be included in the prop section. Seeing the wooden stick disappear instantly, Sun Chi froze. Woo-hoo, Lu, where did you get the wooden stick? Since it's my equipment, it's natural to put it away. Sun Chi was puzzled, but greatly shocked. Good guy, a random stick picked up on the side of the road can be put into the props bar? It's outrageous. Could it be that Lu's actual real profession is not a magic apprentice, but Doryman? Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth and laughed. Come on, as a thank you, I'll buy you dinner tonight. Hey. Is not a Hongmen banquet right? Chu Qing's sister-in-law, you have to protect me safe. Sun Chi was being carried towards home by Lu Xingzhou while Chu Qing covered her mouth and snickered. In her eyes, Lu Xingzhou being safe and happy was better than anything else. It's nice to just live an uneventful life. Chapter 40. Another vice president, Fatty Dragon. On the other side, within the Blood Knights Guild, the vice president's office of the Zhanghai City branch. Fatty Dragon, do you know that just because of that reckless way you handled things before, it has caused us to have a very stiff relationship with Lu Xingzhou now? That kid is a super genius who set a new record for President Qin Xian's replica. Do you think he's an idiot like you? I told you a long time ago to put away your jungle ways. A harmonious society nowadays is long past fighting and killing, Zhao Feng said angrily, his face full of hatred. But the fat dragon at this point was leaning back in his chair. Full of displeasure, he pulled out his ears. AI, old brother Zhao, listen to me. I have my style of doing things. If you don't like it, you can go and react to President Qin. Freaking out with me in my office? Are you sure? That's a good idea? The fat dragon grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. It was just that there was clearly a hint of threat in that smile. Fatty Dragon's father was originally a big brother in the gangs of Zhanghai City. After the game descended, they grabbed a large number of ordinary people at low prices with their social connections and resources. Eventually helped Fat Dragon become a level 39 professional. It was for this reason, though, that his father could no longer make waves with his influence in the community. But Fat Dragon picked up the same network of connections his father had originally, and held the position of vice president of the Blood Knights Guild chapter. It's a springtime of pride nowadays. In fact, Zhao Feng wasn't afraid of this kid's threats. As far as positions are concerned, the two of them are on equal footing. In terms of strength, Zhao Feng was clearly superior as a level 41 turn 3 professional. But the reason why he didn't want to tear himself away from Fat Dragon, the main reason is that it's easy to hide from open fire, but hard to defend against hidden arrows. Those underhanded tactics of the Fat Dragon are a bit disgusting. So when it came to less important things, Zhao Feng and Fatty Dragon were just point blank. But something involving Lu Xingzhou, it's too important. Therefore, this time Zhao Feng didn't give him face either. With a direct slap on the table, he opened his mouth. Fat Dragon, let me tell you, don't be a jerk to me. If this kid ends up not joining our Blood Knight Guild because of you, you think Chairman Qin Xian will just let you go? Dream on. Don't think I'm telling lies. If you don't believe me, we'll see. Hearing this, the smile on Fatty Dragon's face gradually tightened. He wasn't stupid and could hear that Zhao Feng was serious when he said this. The two men's gazes coldly locked for a moment. No one continued to speak. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at Fatty Dragon's door. Then a figure a few pounds fatter than a fat dragon pushed the door open, then was very preachy about letting his stomach enter the room first. Then he spoke slowly. Brother, I have something I want to tell you. I let someone bully me. However, the words had not yet fallen. The fat dragon suddenly shouted angrily. Naya, you rude thing, knocked? Come into my office. You think you know me well? Don't you? You're nothing. Fatty was blindsided by the sudden roar, not understanding what was going on. However, Zhao Feng laughed coldly, knowing that the other party was pointing a finger. A slight shake of the head of disappointment followed. I advise you, Fatty Dragon, to bring those 2 level 2 members who offended Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi before to apologize to Lu Xingzhou tomorrow. Otherwise, wait for President Qin Xian to come back. Humph. After saying that, Zhao Feng left his office without looking back. Fat Dragon watched the other man leave afterward. Only then did he turn his head to the side and whispered a few curses of old undead. He skimmed his lips before turning his head to look at Fatty next to him and asking, Say, what's wrong with you boys again? It was then that Fatty straightened his stomach and opened his mouth. Big brother, it's like this. I was just injured. My brother was done for. Fatty Dragon frowned and asked, You're out of your ing mind. Where do you have a brother? We're the only 2 brothers in our family. Fatty blushed and shook his head. It's not the brother I'm talking about. Question mark. The fat dragon froze, then scanned down. Instant reaction. Grass, aren't those 2 minions around you both level 19 professionals? Are they all trash? Tell me, where did the 2 of them go? Fatty whispered. They're both in the ICU now. Come up for a second and get Ed over. The fat dragon was speechless. This brother of his was usually doing quite well by collecting rent. In order to protect his safety, Fatty Dragon even arranged 2 hitmen for him. As a result, bullying a group of ordinary people could even be countered. True shame. Fatty Dragon was already in a bad mood today, and he was even more speechless at this point. He looked directly at the fat next to him and said impatiently, Okay. I'll get you 2 more people. You can take revenge or do whatever you want. Don't bother me. Then he made a direct call. It didn't take long for 2 turn 2 professionals to walk in through the door. If Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi were here, they would definitely recognize them. These 2 were the same 2 who had once had an arrogant attitude and invited them to join the Blood Knights Guild before. Tenshin Sudajiang, you guys listen to my brother's arrangements for the next 2 days. When I'm done with the Stone Giant's heart, I'll probably look for you guys the day after tomorrow. Come with me then to apologize to someone and ease the relationship. Zhang Li and Su Dezhuang nodded their heads. Okay, President. Though they don't know exactly who the so-called apology is for. But, just listen to Lung's arrangement. It's never a mistake to listen. Is it? The fat dragon said to Fatty, who was standing in the doorway. Okay. If you're okay, hurry up. Oh. Good. By the way, brother, there's something else I want to ask. Say. It's that. Fatty squirmed for half a day before he spoke. Is there one of those props that can bring my brother back to life? Give me a whole one? The fat dragon took a deep breath, quite speechless. Okay. I know. I'll keep an eye out for you. Okay. Thanks, brother. I'm off then. After saying that, Fatty took this tension and Su Dezhuang and left the office. The fat dragon sighed. This brother of his own. Oh no. Sister. It's really going to make a mess of things. Recently, the annoying things are one after another, and Zhao Feng, that old undead, also asked himself to take tension in them and go to apologize to that little man called Lu Xingzhou. Grass. Although the heart was very reluctant, it was just as Zhao Feng had said. Would Chairman Qin Xian find trouble with himself when he returned? Hard to say. Anyway, one just has to apologize, and later on the boy will die again wherever he is. It has nothing to do with you, does it? On the other hand, Lu Xingzhou and Chu Qing, who were at the Baozi store after they had had their fill of wine and food, were at the Baozi store. Started to study the big plan of making buns. After all, after buying so many new skill books for my sister-in-law again, is it fair to say that there isn't some progress? Chapter 41. The Great Plan to Make Buns. A Qualitative Change. At this moment, the 2 people, Lu Xingzhou and Chu Qing, were sitting around in front of the table, waiting for the freshly baked drawer of buns that I just tested. Drip, drip, drip. The timer suddenly rang, and then Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth in a slightly agitated manner. Auntie there? After hearing these words, Chu Qing quickly stood up and then brought up the steamed buns. Obviously the bun was steamed, and the improvement over the previous one was noticeable. Although my sister-in-law has been making buns seriously for so many years, she has also gained a lot of favorable comments from customers. What advanced skill books can offer, however, is another dimension of skill. However, the quality of the bun itself was not the most important thing to the current Lu Xingzhou. What he valued the most was still whether or not this advanced skill book, with the addition of this advanced skill book, would be able to give his sister-in-law's buns some qualitative leaps. For example, makes ordinary food into something that exists like a game prop or something like that, though there has been no record of such a situation since this new century in which the game has descended. But he still held out a glimmer of hope. After all, it hadn't happened since the beginning of recorded human history that one could misidentify words like this yet. So it's always good to dream a little. Lu Xingzhou used the appraisal with great anticipation, then looked at the fresh buns that had just come out of the pot in front of him. But the thing that made him feel slightly sorry for himself was this. It doesn't show the name of any other item on it like the antidote fruit. Apparently this bag didn't identify any particular words. The identification box that appeared in front of him was clearly 2 words. Article name, bun. However, when Lu Xingzhou fixed his eyes on it, instead he was suddenly a little confused, for although he didn't identify any particular wrong words, he did notice that the bun was actually followed by another string of small words. Article name, bun. Usage level, unlimited. Prop effect, restores 100 life points and 100 magic points after use. Cooldown time, none. Lu Xingzhou was completely confused at this time. He picked up a bun and scrutinized it, then turned to his sister-in-law and asked her, "Auntie, look at this bun." "Bun, what's wrong?" Chu Qing asked with a slight blink of an eye. "Look at this bun. Don't you think he looks a little like a game prop?" After Lu Xingzhou said this, it was then that Chu Qing considered the bun as a game prop. When she looked at this bun, she also finally understood why Lu Xingzhou had this expression just now. "I can't believe the buns I make have prop effects." Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin. He had been thinking about why this was happening since just now. It was reasonable to say that there were definitely not a few others who used such advanced skill scrolls to enhance the abilities of living professions. Then why had he never heard of anyone else doing such a thing? Strange. It can't be like the plot written inside that kind of crappy novel, right? In fact, his own sister-in-law is hidden in the mundane world. What is equipped with supernormal abilities, or what is the family bloodline of the absolute demon? That's why his own sister-in-law was able to inspire potential that no one else could. But if that's the case, it's too much of a dog. Ha ha. Lu Xingzhou looked up slightly after thinking for a moment and asked, "Auntie, there's nothing you haven't told me, is there? Like our family history or something?" What's up? You know everything in the house except the bank card passwords." Chu Qing slightly cocked her head, revealing a puzzled expression. My sister-in-law's face never had that look of being tainted by the dike of society. She always had that simple warm smile on her face. Lu Xingzhou also knew very well that there was little point in suspecting his sister-in-law. If there was only one person in the world who wouldn't lie to him, that person would be Chu Qing. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. Let's ignore all this rooting out and pursuing its causes for a moment. The meat of the matter is that as long as my sister-in-law can consistently ensure that she makes such a bun, then the business of the bakery will definitely be 10 or even 100 times better than before. After all, the selling price of a bun couldn't be more expensive than 100 gold coins, no matter how expensive it was. Without going into more detail, even if a bun was sold for only 50 gold coins, that was still several times the original price. By conservative estimates, the bakery business might go from making $5,000 a month to making $50,000 a month. Or even $100,000. Crucially, this is still a sustainable income. As long as my sister-in-law was able to continue to run the bakery, then this income would not be broken, and in the future she might have unlocked more advanced production skills. Bunko's earnings will follow suit and double again. This was definitely the most overpriced investment one had ever made, and the total amount of money one had spent from the beginning until now was only a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Look for that money to be about to double in the coming months. This made Lu Xingzhou's mood, not to mention how good it was. "Auntie, we're going to be rich." "Good. Thanks to you, Xiao Lu. If you hadn't insisted on buying this skill scroll at that time, I probably wouldn't have thought in my life that there was such a way to make money." Chu Qing, a smile appeared on her face as well. Investing in anything in this day and age is better than investing in ourselves. Sister-in-law. Only when we are strong ourselves can we get rid of being bullied. After Lu Xingzhou finished saying this, Chu Qing also nodded along. Little Lu, you've grown up too. There are some things you see more thoroughly than Auntie. But promise your sister-in-law that you won't do anything dangerous again. Okay? Like the day Fatty came over 2 days ago. Auntie just doesn't want to see you get hurt. Lu Xingzhou knew his sister-in-law's good intentions. After hearing this, he rarely bothered to express his opinion, but instead nodded silently and smiled back. Good. Both men then spent that evening reveling in their impending wealth. By the next day, Sun Chi came to Lu Xingzhou's family's baozi store, as usual when he wanted to have a few baozi to eat on the road. Lu Xingzhou, however, directly extended his hand to him. Hey, what for? The days of freeloading are over. Now you have to pay to eat a bun. Sun Chi froze, 3 question marks floating out of his head. Brother Lu, the two of us have such an ironclad relationship. Isn't it a bit unkind of you to collect money from me? Lu Xingzhou smiled without saying anything and took out a beef-filled bun and put it in front of him. Times are different today, the product has been upgraded, and naturally the price is a bit more expensive. Question mark. Sun Chi looked at it, and then directly shouted, What is this? Am I blind or just not awake? How did this bun get a game word? Chapter 42. Props. Heart of the Stone Giant. Look at you with your lack of talent. Isn't it normal for a bun to have a phrase on it? You can't generalize about people's physiques, and naturally, the same goes for buns. Lu Xingzhou finished these words very blandly and calmly. But it was fine if he didn't say it. But after saying it, Sun Chi was even more confused. What the hell? You're kidding me, aren't you? What do you mean that you can't generalize between people and their physiques, and the same goes for buns? Is that ing human? Auntie Chu Qing. Look at him. I'm starving to death and he's still so desperate. Chu Qing covered her mouth and laughed twice, then said to Sun Chi, Don't listen to Lu. It's okay to eat as much as you want. No charge. Sun Chi smiled and said to Lu Xingzhou, It's still Auntie who's good to me. Lu, even though you're great at brushing the map, you still have to practice in the area of being a human being. Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed. You kiddos a beating again? Hey, I'm making this up. Sun Chi then sat down with a big grin, then grabbed a few buns and ate them. The moment the bun entered his mouth, Sun Chi's eyes instantly lit up. Woohoo! This bun, surprisingly, tastes so much better than before. Auntie Chu Qing, this technique of yours, it's improved a lot. Then, he turned his head to Lu Xingzhou. Lu, your choice is so right. These skill books are so worth buying. It's so delicious. Lu Xingzhou said with a smile. All right, you kid, don't give me a pat on the back. Just eat 2 less buns. One sells for 50 gold coins. Sun Chi didn't say anything, pretending not to hear. Then he stuffed 2 more buns into his mouth before speaking. Hey! Lu, are we brushing a different copy today? After all, the 2 of us are now level 10. For many people, level 10 is when they choose to step into a Frost Jungle copy. But for Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, level 10 was already enough to step into the next copy. Yes, go. Anyway, how the level of this copy was, it wasn't a big problem for Lu Xingzhou. It's nice to brush up on new copies, just in time to try out how powerful his Star's Eye staff was. Let's make a trip to the trading house after we finish the copy. I'll buy something. And buy stuff? Sun Chi asked. Weren't we just there yesterday? Didn't you just get me a good weapon, a good horse with a good saddle? I'll get some gems or crystals or something. Sun Chi didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. That's just a broken stick, and you're giving it a little gemstone to go with it? Sun Chi turned his thoughts and suddenly realized why Lu Xingzhou valued this weapon so much. It was because this was what he had personally picked for him. Ah, what a surprise. Brother Lu actually valued this bond between the 2 brothers so much. This made Sun Chi incredibly moved. Good brother for life. After eating, the 2 of them went to the wild copy of Zhanghai City. Copy name: City of Stone Giants. Entry level: 1018. Recommended number of persons: 4. The 2 had just entered this copy area when suddenly, a person stopped them. Hey, you 2, wait. Here for what? This one with a big flowery arm and a scowl asked. Lu Xingzhou asked in disbelief. Brush up on your copies. What else would the 2 of us be doing here? Hearing this, The flower-armed man looked at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi before revealing a puzzled expression. It was because when he used the appraisal technique and looked at the information panels of both Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, he realized that the two boys were only level 10. That's just enough to get in on this copy. However, the combat power displayed on the land rowing boats panel was actually 24 stars. It was even higher than his own battle rating. And that's still the battle level shown when no equipment is worn. Is this ing right? Kid, what happened to your battle rating? Lu Xingzhou said in a breezy manner. Hey, it's just a display error. Display error. The flower-armed man thought for a moment and nodded. Maybe it's Lu Xingzhou, this kid, with what shielding badge or special shielding props the reason. Okay, just the two of you? Is something wrong? Lu Xingzhou asked, no waves in his expression. The flower-armed man thought for a moment and said, recently, this copy is about to refresh the material drop of the stone giant's heart, and if we refresh the new record, we will have a chance to drop this material. Now that our Blood Knights Guild has bagged this field, and with the support of President Qin Shen's copy raid, it's no surprise that we'll soon be able to refresh the copy record. All those who wish to challenge the warrior level of difficulty are not allowed to enter. But you too, that's fine. The flower-armed man clearly didn't even think that the two level 10 boys in front of him could break the record. It's not even possible to challenge warrior level difficulty. What a threat to their plans. Therefore, it didn't put Lu Xingzhou and the others in its eyes at all. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou also saw the surrounding man squad that was gearing up. They are fully equipped and adjusting themselves at the moment. Moreover, the levels were all clear at level 18, stuck at the level cap of the replica. Only Lu Xingzhou didn't accept the other party's argument and instead continued to ask, a copy of the wild area, how come there's talk of wrapping it up? Did your President Qin Shen make the arrangements? Our President Qin Shen isn't coming out inside the copy right now. It was arranged by our Vice President Fatty Dragon. Oh, it's him again, the Fat Dragon. Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. What is the use of this stone giant's heart prop? As to why you guys are making such a big deal out of it? The flower-armed man blurted out. This stone giant's heart, of course, is incomparably powerful and precious props. As for the effect of this props, well... Hey, wait a minute, what do I have to answer you? Kid. To enter the hurry to enter. Do not so much nonsense, Hey, he. Sun Chi had just finished being moved today and was worried about finding how to express herself. Caught such an opportunity and ready to rage against the opposite side. But before he could utilize the essence of the national essence, he was held down by Lu Xingzhou. Come on, let's go inside. After entering the area of the copy, Sun Chi then opened his mouth and asked, Brother Lu, why didn't you him just now? This kid is also too capable of pretending. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly, then said very casually, he's nothing more than a minion. There's no need to get on their bad side. And now I'm very interested in the heart of that stone giant they were talking about. After hearing these words, Sun Chi also instantly understood what Lu Xingzhou wanted to do. Lu, you mean to say, right? Lu Xingzhou laughed. Sun Chi's eyes narrowed, revealing an I get it expression. Set a new record. Get the heart of the stone giant. Just as the two men were getting excited and ready to do a job, suddenly a phone call came in. The moment the phone picked up, a mournful yell came from the other side. Biggie. Chapter 43. No? The two of them entered the warrior class? The call was obviously from Zhao Qian. Lu Xingzhou asked after picking up the phone. What's up? What is it that you wanted to see me about? Zhao Qian on the other end of the phone said, big brother. Isn't this the special training test in school that has already been completed recently? I wanted to ask you if you want to keep painting the map? Let's take me on another one. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou didn't have any intention of refusing, but said with a smile, that would be fine. But we are now ready to play the copy of the City of Stone Giants. If you can come along, then it's okay for us to be together. After hearing these words, a trace of shock appeared on Zhao Qian's face. Oh, big man. Why are you starting to fight the City of Stone Giants now? Didn't you just level 10? Lu Xingzhou asked rhetorically with a smile. What's the matter? What's wrong with level 10? Zhao Qian slowly said after a moment of contemplation. It's not a problem. It's just that level 10 is already past the novice protection period. If you enter the copy and then exit, not only will you lose a large amount of experience value, but you will also randomly drop the props or equipment on your body. That's why people usually don't challenge these more difficult copies without being fully prepared. Although I know that you're very powerful, big brother, but for this kind of high difficulty copy child, I suggest that it's better for you to be more careful. Zhao Qian on the other end of the phone did say this out of consideration for Lu Xingzhou. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou just smiled and responded, "You don't have to worry about safety. As soon as you reach level 10 on your side, you can come to me." "Okay, big guy, then you must be safe," Zhao Qian suddenly asked after finishing a concerned sentence. "Hey, by the way, big brother, I heard that Shi Xiaohu from our school seems to have been defeated by an expert from your school who used an ice attribute skill. It's rumored to be Lin Yishui, but why do I think it should be you, big brother?" Zhao Qian believes that there are only a handful of people who can defeat Shi Xiaohu in the entire Zhanghai city. Although Lin Yishui was also very strong, she was only in the middle of the pack compared to Zhao Jin, who definitely can't do anything to beat the other guy to a pulp. So Zhao Qian guessed that this person could only be Lu Xingzhou. Aha! Lu Xingzhou didn't deny it. However, he clearly didn't take this matter of defeating Shi Xiaohu seriously. He changed the subject and then opened his mouth to ask, "By the way, have you ever heard of the prop Stone Giant's Heart? I'd like to know what effect it has." "Stone Giant's Heart? That I do know. It's a crystal core that only warrior class bosses will drop. It's not very high level, but its effects are outstanding," Zhao Qian said thoughtfully. Lu Xingzhou immediately became interested and continued to ask, "What effect?" "The effect is that, for all skills below level 20, the enhancement level is +1. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. "Wimpy? Add 1 level to all skill enhancement levels below level 20? The effect does seem a bit overbearing. For the vast majority of professionals, skills below level 20, although their grade wasn't too high, were definitely considered to be the mainstay skills for damage output. A +1 enhancement level for each skill is equivalent to all of them being enhanced once with a skill enhancement keystone. And the later you get, the more skill enhancement keystones you need to spend to raise your skill enhancement level. And the effect of this prop is the enhancement level of the skill, directly adding 1 level. So for high-level professionals, this prop will not be eliminated, but rather more valuable." It was no wonder that Vice President Fat Dragon was also so interested in this prop. After learning this, Lu Xingzhou's desire to get this prop was even greater. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone grow silent, Zhao Qian suddenly asked, "Big brother, it's not possible that you're planning to go for a direct challenge of a warrior-level difficulty copy, is it? That copy isn't fun. The danger factor is high. Even back in the day when Big Brother Qin Xian challenged this copy, he was only at level 15 before he dared to attempt the warrior-level difficulty. It wasn't until he was late level 16 that he figured out the correct strategy for the replica, setting a new record for replicas." Zhao Qian's side said that she was very worried, fearing that the big man wouldn't be able to think of anything else and go directly to challenge the warrior-level difficulty. At that time, if there is a 3 long and 2 short, how can this let her live? However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou did not answer, but only responded with less concern. Then it hung up. Lu Xingzhou heard Zhao Qian's meaning that it was that this copy was different from the previous 2. It seems that copy rating has a huge impact on the time it takes to pass a copy. "Whatever, let's try it first." Lu Xingzhou searched his heart and then said to Sun Qi next to him, "Go brush up." Next to them, the Blood Knights Guild's 4-man attack squad was preparing in earnest. They were all clear at level 18, and the equipment they wore were all level 15 gold level boss sets that the guild had prepared for them. It's safe to say that it's already fully armed and imperative. Just as they were about to enter into the copy, suddenly he saw 2 grade 10 student-like teenagers next to him, slowly walking in. Question mark. No, why is there an outsider here? The congregation of that squad turned their heads to the flamboyant armed man next to them, their tone questioning. The flower-armed man there spoke with a smile. "Harm, the 2 of them are just level 10 professionals, so I guess they're just here to see what's going on and won't affect our plans. As you all know, these things our guild has been doing lately have triggered no small amount of social pressure. I didn't feel the need to bother with them, so I let them in." The flower-armed man voiced his considerations. The burly man at the head of that squad slowly spoke. "Well, if the 2 of them are only level 10, it won't affect us." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the team's nurse suddenly spoke up. "Wait! They too just now went in. Is the warrior-level difficulty copy ah?" Hearing this, a question mark appeared on the faces of the crowd. And the man with the flowery arms is even more slowly typing 3 question marks. What? No kidding, 2 level 10, hairless students dare to challenge the warrior level city of stone giants? Get a death wish. And they both certainly don't have a strategy guide for the city of stone giants. I guess you can't even beat a normal level copy, and you want to beat the warrior level? Isn't this a case of the old man hanging himself and thinking he's lived too long? The burly man shook his head slightly, then said, Never mind the 2 of them, let's hurry in. Although the 2 of them won't pose much of a threat to us. However, lest the night grows long, it's better to get through as soon as possible. On my command, go. Chapter 44. Raiders? That's for ordinary people. Within the replica at this time, the 2 of them, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, arrived outside a huge stone city gate. The architecture within the entire city is very rugged. Huge stones of all sorts were built together, yet maintained a delicate balance, supporting the huge stone city. After Sun Chi sighed with emotion, the uniqueness of the architecture here, he suddenly opened his mouth coldly and asked, Lu, the cities here are a little too real. Do you think it's possible that this place is, in fact, really a world? Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned and turned his head, looking at Sun Chi. The latter, however, didn't have the intention to continue discussing this topic anymore, and directly hemmed and hawed. Oops, I just made that up. Don't take it to heart. Brother Lu, shall we start brushing the map now? After Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment, he didn't think much about it. Because if this copy is the real world, then how can the creatures in it be defeated over and over again, yet be resurrected indefinitely? It doesn't make sense. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou shook his head and said, Let's go, start brushing. The 2 had just stepped into the city of stone giants with their front feet, and immediately afterward, a low roar could be heard. Obviously, the other party had discovered them, the 2 intruders. Roar! Roar! A low roar emanated from the surroundings, the sound coming from all directions. However, Lu Xingzhou didn't see where the other person was. However, the next second, body after body made of boulders stood up from the ground. Boom! Name: Guardian Stone Giant Elite Monster. Level: 18. Battle Strength: 25 stars. Skills: War Trample, Rock Punch, Rock Shattering Spike. Guardian. Talent: Toughness. Stone giants vary in appearance and are extremely large, with the shortest stone giants being over 3 meters tall. And the tallest stone giants were at least as tall as a 4 or 5-story building. Extremely oppressive. Intruder, stand back or die. The stone giant let out a low growl that sounded like a warning. At this time, Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. Then from the props bar he took out all his equipment. And took out the wooden stick that Sun Chi had picked up for himself. Lu, are you playing for real? Or else? Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth indifferently. And then, holding the wooden stick, he struck out with a magic bullet. The additional effect of the frost bracelet was unleashed, and in an instant, the terrifying frost of the extreme ice storm, a rank 6 skill, blasted directly at the closest stone giant in front of him. Boom! The moment the stone giant came into contact with the extreme ice storm, a layer of frost instantly hung on the surface of its hard skin. Then, its movements also became gradually sluggish, and after a moment it stopped moving. At this time, Sun Chi jumped up 1 step and directly added a punch. Bang! Sun Chi blasted out with a punch, and the stone giant instantly crumbled into bits and pieces. Simple. Is this stone giant nothing more than that? Lu Xingzhou nodded. Although the Guardian Stone Giant has a high level and battle rating as an elite monster, but it's not hard to fight. It seemed that clearing this copy wouldn't be as difficult as Zhao Qian had said. It was just that Lu Xingzhou didn't understand why after defeating this elite monster just now. Alerts going off for copies with no experience gain? Lu Xingzhou didn't have time to think much, but at that moment, the elite monster stone giants behind him rushed up. Howl! They roared lowly as if they wanted to tear Lu Xingzhou apart. And at this time, Lu Xingzhou also once again struck several extreme ice storm attacks in succession. Ice out all of these stone giants that pounced on them. Sun Chi also dodged continuously with great speed, after sticking close to the frozen stone giant in front of him. Fistful of rain. A succession of dense punches fell like rain. Boom, boom, boom. One of the stone giants in front of them instantly crumbled and fell. Ha ha! Fancy things. All fall under your little master's fist. Lu Xingzhou slightly cocked his head before asking, Hey? When did you learn this new skill? Haha. My dad picked it out for me. Fist rain is also a 4th rank skill. This was because after level 10, all professionals would unlock 2 more skill bars. And Sun Chi's father, Sun Yongzhou, was naturally the first to choose a new skill for his son, as well. It makes up for Sun Chi's lack of offense when facing multiple enemies. Lu Xingzhou let out a sigh of relief. Hey, it's nice to have a good father. Hey! Sun Chi scratched his head. And then, not far from the ground, a group of stone giants once again stood up. The number just made up for the number of stone giants that had been shattered by Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi earlier. Sun Chi froze. Woohoo! It's not over. How is it that we just fought some and then so many more came? Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed after seeing this scene. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Did your experience value increase after defeating those stone giants just now? Huh. It was only after Sun Chi heard this that he said in an afterthought, No. Could it be, Lu, you mean to say, defeating these stone giants isn't the key to passing the level? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and nodded and said, Maybe it's possible to get through, since these stone giants are obviously limited in number. Our offense just now, it's still working. At least, now that the stone giants currently in the immediate area have been cleared. But it's definitely not the easiest way to get through. Whether it's from the aspect that you can't gain experience from killing stone giants, or from the aspect that the number of stone giants that stand up each time is fixed, there's definitely someone behind the scenes manipulating these stone giants. A light bulb of wisdom suddenly lit up on Sun Chi's bald head. Lu, smart. That is, these stone giants are just manipulated puppets? So, all we have to do is find out this guy manipulating the stone giants and we'll have an easy pass, right? Wait, Lu. This, such a big place. Is it not too good to find Why don't you draw fire for me? Seal them off, and then I'll go find it? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xingzhou shook his head and said, No need to look. Huh. Sun Chi froze, not understanding what Lu meant. Didn't we just say that someone was manipulating these stone giants behind the scenes? How can you pass the level without looking? Lu Xingzhou didn't answer, but took 2 steps forward. It met the stone giant's attack directly. Bang bang! The stone giant's fist landed on Lu Xingzhou's body, but it was blocked as much as possible by a faint layer of frost armor that surfaced on his body. Lu Xingzhou took 2 steps forward in such a bland manner. Then, speaking to the stone giant and the large open space in front of him, Fire of extinction, ashes. In a flash, the extinguishing light flame, boom fell. Chapter 45. They must be struggling. The moment Lu Xingzhou released the flame of extinction, the copy map in front of him instantly turned into a sea of fire. Boom! Terrifying flames that emitted a destructive aura roared out from the front of Lu Xingzhou's staff. Annihilate everything in sight. At this time, the corner of Sun Chi's mouth twitched as he said with eyes full of incredulity. Lu, you're just going to go straight to a big move to wash the ground at the drop of a hat? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? And as soon as Sun Chi's words fell, the numerous stone giants in front of him were originally still being scorched by the crimson flames and roaring. But the next moment, they suddenly lost their souls. All the stone giants directly lost control and turned into a pile of rubble crashing to the ground. Rumble! Then, the reminder tone of the game copy came to Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi's ears. Defeated stone giant manipulator elite level. Gained plus 1088 experience points. Defeated stone giant manipulator elite level. Gained plus 1088 experience points. Defeated stone giant manipulator elite level. Gained plus 1088 experience points. A continuous sound rang out. Sun Chi counted, and the number of reminder tones sounded was surprisingly exactly the same as the number of stone giants that attacked each time. Wooby, it turns out that for every stone giant, there really is a manipulator. No wonder. There was no sound of rewarding experience after defeating the stone giants every time before, so they're just puppets. Lu, brother. Didn't expect it. Your solution really works. Low profile. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand and said, All fear comes from a lack of firepower. Sun Chi didn't retort, but nodded in agreement. Poor is tactical penetration, rich is fire coverage. No problem. Hey, by the way, Lu, do you know exactly where these manipulators are located? I don't know. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. So, What do we do about picking up props? Air. Lu Xingzhou fell into silence. Don't tell me it's a real problem. However, with just a few elite monsters, they can't drop anything good, right? Anyway, his goal was just that stone giant's heart that the boss dropped. The rest of the other equipment or materials or whatever is not too important. Come on, let's get on with it, Lu Xingzhou said, and the two continued on. On the other side, the Blood Knight Guild squad that entered the copy almost at the same time as Lu Xingzhou and the others. At this point, the crowd is still in the middle of the fight. Boom! Priest, Blood the Knight, quick, he's going to get whacked by a stone giant. I know. You guys don't just talk about me. Hurry up and set fire to the stone giant manipulator for a second.
操，这本体也没那么好打啊，又不是我们不想快。
All duck. My big move is ready. Avalanche Mountain Splash. What grass? Tired me out. Finally got this kid dead. With the stone giant manipulator killed, the one chasing the knight stopped attacking. Then, turned into a pile of soulless rocks. It was then that the hunted robust man let out a sigh of relief, slammed the huge shield he was holding onto the ground, and sat down. This stone giant's battle power is just too terrifying. Whether it's defense or attack power, it's at the high end of this class. Even if I get our guild's full body gold level equipment, plus the assistance of a nurse, it's still a bit overwhelming. The crowd looked at the burly man, and their expressions were all very sympathetic. Indeed, this stone giant was indeed very strong. If it wasn't for President Qin Xian's strategy to find the stone giant manipulator hiding inside the surrounding buildings, then draw them out one by one and set fire to kill them if they do, then it would be a fool's errand for just the four of them to try to push through flat out. It's too hard. The two brats who entered the copy before us just now, I guess they're all dead beyond death now. Right, 2 level 10 little guys, but still do not distinguish the sky and high ground to challenge the warrior level. I guess now they are struggling in pain. If they were smart, they'd probably have quit their copies by this time. There should be no novice protection after level 10, right? It's probably going to drop quite a few props and equipment as well. Sort of gives them a long memory. The crowd said so. The words were obviously a bit contemptuous of Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi who had just gone in. Think they are just too out of their depth. At this time, the mage and assassin among the group said, Captain, we're now only 3 stone giant manipulators short of finding them. Step it up. And according to President Qin Xian's strategy, the next level of the stone giant Kaiser is even more difficult and dangerous. We have to give dealing with it. Leave more time. Yeah, and we're already going fast. This time, we might just have a chance to set a record for the top 10 copies. The burly man nodded after hearing this. He then raised the large shield that was placed on the ground, then drank a life recovery potion and spoke. Okay, let's forget about those unsuspecting boys for now. Step it up, brothers, and try to set a top 10 record first today. Just as the 4 of them were excitedly shouting slogans. At this time, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi had already arrived at the interior of the city of stone giants. The place is gradually becoming run down. One could even say that the further in you go, the more dilapidated the sight you see appears. It was as if, at one time, a melee had passed through the place. The melee that destroyed everything. Only those at the outermost reaches of the city of stone giants, the original splendid buildings, remain. What's going on here, huh? Lu, it seems to me that there is, as it were, not much of a creature present here anymore. The city here has really fallen into a bit of disrepair. However, Lu Xingzhou felt that things would not be so simple. From the moment he came in, he had a feeling. Himself, it seemed, was always being watched by several pairs of eyes. The number of these eyes, moreover, is gradually increasing. Just be careful. Don't get sneaked up on. Don't worry, Lu. What could be wrong with that? Sun Chi patted his chest and said that it was not a big problem. Lu Xingzhou nodded, hoping so. The two men's route ended in front of a huge stone archway. Only, the look of this megalithic arch was very strange. The entire stone arch seemed to be connected to the mountain next to it, and the shine was very bright, like a metallic texture that was still a little different from normal rock. Sun Chi pointed at the archway and opened his mouth. Hey Lu, take a look. This arch is quite nice. This texture. This shape. This is the ghostly work of nature. It's just a shame that we're inside a copy right now and there's no way to use a cell phone. Otherwise, I'll make sure you take a picture of me, and then I'll send it to my old man so he can get a good look at it. Pity. After saying that, Chun Chi shook his head slightly before walking through the stone archway. But it was in this instant that the archway suddenly sent out a violent vibration. Dirt and gravel, clattering down. Then, the stone archway, instantly transformed into an immense and incomparable palm. Tapped out. Chapter 46. Brother Lu, can we be like this for the rest of our lives? After Chun Chi saw this scene, his entire body directly froze. Woohoo! He yelled, but wasn't slow to react. Realizing that things were not good, Chun Chi's first reaction was to quickly dodge to the side. However, he had just stood under the stone archway and was completely under the range of his opponent's attack. There's no way to hide. You can only fight hard. Good. Sneak attacking old me. Then let's compare whose fist is harder. After Chun Chi finished speaking, he directly threw a punch towards his head. He wasn't at all afraid that his opponent's fists and size were dozens of times larger than his own. Extreme Intent Boom Fist. Because of the increase in rank at this moment, the power of Chun Chi's Extreme Intent Boom Fist had also increased dramatically. The domineering fist wind, carrying a terrifying destructive force, directly blasted against the other party. Bang! Shasta. The power of Chun Chi's Extreme Intent Boom Fist directly blasted out deep craters on that huge stone fist. Howl! The stone giant roared angrily as it suffered pain. The moment he raised his arm, his massive body followed. He was at least 20 meters tall. Standing there, it was as tall as a small 7-story building. Damn invaders! Die for me! Then, the stone giant with a metallic luster emanating from its body directly smashed down again with its right fist. At this moment, Chun Chi's eyes narrowed and he shouted that it was not good. Because at this time his skills were still on cooldown. There's no way to throw another punch. It's gone right through. Grass. This old boy doesn't talk about martial arts, and his flat A can go toe-to-toe with his own skills. Didn't we agree that villains die from talking too much? What, no bull at all, just blast over again. It's over, this offense is so fast. Even if Lu had the ability to finish off his opponent, it would be too late to block this blow from his opponent. God's jealousy. Chun Chi was preparing to take the opponent's skill hard and listen to the sky. Suddenly, he saw Lu Xingzhou appear in front of him, slapped him on his shiny head, then spoke faintly. Get down and hide. Chun Chi froze, then very obediently fell to the ground. Then, the stone giant's fist had smashed down. Bang! A loud explosion sounded above Chun Chi's head. A moment later, Chun Chi felt no pain at all in his body. Only then did he open his eyes and look above his head. Oh, nothing. At this moment, a blue-colored frost armor was emerging in front of Lu Xingzhou's body, blocked the attack for him, and it was after receiving this attack so solidly that the frost armor didn't even crack a bit. Hard as nails. Instead, at this moment, the stone giant was suffering from the backlash of his own skill just now. The pain cried out again. This time, the screams were even more painful and tormenting than when Chun Chi's attack just now. Ow! Accompanied by a cry of pain from the stone giant. Lu Xingzhou then took Chun Chi and pulled back a distance. Then, the monster's information appeared in front of the two. Monster name: Stone Giant Kaiser Chieftain. Battle rating: 31 stars. As it turns out, the stone giant is called Kaiser, belonging to a level higher than the elite class chieftain class monsters, and his battle power reached 31 stars, terrifying as it was. Holy! I actually threw a punch against a monster with 31 stars of battle power? I'm awesome! After Chun Chi saw the other party's message, he didn't have the fear he had earlier. Instead, there was some complacency. The very moment Kaiser took the pain, next to him, the ground around him also instantly stood up, large and small. Dozens of huge figures. These are elite-level stone giants. Looks like this isn't going to pretend and is ready to swarm. Lu Xingzhou laughed. If I'm not mistaken, behind these stone giants should be the stone giant manipulators that had been spying on them along the way. Thinking that Kaiser is their leg up so they have something to fall back on, is that it? Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly, and then, just at the moment they were about to rush up, Lu Xingzhou once again struck out with a flame of extinction. Boom! At this time, Lu Xingzhou's power of the flame of extinction had not only increased quite a bit because of the increase in level, and most importantly, his magic value cap was already enough for him to launch 2 flames of extinction attacks without having to replenish his magic power additionally. So he didn't hesitate and went straight for it. Boom! Hot flames swept across the room. In an instant, A continuous reminder tone of the game copy instantly sounded in Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi's ears. Defeated the stone giant manipulator. Gained experience plus 1088. Defeated the stone giant manipulator. Gained experience plus 1088. Defeated stone giant Kaiser manipulator. Gained experience plus 1799. After hearing the reminder tone for this copy of the game, Sun Chi's face was stunned. I'll go. That's all seconds? He really didn't expect Lu Xingzhou to make another move to kill him in seconds this time. That stone giant, Kaiser, was over 30 stars in strength. If it was any other squad that encountered it, it was estimated that they would at least have to maneuver with this monster for a while. Even if you are not careful, you will be killed directly in seconds. Gee. Sure enough, following a reliable man is full of security. Lu, can we be like this for the rest of our lives? Lu Xingzhou? Dude, if you say that, I'm gonna have to think about whether you're straight or not. At that moment, suddenly, the ground trembled. Then, a huge stone giant altar slowly broke out of the ground. All the surrounding buildings were instantly squeezed, while causing them to collapse and shatter. Lu Xingzhou's eyes looked towards this altar, for as he saw this altar, there seemed to be a glittering object. Could it be that's the heart of the stone giant? Is that the material he had his heart set on? Go! Lu Xingzhou shouted and then rushed up. Sun Chi froze, then shouted, Hey Lu brother. Can you be a little more stable? Just now that situation, how dangerous. But after the words were said, he suddenly reacted. It seemed like the danger wasn't Lu Xingzhou. Rather, it's himself. Then, following Lu Xingzhou seemed to be the safest instead. After a moment's thought, he shouted again. What's the harm in being dangerous, brother Lu? I'm willing to accompany you on the mountain of swords and into the sea of fire. Hey, wait for me, Lu brother. I'm coming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blood Knight Guild's four-man squad had just passed through the area outside the city at this moment. The crowd ran to the next stop with tired faces. Stone Giant Kaiser's guarded area. Captain, if I remember correctly, the Stone Giant Kaiser will launch a sneak attack on us. A move that, if taken hard, will either kill or injure us. Do we have to go seduce him? Trick him out of his skills first? The captain looked at the time and then said, Well, while it's the safest way to go, we're running out of time. It just took us 5 minutes to get through the first area. To set President Qin Xian's record, we have to clear the level within 11 minutes and 21 seconds. So, we must try to set fire directly at the Stone Giant Kaiser for a wave of seconds. Understand? Otherwise, we won't have any time to deal with the final Stone Giant leader. And according to Big Brother Qin Xian's strategy, this boss seems to have hidden mechanics that haven't been triggered. If there's enough time, we have to try it. I've heard that there will be unexpected rewards if the hidden mechanism is triggered. The crowd nodded, thinking that the captain did have a point. Okay, Captain, all yours. Chapter 47. The Flame of Extinction. Doesn't it work anymore? Meanwhile, outside the copy, since the Blood Knights Guild had taken control of the entire copy, there was no one else left who could enter this area now. But that didn't stop the outside of the replica, which was very lively at the moment. This was because Vice President Fat Dragon himself had come outside the replica to check out the situation. How's it going? What's the progress now on arranging for you? At this time, the man with the flowery arms immediately came over, then said with a very respectful expression, Hello, Vice President. I'm in charge of our entire copy of this clearing task. Fatty Dragon asked after giving the other a look. Oh, what's your name? President. You can just call me Fa Fong Fong. The flower-armed man rubbed the back of his head with some embarrassment, then said. Hearing this, Fatty Dragon's eyes narrowed. Good lord, what's a big man doing with a name like that? It's all for nothing, your big flowery arms. However, Fatty Dragon didn't dwell on it too much and directly opened his mouth to inquire. How is this situation now? The team we sent, how long have they been in there? Hua Fongfong said in a serious report. Reporting to the vice president. They've been in there for about 5 minutes now. Oh, after hearing this, a trace of satisfaction appeared on Fatty Dragon's face. Looks like I timed my visit pretty well then. No surprises. They should be coming out soon in another 5 minutes or so. Yes, Vice President. Good. Then I'll be waiting for the good news. The flower-armed man smiled and handed over a tray filled with fine food and various expensive fruits. The fat dragon swaggered into a flashy seat that had been specially prepared for him and reclined comfortably, eating fruit and waiting for the squad to set a new record. And at this time within the copy, Lu Xingzhou had already stepped onto the altar that had just appeared, came in front of the gleaming stone he had just seen. As he got closer, he realized that the rock didn't seem to be the same thing as the prop he thought it was. It was a jumble of many pieces of colored hard stones, a huge pile of stones, refracted in the sunlight in a variety of different dazzling colors. It may seem like the heart of a stone giant, but really, it's not that at all. Happy for nothing. At this time, Sun Chi also followed and patted his horse to arrive. He came to Lu Xingzhou's side and spoke under his breath. "Oops, I go Lu, can you slow down? This is too fast. I can't keep up." Sun Chi didn't understand. How in the world could there be a magic apprentice that ran so fast? It's a ing monster. And just then, Sun Chi looked at the pile of colored gems on the altar. Then suddenly, his eyes became serious and said, "My chow. Lu, this is the boss." Lu Xingzhou turned around, but at that moment, he realized that the pile of scattered gems just now had actually stood up. A large, thick humanoid body was formed. Howl, Shasta. Lu Xingzhou then felt the other party's great sense of oppression. Completely different from both the soldiers and elite monsters just now, this colorful stone giant exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Name: King of the Stone Giants Chief. Battle Strength: 40 stars. Level: 20. Skills: War Trample, Rock Punch, Guardian, Landslide. Talent: Toughness, Adaptability. Intruder: How dare you manage to break in here? Damn it. King of the Stone Giants, hereby pronounce sentence, you, death. The King of the Stone Giants seemed to be emitting a gurgling, buzzing, low roar from his chest. His voice was very angry and seemed to be in defense of his people and territory. However, at this moment Lu Xingzhou spoke with great disdain. Intruder. Funny. It's not clear who's the intruder who's turtled up. You're just a bunch of wretches hiding behind stone giants, manipulating a bunch of soulless bodies. How dare you call us intruders too? That's funny. Hearing these words, the stone giant king's voice instantly became a few degrees angrier, though no change in expression could be seen on his huge colored gemstone head. But it was possible to feel that the other party was now furious, as well as wanting to get Lu Xingzhou killed. Who are you calling a turtle-dove wretch? Damn you! I'll make you pay with your life. The words just fell. The ground around Sun Chi and Lu Xingzhou then shook again. Only this time, it came even more violently than before. Rumble. Then, above the altar, mysterious and ancient runes were illuminated by the various colors of light reflecting off the King of Stone Giants. Immediately afterward, it seemed to be summoned and sensed in some way. A 7-colored halo of light suddenly descended from the sky. It shone on top of the stone giant's body. The 5-colored gemstones in his body suddenly lit up as if they had been activated, emitting a dazzling light. Rumble. Immediately afterward, after a strange sound, the stone giant king's surrounding aura once again erupted. Continuous skyrocketing. Battle ratings too are skyrocketing for no money. Ego. Not right, Lu. This guy's battle rating has reached 49 stars. How can there still be this kind of temporarily stronger boss? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's broken. Why don't we just run away? There's no need to be afraid of burning wood when you've got a green hill to climb. Although Sun Chi had an iron head, he was still relatively stable. He would not challenge with his life in the face of such obvious risks. 49 stars. With this kind of strength, even if it was Mr. Fong who came against it, it would still be in no small danger. Not to mention Lu Xingzhou, though Lu was strong, testing at 24 stars on his own. However, the strength of the other party was more than double that of Lu. This is no joke. Battle power ratings, often 1 or 2 stars difference between top geniuses is quite a lot. Even when they fought across levels, it was all just a difference between single digits. This next challenge to a 49-star alpha-level boss can be won? Absolutely not. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou was not panicking. After seeing the change in the other party, Lu Xingzhou was certain. It wasn't that he had triggered some unlucky certain death mechanism. Instead, it should be that he had discovered some hidden clues. triggered the hidden mechanism of the copy. He had once heard that some copies did have some hidden mechanisms. This is a challenge and an opportunity. After triggering the hidden mechanism, it is easier to drop some rare props or materials. This is why the copy of the past strategy is very precious and will not be easily spread out. If you have mastered one of the hidden copy of the past strategy, then the value of just one cheat is worth more than 10 times the value of the most precious prop material of that copy. Lu Xingzhou didn't intend to quit, but was going to try something. Things, whether or not they are as they seem. Between thoughts, he had taken out 2 buns and stuffed them into his mouth. This was the bun with beef and scallions that my sister-in-law had prepared for herself earlier, and because she hadn't finished it, she had put it into the prop space and stored it. I'm surprised it's still hot when I take it out now. On the opposite side, the king of stone giants let out a burst of laughter and said as he looked scornfully at Lu Xingzhou in front of him, "Kid, it's too late for you to run now. Pay with your life for your words." Lu Xingzhou didn't care and spoke directly. "Why should I be afraid of a guy who's afraid to show his face? Cut the crap and wait to die." Immediately after that, Lu Xingzhou didn't care what the other party said and directly struck out with a flame of extinction. Boom! A terrifying heat wave swept through, instantly sweeping the entire altar. Those steel of the surrounding altar were all bent and melted as they were burned due to this terrifying flame of extinction. Lu Xingzhou had thought that this move of his would definitely be able to directly resolve that unknown manipulator hiding somewhere. But what was not expected? Not only did the stone giant harden its own move, but the copy surprisingly didn't pop up, the reminder of defeating the stone giant manipulator just now. Oh, kind of interesting. Lu Xingzhou's eyes narrowed in some surprise. However, Sun Chi, who was next to him, was shocked and filled with disbelief. Voodoo? Lu's move didn't even give him a direct second? Sun Chi, who was used to Lu Xingzhou resolving battles with a single move, saw that the king of stone giants was actually intact. It's unbelievable. At this moment, a burst of red light emanated from the stone giant's right arm gem. Placing it in front of him, he strongly blocked down Lu Xingzhou's attack just now. And it didn't seem to have suffered any fatal injuries. "Oh, your flames, nothing more than that." The low voice of the king of the stone giants roared, and then he spoke again as he pounded the ground with his right fist. "But now it's my turn." Chapter 48. The key to victory, dropping rewards? As soon as the words fell, the stone giant instantly accelerated and rushed in front of Lu Xingzhou. Immediately after that, he directly slapped his palm. Boom! Instantly, the ground raised a cloud of gray mist and sand. Then Lu Xingzhou was blown away like a cannonball. It slammed right into the altar pillar next to it. There was a popping and crashing sound. It happened in a flash. It was so fast that even Sun Chi next to him didn't react. By the time he realized that things were bad, Lu Xingzhou had already been slapped out of the way. "Lu!" Sun Chi turned his head and roared in anger with his eyes wide open. "Damn. If you have the ability to get tough with me, grass." As soon as the words left his mouth, he took all of his equipment out of the props bar and, subsequently, put it on his body. Straight away, his legs stomped on the ground, instantly exploding close to the side of the king of stone giants. Then he pressed his entire body weight onto his right fist. Boom! A fist collapsed. The air currents from the counterblast instantly exploded like waves underneath the soles of the 2 men's feet. The punch was actually powerful in place, but a slight golden glow flashed from the jewel on the chest of the king of the stone giants. Then, it blocked the blow almost harmlessly. Sun Chi raised an eyebrow, very puzzled. What's going on? Even if the opponent is strong, he shouldn't have no damage at all, right? He was incomparably shocked in his heart, but at this time, under the anger, he didn't care about that at all. I'll you up. Fist rain. Successive punches came down like rain. Boom, boom, boom. The king of the stone giants did not move, and the golden light shining from the jewel in front of his chest became a bit more dazzling. Then, with a backhanded swing, the king of stone giants sent Sun Chi flying dry as well. Bang! Sun Chi was smashed like a cannonball onto a nearby pillar and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Oh crap! The king of the stone giants made a mocking-like sound. However, Sun Chi climbed up from the ground and without any hesitation, drank a bottle of basic life recovery potion. Then, with his right hand, he wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. Nima, old me today, I must make you pay. Just the moment Sun Chi was about to strike again, Suddenly, Lu Xingzhou's voice sounded next to him. Don't worry, I can already see what to do with this guy. Sun Chi turned his head and looked at Lu Xingzhou in surprise. Holy Lu, you're even okay? Or what, you expect me to be a little bit of everything? Lu Xingzhou slowly stepped out of the smoke and dust, and all over his body, he was surrounded by a layer of fine, crystalline frost armor. His body, however, was spotless and not affected in the least. Sun Chi was relieved to see that Lu Xingzhou was fine. Lu, am I that kind of person? Besides, I'm not the beneficiary of the accident insurance you bought. Don't be poor. Get him first. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand, then turned his head to look at the King of Stone Giants with a serious face. After the King of Stone Giants saw Lu Xingzhou, there was a slight surprise in his countenance. Oh, surprisingly not dead. Oh, that's kind of funny. But, who gave you the courage to think that you could challenge me? Lu Xingzhou said with a smile. Because I already know your defense mechanism. The King of the Stone Giants laughed contemptuously and said, haha, bluff. Whether it's a bluff or not, you'll soon find out. The words just fell. Lu Xingzhou directly hit a normal attack. Accompanied by a terrifying blizzard, it instantly blasted at the stone giant's huge body. 6th rank skill, Extreme Ice Storm. The terrifying ice storm froze the body of the King of Stone Giants almost instantly. His movements, visible to the naked eye, slowed down. Then it became stiff, almost on the verge of turning into a big icy lump. But the next second, a dazzling burst of icy blue light lit up within the King of Stone Giant's right arm. Under the glitter of the gems in it, the ice storm on the King of the Stone Giant's body gradually disappeared its effect on him. A few moments later, the King of Stone Giant's actions returned to normal once again. Ha ha ha! I told you, that's nothing but carving and bluffing. Having said that, Lu Xingzhou directly stretched out his right hand and the Wanxiangsen Luo unfolded. Then, the terrifying wooden dragon roared and rushed out of the ground, like a fierce tiger pouncing on the huge body of the King of Stone Giants, directly smashing it into the ground. Bang! The King of Stone Giants had one of his arms shattered in an instant, and his body had been hit with a noticeable dent. At this point, Sun Chi was stunned. Holy Lu, what's this new skill? The power is so fierce. One should know that the King of the Stone Giants was not even injured in the slightest by his own full-force punch blast just now. Lu just hit it with a random skill and the effect was so good? Lu Xingzhou smiled without saying anything. In fact, this King of Stone Giants was not invincible. It's just that the 5 gems on his body represent the 5 defense resistances. When the red gem lit up, one's own flame attack was immunized to the fullest extent. When the blue gem lit up, his own ice attribute attacks wouldn't be able to do much damage to him. So, answer, isn't it obvious? If there was only one major output profession among the 4-man squad, then it would be easy to be crushed by the Stone Giant King's super high resistance. Well targeted. Plus, the Stone Giant King's own attack and speed were all top-notch existences. So the difficulty of trying to defeat the other side can be quite enormous. But sadly, he met himself. The King of the Stone Giants stood up once more, his body glowing with a green jeweled light that had lit up. However, this time Lu Xingzhou's attack attributes changed again. Flame of Extinction. The terrifying flames of extinction swept over everything once again. And at the same time, several magic bullets in his right hand were instantly struck in conjunction with the extreme ice storm. Boom! Ice and fire are intertwined. A powerful ice and firestorm was formed. The red and blue gems of the King of the Stone Giants lit up alternately. And to hesitate is to die. The ice and fire skills directly hit the King of Stone Giants' body. Roar! Miserable screams that echoed above the altar. That indestructible huge body gradually crumbled, crystalline fragments scattered in mid-air. King of the Stone Giants, pawn. The smoke cleared and a hunched, ragged humanoid monster lay on the ground. There's not as much air in as there is out. Apparently, this was the same manipulator that had just boarded the Stone Giant King. I didn't expect you to be inside the Stone Giant King's body. No wonder even the wide range of attacks just now didn't manage to kill you, Lu Xingzhou said in a flat tone. And by this time that manipulator was powerless to refute it. He swallowed his last breath unwillingly. And then Lu Xingzhou had a reminder tone of the game copy ringing in his ears. Congratulations on successfully refreshing the record of the Stone Giant City replica. Rewards are being issued for you. Reward weapon item. Stone Giant's Iron Fist Gloves Gold Grade. The moment he saw that the reward for the drop was this gold-level boss weapon. Obviously, a hint of disappointment was revealed on Lu Xingzhou's face, because he had thought that he could give himself the prop he wanted for that Stone Giant's heart after this record was set. I didn't realize this didn't fall out even though it was a new record. It seems that the rarity of this prop is, indeed, exaggerated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made Fat Dragon, the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild, want this prop so badly. Hey! It seems that if you want to brush up on this prop, you'll have to play a few more rounds yourself before you can do so. Lu Xingzhou casually threw this iron blood gloves to Sun Chi next to him and prepared to open another copy. Go ahead and swipe the heart of the Stone Giant. However, in the next second, another voice once again rang in his ears. Again, a reminder of the game copy. Congratulations on successfully clearing the City of Stone Giant's warrior level difficulty copy and unlocking the hidden mechanism. Congratulations, as the first player to trigger the hidden mechanic and complete the pass, you have been issued a copy of the only certainty reward, the Shining Heart of the Stone Giant. And the other side, because of trying to force a group with the Stone Giant Kaiser, the four-man squad sent by the Blood Knights Union was just destroyed. It was clear that they had greatly underestimated the strength of the Stone Giant Kaiser. Ultimately, very helplessly, he chose to exit the copy at the last minute. It would drop some equipment and experience value, but there was no way around it. Outside the copy, Fatty Dragon, who was waiting for the good news with his heart in his mouth. At this time his mood could be said to be quite bright, because he suddenly saw it just now. The words above the duplicate record jumped around a bit. Someone set a new record? Chapter 49. What strength is the jailbird? Sticking his nose in here. At this moment, Fatty Dragon, he had a rather excited expression on his face because he knew someone did just set a new record. And who else could be in the replica at the moment but the squad he had sent in? And the next second, a halo of teleportation flashed by. The figure of a burly man appeared just outside the door of the replica, with 3 scaly teammates behind him. The moment he saw these 4 people, Fatty Dragon directly smiled broadly. Ha ha ha, my heroes, you've finally come out. Boys, you've done a good job. I'll personally entertain you tonight and treat these warriors of our Blood Knights Guild. Fat Dragon looked at the few people in front of him with a smile on his face. There was undisguised admiration in those eyes. And by this time, several of the ones inside that team were full of questions. They looked at each other, neither of them knowing what had happened. Well, we'll be a little embarrassed if you're so polite, Vice President Fat Dragon. After all, we don't seem to have done anything. Didn't do what? You two are just too humble. You're practically heroes of our guild. Fatty Dragon interrupted, then very enthusiastically walked up and patted him on the shoulder. The face was filled with undisguised excitement and joy. Those 4 people were flattered and flattered. Vice President, don't be like this. I'm really scared. You know they'd rather the Vice President beat them up and scold them all over again. But also do not want to hear this kind of compliments that make people feel a little cold at the back. Afraid? Afraid of what? At this time, Vice President Fatty Dragon also noticed that something was wrong with a few people, and then said to them in a bit of a daze, "Why are you guys so upset? Is there something on your minds? Tell me about it." Squad of 4. You look at me and I look at you. In the end, it was left to the captain of this squad to carry the load. Vice President, we lost a few props and equipment, and were ashamed of the guild's hopes for us. We admit that it was indeed our mistake, but we won't be like this if the next time. After hearing these words, Fatty Dragon in turn revealed a trace of doubt. Mistakes? Where did you guys miss a beat? You guys were beyond my wildest dreams. Hearing this, that captain just couldn't hold it in. He said with direct honesty, "Vice President, we know that we are out of the copy, but don't worry, next time, we will definitely break this copy record." At this time, Fatty Dragon's eyes narrowed, and then he seemed to understand something. You mean you guys didn't pass at all? After saying that, the 4 people in that squad were also confused. Well, you don't know. That captain and the rest of the 3 people in the squad looked puzzled. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? How else could they have gotten out so fast? You know, it had only been about 8 minutes since they had entered the copy. Even if it was really able to set a new record, it was not possible to be so much faster than President Qin Shen's record by 3 minutes at once. Outrageous simply. At this time, Fatty Dragon looked at the record leaderboard of the replica. Reaching over, he pointed. So, who was the one who just set a new copy record? The crowd turned their heads and looked over. In the next second, a teleportation halo once again lit up outside the door of the replica, and then Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi appeared outside the replica. In an instant, the gazes of everyone on the scene landed on the two of them. Brother Lu, this feeling of being in the limelight makes me a little embarrassed. Hey, where did you two come from? The fat dragon directly roared in anger and questioned the two of them. Lu Xingzhou didn't answer and just turned his head to talk to Sun Chi. Do we have to answer their questions? I don't think so. Heroic. Then let's go. Go. Sun Chi and Lu Xingzhou were ready to leave as soon as they sang together. But before leaving, Sun Chi also turned his head to look at the side. The man with flowery arms, who was already shivering a bit, opened his mouth. Yo, thank you, big brother. Let us in. Let's go, we'll be back next time. The two of them talked and walked, directly leaving the area outside the replica that was blocked by the Blood Knights Guild. The flower-armed man's legs were shaking a little. He had all but hid in a corner, ready to muddle through without saying a word. As a result, this kid Anji had to punk himself before he left. It's a dog bar. After Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi left, the gazes of the people at the scene fell on the man with the flower arm next to him. Tell me, didn't you say no one came in? So what's going on with those two? Then, hearing this, Hua Fangfang's expression was flustered to the point of panic. God damn it, who would have thought that two level 10 youngsters would have the ability to set a new record for warrior level copies? This is not a joke. Even the spirited President Qin Xian back then couldn't do it. That, Vice President, you listened to my sophomoric, oh no, explanation. I listened to your mom. Fatty Dragon waved his big hand, and then an astral wind struck out. Straight away, the flower-armed man took off in a 360-degree spin in mid-air. Then, falling heavily to the ground, he fainted. Fatty Dragon looked in the direction Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi left and pondered in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop these two brats, but because there was no point in stopping them. What can he do? Forcing your opponent to cough up all the equipment and props they've acquired? You know, this is still under the jurisdiction of the sheriff's department, so if you do that yourself, you'll be in trouble too. But if you can't do it in the open, you can still do it in the dark. Anyway, after the copy refreshes the record, the name of the person who refreshed the record will appear. So, the fat dragon set his sights directly on the name of the record. But the next second, his gaze froze momentarily. Passed in 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Name Lu Xingzhou. It was a name that was very familiar to him. Because wasn't this what that old man Zhaofeng said, that genius with great potential? This kid is indeed a monster. Surprisingly, he was able to break the record left behind by Qin Xian in such a short period of time. And the most important thing is, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi are only two people and their ranks aren't that high. Monster, absolute monster. No wonder that old kid Zhao Feng tore his face off for me. So this is the reason. Thinking of this, Fatty Dragon's expression instantly became clear. Fatty Dragon thought for a moment and decided to go and apologize to Lu Xingzhou first tomorrow to make good relations. He, Fat Dragon, can still figure out priorities. For such a dazzling genius, the tactics of society are useless to him. Because behind a person like Lu Xingzhou, there would always be some old thing like Zhao Feng standing behind him to protect him. Luckily, I didn't make a move just now, otherwise, there would still be trouble. The Fat Dragon was secretly glad. Only on the other side, Fatty didn't know what his big brother was thinking. The two minions he had just gotten, the first thing he was going to do at this point, naturally, was to go and get back. Good boy, so pretentious before. Let's see if you can still laugh this time. And Chu Ching. This time I'll make sure you're in my crotch. With that thought, he looked to his empty crotch. A cold wind blew through and well, it was cool. I'll make you all pay after my brother cures me. Let's not worry about that today. It's mostly about getting a scene. So, he took his two little brothers and came outside the door of the Good Taste Bun Shop. Only to find that the place had a surprisingly large number of extra customers. The long line circled around and everyone had lined up on the road. Even road traffic has been somewhat affected as a result. Oh, it seems that business here is surprisingly so much better today than before. Fatty froze slightly, though before that, Good Taste Bakery had a lot of customers. However, there has never been this sight of a large row of drag-ons. This made Fatty a little strange. But he didn't think much of it. Directly sparing the crowd, he swaggered and prepared to walk into the door, going to properly settle the revenge of yesterday's exploding bird with Chu Qing and Lu Xingzhou. However, he was just about to step through the door when suddenly that felt like he was being tugged by someone on the back of his collar. "Hey!" Fatty froze, not understanding who was so ballsy, and turned his head to look. He said in a very bold tone, "Who the dragged me, you want to die, don't you?" And at that moment, the burly man behind him who was tugging at him spoke directly. "What are you doing? Cutting in line and all?" Question mark. Fatty was filled with disbelief, then sneered. "Grass, I gave you face right. Who the hell wants to line up for a bun? You hurry up and get the out of here, or I'll your ass up." The burly man and the other people in line behind him turned their heads to look at Fatty, then asked, "You're not buying a bun, so what are you going to do?" "I'm the one who's going to shut this bakery down today. Do you understand? So, you're here to make trouble? So what? It's none of your business." Fatty spat, and the two minions followed suit, stepping forward in a threatening stance. But the others were not the least bit afraid. It directly surrounded them, blocking all three of them in the center. Men on top of men, strong men locking up men. What Fatty didn't know was that the group of people who came to buy the buns were mercenaries and professional hunters who had a high demand for life recovery potions. Those are all knife-edge, ruthless characters who will strike at the drop of a hat. Before that, a few thousand gold coins of healing medicine they took for 3 years. The house ate it up, the parents ate it up. It's hard to get a cheap and affordable bun cure. There's someone messing with us, so who's going to mess with him? Dare to make trouble here. Today, let you two know the power. If you don't let the bakery open, we'll let you die. The three of you don't want to live? What is the strength of the jail, brother? We today 18 brothers will get you dead, girl. Chapter 50. I pretend I didn't see it. Hehehe. Originally, Fatty was prepared to bring these two little brothers of his to teach Chu Qing a lesson. But who would have thought that before entering the door, directly by a group of do-not-know-where-to-come angry customers, in the name of Q jumping to give a beating. "Hey, stop fighting, you guys know I'm..." "Ouch. Do you guys know who my brother is?" "Hey, hit the man, not hit the face, ah. Light kick, ah." Fatty went from threatening at first, to a bit of a wimp, to pleading at the end. But that didn't make their hands any lighter. After Chu Qing, who was making buns in the store, saw this scene, she originally wanted to come up and stop it. But after he saw that it was Fatty who had been beaten, Chu Qing was silent for a moment, turned her head as if she didn't see it, and said to herself, I think there was something to do just now? Why did I forget?" After seeing that Chu Qing did not stop it at all, the crowd was even more reckless and ruthless. There are those who major in the upper third and those who major in the lower third. "Brothers, beat this dog coin of an interloper to death. Beat him up. I've been waiting in line for an hour and you're here to cause trouble? Get you killed, you stupid fat." After the crowd got tired of fighting, they stopped. After all, you can't make a scene here either. The crowd in attendance looked at the 3 swollen sandbags that had been rounded up before speaking slowly. "Damn you, if we see you at this door again, we'll beat you up once we see you. Hear that?" Fatty and the 2 professionals behind him nodded, frantically. They were beaten so snotty that they knocked out a few incisors. Speech leaks, and you can only convey meaning by nodding your head. "Okay. Get the hell out of here if you know." Hearing this, Fatty was relieved and prepared to run with his 2 minions. And at this time, it was just in time for Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi to return to the bakery as well. Both of them were a bit puzzled when they saw the scene in front of them. "Hey, what's with this guy? Fighting with someone because he couldn't get a bun? I don't know." Lu Xingzhou rubbed his chin. Thought the 3 people in front of him looked a bit familiar. Took a moment of thought before it suddenly occurred to me that it wasn't the desperate little girl. Fatty? Those 2 minions behind him, aren't they also from the previous Blood Knight Guild? But at this moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and his mind searched. Surprisingly, it came. Again today the heart of a thief is not dead. At this time, Lu Xingzhou once again moved to kill. Originally, Lu Xingzhou only wasted this fat man, and if the other party did not come to pester him about it, he would let him live. But now it looks like there's a way to heaven and you're not going. Lu Xingzhou strides into the store and bypasses the crowded crowd to find sister-in-law Chu Qing. "Auntie, I saw Fatty coming just now? Well, are you all right? Did he find you in trouble?" Lu Xingzhou asked with some concern. It's okay, he got away. Question mark. Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment before spitting out 2 words. Bin. Who? By the customers. After Chu Qing's sister-in-law finished speaking, Lu Xingzhou reacted for a moment. It was only after she gave Lu Xingzhou a detailed explanation that Lu Xingzhou understood. You mean, they thought Fatty was coming to make trouble, and were afraid to delay them from buying the buns, so they gave him a run for his money? Right? Chu Qing nodded, then sneakily whispered in Lu Xingzhou's ear, somewhat snickering. Actually, I saw it all, but I didn't stop it. I'm pretending I didn't see it.
Hehehe.
Lu Xingzhou laughed. My sister-in-law was a few years older than myself, but at times she was still simply like a child. This time the customer knocked the guy off his feet, but he might not be so lucky next time. This incident also gave Lu Xingzhou a wake-up call. If you have the chance, you'll have to find a way to keep your sister-in-law safe too. It's the kind of thing you don't fear. Sun Chi walked in with a big grin at this time, then slowly lamented. I'm going to. Chu Qing auntie. Your place is doing really good business. You'll have to hire someone in the future. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou instantly clapped his hands. Makes sense. Hire someone. Man, you woke me up. Indeed, we need to hire some people. So Lu Xingzhou turned his head to look at his sister-in-law and said, Auntie, let's hire some help. Half amused, my sister-in-law nodded. Ah, good. The whole hiring thing is really something to think long and hard about. Preferably, they just need some help that can fight and dare to fight. And there is no fear of any so-called guild forces. Trying to do both of these things makes this thing a little harder. Many people were not afraid of any large forces, but they were too weak. It doesn't offer much protection either. As for the other ones, although their strength was good, they were all cowering in front of the major powers. This kind of is also not the candidate Lu Xingzhou wants. Well, really have to think about it. To find one that's strong and then crazy. It's kinda hard. When he thought about this matter, in fact, a candidate suddenly came to his mind. Inexplicably, the figure of a man came to mind. Ruyan Su. It was just that there was absolutely no way Su Ruyan would have the time to protect his sister-in-law for him is all. He knew what a dazzling genius Su Ruyan was. And he also knew how high the Su family's expectations for Su Ruyan were. However, this is something to maybe ask her if she has any recommendations. So, Lu Xingzhou dialed Su Ruyan's phone. Across the way was Su Ruyan, who was sitting in the back seat of the commercial vehicle, preparing to head to the No Man's Land copy for her training. She was sitting on the back seat boredly fiddling with her cell phone, her delicate feet constantly swinging under those beautiful legs in tall black stockings. When she received a call from Lu Xingzhou, Su Ruyan's entire body was directly excited and almost stood up. Adolescent girls are always so clueless, obviously caring about his every move. But it was never expressed. Su Ruyan had wanted to pick up the phone at the first opportunity, but she hesitated for a moment, then calmed her agitated mood. Only then did he return to his usual high-pitched voice, then spoke up. Lu Xingzhou, what is it that you want to see me about? Lu Xingzhou didn't care how the other party's tone really was. He just opened the door and asked, There's something I want to ask you. I wonder if you know some such people who are powerful and unafraid of large guild backgrounds? I want to invite them to come and help protect my sister-in-law. Then, I also want to ask you if you know any powerful refiners, and I hope you'll help me introduce one. Su Ruyan was silent for 2 seconds after hearing this matter, then said to Lu Xingzhou, Do you have any plans for later? Let's meet up and talk. Lu Xingzhou said, I'm going to make a trip to the trading house in Zhanghai City in a while. I asked them to purchase some things for me last time. After hearing this, Su Ruyan directly spoke. Good. Then let's meet at the trading house in Zhanghai City. It just so happens that I plan to go there as well. After Fu Bo, the butler in the front row, heard this, he looked at Su Ruyan in the back row with a face full of questions. Very puzzled, he asked, Miss, aren't we going to a copy of No Man's Land? Su Ruyan turned her head and gave him a don't talk too much look. Then it went on to say, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Is that okay? Good. Lu Xingzhou is not far from the trading house in Zhanghai City, and the two should arrive there at about the same time. After hanging up, Fubuki turned his head and asked, Miss, then where exactly are we going next? Master gave you a hard time to get the entry qualification for this exploration-type copy. Do you really want to? However, Su Ruyan's reply was unusually resolute. Speaking directly, there's no need to ask. The Trading House in Jianghai City. Chapter 51. Bring out the equipment you want to strengthen. After arriving at the trading house in Jianghai City, Lu Xingzhou met Su Ruyan, who had been waiting here for a long time. Didn't we say 10 minutes? How did you get there so fast? Lu Xingzhou had some questions. Su Ruyan still maintained the same cold and arrogant expression she had in the past, the tear mole at the corner of her eye blinking slightly along with her skin. Instead of answering Lu Xingzhou's question, she changed the subject and opened her mouth. Say, what's up? Actually, I'm looking for you mainly to ask if there's a suitable candidate to recommend one to me. Also, I've been wanting to build some weapons lately, so if you know someone who can introduce me to them, that would be great. Hear that? Su Ruyan was actually still very happy inside because she liked that Lu Xingzhou was able to think of himself when he had something going on. She spoke slowly. If you need an introduction to a bodyguard, I do have someone suitable. As for what you said about equipment building, I know that there is a master teacher in the trading house in Jianghai City. His craftsmanship is known to be the best in Jianghai City. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou revealed a smile. A smile followed. That would be great, thank you. Su Ruyan's beautiful eyelashes blinked slightly before her gaze turned slightly to the side. Speaking softly, it's just a favor. It's not like I'm doing it for you specifically. Next to him, Sun Chi, who hadn't said anything, suddenly said in an untimely manner, Hey, pervert, why do I feel like you're a little shy? Question mark. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Su Ruyan's icy eyes looked toward Sun Chi next to her. Then, Sun Chi directly shrunk his neck. He would rather fight the king of the stone giants one-on-one than be targeted by this pervert. It's just too scary. After Sun Chi shut up and stopped speaking, Su Ruyan used the corner of her eye to look at Lu Xingzhou next to her. It was only after realizing that the latter didn't seem to think much about it that he let out a slight sigh of relief. But, inexplicably, she was a little lost. The three of them arrived at the trading house hall, after which Su Ruyan took out a black card that shone with golden ripples. Black and gold card. The moment the front desk staff saw this card, they directly called out Manager Yi. Yi Wanqiu bowed respectfully to Su Ruyan, and then she saw Lu Xingzhou behind her. Didn't realize Lu Xingzhou actually knew this Ms. Su as well. Yi Wanqiu was still relatively well informed, and she had also heard how terrifying the Su family's power and heritage was. Not to mention in a small city like Jianghai City, even if you look at the entire Jiangbei province, it is an existence that should not be underestimated. Therefore, it is possible to make friends with Miss Su. It seems that this Mr. Lu is not as simple as it seems either. Sure enough, he hadn't made a mistake in giving the black gold card before, and this would definitely leave some good impression on Lu Xingzhou. Ms. Su, may I ask what you need? Yi Wanqiu spoke respectfully. At this time, Su Ruyan directly spoke. Take us to Zhou Li and Master Zhou. Okay. Yi Wanqiu didn't ask more questions and directly opened her mouth to answer. However, she turned her head to look at Lu Xingzhou and spoke respectfully. Dear Mr. Lu, the antidote fruit that you arranged for us traders to purchase for you last time has now been acquired to 500 pieces. May I ask if this is sufficient? Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment that he could probably eat about 12 of them a day. That's enough food for 40 days or so. Give me those first, then buy some more. Okay. Lu Xingzhou was just about to pay, when Su Ruyan directly handed out her membership card. Use my membership card. There's a discount. She didn't mention the matter of helping Lu Xingzhou pay. She knew that Lu Xingzhou's pride and self-respect would not allow her to help pay. But, who knew that at this time, Yi Wanqiu said, Miss Su, you may not know, but this Mr. Lu is also a black gold card member of our trading house in Jianghai City. Su Ruyan froze slightly. Then, without moving, he put away the card and said nothing more. However, there was an indescribable horror in her heart. He himself had gotten this black gold card because of this sign of the Su family. And Lu Xingzhou even got the same black gold card as his own by virtue of his own ability. Sure enough, he's not all talk when it comes to promises. A soft color flashed in Su Ruyan's eyes. Next to him, Lu Xingzhou paid the money and then put the antidote fruit into his props bar. Lu Xingzhou didn't know how much of this stuff to eat to be considered the upper limit, and from the textbook, something like the clear moon spirit spring had no side effects at all. But there shouldn't be anyone so extravagant as to take hundreds or thousands of clear moon spirit springs and eat them continuously to see the effect. After all, for the same amount of money spent, the enhancements will be greater in other areas. The three of them followed Yi Wanqiu's lead and arrived at Zhou and the teacher's workroom. The profession of a refiner, although it also belonged to the life class. However, this profession is very popular and sought after. If the level is gradually increased, it is even able to refine a lot of high-grade, high-quality equipment, even upgrading some of the equipment to liberate the potential. As such, high-level refiners, their status was often higher than combat class professionals of the same level. Master Zhou, someone is looking for you. Inside the room, an older man with short white hair wearing heavy insulated gloves and special black protective goggles on his head turned his head at the sound. Manager Yi, who's looking for my old man? It's these three VIPs. They want your help in building equipment. Hearing this, the old man's expression came to interest him. Anyone who could be called a VIP by Manager Yi was either rich or noble. The equipment they took out must have been first-rate as well. This time, Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke. Hello, Master Zhou Lihe. I have a piece of equipment that I hope you can help me build. I wish to take this gem and set it into my staff. Afterwards, Lu Xingzhou took out a fist-sized, sparkling gemstone with 7 colorful colors from his props bar. Prop name: Shining Stone Giant's Heart. Huh? What is this? Zhou Lihe's expression was very shocked. He had been refining weapons in Jianghai City for over 20 years. And yet, I've never seen this gem before. Is this the heart of a stone giant? Rumor had it that he had heard of the city of stone giants, which would drop an extremely rare prop material. Heart of the stone giant. Ability to level skills up to level 20, all +1. But this material in front of him seemed a little different from the profiles he had seen in books. Heart of the stone giant. Is it that boing boing? Lu Xingzhou was silent for a moment before he said, Eh? Not exactly the same, I guess, since it's the heart of the shining stone giant. What the hell is this? Never heard of it. The shining heart of a stone giant? Zhou Lihe looked at the effect of the props in front of him. Then, with a surprised expression, he directly burst out. Woo-hoo! Why are you so outrageous with the effects of this gem? +1 level of enhancement for all skills? After hearing this, even the always calm Su Ruyan froze. So, she also checked the prop effect of the shining stone giant's heart in front of her. The still true +1 enhancement level for all skills. This, with its effect and value, was unknown to be many times higher than the heart of the stone giant. Enhancement levels for skills up to level 20, and all skill enhancement levels. It's obvious to the naked eye how big the difference in effect is. If given to a level 60+ turn 3 professional, the value of this prop was even more incalculable. Apparently, it was also the first time Zhou Lihe had seen such a rare material. He instantly cupped the gem in his hands and loved it. It's like surveying an absolute treasure. Young man, what equipment do you want to get this gem on? Quickly, quickly. The old man's sledgehammer is already hungry and thirsty. For smiths like them, top-notch gear, top-notch gems. That's what makes them the happiest in the world. It's this outfit. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment, slowly from the props bar, pulled out a wooden sticks. Chapter 52. Principal, can I have this book? Zhou Lihe blinked when he saw Lu Xingzhou pull out a wooden stick. A question mark followed. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly. Lad, have you got the wrong equipment? In Zhou Lihe's eyes, it seemed that this kind of top-tier gemstone should most definitely be paired with top-tier equipment. A level 60 diamond grade. No, a level 80 supreme grade weapon is only qualified to appear with this kind of top-grade gem. He had no doubt that this shining stone giant's heart would be traded at the auction house in Jianghai City if it was placed there. Then, it will definitely attract countless traders to go crazy over it. It even sells for an unimaginable sky-high price. It's absolute. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou directly opened his mouth. That's the one, no mistake. I would like you to take this gem and build it into this staff of mine. Hearing this, Yi Wanqiu beside her was shocked. Su Ruyan's brows also frowned slightly. The corners of Zhou Lihe's mouth twitched, filled with shock and doubt. Only Sun Qi, who was extremely moved, spoke. Lu, good brother. For life. Zhou Lihe took the staff and carefully scrutinized it. The stick is straight, uniform in color, and does look pretty good for its length. But, well, isn't this, to put it bluntly, a stick picked up anywhere on the side of the road? It's a joke. Zhou Lihe looked at Lu Xingzhou and then, in a serious and very serious manner, said, "Little brother, to be honest, do you really want to take this gem and set it into this wooden stick? If it's really inlaid, it's not going to be taken down." After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded. "I have no intention of taking it off. Just set it for me." Silence, it's Cambridge tonight. Zhou Li and the old man were in tears. Waste, waste, waste. That said, the customer is God. What could he say? Do it. Please wait for an hour or so. I will now immediately prepare the materials needed to build your equipment. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi went out to wait for them. Black and gold members have their own dedicated lounge. Luxurious, atmospheric, and most importantly, it doesn't cost anything. An hour passed quickly, still. Then, with an incredibly complicated mood, Zhou Lihe sent that staff to Lu Xingzhou his hands. "I have finished setting this gem for you as you requested. Please check." Zhou Lihe was incomparably hard to bear, a feeling that was tantamount to having gold on your. Wasteful, so wasteful. But Lu Xingzhou was very satisfied. The gem is set right into the front of the staff, and both the build and the craftsmanship are all over the place. It's perfect. At this time, Lu Xingzhou followed suit and checked the attribute panel of this wooden stick. Equipment name: Starry Eyes Diamond Grade. Use level: 10 can be leveled up by building. Equipment attributes: Mental Strength plus 50 points, Armor plus 10 points, Life Value Limit plus 1,200 points, Magic Value Limit plus 800 points, Full Attribute Magic Resistance plus 50%. Special Effect: Infuse the vast power of the stars into the gemstone, turning the power to your own use. Gemstone Setting Hole: 0 can raise the quantity limit by building. Gemstone Set: Shining Heart of the Stone Giant. Introduction: 10% of star power has been unlocked. Well, this is really worthy of the props that I have gone through so much trouble and swiped. Only painted it once though, but who says it wasn't a lot of work? And the overall effect of one staff went up a huge step after gemming, especially in terms of life cap and armor, both of which increased extremely scary stats. Lu Xingzhou wasn't sure if this was due to the increased effect of the properties of the gemstone itself that he had built on top of his equipment, or something else. What he was able to determine was his current lifesteal paired with his ultra-high armor, plus the defense of the frost armor, and the double lifesteal from the field unfolding. He was definitely more resistant to punches now than all meat shield professions of the same level. It was completely impossible to see any semblance of a crunchy mage on the body. And after Lu Xingzhou equipped the staff, his skill levels, all of them, followed by one level of enhancement. At this time, he also began to check up on the effects of his skills and what kind of changes had occurred. Skill name: Flame of Extinction 9th rank, enhancement level 1.
Restricted occupation, forbidden arcanist.
Skill description: Possessing a forbidden might capable of destroying everything, the skill can inflict a wide range of burning damage to the area in front of it when it is activated, and any object stained with the flame of absolute destruction will be burned to death. Detailed attributes: 2064% plus 8,000 fire damage to enemies in front of you, and the flames deal constant 95% fire burning damage to all lifeforms. The skill can be stored, and when stored, the damage increases by a percentage based on the additional magic power consumed. When skill proficiency is sufficient, you can control the exact strike location of the flames and the flame form. Although it was only strengthening level +1, the power had increased by more than a fraction of a star. The original fire damage inside the detailed attributes was 1,655% plus 7,200 points of damage, as well as 80% burn damage. It's safe to say that the lift, this time, is pretty huge. If he now dealt with the King of Stone Giants who had triggered the hidden mechanism again, Lu Xingzhou estimated that he would push hard even if he directly relied on the power of the flames. It can also cause great damage to the other side. As for his own Wanxiang Senluo skill, similarly, the skill effect had been greatly improved. Skill name: Mangekyo Moro level 9 plus 1, enhancement level 1.
Restricted occupation, forbidden arcanist.
Skill description: After using the skill, a range field will be generated around the user of the skill, and the user can consume magic value to manipulate all plants within the field at will. Within the range of the field, the life value of all team members will be increased by 100%, and the effect of all recovery skills will be increased by 100%. Detailed attributes: Generate a field within a radius of 50 meters. You can manipulate all plants within the field to attack. Dealing 280% plus 1330 would attribute damage to the enemy can be manipulated up to a limit of 12 bars. Within the field's open range, All lifesteal caps of self and teammates are increased by 100%, and the effects of all recovery type skills are increased by 100%, especially for the range of fields you can manipulate and the number of wooden hands. It's all a huge improvement. From the original radius of 30 meters and only being able to maneuver 10 wooden hands, it was directly upgraded to a radius of 50 meters and 12 wooden hands. Scary as hell. It seems that the increase in skill enhancement level for level 1 is quite a lot. If the school's skill reinforcement keystone rewards are handed out, one would really have to make good use of them before doing so. Speaking of this matter, Lu Xingzhou suddenly remembered. Why hasn't the school's award been handed out to him or her? The gold rewards, after all, have been in place for a long time. A mere skill enhancement keystone shouldn't be so much as to be in arrears to one's own awe. Go back and ask if you have time. The equipment was built well. I'm satisfied. Lu Xingzhou nodded to Zhou Lihe and smiled. Master teacher's craftsmanship is really good. Thanks. No. Thanks are not necessary. Zhou Lihe took a deep breath and said, that's where our professionalism comes in. But after saying this, he turned his head to look at Yi Wanxiu next to him and then continued, Manager Yi, don't pick up any work for me lately. I need to recuperate for a while to heal my mental wounds. Manager Yi looked at Zhou Lihe's haggard eyes and could not imagine what kind of mental struggle this Zhanghai city's best craftsmanship refiner had gone through. After the three of them left from the trading house in Zhanghai City, Su Ruyan left a contact information for Lu Xingzhou. Just call and contact the opposite side. When it comes to this aspect of protection and security, they are professionals. So Lu Xingzhou phone dialed out. After explaining his intentions, the other party made an offer to Lu Xingzhou. Payment of 1,000 gold coins per day, plus enough buns to manage. Lu Xingzhou agreed. So, the next day, he saw two muscular brothers and sisters in soft and cute lowly dresses and big bodies appearing outside the store. We're here to apply for a job as helpers. May I ask if Brother Lu is here? Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned after opening the door. Almost exploded. Voy. This isn't a joke, is it? What a muscle lowly. Hey no, I should say Lolita brother and sister. What kind of talents did this Su Ruyan recommend to herself? Said himself that he wanted some madness. But it doesn't say it's that crazy. However, after Lu Xingzhou looked at the other party's attribute panel, Lu Xingzhou fell silent. Level 24 fighter with 38-star combat power. This definitely belonged among the best of the two-turn professionals. Well, the strength is here. Not much to say for myself. Welcome. Come in. Thank you, Brother Lu. The scene of the two muscular brothers and sisters thanking Lu Xingzhou in a dainty voice was really a scene that one didn't know what to do with. But what I didn't expect was that my sister-in-law was very receptive to the two new waiters she hired. The three even chatted amicably. Yeah, your clothes are quite nice. Where did you get them? Give me a recommendation if you can. Of course, there's no problem, Sister Chu, you're so pretty. You'll definitely look better in it. Hey, the two younger brothers look pretty good in them too. I hate you, Sister Chu. I'm a sister. The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched and decided not to participate in their conversation. It's disgusting. Originally, Lu Xingzhou was going to go find Sun Chi to continue his copy, but after going out, he received a call from Chang Yuanshan. On the other end of the phone, Chang Yuanshan said that there were some things he wanted to talk to Lu Xingzhou. As it happened, Lu Xingzhou still wanted to ask the principal about the skill enhancement keystone. So he just agreed. After arriving at the school, Lu Xingzhou walked into the principal's office. Coming, Lu. Sit down. After Lu Xingzhou sat down, the principal said straight to the point. Before you won the reward for being the first in the whole school, there was a skill enhancement keystone prop among them. You still remember it, right? Remember. There's a problem at the moment. The original skill enhancement keystone was stolen, and now the school is going through the procurement process to repurchase it, and the time is going to be after the city's special training test is over. Chang Yuanshan was obviously a bit less than honorable when he spoke about this matter. It's really quite embarrassing when word gets out about the theft of items on campus. So, I'd like to ask if you're going to fight to replace the reward item you want? As long as the school has them, you can take your pick. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin, a little puzzled about who could steal the school's inventory. He casually asked, "Did you catch the thief?" "No. And the surveillance didn't catch anyone going in or out of the warehouse, which is odd." Chang Yuanshan was also in thought when he talked about this. Obviously, he felt strange about this matter as well. Lu Xingzhou didn't understand. but didn't think much about it and nodded. Okay. So the other stuff, I'll go look at? Good. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, Lu Xingzhou's gaze suddenly landed on the corner of the pile of books exposed at the foot of Chang Yuanshan's table. Lu Xingzhou walked forward and pinched the corner of the pink-colored cover of the book, then pulled it out. Chang Yuanshan had wanted to go up and stop it when he saw this, but ultimately, it was a step too slow. Lu Xingzhou had already drawn out that book. Chang Yuanshan's mouth twitched in embarrassment, and he coughed gently and said calmly, I just like to keep up with what's going on the cutting edge of fashion and clothing. Lu Xingzhou didn't retort, but looked at Chang Yuanshan with an expectant look and said, Principal, did you just say I can have anything the school has? Chang Yuanshan was slightly stunned before he nodded. Ah, yes. Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment, then hesitantly spoke. So, can I have the book? Chang Yuanshan? Chapter 53, Researching Little Magazines? Honestly, it's really just a magazine, an ordinary magazine that couldn't be simpler. What's there to study? And really, there's nothing to see here. To be honest, he was very reluctant to give Lu Xingzhou because he hadn't finished his own research. Ahem. That's not the problem. The main reason is what does he need it for? But after he saw Lu Xingzhou's sincere and passionate eyes, he faltered. If there's nothing to see, then why can't you give your student the chance to satisfy his curiosity? Okay. Here you go. Lu Xingzhou was all smiles after accepting this pink-colored cover fashion magazine. It was as if he had no regrets in his life. He didn't really want a fashion magazine. You can get as much of this stuff as you want at the little bookstore downstairs on the corner. The reason why Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth to want this thing is because this little magazine shows a line of words at the top. Skill name, 3 phases of return. Rank,
Restricted occupation, forbidden arcanist.
skill effect. Lu Xingzhou was puzzled, so he wanted to study it properly. He tucked the little magazine away in his arms and then didn't mention it again. Chang Yuanshan saw Lu Xingzhou so naturally, so he guessed that the other party didn't think much about it.
Pure appreciation, no offense.
Then there was no more mention of it, but he was shown what there was to want. As a result, Lu Xingzhou went around the school's warehouse and finally realized, I don't want anything. And Principal Chang Yuanshan didn't expect that the only thing he had heard Lu Xingzhou ask for. It's your own little magazine. A moment later, Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and asked, Principal, how about a discount? At this time, Principal Chang Yuanshan's expression was also very helpless. Of all the things in our school's resource library, you don't have a single thing to look at? I still want the money. Lu Xingzhou just felt that with cash in hand, he could do more. And none of these things in the school warehouse moved themselves too much. The principal nodded after a moment of silence. Okay. He thought that Lu Xingzhou had acted this way because he was considering his family condition situation. So there wasn't much of a rebuttal. But he also made his own request saying, However, you kid have to give me a guarantee, that is, among the city's special training test, must get the city's top 2 results. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou came to be interested and said without a ripple, why don't you take first place? Is it a dislike? Question mark. The corner of Chang Yuanshan's mouth twitched. This kid, does he always talk so angry? Good boy. Isn't this my way of not stressing you out so much? Chang Yuanshan had actually hoped that Lu Xingzhou would be able to get the first place in the city. After all, in any competition, everyone would only remember the first place. But Chang Yuanshan is not the kind of person who is not pragmatic. He knew very well how strong Chun Jin Chi, from experimental middle school, was. It is said that he has even surpassed the super demon, Qin Xian, from 3 years ago, so even he knew that this kid Lu Xingzhou was ridiculously strong. But he still didn't expect that much. It still left a little cushion for Lu Xingzhou. Top 2. However, who would have thought that this kid Lu Xingzhou would be so arrogant instead? You're not giving yourself any leeway at all, are you? Don't worry, headmaster. If I dare to say that, I have the means to do it. Number 1 in Zhanghai City. Just in the bag. Seeing Lu Xingzhou speak so calmly, inexplicably, Chang Yuanshan surprisingly did not worry anymore. He spoke slowly. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. By the way, has the misunderstanding between the Blood Knights Guild and you been explained clearly before? Chang Yuanshan had wanted Lu Xingzhou to go back, but suddenly remembered this matter and opened his mouth to ask. Lu Xingzhou didn't avoid it and said directly, "No, and it wasn't a misunderstanding. I think that this kind of grand guild is a little too fond of, well, bullying. I can't see them very well." After Chang Yuanshan patiently listened to what Lu Xingzhou said, he then let out a slight sigh. There was a hint of admiration in his gaze, yet a sigh that was complicated. Only then did he speak slowly. "That's the way the society works, by the rules that have been in place since the beginning of time. I know what you're thinking, because when I was young, I was just like you. I think the world is full of injustice, full of bullying and oppression, and that's true of the big families, that's true of the big powers, and that's even more true of the big guilds. I do not care to be in their company or to be dependent on them. What a spirited person I was back then." Speaking here, Chang Yuanshan let out a cold laugh as if he was lamenting. When Lu Xingzhou heard it, "Ooh, nice guy. This principal is a man with a story, too." At this time Lu Xingzhou how much he wanted a classic quote. "Please tell your story." But good thing he held back. "Just listen quietly." Chang Yuanshan lamented for a moment and continued to look at Lu Xingzhou. "Back then, I was really similar to you, young and ambitious, thinking that my fate was not in my hands. But really, when the storm comes, the power of the individual, it's just too small. Level 39. I've been stuck in this realm for I don't know how many years. If I had joined an organization like the Blood Knights Guild back then I would have, by now, definitely broken through to turn 3 a long time ago." As he said this, he looked back for a moment before speaking. "Kid, the reason I want you to join the Blood Knights Guild is because it's good to have your back against a big tree. You want to challenge the authority of an entire community on your own. It's too hard, because there will always be existences in this world that are stronger than you can imagine, and they can crush you at the drop of a hat. I've suffered losses, so I don't want you, a young man with potential, to fall in the same place." When Chang Yuanshan said this, it was exactly as if he was chatting between friends. This is all from the heart. Lu Xingzhou didn't expect Principal Chang to say so much to him. Between his words just now, Lu Xingzhou also thought of the Su family behind Su Ruyan, thought of Fatty, thought of the Blood Knights Guild, and so on. But the strong are right. If this is the case, then he, himself, will be the only truth in the world. Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly, calmly. "If I'm strong enough, won't I?" Principal Chang laughed, not knowing if he was laughing at Lu Xingzhou's naivety or envying his purity. "If you can be so strong that you can crush everything with your invincibility, naturally you can. Then try it." Lu Xingzhou laughed. The teenager's face was filled with the confidence of a young man and a calmness that hardly belonged to his age. Chang Yuanshan didn't say anything else. He had pretty much said what he had just said. That's all there is to say. It's good. The skill enhancement keystone discounts you 900,000 gold coins, and it will be directly credited to your bursary account when the time comes. Remember, you promised me. Number 1 in Zhanghai City. Lu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow. Discount 900,000 gold coins. He just went to the trading house when he also took a look in passing, as if, black gold card purchase as long as 800,000 gold coins, wouldn't that still be 100,000 gold coins for nothing? Don't worry, Principal. This Zhanghai City scholar? You'll get it. He wasn't voting for this extra 100,000 gold coins from the principal. He just had a stronger sense of honor. Well, it really is. On the other hand, at this moment, Chun Jin Chi was practicing his new skills in the underground training room of his house. And next to it, there were 24 or so pieces of the skill enhancement keystone that had already been absorbed. Just one step away from my skill metamorphosis. As long as I can do it, then even in the entire Zhanghai province, no one will be my opponent. It's only one step closer, and I'll make it before the city's special training test. Chapter 54. Mysterious Skill, 3 Phases of Return. After Lu Xingzhou went home, he quickly took out the small magazine he got from the principal. Well, this thing cannot let sister-in-law see. Otherwise, more or less, she'd have to ask. At the same time, Lu Xingzhou spat in his own heart. Nice guy. Can this dog system get me some normal items? If outsiders see me while I'm reading this kind of book, what will they think of me, Lu Xingzhou? On the other hand, at the same time, Principal Chang inexplicably sneezed. Achoo! Strange. I don't seem to have gotten sick since I became a 2-turn professional, right? He touched his nose, wondering if he had been a little overworked lately. It seems that it's time for a proper rest and relaxation as well. Lu Xingzhou locked the door to his room and then took out the skill book. He appraised the book once more, and then a phrase appeared before him. Skill name, 3 phases of return. Rank,
Restricted occupation, forbidden arcanist.
skill effect? Lu Xingzhou was curious. There was no skill effect, not even the skill's rank. One only knows the name of one skill. Back then, when he had mastered the 9th rank skill Flame of Extinction, as well as 10,000 Elephants Moro, he hadn't encountered this situation. Is it because this skill book is more special? Or is it errors in your own error wordings too? No, one's own system shouldn't be a condom yet. That meant that the greatest likelihood was because, at his current level, he was unable to view the detailed rank of this skill. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Then, turning the next page, nodded. Turning another page, nodded. Turned back to the previous page, nodded heavily, until after the book was all finished. Lu Xingzhou still didn't see any changes in his words. The key message remains a question mark. The only thing Lu Xingzhou knew so far was the name of this skill. The 3 phases come together. It doesn't feel like an offensive skill. Lu Xingzhou closed the pink cover of the book, and then decided that he would just study it and see. So he moved with a thought. Learn a skill. Then it was just like a normal skill scroll. A confirm screen popped up. Are you sure you want to learn the skill? 3 phases of return? Rank. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Yes. He couldn't wait to find out what the effects and details of the skill were. A moment later, with a flash of light, a new skill was added to the skill bar of Lu Xingzhou's personal information panel. The 3 phases come together. However, there is still a question mark over the grade and skill effect. This time it was Lu Xingzhou's turn to feel puzzled. What do you mean? Why? I've mastered the skill, but I still can't see information about the skill itself. And most crucially, the skill which was still gray. Unavailable status? This couldn't help but make Lu Xingzhou feel even more puzzled. It was only logical that skills that could not be used at the current level could not be learned at all. If you can learn it, you can use it. That's the accepted rule. Is there some pre-trigger condition I'm not meeting? Or am I too low level? Thinking for half a day, Lu Xingzhou didn't have any clue. Forget it, we'll study it when we have time. After all, it would have been considered a windfall. Lu Xingzhou was ready to go downstairs to eat 2 buns between thoughts. And just at this time, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bakery. These 2 people were none other than Tenshin and Su Dajiang. The 2 of them arrived at the door of the bakery with their faces still swollen. And then he said in a very puzzled voice, "Boss Fatty Dragon asked us to come here and wait for him. It can't be that he knows about what happened last time and wants to take revenge for us, right? It's very likely we were beaten so badly last time. This time the boss must be thinking of helping us get revenge. It's so touching. It's not in vain that we've faithfully followed the boss for so many years." The 2 were moved to sniffles and tears. And just at that moment, the fat dragon arrived at the door of the bakery. At this time, Fatty Dragon smiled and said to the 2 people in front of him, "You 2 are pretty much right on time. Do you know what we're doing today?" The 2 people, Su Dezhuang and Zhang Li, nodded frantically. No, we know too much. Thank you very much, boss, for giving us such an opportunity. We will definitely follow boss to the death in the future." Hearing this, Fatty Dragon smiled and nodded, appreciating these 2 little brothers. Although they were a bit off in their previous errands, it didn't stop them from admitting their mistakes in a good manner. No matter what, first make a good surface relationship with this Lu Xingzhou kid. As for the future, we can talk about it later. After both parties have done a good job of pre-checking, make sure that everyone's goals are the same. Then, Fatty Dragon brought his 2 little brothers directly to Lu Xingzhou's family's Baozi store. "Is anyone there? I'm looking for the owner of this store." Behind them, the 2 of them, Tenshin and Su Dezhuang, had very excited expressions. Well, came straight to the point and we loved it. This kind of big brother is the good big brother of the people. Thinking of this, Tenshin and Su Dezhuang instantly straightened their backs. A moment later, Chu Qing patted the flour on her hands and slowly walked out from the back kitchen. Behind them, they are also followed by 2 wearing lowly short dresses, height of 1.9 m out of the head of the muscle-strong man. The stockings on their legs, held up by the solid muscles, were about to burst. When Fatty Dragon saw the 2 people dressed so strangely, he immediately looked shocked. Crooked day, what the hell? Sirens? However, after all, Fatty Dragon was the vice president and still had his own kind of calm demeanor in place. "Well, our store. Isn't there another little brother in there? He spoke slowly. And Chu Qing saw that the face of the fat dragon was somewhat familiar. It seems that it is very similar to the fat. Could this be that brother of his? Come to avenge his death? Her mind was instantly on guard. There's no one here you're looking for, so please go back. Hearing this, Fatty Dragon directly smiled and waved his hand, saying, You seem to have misunderstood a bit. I came here today, mainly to apologize. Please, apologize. Yes, I'm here today with my 2 little brothers, to apologize at the door. The fat dragon said seriously. After saying this, the 2 minions froze. Hey no, didn't my big brother bring us here to take revenge? How did it turn into an apology? After a few moments of thinking, though, the light bulb of wisdom in Tension's head suddenly came on. Then whispered in the ear of Su Dajiang next to him. I see. Vice President Fat Dragon is lying to them to get them to drop their guard. Once Su Dajiang heard this, he also instantly realized. A face full of admiration. This move by Vice President Fat Dragon is really high. Then when Lu Xingzhou comes out, we'll make him pay? Tension nodded heavily. That's it. Good. I can't wait, haha. Chapter 55. If I say this is all a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, Chu Qing was slightly shaken that much. But before she could make up her mind, Lu Xingzhou slowly walked out. Auntie, whole 2 buns stuffed with sauerkraut and pork. As a result, when he turned his head, he saw Fatty Dragon standing in the doorway, as well as Tension and Su Dajiang behind him. Oh, a rare guest. Lu Xingzhou smiled and then opened his mouth with a smile after walking down the stairs. After seeing Lu Xingzhou, Fatty Dragon squeezed out a seemingly warm smile on his face that was filled with horizontal flesh. Then, that's when he opened his mouth. Hey, Lu Xingzhou little brother. I came here today to apologize to you. However, Fatty Dragon had only just said this. Behind them, Tension and Su Dajiang directly rushed out, standing beside Fatty Dragon on the left and right. Then shouting, For S sake, Vice President Fat Dragon. There's no need for you to pretend with these 2 dumb asses anymore. Just them and be done with it. Yeah, Vice President. We've tricked them out now. No need to put on a show. Vice President Fat Dragon. Quick, help us take revenge and get these big fools killed. However, the last word, then, had not yet been uttered. A sandbag-sized slap was swung directly to the right side of Su Dajiang's face, coming into a close contact. Pa! Very crisp. In an instant, Su Dajiang was directly in mid-air, making a 360-degree spiral turn, like a gyroscope that's been jerked around. Next to him, Tension was dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. Wait a minute. Vice President of the Fat Dragon, is it the wrong person to call? It's not right. However, at this moment, the Fat Dragon Vice President didn't feel that he had hit the wrong person, but instead, he broke out in a curse with a face full of anger. Damn, you Sabi. Your whole family is a big Sabi. Vengeance? I'll avenge your mom. Didn't I say that I was asking you to come and apologize to Lu Xingzhou? What are you doing? Su Dajiang was already unconscious at this time, and the Tension next to him shivered and did not say a word. The Fat Dragon turned his head and looked at him. Mute? What, you're not talking now? Come on. Explain to me what you're trying to do. Zhang Li was silent for a moment before he slowly explained. Because 2 days ago, we and your brother just came here and got beaten up. I thought you were coming to avenge us today. Hearing this, the Fat Dragon became even angrier. Voodoo? Is this where you and my brother came to look for trouble the other day? Tension nodded vigorously. At this point, the Fat Dragon's face turned green. Nice guy. Isn't this thing done to offend people to death? He turned his head, and that's when he realized that Lu Xingzhou was looking at them with a teasing face, and at some point he even got a popcorn in his hand. Eat while watching them perform. The Fat Dragon thought for a moment and squeezed out a smile once again, saying, Little brother Lu, if I say this is all a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Do you think I believe that? Silence, deep silence. The more the Fat Dragon thought about it at this point, the angrier he became. Zhang Li had thought that he had escaped and didn't need to be beaten up. As a result, the next second another slap came. Pa! Zhang Li's face, which hadn't yet lost its swelling, once again sunk deeply, and then swelled even higher. Then it fainted.
Zhang Li, De.
The two minions that Fatty Dragon had brought with him were both unconscious at this point. It was then that the fat dragon rubbed the palms of his hands before slowly speaking. Lu Xingzhou, no matter what you think, I came here today to apologize to you. We did have some misunderstandings before, but I hope we can turn weapons into gold. Fatty Long quoted from the Bible, but nay, he didn't even graduate from elementary school, so he finally came up with such a word. The Chu Qing beside them were silent as they listened to the conversation between the two. The line he's not trying to say is, turn it into something else, is it? Lu Xingzhou surveyed the other party's face that was piled with smiles. Then slowly he spoke. I won't be joining your Blood Knights guild. Take your time. Just kidding. These two minions didn't know if they were here to cause trouble or to apologize until a minute ago. You call that sincerity? Besides, even if he did come to apologize, Lu Xingzhou wouldn't really take it seriously. As the saying goes, dogs, they can't change their ways. Seeing Lu Xingzhou so determined, Fatty Dragon's face gradually stiffened and went cold. It's, not negotiable? No. Good boy. Fat Dragon nodded, then said coldly, I hope you'll, in the future, be able to stay so hard-headed. Lu Xingzhou indifferently threw another handful of popcorn into his mouth before he slowly spoke. Remember to take these two dogs of yours with you. The corners of Fatty Dragon's mouth twitched, dragging these two fainting unlucky bastards by their collars and leaving the bakery in a grayish manner. Lu Xingzhou looked at the other party's back and his eyes gradually went cold. Then he pulled a black leather-covered journal from his own bosom and filled it with two names. At this point, above, there are 4 names. Chu Qing came over and asked, Hey Lu, what are you writing and drawing? It's okay. Lu Xingzhou closed his diary and then smiled. Just documenting the good life. Oh, don't say it if you don't want to. You have secrets from your sister-in-law. Chu Qing pretended to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes in a chaste manner. This time, Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke. Okay. Really don't remember anything. Night we go out to eat. It'll cost money. Although Chu Qing's eyes lit up, she was still a little distressed about the money. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. Hey, we have money now, and the Bowsy store business is also getting better. Didn't we earn more than 20,000 gold coins yesterday? That's true. Chu Qing nodded, then revealed a bright smile and said, So let's, have fondue? Up. Tonight's consumption. Mr. Lu is paying for it. Chu Qing pursed her lips and snickered, revealing 2 shallow dimples. At that moment, however, a bald man came sniffing around. Mr. Lu? How come I heard that someone has to pay for tonight's consumption? No. You put surveillance on my house. Hehehe. This is called a heart-to-heart. It means that the two of us are truly in love, Brother Lu. Sun Chi touched his bald head and opened his mouth with a smile. Lu Xingzhou was too lazy to bother with him. How much can a meal cost? Come on. Don't be poor. Let's get together tonight. Oh yeah, long live Lu. As Sun Chi cheered, Lu Xingzhou asked, By the way, what the hell are you doing here? Hurry up. Oh, only then did Sun Chi react and get down to business. I heard a little news today. I heard that Chun Jin Chi from Experimental Middle School seems to have made another breakthrough. Now Experimental Middle School has put out the word that their goal is the top student in Jiangbei Province. Chapter 56. Brother Lu, can you answer my questions? After Lu Xingzhou heard this, it was obvious that he also came to have some interest. I didn't realize that this experimental middle school was so confident. How dare you shout that slogan so early? It seems to be true that no one else is given a second thought. I just don't know the other side's bottom line where it is. Have you heard what Chun Jin Chi's bottom card is? Sun Chi shook his head, then said with a frank face, Such things are the most important and secretive things in every high school. How can they tell us so easily? The bottom card. Lu, do you know what the bottom card means? If we knew, would it still be called a bottom? Lu Xingzhou looked at Sun Chi and then said after a moment of silence, You don't know? Hee hee. But well, what kind of person am I? Even if other people don't know something, of course I know it. Sun Chi sold his words before speaking. According to the grapevine, this Chun Jin Chi, it seems that he has successfully completed his skill metamorphosis. Skill metamorphosis? Lu Xingzhou had naturally heard of this word. This is talking about the small chance events that happen by chance when using a skill keystone. Skills are raised 1 rank. For example, from Order 3 to Order 4. From the 4th to the 5th order. A Turn 1 Professional, which is the highest ranked skill that can be mastered at the stage of level 120. It's the 4th order. It was only when a second turn professional had access to 5th and 6th rank high-grade skills. This was one of the main reasons why the strength of a second turn professional was far superior to that of a first turn professional. In other words, this kid, Chun Jin Chi, had perhaps already mastered a 5th rank skill? Well, is pretty impressive compared to most. But 5 ranks compared to your own skills. Like, there's still no comparison? If that's his bottom line, isn't that, well, uncounted? At this time, Lu Xingzhou slowly opened his mouth and returned a word. Oh, Brother Lu, you're just going to return an O? Do you know how much effort I went through to find out this news for you? Sun Qi was speechless. This reaction from Lu Xingzhou was just a little too flat. Okay. I'll put a chicken leg on you tonight. Sun Qi was indignant. 1 chicken leg is enough to get rid of me? Or else? Lu Xingzhou asked rhetorically. After a moment of silence, Sun Qi then shouted, I want 2 packages. Okay. Get you a family bucket of whatever you want. My dad doesn't like chicken, so there's no need to bring it to him. Sun Qi said seriously. Lu Xingzhou laughed and waved his hand to explain. I'm talking the whole family of chickens. On the other side, inside the Blood Knights Guild, Zhao Feng came back to Fatty Dragon's office and slapped the table. Tell me, Fat Dragon, what the else are you going to do but make a mess? I asked you to apologize, and now you're screwing it up? I'm telling you, the General Council is going to arrange for inspectors to come down in the next few days to assess the membership of our chapter. I'm going to set the record straight today. I will definitely report this matter to President Qin Xian. You, Fatty Dragon, are simply not qualified for this job as vice president. Zhao Feng was furious as he heard it from his own principal Chang Yuanshan's ears. Lu Xingzhou had already made his attitude clear that he wouldn't even consider joining the Blood Knights Guild. It's all because of Fat Dragon and that asshole brother of his. The Fat Dragon's face this time was not as cloudy as it had been before. The face is serious, because he also knew that the inspector of the General Guild, if he knew that he had made the Blood Knights Guild miss out on a genius like this, then you'll be dead yourself. The position of vice president was one that one should not even think about anymore. All the resources and connections that his father had accumulated in the past had been reduced to nothing. Zhao Feng, I know what you mean, but I will find a way to solve it, and I will also explain this matter clearly to President Qin Xian. Zhao Feng didn't bother with him. He'd like to see what the Fat Dragon had to offer to resolve this matter. After Zhao Feng left, Fatty Dragon pondered over his countermeasures. Now the best way is to directly give Lu Xingzhou done. What I can't get, no other guild can get. But in 2 days it will be the special training test in Zhanghai City. Now at this juncture, taking out a gifted student in plain sight can't help but attract the attention of the sheriff's department. Maybe things will become more troublesome. If we have to say a way, it would be to find someone who is even more talented and demonic than Lu Xingzhou to join our Blood Knight Guild. Only then. Do you have something to say to the outside world yourself? It seemed that he had to find out who had more potential among the students in Zhanghai City this year. If I remember correctly, the city's special training test invited quite a few guilds from Zhanghai City to participate. At that time, there will definitely be a genius that surpasses Lu Xingzhou. Once we find one, won't that problem be solved? At the thought, the Fat Dragon gave another wide smile. During these 2 days, Lu Xingzhou was considered relatively free. Eat some good food and brush up on your copy every day. Moreover, the business of my sister-in-law's bakery is getting better and better every day. After all, the name is out there, and there is a steady stream of more and more people coming from all directions just to buy some buns. The 2 bodyguards that I found, in addition to their own work, they often help make noodles, clean up, and so on. Overall, the days are gradually getting better. It was only the day before the city's special training test that Zhao Qian had finally brushed up to level 10. Lu Xingzhou was willing to take her to brush the city of stone giants, and with an extra person, picking up props would be faster. Only Zhao Qian still had a lot of equipment to buy because she had just reached level 10. She then went to the trading house in Zhanghai City and made purchases. Lu Xingzhou does not care, after all, the entire Zhanghai City like their own, and Sun Qi, such upgrading so fast students, is almost non-existent. After all, they were all topping the highest difficulty copies to brush, and their upgrade speed was naturally the fastest. No doubt about it. Most of the other students' levels were currently stuck at level 6 or 7, while Lu Xingzhou and the others were now level 11. I wonder if I'll be able to raise to level 12 on the last day. Forget it. Let it be. Lu Xingzhou also stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the citywide test wasn't much of a challenge for him. The only thing that made Lu Xingzhou a bit interested was the guy called Chun Jin Chi, this recognized genius in the mouths of the people. In the end, how strong is it? Lu Xingzhou was really curious. Before ending the day's brushing, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, too, were finally stuck with the length of the experience bar. Will be up to level 12. This made Sun Chi happy because his battle power had increased by another 2 stars at this point, and now his whiteboard battle power had reached 20 stars. Can be said to be terribly strong. Sun Chi smiled and spoke to Lu Xingzhou. Hey Lu, how much is your battle power now? I guess it's not much higher than mine. Anymore, Sun Chi is a rare profession. He felt that if he was also upgrading by 1 level, the increase in battle power after he upgraded by 1 level should be a bit more than Lu Xingzhou anyways. It's not about personal strength, it's purely about the disparity brought about by the nature of the profession. Previously, Lu Xingzhou's battle rating was 24 stars, so now he himself had 20 stars. He was finally on the verge of catching up with Lu Xingzhou, and that was when Lu Xingzhou nodded. You are indeed close to catching up with me. Lu Xingzhou then displayed his information panel. When Sun Chi saw his battle evaluation, he was directly silenced and speechless. This was because at this moment, his battle evaluation displayed several small words that made him extremely incredulous. Battle rating, 30 stars. Sun Chi was directly dumbfounded when he saw this line of small print. 30 stars? No. Is that right? After slowing down for a while, Sun Chi then opened his mouth to ask, Brother Lu, can you answer my doubts? What exactly made you so strong? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin in thought for a while. Only afterward did he speak slowly. Probably sweat and hard work. That seems to make sense at first, but a moment's careful thought reveals that it's not the case at all. Sweat and effort? Didn't we do this together? Besides, I don't see you sweating when you're brushing. I thought it was a spark and a lightning bolt. What are you trying to do? Which is even harder than our working people who are in charge of picking up the props. Chapter 57. No. How did this magical apprentice get in here? The following day, the date of the special training test in Jianghai City. If you were to ask what is more important than the national high school exam for everyone to be able to focus on this, that's the one that Jianghai City organizes every year. The one that organizes all the gifted students in the city together. The special training test is up. And if I had to say, of all the schools this year, that one received the most attention. That must be the experimental middle school, which got the first place in Jianghai City for 3 consecutive years. This special training test is, to put it more bluntly, it is to pull out all the talented students in Jianghai City this year. The stronger and better performers deserve more attention as well as more resources to develop them. This can only be good, not bad, for the students who are in a position to participate in this scramble. This was why countless talented students were willing to participate in this special training test. Resources, fame are the things they need most at the moment. And around this test, it attracts a variety of events and attention each year. It also includes some officially organized, legitimate and legal voting activities. Viewers can vote for their favorite assessment contestants. You have a choice: vote for Chun Jin Chi of Experimental High School as the best performing test player in this competition. Similarly, you can also choose to vote for Sun Chi as he will be the second best performer in this test.
诸如此类，你也可以投票选择认为谁是最差的。
Each vote costs some gold coins. Of course, if the hair choice is the right one, you will also get some rewards based on the appropriate odds. Of course, this is all permitted by the federal government and is reasonable and legal citizen income. Many citizens follow this event just about every year and get rich overnight with it. And of course, the federal government makes a fortune profiting from it. That's why it's one of the most watched events of the year. The most impressive of them was the one that came out of nowhere 3 years ago, Qin Xian. Qin Xian's strength spoke for itself, setting record after record and overpowering the city's examinations. That year led countless people to create the miracle of becoming rich. So when the day of the special training test came, even if it was still just a preliminary session, but the countless reporters and spectators, who had surrounded the entire scene in layers, had almost broken through the sky with their enthusiasm. Today's preliminary session for the opening of the special training assessment, the venue was chosen to be the gymnasium in Jianghai City. Before going out this morning, Chu Qing deliberately dressed up. Normally never a vegan, she had purposely changed into a pretty white dress today and had put on just the right amount of light makeup. Even though Chu Qing was now almost 30 years old, there were still no blemishes on her face that she needed to cover up. Because today was a special day, she wanted to be there to witness the scene. It's not a small venue, capable of holding 5,000 people in the arena at a time. And at this moment, all the students participating in the special training test were all gathered in the square at the very center. The host of the scene took the microphone and spoke slowly into it. Today we have invited the top talented high school students in Zhanghai City, who have gathered together and will participate in our Zhanghai City Special Training Examination Invitational Tournament this year. All of the students participating in this special training test will be rewarded with the appropriate rankings based on their respective performances after passing our test. And several of the students with the most outstanding performance will also receive training contracts from our top guilds in Zhanghai City. It's safe to say that being able to get a training contract from a top guild means that your future will be bright. So young people, ready to start your test? The audience at the scene looked at the information panels of the students in front of them, and all of them showed a look of relief. From Zhanghai City No. 1 Middle School, Zhao Qian, Occupation, Bending Moon Archer, Level 10. From Zhanghai City No. 2 Middle School, Lin Ishue, Profession, Elf Mage, Level 10. From Zhanghai City Experimental Middle School, Zhao Jinhu, Occupation is Jiu-Jitsu Master, Level 10. From Zhanghai City Experimental Middle School, Chun Jin Chi, Occupation, Sentinel, Level 11. One by one, the rare grade professions flashed by, causing many of the spectators who had experienced a profession awakening to be overcome with emotion. Surely the future of the Federation is rightly entrusted to such promising young people. The ones who call themselves by name here are really strong. The audience looked at the information panels of each person that kept flashing on the big screen in front of them, constantly shaking their heads in exclamation. Oh my, this is outrageous. Chun Jin Chi is already level 11? This upgrade speed is a bit too fast. My cousin is also a senior this year. How come he's only level 4 now? Yesterday, he even told me that he was fatally beaten by a kobold. Genius, that's a genius. Can it be the same as this cousin of yours?
不愧是各大学校的天才，他们的实力至少都得13、4星了吧？
My dad is already over 40 years old, and he's still struggling with a 9-star battle power. That's good enough for you. My dad only awakened the living profession, and now he's about to die of exhaustion from working early and late every day. I'm so envious of these students. Each and every one of them is the pride of heaven. It would be great if I could awaken a rare profession as well. But just as the crowd was lamenting, suddenly, Lu Xingzhou's panel jumped out in front of the crowd. From Zhanghai City Second Middle School, Lu Xingzhou, Occupation is Magic Apprentice, Rank 12 level. When they heard this introduction, all the audience on the scene looked at each other with wide eyes. They don't understand if their ears are mishearing. A magical apprentice? Isn't that a lowly profession? Many people had a look of doubt on their faces. Isn't this the scene of a special training test where geniuses gather? Shouldn't those here be all the super geniuses of Zhanghai City this year? How come there's such a low-level professional mixed in? But the thing that's still strange is that this low-level professional, how is he still level 12? It was even higher than Chun Jin Chi's rank. Isn't this a bit of a departure? Are you sure this guy is level 12? Goddess Lin, she's only level 10 ah. No, why can't I understand anymore? A 12th level magic apprentice? Is it possible that I'm behind the times? Is apprentice magic some new rare profession? No, don't doubt yourself, that's a lowly profession. Many people looked at Lu Xingzhou, who was present at this moment, with a strange gaze. But the crowd's surprise didn't last long. Soon the crowd began to gasp. Quick! Look, it looks like we're going to the next part soon. That's exciting. I wonder what fun things will happen next. Today is the pre-selection session. So if I'm not mistaken, I should be arranging the next schedule or something like that. The audience was very excited to see what would happen next. And at this time, the host spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we've introduced all of the school's heavenly talents just now, the next step is our much-anticipated grouping session. In the past, we relied on the staff to make assignments and consider the combined strengths of both teams. But this year we decided to make some different changes, and that's that it's no longer up to us to make the distribution. Instead, the students themselves will be allowed to make the decision, and both sides will be assigned into 2 teams, and they will choose the captains of their teams based on their strengths. The captains of both squads can decide, on the basis of their strength, which player their team wants to choose. And ultimately, the squad leader who performs better on the next test will be rewarded with an additional rating for doing so. But the losing side, all rewards are zeroed out. Hearing this, all the students at the scene couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. I didn't realize that this rule put such a heavy burden on the position of captain. Next, it's time for the students who want to vie for the position of captain to take a step forward. Hearing this, the audience was abuzz. I didn't realize that the arrangements for this year's special training test were not quite the same as usual. I just don't know who has the guts to be the captain. And just as the crowd was talking, Chun Jin Chi directly took a confident step forward and shouted, "Then, let me be the captain of this." Chapter 58. Chun Jin Chi. No one can compete? Almost everyone had heard of Chun Jin Chi's name even before this special training test in Shanghai City began. The most mysterious and the most dazzling that super genius of the experimental high school. Perhaps many people think that Zhao Jinhu is good enough. There were rumors that Zhao Jinhu had reached 16 stars in strength a long time ago, and Chun Jin Chi was only stronger than him. At this time, the crowd also saw the subtle expression on Zhao Jinhu's face, because at the time Chun Jin Chi said this, Zhao Jinhu's face didn't have the slightest surprise, nor did it have any retort. It was as if Chun Jin Chi was born to say such words. He should just run for this captain. In other words, Chun Jin Chi's strength today was definitely stronger than Zhao Jinhu's. The host nodded with great satisfaction after seeing Chun Jin Chi step forward, and then said in a high-pitched voice, "It looks like our first captain's contender is out. So is there anyone who feels unconvinced? If any of you feel unconvinced, you can decide the final captain by single combat originally." Hearing this, the atmosphere of the scene was once again lively. Holy, is it even possible to joust by singles? It does seem like it was worth the price of admission today. The principals of the schools gathered around them at this point. They felt, this is still very difficult if you want to challenge Chun Jin Chi. After all, Chun Jin Chi's strength and reputation were all there. There shouldn't be anyone who couldn't think of challenging Chun Jin Chi. Instead, there should be more competition for the other captain. But what none of them had expected was that Chun Jin Chi, after standing there was still someone who dared to challenge him. "I'll do it." This person was a heavy sword-using professional from the 4th middle school in Shanghai City. He held a heavy, huge sword in both hands, then slowly walked up to the very center of the square. Many of the students from Shanghai No. 4 middle school recognized the heavy sword-wielding teenager on the stage. "Shen Yun Tao, go for it. Brother Tao, as the bearer of our school, really has the courage to fight the toughest. Worthy of being our Brother Tao, it's indeed awesome. Go Tao! Don't worry. Brother Tao's strength can be said to be recognized as the strongest in our Shanghai 4th middle school. After all, he's broken a record that's been dusted off in our school for years. Yeah, Tao is still quite powerful, so I guess he won't suffer much against Chun Jin Chi." At this moment, Chun Jin Chi looked at Shen Yun Tao. A smile faintly appeared in the middle of his face, without a murderous aura. Instead, it made people feel as warm as a spring breeze, because Chun Jin Chi did not see his opponent as an opponent. This smile of his was an absolute confidence in his strength. A moment later, Chun Jin Chi slowly opened his mouth to answer the battle. Then, come and try. With the battle between the two men touching off, the scene and the entire atmosphere was instantly brought to a climax. Chun Jin Chi. Holy, it's going to start so soon? I'm so excited. This is definitely going to be a great match. I'm so excited too. On the scene, the safe sparring facility of the tournament ring instantly rises from the ground. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly after seeing this scene. Just as well, he wanted to take this opportunity to see just how strong Chun Jin Chi was. On the stage, Chun Jin Chi turned to Shen Yun Tao with a bashful face and opened his mouth. "Come on, take a shot." He didn't mean to move first, but waited patiently for his opponent to strike. Shen Yun Tao looked at Chun Jin Chi's haughty expression. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold, killing intent. "Chun Jin Chi, you have not looked down on people too much. If you don't make a move, then next you will die a miserable death. It's okay, you go first." Chun Jin Chi still had a calm and collected expression. Then he said to himself, I don't want this competition to end so easily. As soon as the words fell, Shen Yuntao was as if he had been insulted. The entire person instantly erupted with a terrifying might. To know, Shen Yuntao's two-handed heavy sword swung out, and this attack and destructive power were definitely not something that an ordinary person could casually resist. Could be said that his strength was quite terrifying. Even Sun Chi, who was next to him, nodded with great approval. Not bad, this strength and speed are considered to be at the level of the best in their class. However, at this time, Chun Jin Chi didn't even look at it. It didn't raise his interest in the slightest. He just waved his hand casually, and then a wall of wind instantly appeared in front of him. Boom! After the wind wall and Shen Yuntao's attack touched, a loud crashing sound was emitted, and a terrifying breath pressure, bursting out. Shen Yuntao took a few steps back with a slight shock in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his attack was so easily dissolved by the other party. He had heard that the profession of wind swordsman could manipulate wind attribute magic. But he really wasn't expecting it. Chun Jin Chi's wind wall's defense was surprisingly so strong. Immediately after that, he once again stomped his legs to the ground and attacked from different angles in succession, trying to find the dead center of Chun Jin Chi's defenses. But the thing he never expected was that it was useless. Everything was useless. He couldn't break through the defense of the wind wall at all. Damn it! A mere wall of wind. Let's see me break you! Shen Yuntao shouted. Then, directly clasping his hands, his long sword swept out horizontally. Flat cloud chop. This, too, was his strongest rank 4 attack skill at the moment. With a hard shake, even the Goblin King could be seriously injured. However, Chun Jin Chi still had a bland expression and lightly whispered, "Winds blowing." In the next second, his speed was so fast that it was almost hard to be detected by the naked eye. Whoosh! Shen Yuntao's sword didn't even touch his body. It just touched a wisp of residue. Bingo! No, it didn't hit. Shen Yuntao, with his experience, saw that this move should have hit. But, judging by the feel of his feedback, he definitely missed. Shen Yuntao's heart tightened, because he knew very well that it would be dangerous if he didn't hit with this slashdown. Flat cloud chop, although the skill power is good. However, there is a fatal drawback, which is that the skill aftershock is too long. His back, at this point, was completely undefended. He was about to turn his head and defend against an attack from behind. But at this time, Chun Jin Chi, his arrogant voice, had already come out from behind him. Good power, but unfortunately, too much of a stick in the mud. This captain, let me be the one. The words fell. Chun Jin Chi lightly kicked him in the back. Pa! Shen Yuntao stumbled, and through inertia, his body directly moved forward, kneeling to the ground, though he braced his hands on the ground just in time and didn't fall on his ass. But it was woeful enough. Shen Yuntao lowered his head and couldn't believe it for a long time. I lost. However, just then, Chun Jin Chi suddenly walked up and extended his hand to him. Pull him up. It's okay. There's no shame in losing to me, you're already strong. The way Chun Jin Chi looked, he wasn't trying to put on a show, because the smile on his face was still warm and welcoming. A moment later, Shen Yuntao took his hand and stood up. Chun Jin Chi, you're strong. Shen Yuntao, serve you. Good. Chun Jin Chi smiled faintly, his expression still carrying an unquestionable confidence. He looked around the room and then continued, if you want to challenge me, just come, the opportunity only this time. On the sidelines in the viewing gallery, the principals of each school had different expressions. Although the principal of the 4th middle school in Jianghai is reluctant, but Shen Yuntao has played very well, he has been very pleased. And Jianghai No. 1 middle school and Jianghai No. 2 middle school, the 2 schools that want to compete for the city's top prize this year. Their principal's face was very serious, a silence that comes with facing a strong enemy. It seems that this year, to beat the experimental high school, this is even more difficult than the previous years. Chang Yuanshan also knew that the strength Shen Yuntao had displayed was already very strong, definitely considered to be in the first tier of geniuses, sort of this year's Jianghai 4th middle school, the emergence of a super genius. However, he was still more than a notch behind in Chun Jin Chi's hands. I don't know, can my own students over Chun Jin Chi? And as for the other regular schools, the principals who came to watch the game, in their eyes, there is nothing but adoration and admiration. However, The principal of the experimental middle school's expression at this moment was very calm. It was because he knew that the strength Chun Jin Chi displayed today was far from his full strength. This year in Jianghai City, Chun Jin Chi no one can match. Now these principals were even more certain that after Chun Jin Chi had displayed some strength just now, surely no one will dare to challenge him again. But they still underestimated the youthful students. Again, they are all the pride of the heavens. Me, avoid him? Chapter 59. Another captain, is that it? On such a stage, many people want to prove themselves by defeating the all-conquering Chun Jin Chi. Take this opportunity to make a name for yourself. But, obviously, they underestimated Chun Jin Chi and overestimated themselves. These proud sons of heaven were completely thwarted by the huge gap in strength. Finally, after Chun Jin Chi defeated the geniuses of the colleges in 4 consecutive matches without injury, there was no one to challenge him. Anyone else? The crowd was silent, and no one responded. At this time, the host of the scene spoke directly. It seems that the captain of our first squad, which has already been determined, is Chun Jin Chi from Jianghai Experimental Middle School. On the spot, all the audience members rose to their feet and applauded. At this moment, the entire stadium was filled with thunderous applause and cheers that tore through the sky. Chun Jin Chi stood proudly in the center of the crowd's line of sight, blandly accepting the crowd's cheers. This time, Sun Chi, who was next to him, asked, "Lu, aren't you going to go up and practice with him?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. "Doesn't matter. Isn't there still a captain's slot here?" "Harm, I was going to try for the second captain's slot. But since you're going to be it, I'm not going to make it." Sun Chi sighed slightly, a bit sadly. And the thing they didn't notice was that while Chun Jin Chi was receiving countless cheers, there were also several gazes. Lu Xingzhou, who was looking over from the side and seemed to be unobtrusive. At this point, the host slowly spoke. "Now that our first squad leader has been settled, is there anyone willing to fight for our second captaincy?" After hearing this, the audience started talking again. "Hey! Of the remaining students who haven't participated in the competition just now, the most promising one should be Lin Yishui from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, right? Goddess Lin is indeed very strong. If anything, the strongest this year besides Chun Jin Chi should be him, right? I reckon so. If Goddess Lin wants to compete, no one can compete with her should. Didn't Jianghai No. 2 Middle School say there was another secret weapon? Maybe it's Sun Chi. That's all just rumors. Do you believe this? If they were really that powerful, why didn't they challenge Chun Jin Chi just now? All don't say, I think Zhao Qian of Jianghai First Middle School is also quite powerful and the person looks quite lovely, is the kind of sweet type I like. Dude, what's wrong with you? This isn't a beauty pageant. Between the words of the crowd, everyone's attention was focused on these few remaining super geniuses. But, at that moment, an abrupt voice came out from a place no one expected. Lu Xingzhou slowly took a step and opened his mouth. I'd like to be the captain of this for a bit. Okay. It looks like our second contender for captain has emerged. The host spoke into the microphone with enthusiasm. Off the field, the crowd was in the dark. Huh? This kid? Who is it? Oh yeah. Isn't he the one from earlier, the magic apprentice? A low-level professional? I'll go. Then how dare he compete for the captain? Didn't he see how many geniuses Chun Jin Chi defeated just now to get this position? Yeah. Really out of his depth. Those opponents Chun Jin Chi defeated just now were strong beyond measure. How did he dare? This guy is here to get attention. Isn't he? Jumping the gun. Hey, what a disgrace. Oh. I look forward to seeing what he looks like after he gets a good beating. On the scene, many of the spectators were very contemptuous. There was even boo after boo coming out. They all thought it was outrageous. How did a clown with no skills like Lu Xingzhou get in? However, Chu Qing, who was sitting in the middle of the crowd, couldn't sit still at that moment when she heard the comments of the people around her. She retorted angrily, "You guys don't understand. Lu Xingzhou, he's very powerful. It's not at all what you guys say." Hearing this, everyone looked at Chu Qing with a strange look, as if the woman was crazy. Does a magical apprentice, a low-level professional, have anything to do with being awesome? Don't be ridiculous. If he gets to be captain, I'll just eat the good stuff. That's right. This Lu Xingzhou looks like a clueless clown. I can't even win against me if I get on him. Soon he'll get a hard lesson in reality. Pretending that takes strength. Chu Qing was not the least bit afraid of the mocking gazes of the people around her and directly greeted them and said, Lu Xingzhou, he'll be the captain. I bet you guys. All of these people around them looked at the little cutie with an expression at Chu Qing. A money-giving boy? How is this woman a lunatic even though she looks pretty and smart? Okay. Bet on it? 10,000 gold coins, do you dare? Around them, many spectators heard the conversation over here and looked over. I didn't realize there was money to be made from watching a game. Although 10,000 gold coins to Chu Qing, this was already her usual savings for 2 or 3 months. But she still didn't hesitate for a second and spoke directly. Yes, this was for Lu Xingzhou's trust. In the center of the field, Lu Xingzhou listened to the boos around him, but at this time he was calm and relaxed. He looked at the students around him and opened his mouth lightly to ask, "How about it, who's going to, challenge me to a fight?" Across the room, Chun Jin Chi thoughtfully sized up Lu Xingzhou for a moment. This, too, was the first time he had ever used this gaze, surveying these students who were in the same grade as him. Chun Jin Chi thought, Lu Xingzhou, this guy. It seems to be different from the other students, not so much. Lu Xingzhou swept his gaze across the scene. But, at this time, there was no one who came out and wanted to challenge Lu Xingzhou. 1 second. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Scene. There was a silence and no one came out to challenge Lu Xingzhou. The audience was dumbfounded to see this scene. What's going on? Why isn't anyone challenging him? Yeah. How come none of this is moving? Why doesn't Goddess Lin challenge him? Is it because they're all from the same school? But even if Goddess Lin doesn't challenge him, why haven't Zhao Qian and Shi Xiaohu from Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School made any moves? I don't understand. The two of them look as if they don't intend to challenge Lu Xingzhou. Holy, that's outrageous. Can someone tell me why? At this time, the person who had just made a bet with Chu Qing was also a bit flustered. Hey, not right, The script is not right, What? A mere magic apprentice has made everyone so scornful. There was someone else who dared to challenge a monster like Chun Jin Chi just now. How come Lu Xingzhou's side? On the contrary, no movement. What they actually don't know is this. Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School and Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School, 2 schools capable of competing with experimental high school. The geniuses among them had already been cleaned up by Lu Xingzhou. The other schools, the Heaven's Pride, had all gotten up to about level 10 and knew who had set the latest copy record for the Frost Jungle. That is Lu Xingzhou. They're not stupid. Moreover, challenging Chun Jin Chi, if he won, it would be a complete and utter fame. But there's no benefit to winning against Lu Xingzhou. But what if you lose? If you lose, it's all doom and gloom and you'll be laughed at for the rest of your life, all right? These students are at an age where they are prone to overzealousness, but they do have their own little agenda. Challenging Lu Xingzhou? It doesn't matter whether his copy record is strength or so-called cheating, but none of them had to risk their lives. So, just like that, the whole field stayed silent. No one answered the call. After a few moments, the host was also a little embarrassed by the silence. Then this spoke up. No one chose to challenge. As he said this, he made a point of glancing at the geniuses around him. Seeing that still no one had spoken, then he spoke up. All right then. I announce that the captain of the second team is from Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School, Lu Xingzhou. The words fell. On the scene, there was silence. On the field, Chun Jin Chi imperceptibly smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting up in a curious smile. Very interesting. Magical apprentice? Chapter 60. Chung, is there no one at your school? Lu Xingzhou had become the same captain as Chun Jin Chi? It's safe to say that the result was something no one expected. Not only did the audience freeze, but even the principals of the other schools were confused. Good lord, is this right? That's right, old Chung. I wanted to ask you just now, why did your school send a magic apprentice to participate in this citywide special training test? Is your school empty? After hearing this, Chang Yuanshan returned to school without anger, then looked at the several people in a very complicated tone and said, Geez, you guys don't need to say that to me. If you guys are not convinced, can you have your dear students go and compete with him? After hearing this, the principals present were instead stumped for words. Because they knew better than anyone else, this old thing Chang Yuanshan, he was not a good match. This guy's foxtail hides deeper than anyone else. If he was so confident in this young man called Lu Xingzhou, then there was no need for them outsiders to be suspicious. Only the thing that they couldn't understand was, where exactly was this magic apprentice called Lu Xingzhou strong? This could not help but make them, the knowledgeable principals, feel a little perplexed. Even if a low-level occupation was strong, how strong could it be? And still be listed as the captain of this squad alongside Chun Jin Chi? However, at this time, the principal of the experimental middle school laughed, and then said familiarly to Chang Yuanshan beside him, "Old Chang, I'm looking forward to what kind of surprise the student of yours will actually bring us in the middle of the next session. Then you can just watch." Chang Yuanshan replied with a smile, although the words between the two were very plain, but for some reason the crowd around them all felt a seemingly unavoidable flavor of gunpowder. Inside the audience seat under the stage, Chu Qing, who had seen Lu Xingzhou after he became the captain of the squad, was unsurprised. "See? I told you he could. You guys hurry up and apologize to him. Hurry!" After hearing those words, the person who had just clamored for a bet with Chu Qing's face immediately rose as ugly as a pig's liver. He had a dead mom look on his face. 10,000 gold coins, that's several months of his living expenses. I should have known better than to make any bets with this crazy woman. But he was too embarrassed to back out in full view of the public. I didn't bring that much cash." However, Chu Qing did not care about the 10,000 gold coins. She repeated herself again. "Apologize to him." The man's mouth held the words as the surrounding crowd watched. "Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm the one who dogged it." It was only after hearing these words that Chu Qing let out a light hum, before turning her head away and no longer paying attention to him. After that man saw that Chu Qing didn't pay any more attention to him, he also took advantage of the crowd's inattention and secretly prepared to fall and run away. Although 10,000 gold coins was a lot to wager, Chu Qing wasn't in it for the money at all. She just couldn't listen to others insulting Lu Xingzhou in front of him. That's all. The surrounding crowd also lowered their heads in embarrassment because of the impact of the man from earlier. Even the crowd unconsciously moved away from Chu Qing. Disgraceful, very disgraceful indeed. After both sides had decided on their captains, it was naturally time for the team selection process. By the way, if you can pick stronger teammates, then it will definitely be more beneficial to the team's overall strength and performance. So as captains, they should be fighting tooth and nail to try to come up with stronger teammates. However, when it really came down to it, the attitude of both captains was very uniform. "It doesn't matter. Let him choose first," Chun Jin Chi blandly said, in a tone that was indescribably confident. And Lu Xingzhou was also very calm and spoke slowly. "I'm okay with that too, anyone." Chun Jin Chi looked at Lu Xingzhou one more time, then laughed. "It's okay. Since you're given this opportunity, take it and don't fail to cherish it. It will be too late to regret when you lose." Lu Xingzhou also smiled and said without the slightest fear, "You're confident in your own strength too." Chun Jin Chi smiled and didn't say anything, and at that moment, the host slowly opened his mouth, interrupting the conversation between the two. Or this. You two just pick one each and take turns." Lu Xingzhou and Chun Jin Chi didn't retort, which was considered acquiescence. "Then let's start with Lu Xingzhou, you first?" "I'll take Sun Chi." The next part of the selection process is actually relatively uninteresting. Lu Xingzhou's side finally chose the four of Sun Chi, Lin Yishui, Zhao Qian, and Shen Yuntao. On the other hand, Chun Jin Chi picked Zhao Jinhu, Shi Xiaohu, and the remaining two from experimental middle school. In terms of book strength, Chun Jin Chi's team is clearly superior. Quite a few viewers had, by this time, begun to sympathize with these four people who had been chosen by Lu Xingzhou. Hey! The next teamwork copy, I guess Lu Xingzhou this team to lose very badly. The overall strength is too much different from the other side. It's definitely going to lose. He who let him pretend to be a bully just now. People Chun Jin Chi is not in a hurry to choose his teammates because they are strong. It's really ridiculous that he's here to make an example of the East. He'll know it hurts when it's time to punch him in the face. Ignoring you guys, I'll hurry up and go give Chun Jin Chi's team 1,000 votes. I'll go. Speaking of which, hurry up and see what Chun Jin Chi's team multiplier is. Hurry up and buy some. Go, 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 go. Come on. Buying is a sure win, guys. And the other side, the people in charge of the various major guilds who were invited to watch the battle on the sidelines of the field, at this time, in their hearts, they all had certain thoughts. This Chun Jin Chi, what a dazzle. Is a golden scale not a thing in a pool? Chun Jin Chi. This son is really extraordinary. This genius. Our Heavenly Sword Pavilion will take it. Hey, what are you Heavenly Sword Pavilion? A B-ranked guild, blindly getting involved in. RB plus ranked guild, Xinhai Lu hasn't even spoken yet. Who isn't AB plus guild anymore? I'll fight for it. The crowd was very lively as they argued with each other. At this time, the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild, Fatty Dragon, was beaming with joy because he had finally found a genius that was even more dazzling than Lu Xingzhou. Just from the outburst of this Chun Jin Chi just now, he should still be hiding a significant portion of his strength. Compared to Lu Xingzhou, it should be even better. If we can get this Chun Jin Chi to join our Blood Knight Guild, then I think President Qin Xian will not blame himself for what he did before, offending Lu Xingzhou. Ha ha. Good. At that thought, he stood up straight away. This Chun Jin Chi, we, the Blood Knights Guild, will take it. As for the representative heads of the other guilds, each of them had a different expression. It was important to realize that no matter how strong the B-ranked guilds they were, how much influence and say they had in their respective territories. But it's always a notch below the A-list unions. After the Blood Knights Guild opened their mouths, the others didn't have the courage to continue arguing at this point. But at this time, a middle-aged man in the corner slowly raised his eyes and faintly glanced at Fatty Dragon. This person was no other than the president of Zhanghai City's only A-class guild, the Heavy Hunters. He Jinfeng. He didn't fight with Fatty Dragon for the genius that was Chun Jin Chi, because there was another person who seemed to be more valuable than Chun Jin Chi in his eyes. That is Lu Xingzhou. Chapter 61 Survival Type Replica Forest of Confusion. Ganghai City Stadium. After completing the distribution of the teams, the host announced on the spot that the trial copies of this special training test would soon be scheduled to begin the day after tomorrow. The choice is a special survivalist copy of level 8 to 14, the Forest of Confusion. All participants in the test can use tomorrow's time to go ahead and prepare. Includes gear, props, cheats, and more. And the whole process of the contest will be broadcast live on the internet to ensure the fairness and openness of the voting activities. The audience was very excited about this, even a little impatient. The focus of the contestants was on this survival copy, because as elite students of Zhanghai City, they had not heard of the name of this copy. Even if they do make preparations, the high probability seems to be that they may not be able to find a cheat for this copy. This is actually a silent confrontation of resources and context. If the clan is more powerful and can find the perfect cheat for the copy, then the game has not yet started. They, for one, had the absolute advantage. Isn't that fair? Yes, it does seem a bit unfair. Even the leaders of Zhanghai City who organized this special training test, they could think of this. But they don't see it as a problem. Injustice exists everywhere in this world, and they themselves are the vested interests in this injustice, the so-called privileged class. So in their perception, it's justified. You don't have the resources or the background to get the cheats. I'm sorry, what's that got to do with me? After hearing this, Sun Chi said to Lu Xingzhou, Brother Lu, when I get back, I'll tell my dad to ask around for tips on this copy. Things that can be solved by spending a little money are not things. Sun Chi considered Lu Xingzhou's family background, so he directly said first without waiting for him to open his mouth. And beside them, Lin Yishui and Zhao Qian each said, We'll go back and ask around too, we should be able to get it. Next to him, Shin Yuntao was silent at this time, completely lacking the spiritedness he had when he challenged Chun Jin Chi. He bowed his head faintly, then turned away. I'll stay out of this, and when the time comes, I'll wait for your notice. Lu Xingzhou looked at Shin Yuntao's back as he left and didn't say anything. At this point, Zhao Qian was clearly in the know. She came over and explained, Don't think too much. It's not that he has a problem with you. It's just that his family also doesn't have any background, so for this kind of thing, he should also have a heart. Sun Chi put on a bystander's attitude at this time and said, This guy, he doesn't have a bit of, well, low self-esteem, does he? Lin Yishui and Zhao Qian didn't strike up a conversation, but judging from his behavior just now, there must be some. Okay. Never mind the others. Go back and get ready first. Oh. Hearing Lu Xingzhou suddenly speak, Sun Chi shrugged and answered. And the other side, in front of the TV, a young girl in a hospital gown, after seeing this scene inside the TV. Her somewhat weak eyes, blinking slightly, followed by the depths of her eyes. There was a flow, a hint of killing intent. She stood up abruptly and then walked out of the hospital room. Duh. Crisp footsteps drifted away. Her figure was at the end of the corridor, fading away until it was nothing. After today's match, Chun Jin Chi's name directly resounded throughout Jianghai City, although Lu Xingzhou had become the captain of the squad just like him. But there is a world of difference in support between the two. Lu Xingzhou, in the eyes of the crowd, just to pick up the lucky. Chun Jin Chi, on the other hand, was a super genius who got the captain by virtue of his absolute strength, defeating 4 people in a row in a breeze. And from the beginning to the end, he had the kind of self-confidence and aloofness that drove an unknown number of clueless girls before television crazy. There is no doubt that Chun Jin Chi is the king of popularity among all freshmen this year. Even he already has the vague hint of surpassing the support of that Qin Xian 3 years ago. And the official odds given for the poll, for Chun Jin Chi's team, have been as low as 1.03 odds. Can be ridiculously low. But still countless supporters are willing to go and vote for Chun Jin Chi, because it could be seen by the absolute strength he displayed. Once he got serious, he was almost 100% capable of becoming the winner of this session's special training test. There will be no accidents. On the other hand, the odds for Lu Xingzhou's team were frighteningly high, 6.70 odds. Even with such high odds, there were still not many people willing to go and vote for Lu Xingzhou. However, what Lu Xingzhou didn't know was, Auntie has already secretly voted 1,723 votes for Lu Xingzhou. It was all the savings she had in hand at the moment, and she would have pitched in more if she hadn't. Still, she's not in it for the amount of money she makes. Chu Qing just trust Lu Xingzhou. Although the support outside was exaggerated, not many people believed that Lu Xingzhou and the others could win. But Lu Xingzhou didn't care. Why rush to prove anything? One day later, the results will be known. Time will tell. And after returning home, Lu Xingzhou was not in a hurry. Instead, he directly took Sun Chi to brush the map. Even Sun Chi did not expect Lu Xingzhou to be so calm. But it's also clear when you think about it. If he has such a perverted strength as Lu Xingzhou, then he must be more relaxed than Lu Xingzhou yet. After thinking about it, Sun Chi was relieved again. The next day, the top geniuses from both sides each mobilized their own relationships and connections. Go ask around about this test copy. But something interesting happened. Whether it was the second generation of the war or the second generation of the rich, their families also used all their strength to understand. But still little is known about this copy. Not to mention the past strategy, there wasn't even a clear understanding of the so-called rules of this copy. That's odd. Could it be that no one has cleared this copy before? That's not possible. After all the new copies have descended, if humans don't intervene, the alien space channel then expands and then, merging with reality, descends onto the blue planet. And that's why, whenever a new copy appeared, the federal government had to organize the top professionals and go to open the land. That is, as long as a copy can be successfully opened, then a cheat must exist for that copy. So that's what the crowd is wondering, why can't they find the strategy? No one even dared to ask for a price. However, just as the crowd was busy, besides Lu Xingzhou, there was someone who seemed unusually relaxed. This man is Chun Jin Chi. He was very confident in his own strength. He wasn't going to look for a copy of the guide, and whether or not he had one, it made no difference to him. There's a saying, one power breaks all laws. But although he hadn't intended to go looking for the copy raider, the copy raider had come straight to his door. The person who came was none other than Fatty Dragon. Do you, little brother, crave power? Chapter 62. That Chun Jin Chi may not be as strong as him. After Fatty Dragon found Chun Jin Chi, he spoke directly. How about you take my advice and make a deal with me? Chun Jin Chi himself was uninterested and was about to send off his guests. However, at that moment, the fat dragon reached out with his right hand and revealed a smile. I know you're strong, and we, the Blood Knights Guild, are in need of such strong men like you. Listen to people and eat, little brother. If you are willing to join our Blood Knight Guild, resources and rewards need not be said. The most crucial thing is that we will give you a copy of the raid. Perplexed Forests, Copy Raider. Hearing this, Chun Jin Chi's expression remained unchanged. He spoke blandly, saying, Vice President Fat Dragon, are you, by any chance, taking this raider a little too seriously? Would I choose to join you guys just for a copy of the guide? The Fat Dragon didn't panic when he heard this. Instead, he was prepared to say, Oh, of course not. But even if your potential is good, wouldn't joining an A-ranked guild be mutually beneficial for you? 3 years ago, President Qin Xian was so gifted and talented, and now he has become the chapter president of Jianghai City as well. Do Do you think that you will accomplish less than him? The fat dragon had come to say so many things, but this was the only one that Chun Jin Chi had heard into his ears. He was so confident in his strength. Naturally, I don't feel that I'm weaker than any of them, including what everyone called the strongest 3 years ago Qin Xian. And at that moment, the fat dragon continued to persuade. Alas, little brother, I believe you should have checked out this copy's guide before, right? Any idea why it never checked out? Chun Jin Chi did not reply, waiting for Fatty Dragon to continue speaking. The latter smiled, not caring, and continued. That's because this copy has been sealed by the federal government since, just because it's too dangerous. So, there's no need for me to say how high the probability of death is for those who can't get this copy of the guide. Chun Jin Chi was silent for a moment, then spoke. Since no one else could get this copy of the guide, how did you guys get it? Although Chun Jin Chi didn't feel like he needed it, he did know it from the side. It's true that no one has seen a copy of this perplexed forest guide. And the fat dragon is so convinced that he is a little curious. The Blood Knights Guild, how did they get the raiders? At this time, Fatty Dragon laughed as he spoke directly without any concealment. The reason why on the market there is not any copy of the guide flow out is because this copy at first is President Qin Xian led the team to pass. Only President Qin Xian has the cheat for this copy. Hearing this, Chun Jin Chi's eyes twitched slightly. A level 8 copy of the raider was, surprisingly, created by Qin Xian. That is to say, he has been involved in the special class copy opening before he turned 2. Interesting. So much fun. It seemed that this Qin Xian was, indeed, a target worthy of catching up with. Chun Jin Chi smiled and opened his mouth. I can agree to join you guys. But this raider, when do I get my hands on it? Tonight. The fat dragon slapped his chest, revealing a few yellow teeth and laughed. Good. Although Chun Jin Chi didn't care, but having a cheat sheet wasn't a bad thing. As the saying goes, it pays to be prepared. And Fatty Dragon was in a much better mood after solving the problem of Chun Jin Chi joining him. I'll go back and report this matter to President Qin Xian later. With Chun Jin Chi, who the hell cares about that NG magic apprentice? Thinking of Lu Xingzhou, a hint of hostility flashed in Fatty Dragon's eyes. Brat. Wait for death, you. On the other hand, the Blood Knights Guild chapter in Zhanghai City. On the main seat within the president's office, Qin Xian was sitting there with a tired face, listening to Zhao Feng in his own ear complaint. He waved his hand, then said, You're not talking about that Lu Xingzhou who broke my record before, are you? What's the matter? Did Fatty Dragon offend someone to death? Right. Zhao Feng spread his hands in anger. Well, when he gets back, I'll talk to him about it. Qin Xian's words had just fallen, and as a result, at this time, the fat dragon then walked through the door with a big smile on his face. President, you're back, ahaha. It must have been hard for you to go away all these days. Here's some fine wine and good food I just brought you. Qin Xian looked at him and spoke with a very cold expression. Fatty Dragon, since you're back, let's not talk about those useless things. Come here, I have something to ask you. After saying that, Zhao Feng looked at him with a face of watching a good show. Fatty Dragon knew that Zhao Feng must have sued, but he was not the least bit panicked. What is it you want to tell me, President? Qin Xian seriously questioned Fatty Dragon about the question he had just asked. In fact, from Qin Xian's perspective, he was still a bit curious about Lu Xingzhou, the magic apprentice who had broken his own record. Perhaps, in the future, he would be able to become the second local genius of Zhanghai City after himself. However, Fatty Dragon also used these words that he had prepared long ago to put off Qin Xian's question. Chairman, even though this kid won't join our guild, that's his loss. Moreover, I've already contacted another genius. That's Chun Jin Chi, who has recently taken Zhanghai City by storm. He has already agreed to join our guild. Sure enough, it was just as the fat dragon expected. Qin Xian's expression instantly became much more relaxed after hearing these words. But at this point, he still said somewhat sternly, Well, I've heard of this Chun Jin Chi, but it seems like he's never broken my record before. He may not be as good as Lu Xingzhou. Although Qin Xian was not very old, he spoke with the majesty of a superior. The fat dragon chuckled. Hey, President, you don't understand law. This young man is definitely riding high on this year's performance. If you don't believe me, just look at his performance in the middle of the copy test afterward. Qin Xian would be skeptical and did not give a clear answer. After thinking for a moment, this was said slowly. Just in time. The inspectors from the General Council arrive tomorrow. You're given a chance. But if he doesn't win the special training test, do you know the consequences? The fat dragon said with a pat on the back. Don't worry. This Chun Jin Chi kid. Invincible. There is just one more thing I would like to ask you for, and that is, can you give me a copy of the copy guide of the Forest of Perplexity? On the other hand, the inspector of the Blood Knights Guild's General Association was sitting in the middle of a black commercial car that was traveling on the highway leading to Zhanghai City. She had a pair of slender legs that were almost no less than Su Ruyan's, and similarly at the corner of her eyes, there was a small tear mole. Only what was different from Su Ruyan was the temperament of the two of them. This woman sitting in the car at this time has a significantly more mature temperament, and her age looks a few years older. Only the ends of her natural eyebrows were slightly raised, making her a few points more flirtatious than Su Ruyan's kind of cool temperament. When the car was about to travel to Zhanghai City, the driver at the front desk suddenly asked, Ms. Su Ruyan, we're about to arrive in Zhanghai City. May I ask if you're prepared to go directly to the Blood Knights chapter or… Su Ruyan blinked her beautiful eyes before opening her mouth with a smile. Go straight to the Blood Knights chapter, and as for my sweet, sweet sister, I'll play with her tomorrow. Yes, Ms. Su Ruyan. The driver answered, then slowly drove towards the Blood Knights chapter. Chapter 63. Are you guys on vacation? This one day of preparation was actually just mediocre for Lu Xingzhou, I guess. It's no different than a normal vacation, because he didn't need to go through any extra preparation for this copy at all. Go with the flow, level up, brush up, and eat the antidote fruit. Mezzo. Zhao Qian also joined Lu Xingzhou's squad, so she was also looking for Lu Xingzhou to chat with him over the past 2 days when she had something to do. Ask him some questions about his copy of the Perplexed Forest. Of course, all the responses she gets are, I don't get it either. Zhao Qian was a bit embarrassed. She actually just wanted to get closer to the big brother. But she really didn't expect that, in the end, the big man would give such an answer. Want to get closer to the big guy, must be their own way of opening the door is not yet right. Zhao Qian racked her brain and couldn't think of anything. Actually, Lu Xingzhou just simply doesn't care. The next day, the day of the copy test. The entire city of Zhanghai seemed to be bustling for a few moments. Even the vendors who went out in the morning were obviously more than usual. The streets, too, were quite lively for the new year. And for the many guilds in Zhanghai City, today was indeed lively. Because they were very much looking forward to how this year's talented teenage girls would perform. And this was the best opportunity for the major guilds to replenish fresh blood. At this moment, in the middle of the Blood Knights Guild chapter, Qin Xian consciously sat on the passenger seat, while sitting on the main seat was a beautiful woman with a charming, yet rather majestic temperament. President Qin. Next, what are the arrangements? The woman spoke slowly. Qin Xian was also sitting upright at this time, and replied very seriously, We have made a detailed program arrangement. Please go through it. Qin Xian pushed over a list sheet and then continued, Ms. Su. Next we will take you to the site of the special training test to watch the geniuses of Zhanghai City compete this year. Moreover, that super genius among them called Chun Jin Chi has also agreed to our invitation to join the club. In the future, we also intend to cultivate him properly. Su Ruyan nodded slightly, and then her slender legs crossed and stretched. Well then, let's get going. Outside the duplicate, both teams, Chun Jin Chi and Lu Xingzhou, were currently waiting outside the door. The moderator said to the crowd, Next, we are about to begin today's examination. First, I'd like to state a few rules. First, the copy is a survival-type copy and does not require confrontation between the two of you. Your goal is to get as close as possible to the central safety zone of the entire copy. Of course, but if a conflict arises between you, we do allow one-on-one combat. Second, the primary objective of that copy is to survive and find a way to stay alive. So the first 2 of your teams to do so will be rewarded with more points. Third, if you encounter a life-threatening danger, please exit your copy promptly at the first opportunity. Although this will count as quitting the game, it is better than losing your life. That's all I have to say. Do you have any doubts? The crowd shook their heads. The moderator has basically said pretty much everything that he should have introduced. There's nothing, no more inquiries to be made. However, at this time, Chun Jin Chi slightly extended his hand. Faintly, he spoke, I have another question. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd and the cameras of the live broadcast instantly landed on Chun Jin Chi's body next to him. Anything, please? Chun Jin Chi looked at the crowd, then revealed a smile and said, in fact, I have nothing to do. I just want to ask, if I accidentally slip up and kill anyone, how to count? He said this naturally, without any sense of guilt at all. Nor did it feel like I had just said something unseemly. He always wore a smile and said calmly. The host looked to the organizer, who nodded his head in greeting before the host spoke. Since this is a special training test, everyone is responsible for their own lives. Now that you've walked into a copy, be prepared to die. As long as there are no multiple killings, we will not be held accountable. Hearing this, Chun Jin Chi laughed, his smile a few points brighter. Then, that light I landed on each and every one of the land-rowing boats team's bodies. Threats, naked threats. Damn. What's the meaning of this kid? Really think I'm afraid of him? Sun Chi spat. Next to him, Shen Yuntao's face was grave and somewhat guarded. Because after he fought with Chun Jin Chi, he knew that this guy's strength was not comparable to his own. It was natural to be as threatened by him as he was. However, Lin Yishui, Zhao Qian, and Lu Xingzhou, the three of them acted as if nothing had happened. Very muted. This made Shen Yuntao a bit puzzled. You guys not scared? What are you afraid of? Zhao Qian beamed and said disdainfully. Shen Yuntao looked at Lin Yishui next to him again. He was aware of Lin Yishui's reputation, claiming to be the strongest professional under Starburst. But, right now, it still seemed difficult to deal with a top-tier rare professional like Chun Jin Chi. However, she also had a disinterested look on her face and was not afraid in the slightest. Lin Yishui, what do you think? Me? She subconsciously turned her head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to her, then said indifferently, I'm not worried. Originally, he wanted to ask Sun Chi, but he saw Sun Chi's snub-nosed. Anything goes look. He swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Again. Forget it, don't ask. By this time, the game was ready to begin. The dimensional passage slowly opened, and the two teams slowly walked into the middle of the replica under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Come on, boys. Chun Jin Chi. Chun Jin Chi. Make sure you win. I'm putting my entire fortune on you. Chun Jin Chi. The first in the river. Chun Jin Chi. After Chun Jin Chi's entire body entered the sublime passageway, the cheers from the scene came to an abrupt end. When Chun Jin Chi's team looked back again, they were already in the middle of a dense jungle at this point. The surrounding trees were extremely huge, their lush branches intricately intertwined, shrouding almost the entire sky. Obviously, they were still in the daytime, but because of the shade of the trees, the whole jungle had an indescribable dimness, depressing. Only the slightest sprinkling of sunlight between the leaves could let them know that it was a sunny day outside. Seeing this, Zhao Jinhu slowly opened his mouth. It looks a little dark, but it doesn't feel like there's danger anywhere. The others around them were also wary just now, but at this moment they also nodded slightly, thinking that this was indeed the case. Looking around, they really didn't think there was any danger anywhere. What do we do next? Zhao Jinhu and Shi Xiaohu, among others, looked at Chun Jin Chi in front of them. Chun Jin Chi revealed a signature smile, then said blandly, often it's the unseen that's the most dangerous. Come with me and I'll make sure I get you out of here. Having read the strategy guide, he knew exactly what the mechanism of this copy was. It's also clear where the danger here stems from. Chun Jin Chi's own strength was already strong enough, and at this time, he then possessed the copy raid that Qin Xian had once created. Could be said that at this moment, he was in the middle of the replica, almost equivalent to the two strongest geniuses of Zhanghai City in recent years being together at the same time. For this copy, he can say, hands down, Chun Jin Chi's squad was very quick to get into the swing of things and move through the copy. This was very exciting for those who tuned in to the live broadcast. Quickly, look. Chun Jin Chi and his team have begun to move. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. A gold will shine wherever it goes. This judgment awesome. Hey look guys. These guys on the other side. What are they doing here? On the other side, what was said was naturally Lu Xingzhou and their squad. The 5 people who had just entered the copy at this point had absolutely no sense of crisis at all. Touch east, look west. It was as if he looked curious about everything here. What are they doing? Why do you feel so relaxed? This state is completely different from the opposite side. For those who don't know, They think this is a spring trip organized by the school? Breathless. How long are they going to watch this for? After a few moments, Lu Xingzhou was the captain, which brought the crowd together. That's what got the viewers tuning in to the broadcast excited. Here it comes, here it comes. Is Lu Xingzhou finally going to start exploring the copies? This is only like words. People Chun Jin Chi have acted for how long? Hindsight, there has to be a limit, right? Lu Xingzhou looked at the few people who had gathered over. Then, his face was serious. Gave his first order as captain. After what I've just seen, I've come to a decision. For dinner tonight, let's have spicy rabbit. Who's in favor and who's against? At these words, the viewers tuning in to the live broadcast slowly typed out 3 question marks. Audience member, are you guys like on vacation? Chapter 64. Raid? The realm unfolds. The viewers watching the broadcast were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No, what's with this dude? If you're not brushing copies, how come you've started roasting rabbits? Can this be right? Do you really think you're here on vacation? And when the principals of the school saw this scene, they also looked at Chang Yuanshan next to them with a strange look. Old Chang, what is this doing? Chang Yuanshan was silent, resting his hands against his chin with his fingers crossed, putting on a very deep expression. The crowd saw this and refrained from pursuing the matter. Thought it was the secret weapon of the second middle school in Jianghai. Could it be that this Lu Xingzhou really had some unknown arrangement? But, in fact, Chang Yuanshan just didn't know how to answer and pretended to be deep. Because even he couldn't see the deeper meaning of what Lu Xingzhou had just done. Roasted rabbit? Nonsensical, all right. As for the Blood Knights chapter side, Su Ruyan nodded slightly after seeing Chun Jin Chi's performance. Quick response. Good decision-making and a bit of a leader. She briefly recognized Chun Jin Chi's performance, but then she suddenly changed her words and looked at Qin Xian next to her, said in a long drawn-out voice, "But isn't he a little too quick to judge the situation?" At this time, Qin Xian only felt that underneath Su Ruyan's charming appearance was a sharp gaze like that of a seasoned hunter. Qin Xian didn't say anything and just smiled awkwardly. As for the fat dragon standing next to him, he didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Luckily, Su Ruyan just smiled and didn't pursue the matter. Then she suddenly eeked when she saw the next broadcast footage. How does this Lu Xingzhou sound somewhat familiar? She muttered to herself. Su Ruyan's beautiful eyes moved slightly as she seemed to recall something, but she did not vocalize it. There was just a little more curiosity in his mind about this little guy who was thinking outside the box. In the copy, when Lu Xingzhou saw that the crowd did not object, he directly spoke. Then I'll arrange a division of labor. Sun Qi and Zhao Qian, you two go and catch a few rabbits. Lin Yishui and Shen Yuntao, you guys are responsible for preparing some of the materials needed to build the camp here, preferably the kind that can be taken away. I'm going to go get some lumber and go around in the meantime. Is there a problem? The crowd shook their heads once again and listened very carefully to Lu Xingzhou's arrangements. The crowd obeyed the captain's arrangement unconditionally. Even for Shen Yuntao, who was the most uninformed, he didn't have any complaints and went straight into action. Because, as the captain, Lu Xingzhou must have absolute authority. If there's always someone questioning the captain's decisions, the whole team then would be scattered. What's the point of going up against Chun Jin Chi's team? After everyone got busy, Lu Xingzhou also started to go around to get some firewood. However, Lu Xingzhou was not actually trying to get some firewood. He sidetracked the crowd, and only because, as he realized the moment he entered the copy. Words around. Something's not right. This jungle is truly intricate with trees covering the sky. They are coiled and gnarled and their branches are entwined. But hidden among them are some trees with special words. Prop name: Millennium Ginseng. Item grade: Rare. Restriction level: Unlimited. Cooldown time: 60 seconds. Effect: its core can increase the character's experience by 1,000 points, and its root can restore 2,000 life points and 2,000 magic points. He knew the spirit core of the 1,000-year spirit ginseng. That stuff belonged to the few that could increase experience, rare consumables that tended to fetch a decent price in the auction house. About 30,000 gold coins apiece, almost equivalent to the price of a low-level boss crystal core. This is because props that can directly increase experience are very rare. Being able to increase your experience directly means that you can do so without taking any risks or going down any copies. Then you can increase your rank. And 1,000 experience points isn't a small amount anymore. You know how much experience you only added to killing a warrior-level leader, the Goblin King, at that time? If one remembers correctly, it was like 200 experience points, right? Eating one spirit core of this 1,000-year spirit ginseng was equivalent to defeating a warrior-class Goblin King 5 times. The price-performance ratio is still good. The price of the roots of the 1,000-year spirit ginseng would be lower, about 4,000 gold coins per root. But Lu Xingzhou looked up at the large tree in front of him that needed 3 people to hug its thickness and the countless differentiated branches. Lu Xingzhou was silent. This is so much more than the roots of a normal 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng. If this is really the root of the 1,000-year-old ginseng, then is not one's own earning hemp? Even if you can't sell it, you can still use it for yourself. Saving is earning. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou directly went to his hand to tug on a branch of this big tree and then pulled hard. Although Lu Xingzhou was a mage profession, but after all, the level was here, so his strength wasn't that bad. With a hard pull, it yanked a thick root straight off. It was also in this moment. A mournful roar unexpectedly came out from the trunk of this giant tree. Ow! Then it was as if the tree had come to life. The other branches and roots that he stretched out gradually began to shrink, and then even had a hidden tendency to stand up. Lu Xingzhou froze and cocked his head at the giant tree in front of him. Yo, live! That giant tree ignored Lu Xingzhou's words as he looked at the teenager in front of him, as if he was a mole cricket that could be torn apart at any time. Then, it stretched out its own branches, ready to slap Lu Xingzhou hard on the ground. Die, human! Could be seen that the giant tree was angry with Lu Xingzhou. And the most crucial thing was that this guy was nothing more than a district magic apprentice. How dare you be so arrogant? Isn't it too much of a no-brainer? What's the difference between that and being too old to move? Between hisses, this giant tree's palm directly slapped down. These viewers watching the broadcast live even had many of their eyes closed at this point. Because they feel it. Lu Xingzhou, dead. Such a terrifying attack from a giant tree. They felt suffocated through the screen. How could a mere magic apprentice possibly resist? But it was at this time. They suddenly realized that the huge, raging tree-like monster before them, its attack had suddenly stopped. In that instant, it was as if his body was under some kind of control, directly stiffening in mid-air. The giant tree wondered what was wrong with it. Its torso moved and instantly became so stiff. It was as if it had been pinched by a pair of large, invisible hands. And what he doesn't know is this. This, then, was the unfolding of Lu Xingzhou's domain. 9th rank skill, 10,000 Elephants Moro. Chapter 65 Shocked Su Ruyan. Is this forbidden? When this skill was unfolded, all the flowers, plants and trees within its field range were under Lu Xingzhou's complete control. And of course the giant humanoid tree in front of him. At this time, Lu Xingzhou very bashfully raised his head to look at the huge figure in midair, then spoke faintly, "Hey, isn't it just pulling out one of your whiskers? Why are you so excited? I just tasted it." As he spoke, he took this plucked strip of wood and put it in his mouth and smashed it a few times. And that giant tree looked at Lu Xingzhou's perverted behavior and directly stared at him. It's like saying, "What the? Dude, are you that hardcore?" However, in the next second, a glint of essence directly appeared on Lu Xingzhou's face. Good job, hey. It was because he felt this pure, 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng's medicinal power slowly entering his body. Both life and magic values were quickly replenished. Although he hadn't consumed much, the feeling of this energy entering his body and nourishing it was still very soothing to him. At this time, Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin, since the root of this 1,000-year spirit ginseng was the same as what the words expressed. What about the core of this 1,000-year-old ginseng? Is it also able to increase the experience value by 1,000 points? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou's smile instantly went cold. Then, he maneuvered the field and directly let the giant tree run itself through his heart. Boom! Then an interlocking, swirl-like wooden crystal core was removed. After seeing this scene, the crowd looked dumbfounded. Especially the spectators who were there. They didn't understand what was happening. How come that would demon killed himself? Is this right? I'm reporting it. There's a ING actor here. It wasn't just the audience present who were somewhat incredulous after seeing this unexpected scene. Even the principals of the major schools who were tuning in to the match, they showed a hint of surprise. They couldn't imagine what was happening. The turn of events was so sudden that they didn't see Lu Xingzhou strike. Yes, they were pretty sure they hadn't seen Lu Xingzhou strike. The principals of the various schools had been roaming the rivers and lakes for so many years, and the worst of their strengths were top-tier existences amongst the second-turn professionals. They were so confident that it was impossible for them to not even see when a junior launched an attack. That's why they're even stranger than normal. Why did this giant tree give up its attack and turn its spear on itself? It looks very much like Lu Xingzhou has put some kind of compulsion on him. Could it be that Lu Xingzhou wasn't actually some kind of magic apprentice and had a horrible and mysterious voodoo master profession? Many principals are puzzled. But, at this moment, only Su Ruyan, who had already taken in all of this scene, frowned slightly. She looked thoughtfully at this teenager in the middle of the picture, as if she had remembered something. Well, if I remember correctly, I once was among some ancient relics and saw a similar skill description. That description seems to say that a professional who has mastered some kind of forbidden spell will possess a power similar to that of an ancient god, that can manipulate all plants within a certain range of him? Su Ruyan, her expression changed slightly, because judging from Lu Xingzhou's performance just now, there was indeed a bit of a resemblance between the two. Had this magical apprentice mastered some kind of horrible forbidden spell? No. When such a thought popped up in Su Ruyan's mind, she herself felt something ridiculous. This was because it was well known that before completing the second turn, all professionals could only master skills of the 4th rank at the highest. Even a second-turn professional could only master 6th-rank skills at the highest. Forbidden spells? Don't be funny. That was simply not something they could access at their level. Forbidden spells, the reason why there is a word, forbidden. It was because the power that could be exerted by such an incredibly effective and powerful skill was extremely terrifying. Even when looking at the entire human federation system, it could be called a taboo existence. Su Ruyan, because she was relatively at the top. So the information she had access to was also much more than what Zhang Hai was able to access as a professional amongst this small city. And so she also learned more about the horrors of the unblocking spell. Su Ruyan frowned lightly, but then guffawed. A smile was revealed that would make any man under the sun sink for it. Himself, rather than considering whether a teenager would master a forbidden spell. Might as well think about what we're going to have for dinner tonight, it's more realistic. A magic apprentice who hadn't turned 2 yet could hardly relate to the word forbidden spell. But that said, Su Ruyan still couldn't help but look at Lu Xingzhou twice more. Lu Xingzhou in the copy didn't care what the crowd outside said. He slowly walked forward, then took the crystal core of the giant tree into his hands. It was reasonable to say that the crystal cores of such ordinary monsters weren't worth much. But, in the eyes of Lu Xingzhou, this was no ordinary monster crystal core, but the spirit core of a 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng. Name of props. Spirit core of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Restricted level. Below level 20. Cooldown time. 60 seconds. Effective use. After absorbing it, it can increase the experience value by 1,000 points. When he heard this, Lu Xingzhou then did not hesitate and slightly exerted force with his right hand. Bang! Just crush it into pieces. The essence escaped in the air, and then, it was quickly absorbed by Lu Xingzhou. Then a copy reminder tone came directly to Lu Xingzhou's ears. You have absorbed the spirit core of the 1,000-year spirit ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. Lu Xingzhou took a long breath. Cool. I didn't realize that there was actually experience to be gained. At this time, Lu Xingzhou looked at the dense woods around him, and in his heart, a bold idea appeared. How much experience could be gained if, say, all the crystal cores here were absorbed cleanly? Lu Xingzhou didn't even dare to think about it. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou was not that reckless and raised his hand to directly burn the entire jungle with a flame of extinction. Because he hadn't figured out the mechanics of this copy yet, and whether there would be any serious bugs after he did so, causes the final pass to fail. After all, this was also his first contact with a survival-type copy. It's better to be a little more respectful. Lu Xingzhou decided to observe the situation first and then decide when to strike. However, these plant roots in front of us can't be wasted. Lu Xingzhou, in 3 tries, collected all of these roots, which were worth thousands of gold coins. Then a few more pieces of common wood were cut and brought back as firewood. And the thing he didn't realize was that after he struck down the giant tree, an imperceptible flash appeared at once above his head. Green? Chapter 66. Lu Xingzhou's luck? Is it reasonable? After returning to the camp, Lu Xingzhou's teammates had all shot rabbits and made simple tents by now. These things are not that difficult for them as professionals. And Lu Xingzhou threw a pile of firewood back. The crowd started the barbecue in order under the instructions of Lu Xingzhou. Sun Chi caught more than 10 rabbits, and because he caught too many, there were a few more that he put in a simple cage and locked up. Zira. On the fire, the treated rabbit made a tantalizing roasting sound as the firelight swayed. While the rabbit itself isn't high in fat, sprinkle it with a little barbecue seasoning. As always, it counts as a delicacy on Earth. Viewers tuning in to the live broadcast saw this scene and watched in rapture. How can you eat a rabbit when the Vulcan rabbit is so cute? And it's still barbecue, cumin, and chili noodles. Ah! Cousin, you're bleeding. I just hate myself for not being able to rescue these bunnies. Hehe. I'm so mad at myself. I'll go ahead and rescue half of them downstairs today. Wait, aren't you all getting the point wrong? They're here to take the duplicate test. Why are they grilling meat here? Yeah, I see Chun Jin Chi and the others on the other side. They've been rushing all along. Lu Xingzhou and their side have completely missed the point. Hey, a genius is a genius. It looks like Chun Jin Chi and his team are going to win. On the other side, Chun Jin Chi and his group had been in a hurry today. As for the direction of the rush, it was led by Chun Jin Chi. He held a compass in his hand that he had prepared in advance, and according to the direction of the arrow, he steadily advanced forward little by little. Only, this compass required the consumption of a large amount of magic power value to activate it. Therefore, Chun Jin Chi walked for a while and had to stop in place for a while, to ensure that you are always in a good condition and can deal with unexpected dangers. The crowd just kept following Chun Jin Chi's footsteps deeper into the jungle. After walking for a long time without resting, the crowd was actually getting a little hungry at this point. They want to talk to Chun Jin Chi and eat something. However, Chun Jin Chi directly shook his head no and said, "We don't have time to eat now. Let's get going as soon as possible." With that, Chun Jin Chi took out a few small brown pills from his props bar. Name of prop: Basic Hyrule Pills. Restricted level: Level 5 or above. Cooldown time: None. Effects of use: Increases partial satiety. Prop comment: Ouch. How come this stuff doesn't taste as good as dog food? Chun Jin Chi distributed them to the crowd. 2 each. The crowd gave the contraption a disgusted look. They really don't like to eat anything that's off, in terms of color and flavor, if that's possible. However, after hesitating for a moment, the crowd still threw the soldier food pills into their mouths. After all, this stuff is a little hard to eat, but it's better than starving. After the Hyrule pills were in their mouths, several people's stamina was quickly replenished before they continued on their journey. Zhao Jinhu asked at this time, "Captain Chen, what are we rushing for in such a hurry? I didn't see any strange places or any dangerous monsters along the way." Huh? At this time, Chun Jin Chi said, "The forest of confusion, the dangers of which are beyond your imagination. Never underestimate survival copies. Every blade of grass, every tree, even every animal, can threaten our survival. Get out as soon as you can, more than anything." The crowd nodded as he said this. Although they were all the pride of heaven, they would not be arrogant because of it. This was because Chun Jin Chi was a whole lot stronger than all of them, yet he was also taking it so seriously. What arrogance do they have? Chun Jin Chi continued to lead the group towards the center of the forest of perplexity. And the thing he didn't say is why time is important. It was mentioned in the guide that I saw myself. A copy of the forest of perplexity. As time passes, the professional will gradually lose his sense of direction. And that's exactly why. The longer they dragged on, the harder it would be for them to leave the copy. That's why he's so competitive. Outside the replica, the principals of the schools watching the live broadcast had expressions of interest at this time. Oh, it looks like both of them have learned that the flora and fauna of this copy is a threat as well. However, it looks like Chun Jin Chi is a bit more well-informed. And more prepared, too. The principal of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School wasn't even involved in the captain's race because of his own students, so he looked away instead. This year's Jianghai City Scholar has nothing to do with his own school, so it was analyzed calmly from the sidelines. As for the principal of the experimental middle school, he had a very relaxed expression at this time. From the way the broadcast has gone so far, it's clear that Chun Jin Chi has the upper hand. The action was strong and, moreover, he was clearly ahead of Lu Xingzhou in terms of information. Unsurprisingly, Chun Jin Chi is sure to win. Haha. Even if he lags behind in information, Chun Jin Chi will still win easily with his own strength. However, Chang Yuanshan snorted coldly. The principal of the experimental middle school, seeing Chang Yuanshan's expression, then smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "What's the matter, old Chang? You think there's something wrong with what I said?" Chang Yuanshan's expression was very disdainful, but he didn't talk back. He just said to himself, "Don't talk big too soon. Watch out for the face." Ha! The principal of the experimental middle school shook his head, only feeling that Chang Yuanshan was incompetently barking mad. What can a student who enters a copy and starts roasting rabbits and wasting time compete with them? You're kidding. Unlike Chun Jin Chi's team, which was forced to rush and eat dog food to fulfill their hunger, the Lu Xingzhou squad over here, after eating and drinking, was wonderful as if they had come on vacation. Afterward, Sun Chi burped and slowly opened his mouth to ask, "Hey, Lu, are we setting off?" Lu Xingzhou stretched and said in a bored manner, "Let's go. 100 steps after a meal, and live to be 99. Then, as if at random, he picked a direction and walked right out. At this time, Sun Chi opened his mouth and asked, "Hey Lu, you're just picking a random direction to go. Can it be right?" Hearing Sun Chi speak, the remaining few people in the team nodded, especially Lin Yishui. She wanted to ask just now. Survival-type replica with crisis. Is it really true that you won't be in danger if you go so casually? The surroundings, in particular, looked very dark and depressing, with dense trees hooked together with open arms. A little farther away, under the impenetrable gloom, there seemed to be eyes staring back at them. Danger, at times, stirred her nerves. Lin Yishui always had the feeling that the danger here might be far beyond the crowd's imagination. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou spoke calmly. "And la, no problem." Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers standing in God's perspective began to analyze the progress of both sides today again. Chun Jin Chi's leadership shown today and his all-around preparedness has sent his turnout soaring. In comparison, they felt that the other team, Lu Xingzhou, was completely unreliable. He was even almost killed by Agent Tree. It's just a matter of being lucky and not knowing how to get your life back. As a result, instead of learning his lesson, he led the team on a wild goose chase. On the contrary, on Chun Jin Chi's side, although the progress was not too fast as he was stopping and starting along the way, but it's still a steady improvement, an orderly advance towards the depths of the jungle. The audience wanted to take this opportunity to laugh at Lu Xingzhou, who was walking around blindly. After all, most of them, they had voted for Chun Jin Chi with their entire fortune. But as it turned out, they found out. The land-rowing boat squad, surprisingly, was still really running towards the deepest part of the jungle, going, "Me chow." Picking a random path, and they even picked the right one? Their luck? Isn't it a bit too good? This luck, absolute ah. But there is a fork in the road in front. He is surely not nesting grass? And go right again. No, why do I feel that Lu Xingzhou and the others are about to catch up with Chun Jin Chi's progress? Is that reasonable? Chapter 67. What the hell? Are these trees alive? Although Lu Xingzhou appeared to be walking blindly, he could see it in the eyes of the audience. They did go straight into the depths. And with every fork in the road, Lu Xingzhou surprisingly managed to outrageously pick the most correct one. When night fell, the Lu Xingzhou squad, surprisingly, had not been pulled apart at all by the progress of Chun Jin Chi and the others who had traveled for a day. During the day, the light is dimmed by the canopy of trees that cover the sky. And now, even more so, throughout the jungle, there was little extra light to be seen. All there was a rustling sound from the surroundings and the cooing of some unknown bird. Most importantly, the entire jungle was shrouded in inexplicably rising mists. Lu Xingzhou made a few simple torches, then mobilized a strand of fire that was too small to be lit. Put it around the camp to guard against danger. Lu Xingzhou arranged for a small team of several people to take turns on duty. On the other hand, Chun Jin Chi and the others also found a flat spot and rested like this. Because they didn't have the camp tents prepared by the land-rowing boat squad, the conditions were a bit more grueling. It was a night when everyone was in better spirits, so the shifts were more serious and uneventful. But the next morning, after the crowd woke up from their sleep, Chun Jin Chi's squad, however, noticed something wrong. "Wait, Captain Chun Jin Chi. Take a look. This surroundings, is it not quite the same as yesterday?" After Shi Xiao, who got up and surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly opened his mouth, because he remembered very clearly from his impression that he had deliberately marked all the surrounding trees before he went to sleep at that time in order to prevent getting lost. But when he opened his eyes again at that moment, he realized that not a single mark was left. And the whole environment has become even stranger than before. It does seem like the environment here is a bit different from before. I remember when we were walking over here, there were only 2 roads over here. Zhao Jinhu also stroked his chin at this time and said thoughtfully. The few people in Chun Jin Chi's squad were all elites among elites, and they were instantly on guard. However, at this time, Chun Jin Chi, as the captain, spoke up. There's no need to worry. I've got it covered. After saying this, he once again took out the same compass from before from his props bar. He then consumed a certain amount of magic value and prodded the compass. The needle of the compass made a few quick revolutions and finally wobbled to a stop in one of the directions. Chun Jin Chi stared fixedly for 2 seconds before reacting and pointing in that direction. Let's go that way. Seeing Chun Jin Chi's calm style of handling things, the few people in the squad were quite relieved. It's all about security. The crowd then proceeded in the direction that Chun Jin Chi had pointed out. The viewers watching the broadcast in front of the TV set were in an unbelievably happy mood when they just woke up in the morning and saw that Chun Jin Chi was still so dependable and reassuring. Looks like this copy wasn't that hard for him. But one thing that the viewers watching the broadcast, and even Chun Jin Chi himself, didn't notice was the time Chun Jin Chi spent watching the compass to recognize the direction became a little longer. On the other hand, after Lu Xingzhou's squad got up, they likewise noticed that the surrounding trees and environment had changed. Something's not right, nah. How do I remember? When I was sleeping, there were only 2 big trees by my head. How come it's 4 now? Sun Chi scratched his brain and opened his mouth in some confusion. And at this time, Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth to explain to the crowd. Because inside these trees, some of them are alive, and they moved just a little bit quietly when we weren't looking. All right, let's hurry up and roast 2 more rabbits and hit the road. Hearing Lu Xingzhou's glib statement, some of these trees were alive. Several people in the group froze in their expressions. No, what did you just say? These trees are alive. Partly. Lu Xingzhou blandly received a glass of water, rinsed his mouth, and then said. Sun Chi and Lin Yishui, they all froze. It took half a day to digest the words before he opened his mouth to ask. Holy Lu, why didn't you tell me earlier about something so dangerous? I don't think it's dangerous. These tree demons aren't that strong, it's fine. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand, still unimpressed. Did not pass away, well, I did not pass away. I don't care. There's a tall one to hold the sky when it falls anyway. Sun Chi cursed and ran off to the side, ready to go get everyone some rabbit breakfast. But just at this time, he suddenly gave a puzzled eh. Why do I feel as if these rabbits I caught yesterday are fatter than yesterday? An illusion? He rubbed his chin but didn't think much of it. At this time, Lu Xingzhou said with a rush, forget it. Let's get rid of all these rabbits today and make them into roasted jerky for easy transportation. This was a survival skill that Lu Xingzhou had learned from Master Tay. The main one is convenient, tasty, and high in protein. After Lu Xingzhou and the others had a nice full meal, they were ready to move on. Lu Xingzhou still seemed to choose a path casually and walked out. But he went still, right? No one else knew that after Lu Xingzhou's domain of the 10,000 elephants of Sunluo unfolded, he could almost dominate everything in the midst of this range. Lost? That simply doesn't exist. As long as Lu Xingzhou wanted to, he could even make these trees directly make a path for him. But for now it's fine to stay on track and make steady progress, and there doesn't seem to be a need for such a physically taxing endeavor. Both teams are progressing quite fast, even far more than the organizers expected. Whether it was Chun Jin Chi or Lu Xingzhou, their speed had exceeded the crowd's original expectations. The next day, again, nothing happened. Neither team suffered any casualties or encountered any danger. It was just that Chun Jin Chi's team looked slightly tired from 2 days of continuous traveling without food or drink. In contrast, the overall state of the crowd in Lu Xingzhou's squad was much more relaxed. And everyone was in good spirits because they had eaten and drunk so much. That night, both Chun Jin Chi's and Lu Xingzhou's squads continued the previous day's shift rotation. Only on Lu Xingzhou's side, he took the initiative to let the crowd go to rest first and work the first half of the night shift himself. The crowd was touched inwardly and did not reject Lu Xingzhou's kindness. Thought he was just showing poise as a captain by wanting the players to all rest up. But as the crowd drifted off into a deep sleep and dreamland, Instead, Lu Xingzhou took out his equipment from the props bar, as well as his Eye of the Stars. Then, speaking to the surrounding area, "If you're not afraid to die, come out. What's the point of twisting and turning?" As soon as the words fell, the dimly lit jungle around them, there was a rustling sound of leaves rubbing together. Then, countless pairs of scarlet eyes snapped open. Chapter 68. It's okay. I'm telling you to get up and go back to sleep. In the live broadcast room, the viewers who hadn't gone to sleep saw this scene. Woohoo! What the hell is this? It's so scary. A horror movie? I'm going to go. I'm going to have a secret panic attack. If I was the one being watched by so many eyes, I'd probably be scared to death. No, why isn't this Lu Xingzhou running away? Did he know this would happen? Wake up your teammates. What's the point of pretending to be a wimp? He doesn't want to face so many monsters by himself, does he? Then he's not wasted. Let's get eliminated from the tournament as soon as possible so that our Chun Jin Chi will win. Everyone felt that Lu Xingzhou, such a magic apprentice, was facing so many monsters at the same time. It's like hitting a light in the toilet, looking for death. Everyone couldn't even understand what Lu Xingzhou's bottom line was. However, Lu Xingzhou was not the least bit flustered. Slowly, he carried the stick in his hand and looked around with a bland gaze. Come on, make it quick. The scarlet eyes, too, gradually revealed themselves from the midst of the gloomy jungle. Name: Bloodthirsty Demon Rabbit. Level: 10. Battle Strength: 13 stars. Skills: Fighting Bite, High Speed Movement, Berserk. Gift: Reproduction. Those rabbits are already in a completely different state than they were during the day. Not only did it more than double in size, but the hair also appeared to be in an exploded state. They bared their sharp fangs and a low growl escaped their mouths. Lu Xingzhou pondered slightly after seeing them reveal their bodies. The battle power isn't too strong, but there are a lot of them. It looks as if some kind of mutation has taken place under the influence of the perplexed forest. Is this mutation, which is subject to increase by the continuity of time? Well, remains to be seen. Between Lu Xingzhou's thoughts, the bloodthirsty demon rabbits around him had already launched a swarm attack. They are amazingly numerous. The number of these rabbits added up to at least 30 or more. One person would also need to equalize 6 of them if the entire squad of 5 were fighting together. Although those present were all famous geniuses from major universities, after all, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Not to mention that everyone's battle power is only about 20 stars even with their gear on. Each person faced 6 bloodthirsty demon rabbits with a battle strength of 13 stars, and the pressure could be imagined. But, at this time, Lu Xingzhou was even more alone. The surrounding bloodthirsty demon rabbits swarmed around, and the people who were tuned in to the live broadcast almost couldn't imagine that Lu Xingzhou would have any chance of surviving. And the organizers at this point were very nervous about cutting off the live stream at all times. No gore that is too juvenile to be broadcast. However, just at the moment when this group of bloodthirsty demonic rabbits approached Lu Xingzhou, slowly, a small flame appeared on the front of his staff. The audience knew that Lu Xingzhou had mastered fire magic. As you can see inside the official introduction, Lu Xingzhou has a first-rank skill, Little Flame. And, in the previous land rowing boat squad making torches, he also exhibited the wonders of this skill. It was just that everyone didn't think that such a small flame skill could help the current situation in any way. However, everyone didn't expect the next second. Terrifying and fiery flames erupted. It's not a little fire. It's a fire dragon that destroys the world. Boom! The moment this terrifying flame touched the surrounding bloodthirsty demon rabbits, it directly turned them into ashes. The power of the flame of extinction was not at all on the same level as the level of the bloodthirsty demon rabbit. That blazing fire is like a cancer that can't be cured. As long as it is tainted by a trace, it will be instantly devoured. Those bloodthirsty demonic rabbits didn't even have time to let out a single scream, and then they were directly burned to death. When Lu Xingzhou saw this scene, his expression was unsurprised and very calm and indifferent. And a reminder tone of the game copy came to his ears. Ding dong, you have killed the bloodthirsty demon rabbit stage 1, gaining plus 110 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed the bloodthirsty demon rabbit stage 1, gaining plus 110 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed the bloodthirsty demon rabbit stage 2, gaining plus 180 experience points. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly, feeling that he was still satisfied. The efficiency of his own kills was still good, and even the rest of the squad who were sleeping around him were not woken up. In fact, Lu Xingzhou from this morning when Sun Chi said that the rabbit is not a little bigger than yesterday. He'd already had some suspicions. In the evening, Lu Xingzhou directly unfolded his domain, and even more so, he directly sensed that something was wrong around him. There are too many creatures gathering on their side. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou also guessed a generalization in his heart. At this point, Lu Xingzhou could also be basically certain by combining the copy hints of the Bloodthirsty Demon Rabbit Stage 1 and Bloodthirsty Demon Rabbit Stage 2. As time goes on, perhaps more Stage 2, or even Stage 3 creatures will appear. It seems that the survival class replica really lives up to its name. It's still dangerous if you don't respect it. But Lu Xingzhou also began to think about why the giant tree, which was a living thing, hadn't participated in tonight's siege. Could it be that these giant trees themselves don't actively attack humans? After thinking about it, the giant tree before was also because he made the first move which suddenly came to life and attacked him. The approximate mechanism of this copy had gradually become clearer in Lu Xingzhou's mind at this point. Okay, pretty much go to bed first. According to the scheduling, it was Shen Yuntao's turn to be on duty next. So Lu Xingzhou woke him up. On duty. The moment he was woken up, Shen Yuntao directly popped up and looked around very warily. Since entering the copy, he had always maintained a high level of tension. Because he didn't think that this copy, which had been officially banned down the road, would be so safe. No surprises were encountered for 2 days. Moreover, his trust in Lu Xingzhou is actually not much. You kid. What are you so nervous about? Lu Xingzhou casually joked when he saw his nervous look. Only then did Shen Yuntao look around. He suddenly realized that, at this time, the air seemed to be filled with the aroma of roasted meat, the fire that hadn't been extinguished around them, and the ashes that could vaguely make out the shape of a rabbit, just confirmed it. In an instant, a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that a battle had just been experienced while he was asleep? And this battle, Lu Xingzhou alone solved it? Shen Yuntao looked at the ashes on the ground, completely presenting a siege. He visualized the image. If it was himself who encountered it, it was absolutely impossible to retreat in one piece. Even if they were to exchange wounds for wounds, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to solve the simultaneous attack of so many enemies. But how did Lu Xingzhou do it? He turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou next to him, and surprisingly, he had a few more points for this captain who was a magic apprentice. Jealousy. Lu Xingzhou at this time, however, was completely unimpressed and covered his mouth with his hand and yawned, then waved his hand and said, I'll get some sleep. Yell at me if you need anything. He walked to the center of the camp, and after seeing the sleeping Sun Chi, he stretched out his foot and kicked it. Sun Chi opened his eyes in a daze and said lazily, Do what? Lu, I'm sleeping soundly. Lu Xingzhou felt a little amused when he saw how unguarded this kid looked. You kid, you're completely at the opposite end of the spectrum from Shen Yuntao. It's a little too laid back, isn't it? It's okay to tell you to get up and go back to sleep. Oh. Huh? Sun Chi reacted between half asleep and half awake. This a bit wrong, right? The danger is lifted on the side of the Land Rover squad. The faintly swaying firelight beside the camp reflected on Zhao Qian and Lin Yishui's faces, and the two of them rolled over comfortably, letting out bursts of calming breaths, as if nothing happened. On the other hand, Chun Jin Chi's squad had similarly encountered a night attack by bloodthirsty demon rabbits. Only, their side wasn't as relaxed and cozy as the land-rowing boat squad. The bloodthirsty demon rabbit siege had left them in a bitter battle. Chapter 69. A small loss for a big loss? Stupid fatty dragon. Chun Jin Chi's side similarly encountered about 30 or so bloodthirsty demon rabbits. Although on Lu Xingzhou's side, the bloodthirsty demon rabbit looked like it had been killed in seconds and was powerless to fight back. But actually, the speed and number of bloodthirsty demon rabbits was enough of a headache. Not to mention its strength is not to be underestimated. Damn! Those damn rabbits! How did they come to look like this? It's so hard to deal with. I wish I had known to kill all these rabbits. Don't even say it. Get close together. Don't get sneaked up on. The crowd quickly formed a circle, carefully watching out for attacks from the bloodthirsty demon rabbits around them. The strength of Chun Jin Chi's squad crowd was really good, but there were too many bloodthirsty demon rabbits. And Chun Jin Chi, as the captain, never made a move. He kept observing his surroundings, with no intention of helping his teammates with the bloodthirsty demon rabbit. Captain Chan, quickly make a move. Help us solve these guys. Zhao Jinhu was a bit unable to carry on. The speed of the bloodthirsty demon rabbit, which was a bit faster than himself, was the type that he was least adept at dealing with. But even the demands of his fellow teammates didn't get Chun Jin Chi to make the slightest move. These guys, you guys just take care of it. Zhao Jinhu didn't understand why Chun Jin Chi never made a move. Other teammates are also a little surprised at Chun Jin Chi's desperation. But now was not the time for them to complain. Let's deal with the enemy in front of them first. In the end, after more than 40 minutes of fighting, it was only then that the crowd broke down these bloodthirsty demon rabbits one by one. Shi Xiaohu sat on the ground with a fart. The exhaustion of continuous fighting made him feel like his brain and body were reaching their limits. 10 minutes is long enough for this kind of intense battle. Even at this time, he had already used the life recovery potion and recovered some of his physical strength. But the feeling of exhaustion is always there. The rest of the team was in slightly better shape than Shi Xiaohu though, but it wasn't much stronger. At this time, the crowd looked at Chun Jin Chi. This captain was stronger than all of them, but in the midst of the battle just now, Chun Jin Chi did not make a move. If he had joined the fight as well, then these dozens of bloodthirsty demon rabbits wouldn't have made them go through so much effort at all. Although the people didn't say anything on their lips, they couldn't help but have some complaints in their hearts. All right, get some rest as soon as you can. We have a lot of traveling to do tomorrow. Chun Jin Chi said calmly. Then he added, I think you are perfectly capable of solving the difficulty just now, and I, as captain, have to prevent any other dangers that may be around. It's the responsible thing to do for our team. As to whether you understand it or not, that is your business. Chun Jin Chi looked very frank when he finished saying this. Not embarrassed or ashamed at all, that's how he felt. And, in fact, if he didn't want to, then he didn't even have to explain to Zhao Jinhu and the others. He was the captain, and it was only right that the players obeyed him. The few people in the squad were silent, and their attitudes could not be seen among their faces. But at this time, Zhao Jinhu suddenly stood out and said with a snort, Well, with Captain Chun Jin Chi backing us up, there's no need to worry. And our current progress is definitely much better than Lu Xingzhou and their team. If they encountered the same sneak attack as us, perhaps, their squad would have to be eliminated by a few more people. Right? After hearing this, the crowd thought for a moment, then nodded in recognition. Indeed, these 30 or so bloodthirsty demon rabbits, if it was for Lu Xingzhou and the others to meet, odds are it will only get beaten up. And although they had gone through a hard battle, the good thing was that they had only suffered a little bit of superficial injuries. It wasn't life-threatening, and it was definitely much better than Lu Xingzhou and his squad. One does not suffer from scarcity, but from unevenness. Thinking that Lu Xingzhou and their squad was probably having a worse time than them at this time, the crowd of Chun Jin Chi's squad was somewhat relieved on the contrary. Shi Xiaohu was even more direct with a big grin. Right, with Brother Chun to bail us out, we can feel at ease fighting against the enemy, right? That's right, thank you Chun. Captain Chun. We understand your good intentions. Seeing that the crowd was so knowledgeable, Chun Jin Chi didn't say much and nodded. Then he signaled the crowd to get some rest and go. In the end, Zhao Jinhu and the others were tired, but with a sense of superiority, they drifted off to sleep. However, these viewers in the live broadcast room who saw the performance of both sides, at this time everyone's expression, there was some indescribable splendor to it. Well, would have had to have witnessed it. They, I'm afraid, won't believe it either. The land-rowing boat team did not encounter any of their so-called difficulties. People's team members sleep. That's one more than the other. Even the fact that they suffered this attack can't even be called an attack. Because the whole time the audience just didn't feel like they were threatened in the slightest. What do you mean, seconds on a leak? Lu Xingzhou, the magic apprentice that everyone despised, only used a first-rank skill little flame. Well, let us just call this little flame. Anyway, as soon as Lu Xingzhou made his move, he directly killed all the bloodthirsty demon rabbits. All of them. That's a clean cut. It was also the strike by Lu Xingzhou that shocked all the spectators who saw this scene to the point of no return. So a magic apprentice can be this strong? On the other hand, Chu Qing, who had paid attention to the live broadcast at all times, after seeing that Lu Xingzhou and their team members were safe and sound, she also finally put down her heart and prepared to go to bed. For the past 2 days she had closed her stall half a day early every day even though the bakery was doing well. in order to watch Lu Xingzhou's game in the middle of the replica. Compared to the business of the bakery, what she was most relieved about was Lu Xingzhou's safety. However, when Chu Qing saw that terrifying bloodthirsty demon rabbit, after being easily overthrown by Lu Xingzhou with the lift of his hand, Chu Qing, at last, revealed a relaxed smile. It seems that Lu is still strong. He doesn't have to worry about himself, for him, anymore. As for why so many voices out there don't think highly of Xiao Lu, it's purely because they don't have vision. And the other side, the Heavy Hunters Union, He Jinfeng, also tuned in to watch this night attack at this time. For Lu Xingzhou's performance, he could say that he was not surprised at all because he had long felt that this Lu Xingzhou was far stronger than the opposite Chun Jin Chi. And now Lu Xingzhou's performance was merely confirming his own suspicions. Although this kid had only awakened a low-level occupation, but to be pushed to the stage by this old fox, Chang Yuanshan, his strength was definitely not ordinary. At that time, he had guessed that Lu Xingzhou's strength might surpass Lin Yishui's. It's just that he didn't expect it. Lu Xingzhou's strength seemed to exceed Lin Yishui's by more than just a little. Instead, almost breaks down and crushes it. Seeing this, He Jinfeng simply wanted to laugh. Because, fat dragon, that dumbass. How dare you choose to go after that Chun Jin Chi and give up Lu Xingzhou because of it? Joke. Big joke in the sky. This is simply like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon for a small cause. Is Chan Kim Chi strong? Strong, very strong. One could even say that it was the strongest student in all these years. But Lu Xingzhou's performance just now can no longer be explained by a simple word, strong. The strength he displayed had even surpassed the battle power of many of the teachers among the school. He Jinfeng made up his mind. No matter what, we heavy hunters absolutely cannot give up on this super genius. What he Blood Knights can give, we heavy hunters can give. What he, the Blood Knight, cannot give, we, the heavy hunters, can. And the other side. On the side of the Blood Knights chapter, Su Ruyan shot a strange look at Qin Xian next to her after seeing Lu Xingzhou's performance. Qin Xian awkwardly turned his head to look at the fat dragon, who turned his head. There's no one to watch. We can't call Tenshin and Su Daqiang here, can we? Here, this is no place for them to talk. At this time, Fatty Dragon rounded up awkwardly. It's okay. This survival copy. Tomorrow is the real main event. Chun Jin Chi retains some strength in advance, is also responsible for the team. Su Ruyan shot him a non-committal glance, then said, good. Then let's see tomorrow if this super genius you guys are talking about can surpass a magic apprentice or not. It's getting late. I'm going back to rest. Seeing Su Ruyan get up, Qin Xian immediately turned around and commanded, quickly, send Ms. Su back to the hotel to rest. It's not necessary. Su Ruyan suddenly spoke out, refusing. I'll just go back by myself. When she finished speaking, she walked through the door of the Bleeding Knights chapter and got inside the black commercial vehicle. The driver adjusted the position of his rearview mirror and then respectfully opened his mouth to ask, Ms. Su, may I take you directly back to the hotel? No, it's still early in the day. A trip to my dear sister's house. Su Ruyan said, a playful smile on her face. Chapter 70. Night Attack, Ruyan Su. That night, the Su family villa. A black business car slowly pulled up to the door of the villa. Su Ruyan's slender legs slowly stepped out of the car, her high heels landing on the paved marble floor outside the door. There was a clear click sound. Su Ruyan stretched her back, then looked at the second floor, at the small window of the room where the light was still on. Then she turned to the driver behind her. Okay. There's nothing more for you here, go back? Yes. The driver answered cleanly. After that business car left, Su Ruyan did not ring the villa's doorbell, and likewise, did not notify her sister over the phone, only to see her legs stomping slightly harder. In the darkness of the night, a figure then easily came to the window of the room on the second floor. Room. Su Ruyan was wearing a set of cool black nightgown, lying on her bed and watching the television broadcast in front of her. Two pretty little feet that kept wiggling behind them. From time to time, the 2 feet touched each other with a clack sound. It was slightly at odds with her usual cool persona. And her chest, the already developed youth, in the pillow she hugged under the pressure, also seems a little full of pressure. The vague snowy whiteness contrasted with the light black nightgown. What she was watching at the moment was the situation in Lu Xingzhou's replica that was broadcasted on TV. Thankfully, seeing Lu Xingzhou surrounded by more than 30 bloodthirsty demon rabbits. Su Ruyan would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. However, after she saw the terrifying power of Lu Xingzhou's flame of extinction erupt, Su Ruyan was also quite relieved. But rest assured, it also made Su Ruyan at this time begin to think. What kind of level had Lu Xingzhou's strength reached now? In the small city of Zhanghai City, no one should be his opponent. But what about looking at Zhanghai Province? What if, when looking at the demons of those top families in Shangjing and Yunhai, Su Ruyan naturally believed that Lu Xingzhou was the unique one? But she wasn't sure. With his current performance, did Lu Xingzhou already have the right to talk to the Su family? Maybe it could. Maybe. Su Ruyan's eyes darkened slightly. If Lu Xingzhou was willing to accept his help, then, with the resources of the Su family, his growth rate would definitely be beyond imagination. But she knew all the same. Lu Xingzhou's character would not allow him to accept help from the Su family. Just as her thoughts were wandering, suddenly, an extremely subtle rattle outside the window alerted her instantly. In a flash, Su Ruyan leapt up from the bed. An extremely magnificent backflip, followed by two exquisitely shaped, one-handed short swords that flashed with a cold aura were drawn from the props bar the moment she landed on the ground. She lowered her body with her sword in both hands in a stance ready to stomp the ground and accelerate, looking out the window with a serious expression. After Su Ruyan entered her battle stance, the right half of her delicate face was covered by half of an inky black mask with evil ghost patterns. This is the dreaded Jade Rakshasa's battle state. The air at that moment seemed to be quiet, but the next second, that window opened and a dark shadow rushed in at an extremely ghostly pace. Su Ruyan instantly reacted, her two-handed sword slicing through the night sky. At an extremely fast speed, and at a bizarre angle, he stabbed at the other party. The two swords sliced through the night sky, stabbing out a harsh sound of breaking wind. If it was any student in Zhanghai City at this time, I'm afraid that all of them will be killed by this blow, even if it is Chun Jin Chi. But just then, instead, the black shadow flung his right hand into the air, and several vine-like thin whips flew out from all directions. Instantly, he grabbed Su Ruyan's wrists and ankles. Then, with a slight force, those vines directly controlled all of her limbs. Just like that, it was straight up in the air. Clank! Su Ruyan's two-handed swords fell to the ground in droves. Her light nightgown, also under the effect of gravity, revealed some hidden, holy light. The opponent's strength was too powerful, and Su Ruyan didn't even have the room to fight back. Yet, she was not the least bit alarmed. Instead, he exclaimed in this moment of some shame, "Sister, what are you doing again? I'm your own sister." It was at this time that the dark-shadowed woman who had rushed into the room hemmed and hawed and said in a seductive and flirtatious voice, "A real sister? No, of course. A god sister is better. You put me down." Su Ruyan felt her face a little hot. Mainly because of this position, it's really, really shameful. However, Su Ruyan had no intention of stopping there. Instead, she approached Su Ruyan's ear. Exhaling softly, he said, "What if I don't?" The hot breath in her ear caused Su Ruyan, who was already under control at this point, to feel a wave of weakness. Involuntarily, a shiver ran down his spine. Su Ruyan took in her reaction, all of it. A laugh and a snicker followed. Still so sensitive, do you think I should tell this secret to that little friend of yours? That little guy called Lu Xingzhou." The moment she heard this, Su Ruyan clearly felt it. His own sister instantly froze in her hands and feet. Her soft and delectable body became stiff for a few moments. "Why are you so nervous? Are you still afraid that he will know?" I had heard the name sound a little familiar, and it looks like I did remember it correctly. Lu Xingzhou, interesting. Su Ruyan's voice was still coming in. At this moment, it was as if she possessed the natural charm of a siren, and every word was so inspiring that it went straight to the heart. At this moment, Su Ruyan's face was blushing, although he always tried his best to maintain a serious expression. But she was living like a boiled little crab at the moment, and even on her thighs, that originally white skin was colored with a touch of redness. "What more do you want? Come on. Hurry up and put me down." Su Ruyan maintained her last ounce of seriousness and opened her mouth. However, Su Ruyan did not have the slightest intention of letting him go, as she whispered in her ear and softly opened her mouth. "I'll let you go when I've had enough fun. I'm going to tell Mom. It's no use telling anyone. Today you belong only to me, little Smoky. Su Ruyun hemmed and hawed, and the fingertips of her right hand had slid up that slender thigh. Don't. The next day, one could see a few red marks of a not-so-light color appear on Su Ruyun's fair skin. Even some whipping marks can be seen. Well, you can imagine what a terrible battle we had last night. Su Ruyun was mortified and furious, but on the contrary, she wasn't in a good position to speak up about last night's events. She knew her sister was like that, a little jumpy and then some slight tendencies? Of course, Su Ruyun wouldn't really do anything to Su Ruyun. She had her measure. But a mooching is inevitable. The young girl's white thighs and slightly developed petite body simply made Su Ruyun unable to stop In the future, I don't know which kid will be so blessed to enjoy such top-notch treatment. It's not that Lu Xingzhou, is it? Well, that kid is not obnoxious. It was only that a low-level occupation like a magic apprentice would want to be with Su Ruyun. Still too hard. But with a little help from myself. Maybe it's not that hard? Thinking of this, Su Ruyun felt that she might be able to operate with her identity. Make something happen. Mind you, she didn't come here today to just catch up with her dear sister. A more important layer of significance was to confirm the identity of that Lu Xingzhou. If he really is his sister's, well, then a little help doesn't seem to hurt. After all, she was the only sister she had, and if she didn't come to love her, who else could? Chapter 71. There's no way out? Drive for me. The third day in the Forest of Confusion. Both squads were in a different state compared to when they first entered the copy. Chun Jin Chi and his squad were clearly becoming somewhat tired. And crucially, the spectators also noticed that they were approaching the center safety point much slower than before. Even though Chun Jin Chi was still looking at the compass in his hands at this moment, he would fall into an inexplicable thought from time to time. Inexplicable pause. The feeling was like he was lost. The audience was particularly aware of this feeling, but it was clear that all the members of Chun Jin Chi's squad didn't feel there was anything wrong with it, because they've slowed down too. This situation is bad, very bad. Why do I feel like they're suddenly lost? It just doesn't look like they're walking much? Yeah, it feels like everyone is awake, so it's not just me. They're close to the center now, but it feels like they're almost just spinning in place right now. What's going on? What happened? This? Bad. Bad? I'm so nervous. Chun Jin Chi squad won't be losing. The audience looked nervous and confused, but at that moment, Fat Dragon, who was tuned into the live stream, realized very clearly what was happening. It looks like they've been affected by the forest, and it's clear that they've slowed down a lot closer to the center after they've been affected. There's no way to avoid it because, well, that's the nature of the Forest of Confusion. This was also clearly mentioned in the copy guide given to him by President Qin Xian. However, since Chun Jin Chi has already prepared the compass props for recognizing directions in advance, he should be in a much better condition than Lu Xingzhou's side. After all, from the beginning until now, Lu Xingzhou's side are merely walking blindly Ba by feeling. 2 days ago this kid might have even been more lucky by virtue of his stronger sense of direction, not being left much behind in their progress by Chun Jin Chi. But today, Lu Xingzhou and the others are definitely ruined. By the time Inspector Su Ruyun finds out about this, he'll definitely add a lot of points to Chun Jin Chi's impression score. At this time, Fatty Dragon twisted his head to quietly glance at Su Ruyun, who was sitting at the very front. There was a slight smugness in his face. However, just at that moment the camera panned. The camera of the live broadcast was given to Lu Xingzhou and their squad side. Originally, many of the spectators thought the same as Fatty Dragon, and they all felt that the Lu Xingzhou squad must be struggling even more than Chun Jin Chi and the others right now. Because no matter how, Chun Jin Chi and the others still had a compass prop in place to guide their direction at this time. And Lu Xingzhou and the others were just wandering around with that feeling from the beginning. They're bound to get lost, right? The crowd's thoughts are thoughts. However, when they actually saw the Lu Xingzhou squad on camera, they froze directly in place. Because the overall progress of the Land Rover squad on the third day was not affected in the slightest. Not only is it unaffected, but you could even say it looks a little faster than it did 2 days ago. Lu Xingzhou still had that relaxed and bland expression and just walked forward with a big grin. But every time he chose a direction, he was incredibly precise. It's like this guy is some kind of compass reincarnation. Innate self-localized holy body. Viewers tuning in to the live stream at home watched in awe. No, why isn't he affected? It's so unreasonable. Is this kid open? Are you stupid? Really think this is a game, this how to open hanging? But if he's not open, why is he walking so precisely? Does that make sense? Looks like I made the right choice when I voted for Lu Xingzhou. Ha ha ha. But don't get too happy now, you guys see that the path in front of him has been blocked by layers of trees. To get through that forest, at least he'll need to go around several times. So if we go by the distance of the video, it's still Chun Jin Chi and the others who are closer. I'll go, you don't say, it's really true. But this is too unfair. Right, Lu Xingzhou squad's route on their side is obviously a lot more complicated than Chun Jin Chi's and their squad's What's so unfair about it? Luck is also part of strength. After the audience's side had said this, Fatty Dragon also noticed it very keenly. Although Lu Xingzhou's speed did seem to be fast for them. However, he needed to take a long way around, and from that point of view it was still Chun Jin Chi and his squad that had the advantage. If there were no surprises, Chun Jin Chi and his squad would be able to reach the center area of the entire forest in a day and a half's work at most. And if Lu Xingzhou and the others made such a big circle, it would take at least close to 2 days. This was still on the premise that Lu Xingzhou would not get lost after going around in many circles for 2 days. At the thought of this, the fat dragon began to secretly rejoice again. If Lu Xingzhou, this kid, grabbed a little time in the first 2 days, not to do those unnecessary roasts and pitching tents, then maybe the one who wins at this time is really Lu Xingzhou. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief and laughed at the ignorance and arrogance of this boy Lu Xingzhou, suddenly the televised Land Rover squad stopped. After seeing this scene, both Fatty Dragon and Qin Xian were slightly stunned. A moment later, Fatty Dragon suddenly burst out laughing, then subconsciously mocked and said, "Why did this kid stop? Wasn't he still tugging just now? I guess, he couldn't have gotten lost, could he? Haha." Qin Xian had always had a relatively neutral attitude towards Lu Xingzhou's views, because he had been curious and interested in the young man who had broken his own record from the beginning. But after he saw Lu Xingzhou, who had been confident, suddenly stopping in his tracks, Qin Xian couldn't help but begin to have some doubts. Is he really lost? In the copy, after Sun Chi saw the stopped land rowing boat, asked in a small voice, "What? Lu, you're not lost, are you? It's okay. If you're really lost, you whisper to your brother and we'll figure it out together." However, this time, Lu Xingzhou, however, stroked his chin very calmly and then spoke. "That's not true. It's just that I find these trees in front of me slightly obtrusive." Lu Xingzhou didn't deliberately lower his voice when he said this, so the other teammates around him also heard his words. Then they all looked in that direction that Lu Xingzhou pointed to. It was a very tight, connected row of giant trees. That's the thing about this perplexed forest. This forest doesn't want you to go through the path. He will block it with very tightly connected giant trees, forming a wall of trees. Trying to force a breakthrough is impossible. And Lu Xingzhou naturally understood this. At the same time, he also understood why these tree demons didn't actively attack people, but only fought back when they were attacked. It should be for the sake of it, so that these professionals participating in the replica will follow the route they have set. Don't think about shortcuts. If the average professional learns about this matter afterward, the odds are that they won't go back to taking such a huge risk. Pick on those giant trees now. But Lu Xingzhou was different. Within the confines of his domain, he is able to dictate whatever he wants. And just as the crowd watched, Lu Xingzhou slightly raised a hand. Then a word was spoken in a cold, command-like tone to the thick, twisted woods before him. Open. Chapter 72. The Importance of a Future Brother-in-Law. Next, the ground around them shook violently. Rumble. It was like the loud whistling sound of waves lining up to the sides and churning up. It was as if these giant trees understood his orders, and surprisingly, just like servants, they obediently made a path several feet wide to both sides. After seeing this scene, the crowd at the scene had frozen in place. Because the sound of this scene was just too vast, just too shocking. What kind of magic is this? As a mage profession, Lin Yixue understood best how terrifying this kind of magic that could change the terrain was. It wasn't even on the same order of magnitude as the skills she possessed. Although everyone in the world says how great their companion magic is. But Lin Yixue was very conscious of the fact that if one wanted to obtain this kind of high-level magic that could master the weather or change the surroundings, one would need to wait until at least after she was level 40. That is, 3 turns. Only then would her companion skills be able to grow to that stage. So, how in the world did the skill of land rowing boats become so outrageous? And at this moment, including Shin Yuntao, the expressions of several people inside the squad were all very shocked. Except the bald one in the middle of the crowd. Sun Chi looked at the crowd with a hint of disdain. Che! What uneducated rednecks they are. He made a dark comment in his mind. For luck, isn't this a base no 6? And at that moment, these viewers who were tuned into the live broadcast, their expressions were all the more shocked. They had all thought that Lu Xingzhou must have to make several big detours. But who knew that this guy would be so outrageous? Surprisingly, he directly made these tree demons give him a way out. Are you kidding me? At this time, Su Ruyan, who saw this scene, deepened her curiosity about Lu Xingzhou. Don't say this. It's kinda like the description in that old forbidden spell I learned about at the time. The more you look at it, the more it looks like it. And this kid is still very likely to become my brother-in-law's person in the future. Well, there is a need to pay more attention to it. Think about it. Su Ruyan thought back to last night, when her own sister was already soft and fluffy all over, but just had that hardened look on her lips. It's true that your own sister is just adorable. And at this time, Lu Xingzhou's importance in her heart had also far exceeded that so-called super genius, Chun Jin Chi. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow. In the middle of the copy, Lu Xingzhou continued to move forward towards this path with his team. But everyone else in the group had some hesitation, because the road is really straight and wide. It was nothing like the crooked and narrow jungle paths of the past. The change made the players a little uncomfortable for a moment. What's wrong? Why don't you leave yet? Lu Xingzhou walked out a few steps before realizing that the crowd didn't follow him. And only then did he turn around and ask. Zhao Qian hemmed and hawed and awkwardly explained. Big brother, it's really because this road is so spacious that it's making us a little uncomfortable. Lu Xingzhou looked at the several people with a strange look before opening his mouth and asking. You guys don't have any special tendencies, do you? How come you don't want to when the road is good? The crowd laughed awkwardly. And at this time Sun Chi stood out and said loudly in a serious manner. Hey, don't talk nonsense, Lu. This is a live broadcast. You know exactly what I am. I don't have any of those odd tendencies. Here I am to the audience in front of the national viewing television. A solemn statement, I Sun Chi is a genuine upright man. Compared to the very cordial atmosphere on Lu Xingzhou and their squad side. Chun Jin Chi and his squad, on the other hand, were deep in exhaustion and struggle, because they had already noticed that the sun was gradually setting, which meant that the third day would soon be over already. Yet they had not yet reached the safety of the center of the jungle. In other words, they would have to face the terrifying bloodthirsty demon rabbit once more on the night of the third day. Moreover, today's bloodthirsty demon rabbit might be stronger and harder to deal with than before, puts them in a state of overwhelming anxiety. However, after these days of rushing around day and night, the few people in their squad were already extremely tired at this point. As the sun set little by little, but their progress, but the more anxious instead, the slower some. It was not until the sun had fully set that they were compelled to hastily stop their journey. Tonight was destined to be difficult. Chun Xingqi, as the captain, had already given a death order to hold it tonight no matter what. As long as they make it through tonight, they'll reach the safe zone tomorrow. The crowd nodded vigorously as they shouldered their sleep-deprived exhaustion. But the night didn't go as well as they thought it would. On the third night of the bloodthirsty demon rabbits, the combat power they displayed was far beyond the limit of what 4 people could resist. Even though Zhao Jinhu and the others fought hard to resist, yet it was still unable to deal a fatal blow to these bloodthirsty demonic rabbits. On the contrary, after a long period of fatigue, the crowd gradually realized that they could no longer withstand the attack of these 30 or so bloodthirsty demon rabbits. And that's when, compared to the damage done to the body, instead, the crowd found that their minds began to gradually become less and less clear, and their consciousness became somewhat blurred. After a few more moments of support, Chun Jin Chi also realized that his teammates really had no way of solving this fight alone. Chun Jin Chi bellowed, "Mikado!" In an instant, a greenish-white whirlwind enveloped around his body out of nowhere. It was as if he were the master of the wind at this moment. The powerful whirlwind lifted his entire body, converging into a terrifying cyclone around his body. Next, his body steeply erupted with a terrifying stream of air. With this airflow alone, he shook all of these bloodthirsty demon rabbits around him out. At this moment, Chun Jinchi's strength, which he claimed to be the strongest in Zhanghai, was on display. Then he increased both his speed, strength, and agility by a large margin under the enchantment of this royal wind skill. The moment Chun Jin Chi was like a sharp scalpel, directly charging into the group of chaotic and violent bloodthirsty demonic rabbits. He went on a killing spree. Don't freeze. Let's work together and finish these guys off. When the crowd saw that Chun Jin Chi had finally made a move, they couldn't help but relax a few points in their hearts. But just as everyone was about to work together to finish off this group of bloodthirsty demon rabbits first, suddenly, a scream came from Shi Xiaohu's side. Ah! He was seen kneeling on the ground with a pained expression, his hands holding his head down in death. And when the crowd looked at him, they suddenly realized that at that moment, Shi Xiaohu's eyes had become blood red, as in, crazy bloodthirsty demon rabbit. The audience who saw this scene at the moment screamed out. Even the people among Chun Jin Chi's squad were surprised and took a few steps back in fear. And at this moment, Chun Jin Chi spoke faintly as if he had expected it. Demonized? It's really not working. Then you will go to bed first. 4th rank skill, Hurricane Blade. Chapter 73 Trouble in the Army? One step ahead of you. The moment Chun Jin Chi struck out, the terrifying Hurricane Blade erupted into a powerful whirlwind, directly knocking the recently demonized Shi Xiaohu. He instantly flew out. His body was torn apart by the sharp hurricane winds, and then crashed heavily into the giant tree behind him. Boom! The giant tree was cut off at the waist, and Shi Xiaohu instantly fainted. The people in the squad were all shocked. They didn't expect that Chun Jin Chi would be so ruthless even against his own people. Although Shi Xiaohu is not considered to be the biggest contributor in the team, but he is also considered to be dedicated and hardworking. We've all kind of built up a certain amount of war camaraderie over the past few days. However, Chun Jin Chi struck out without the slightest hesitation. Chun Jin Chi, so cold-blooded? The crowd was just silent for a moment when Chun Jin Chi's indifferent voice came. Split the battlefield and take care of these rabbits first. Good. The crowd responded and then rushed on. Su Ruyan, who was watching the live broadcast, slowly asked when she saw the scene. This low-level copy. There's even a negative effect of demonization? At this time, Qin Xian explained. Right, if a professional's sanity is lowered after a certain level, they will be affected by the copy, which is the hidden characteristic of the Forest of Perplexity. Negative traits like demonization are usually only found in high-level copies. It was precisely because of the demonic nature of the Forest of Perplexity that the death rate of Qin Xian's team was so high when he first opened up the land. This is the federal government's closure of this copy, the primary consideration. And as for the characteristics of this demonization, Qin Xian had written it very clearly inside his own strategy. That's to minimize the time spent in the middle of the copy and get there as soon as possible. In this way, demonization can be avoided to the greatest extent possible. Chun Jin Chi did the same, but it was clear that even with this day and night rush, he still couldn't prevent his teammates from being eroded. Chun Jin Chi's squad had gone through a lot of trouble and finally resolved the siege of the bloodthirsty demon rabbit that had evolved to stage 3. Go, tie up Shi Xiaohu and feed him a little life recovery potion. Chun Jin Chi put in a word, because the survival rate of his teammates is also a very important part of the assessment of his own performance as a captain. He wanted to make sure that his teammates, as much as possible, would be able to pass through this copy safely. Shi Xiaohu fell back to his senses after recovering some of his life value. Only, his eyes were still red, and he was still letting out bursts of hiss from time to time. Chun Jin Chi's squad spent this night again in a state of fear and nervousness, especially after realizing that their teammates might backstab them from time to time. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to sleep for the whole night. But just as the military was in turmoil, Chun Jin Chi also comforted everyone, saying, "We'll be able to go out tomorrow, and with our squad, we'll definitely be one step ahead of Lu Xingzhou and the others. If nothing else, they're probably still struggling on the periphery right now. As long as we are the first to enter the center area, then we will be able to get one of the special props in this copy, the Awakening Essence. This prop can undo the demonized state, so there's no need to worry." After hearing this, the crowd perked up. The look on their faces was like they had seen hope. Really? That's great. Shi Xiaohu is saved. I thought he could only exit his copy early, but this is still possible? Then let's not delay. Let's leave early in the morning. It's still our Captain Chun Jin Chi. It seems like we'll be able to pull out the top spot without any problems with this copy. thinking that the opposite side's land-rowing boat squad must be even worse. At this time, the expressions of the crowd of Chun Jin Chi's team relaxed once again. There is a desire to win. Chun Jin Chi nodded slightly. As the captain, he had to make sure that the atmosphere and fighting spirit in the team couldn't be too bad. It would be effective to bring Lu Xingzhou and his squad for comparison. And one is telling the truth. His own side was much stronger, and he had Qin Xian's raiders and had made all the preparations. The progress did not know how many blocks away from Lu Xingzhou and the others. It was just that while Chun Jin Chi's squad was in a state of mental triumph, none of them noticed. Underneath the tired eyes of Zhao Jinhu and the others, there also appeared a flash of scarlet. On the other side, the land-rowing boat squad faced the third-ranked bloodthirsty demon rabbit. Still didn't use anyone else in the squad to make a move. Lu Xingzhou was alone, and the flame of extinction cleared the field once again. For him, this kind of level 814 copy was too low in difficulty. It's not even as hard as Kaiser the Stone Giant. After brushing up on his experience, Lu Xingzhou this relaxed and prepared to go rest. From what my own field senses, I should be arriving at the safe zone in the center soon after breakfast tomorrow. The crowd slept well this night. The viewers of the live stream were the ones watching. Because Chun Jin Chi's squad was in 100 different situations, and even Shi Xiaohu was affected by demonization. But how come nothing happened at all to the crowd of the land-rowing boat squad? Not only did no one get hurt, and, again, after spending 3 days in the copy, no one was affected by the copy and demonized, huh? Wasn't there a copy they went into? Cheating, right? Lu Xingzhou is cheating, right? Why is the Lu Xingzhou squad so smooth? It's much smoother than Chun Jin Chi's squad. It doesn't make sense, guys. I'm going to go. I should have known I voted for Lu Xingzhou squad. Now that it's closed, I regret it. I'm reporting. Lu Xingzhou and the others must have cheated. I'm going to report them to the organizers and disqualify them from the competition. Just as the audience was confused, that's when a senior professional hunter in the broadcast room explained to the crowd, "My humble servant has had the honor of participating in a replica with a similar magical effect. That copy was very treacherous, but we also summarized a pattern. The more exhausted the mental and physical state of the person, the more susceptible they are to the spiritual erosion of the demonization effect. The reason why no one in the land-rowing boat squad had problems was because their mental and physical state was so much stronger than Chun Jin Chi's squad. Eat well, sleep well, this 5 people with the spring trip like, out of the problem is a ghost." Hearing this senior professional hunter's explanation, the expressions of the crowd were all very shocked. But then they came to a realization. So that's it. Are you saying that the reason why Lu Xingzhou made so many maneuvers that we couldn't understand before was actually to keep his teammates' spirits up? Outrageous. Originally I thought Chun Jin Chi's squad had strong execution, but now I realize that Lu Xingzhou is playing a big game. Why do I get the feeling that I'm going to have to revisit this magical apprentice? I'll trade Chun Jin Chi's 1,000 votes for Lu Xingzhou's 500 votes. Is there anyone to trade? Add V. What do you want to fart eat upstairs? I'll be fine with 1,000 votes for 300. Green bubble private chat. On the 4th day within the copy, after the sun had risen, the scarlet color in Shi Xiaohu's eyes faded, but the crowd still tied him up just in case. Let go of him after you get the awakening essence. Chun Jin Chi's squad didn't waste any time and directly prepared to depart. But, just then, they heard a copy alert tone in their ears. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, Lin Yixue, Zhao Qian, and Shen Yuntao for having entered the center area. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for obtaining the Awakening Essence Prop X1. The instant they heard these words, Zhao Jinhu and the others' faces changed, and they all turned their heads to look at Chun Jin Chi, who was the captain. And Chun Jin Chi always had a confident face since he entered the copy. The first look of shock also finally appeared. He confused. Lu Xingzhou, how is it possible that he got the Awakening Essence 1 step ahead of me? How is this possible? Chapter 74. Please, that barbecue meat really smells good. At this moment, after Lu Xingzhou entered the center area, he saw the periphery on the 10 gigantic ancient trees, surrounded by an emerald green halo. Each of them coalesced into a crystalline round fruit. After Lu Xingzhou picked one off with his hand, a reminder tone of the copy came to his ears. Awakening Essence? The crowd was checking out the words. Name of prop. Essence of Awakening. Restriction level. Unlimited. Cooldown time. 1 second. Use effect. It can substantially restore the user's sanity attribute and get out of the demonized state. If not used, an additional reward can be obtained at the end of the copy. Duplicate props, can't carry them away. The crowd stared slightly, then asked, this demonized state, what is it? Obviously, Lu Xingzhou and his squad were having too smooth of a time and weren't even sure what this so-called demonized state was. And the viewers who tuned in to the live stream could not help but laugh a little at this scene. Is this what it means to be in a good place and not know what's good for you? Hey! It seems like it's so important to follow the right leader. Sun Chi and the others were unaware of what the Chun Jin Chi squad on the other side had been tortured into. That guy, that's tragic. Lu Xingzhou was slightly silent after seeing this phrase. Duplicate props that can't be carried away? In other words, this prop cannot be included in the props bar. Trying to take it out and sell it for money is unlikely. But he also noticed a later explanation of the effects of use. If unused, additional rewards can be earned at the end of the copy. Not sure what this extra bonus is, but it's always good to take it first. Thus, Lu Xingzhou picked all the awakening essence from the 10 ancient trees in this circle with great speed. And the 9 reminder tones continued to ring in the ears of the crowd. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for obtaining the awakening essence prop X1. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for obtaining the awakening essence prop X1. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for obtaining the awakening essence prop X1. At this moment, Chun Jin Chi, who was frantically rushing along, had a blue face, while the faces of his teammates were all uglier than one another. Grass, this Lu Xingzhou is planning to take all the awakening essence. It's a ING birth bar. Aren't there only 5 of you on the team? You don't need to use it if you take away that many. What do you know about teamwork? However, although the crowd had some bellyaching in their hearts about Lu Xingzhou's behavior, but think about it differently if they had been the ones to enter the center area first. Presumably, they would not hesitate to take all the awakening essence. Absolutely. Chun Jin Chi listened to the copy reminder tones that kept coming from his ears, and the indignation in his heart gradually accumulated. He whispered coldly, Lu Xingzhou, very well. Since you don't know how to... Wait, I will make you pay. Everyone knew Chun Jin Chi's state when they saw him. A great battle, it seemed, was inevitable. Qin Xian sighed slightly after seeing this scene. Hey, I guess this special training test, Lu Xingzhou, they are sure to win. He clearly remembered the final boss, an alpha-level monster called the Confused Ancestor Tree. Passing this boss is not too difficult, because the mechanics of this boss don't require forced rating. As long as you last 10 minutes under it, the copy is considered successful. According to Lu Xingzhou and their squad strength, it wasn't difficult to last past 10 minutes. However, the premise is that Lu Xingzhou's squad did not trigger the hidden mechanism of this Confused Ancestor Tree, because the strength rating of the Confused Ancestral Tree varied with the number of ancient tree undead on the professional. For every tree demon the professional kills along the way, he or she is followed by an ancient tree undead. If there are too many kills, it shows up specifically. The hair of professionals that turn green. If the professional killed too many tree demons along the way, then the Confused Ancestor Tree would go into berserk mode. Attack, defense, pace of attack, and life cap all increased dramatically. However, if he remembered correctly, Lu Xingzhou had only killed the very first tree demon along the way. So not much of a problem. Unsurprisingly, there was no problem for Lu Xingzhou's squad to pass the level, and their final score should also be far superior to Chun Jin Chi's squad. Pressing the wrong treasure, Qin Xian muttered secretly in his heart. In his heart, he became more and more dissatisfied with Fatty Dragon. This stupid person. This time, even if Inspector Su Ruyan was going to let him off the hook, he himself would definitely have to clean up this stupid bastard. After Chun Jin Chi's squad went through some twists and turns and spinning in place, finally, he had arrived at the periphery of the center area and saw the 10 giant trees that were haunted with green light. It was just that the awakening essence on that tree had already been removed by Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou? Well, you are quite ruthless. Chun Jin Chi took a deep breath. Then he was ready to go to Lu Xingzhou and fight one-on-one. He was going to use his strength to take the awakening essence and snatch it back. It was then that the moderator said during the introduction of the rules, this is a copy that allows both sides to engage in single combat. Go get them. However, when these words came out at this time, Zhao Jinhu's nose twitched slightly. Smelled a wafting smell of barbecue. Who's roasting? The other 2 in the group sniffed as well. the knot in their throats following suit. It smells so good. Someone is really grilling. Holy, what's that smell? How does this smell like barbecue? Couldn't it be that we've been hungry for too long and are hallucinating? It's possible. Who can stand eating Hyrule pills every day? Chun Jin Chi subconsciously swallowed his saliva even though he smelled this fragrant roasted meat. But he was quick to restrain himself from such emotions. I'm the one who wants revenge now. How can I be swayed by a little barbecue? When they followed the scent, they found the source of the smell, only to suddenly realize. At this time, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi and their squad were really surrounding a fire, cozily roasting rabbit meat. When they looked over, Lu Xingzhou was holding a fan made of leaves and fanning it vigorously.
Yo, Chun Jin Chi?
I can't believe you guys are here too. Would you like some dinner? It's just been roasted. Lu Xingzhou and the others were incredibly flaccid, not knowing that the other party had come to find a duel. Even greeted each other with some grilled meat. Zhao Jinhu left an indisputable tear at the corner of his mouth and subconsciously opened his mouth. Really? I really don't blame them for their lack of willpower. It was really because Lu Xingzhou's barbecue meat that they had made it smell so good. Cumin chili pasta and a little bit of 5-spice powder. Oh, even though it's roasted rabbit jerky, it smells great when you bite into it. What's really fake about it? We eat this every day, we're getting tired of it all. Come on. Lu Xingzhou didn't take it personally and waved his hand in greeting. This could be silly for the crowd of Chun Jin Chi and his squad to hear. Eat every day? A roast this flavorful that you can eat every day? At this time, Zhao Jinhu and others thought that they had eaten 3 days of military food pills and immediately felt incomparable. Suffocation. People will die than people. Goods will be thrown away. Just when Zhao Jinhu and the others were ready to say, "Thank you then." However, Chun Jin Chi at this time suddenly stepped forward and directly shouted, "Lu Xingzhou, put away your false feelings. Don't presume to buy my teammates with such tactics. We came here today to fight you one-on-one. If you're sensible, you should quickly admit defeat, and I'll give you a step to not let you lose so ugly." Hearing this, Zhao Jinhu and the others' figures lurched. Afterward, with a bitter expression of desire, he looked at Chun Jin Chi. "Boss who says we don't want to be bought, we do. I don't have a problem with you wanting to go one-on-one with people. Can you wait until we're done eating? Please. That roast? It smells really good." Chapter 75. Genius versus Girl Genius. At this time, in the face of Chun Jin Chi's provocation, Lu Xingzhou displayed a very bland attitude. "I'd advise you to stay honest. You guys probably could have gotten through. Don't end up all dead because of something like this," Lu Xingzhou said in an extremely flat tone while roasting the rabbit meat on the fire. Hearing these words, Chun Jin Chi's expression instantly went cold. "Are you kidding? All gone, just you." Chun Jin Chi was absolutely confident in his strength. He didn't feel that Lu Xingzhou, or anyone else present, could defeat him head-on. Even in a 2-on-1 situation, he didn't think he'd lose. At this time, Zhao Jinhu tugged Chun Jin Chi's clothes from the side, then said in an extremely low tone, "Boss, there's no need to get so stiff. Zhao Jinhu is really hungry." But Chun Jin Chi acted as if he didn't understand. Directly, he said with a slight shake of his head, "Since we're enemies, there's no need for false benevolence. Come on. Let's go one-on-one, Lu Xingzhou. This is a fight between our captains. If you lose, you'll have to hand over all the awakening essence in your hands." After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou patted the ash on his hands and was just about to get up to respond. However, at this time, a pretty figure suddenly blocked Lu Xingzhou's body.
Lin Yizhu?
"Get out of the way, you're no match for me." Although Chun Jin Chi was slightly taken aback when he saw the visitor, he spoke faintly in the next second, completely not putting Lin Yishui in her eyes. And at this time, Lu Xingzhou also opened his mouth and asked, "Are you going to fight him one-on-one? To be honest, I don't really want to pay attention to this guy." "Aha!" Lin Yishui nodded slightly, her winning personality making her expression unusually firm. "Good. Then in that case, I'll leave it to you to deal with him. Cheer up." Lu Xingzhou finished indifferently, then really didn't care and sat to the side and started eating the roasted meat. Seeing this scene, both the crowd at the scene and the viewers watching the broadcast in front of the TV set froze. This Lu Xingzhou is relieved that Goddess Lin, between her and that pervert Chun Jin Chi, is in a one-on-one battle? "I'll go, in case Goddess Lin loses. But what should we do? How could Goddess Lin lose? Since she dares to take the initiative to answer the battle, it means she has the confidence to win. But isn't this Lu Xingzhou a bit shameless? How can you let such a cute girl go and fight a one-on-one battle with someone else? If it was me, I would definitely protect Goddess Lin well. Upstairs, licking dogs and love brains sit at the same table. After the scene, Chun Jin Chi heard these words from Lin Yixue. He opened his mouth with an indifferent expression. I'm not fighting you. There's nothing to be gained by winning. Then, at this time, Lin Yixue said, although I don't dare to promise you anything else, if you win me, my share of the awakening essence can be given to you. Lu Xingzhou was not a person who liked to eat more than he could handle. After he got 10 awakening essences just now, he fairly divided the spoils with his teammates. One for Sun Qi, one for me. One for Lin Yixue, one for me. One for Zhao Qian, one for me. Anyway, in the end, each of the other teammates got a share of the awakening essence. And Lu Xingzhou himself, as the captain, it was reasonable to take a little more. At this moment, Lin Yixue was using the awakening essence that she had shared as a bet with Chun Jin Chi, since he was able to get the awakening essence he wanted. Then, defeating one more Lin Yixue wasn't that difficult. At this moment, Chun Jin Chi stood in front of the crowd and spoke directly. Come on. As soon as the words fell, both parties instantly summoned their equipment from the props bar. Lin Yixue held a delicate staff of ice crystal and wore flowing leather elven robes. The whole aura of the person has an extra wildness to it. On the other hand, Chun Jin Chi on the other side was equipped with lightweight cloth armor. Shasta. Both sides, then fought. Boom!
Lin Yizhu instantly snap.
Terrifying frost magic, as if it didn't need any money, was continuously blasted out. Ice storm, polar ice piercing, exploding snowman. In an instant, the temperature of the entire scene dropped a few points as a result. Sun Qi touched his brain and felt an extra chill. So unconsciously, he moved closer to Lu Xingzhou's side of the fire. Brother Lu, this Lin Yixue's offense, so ferocious? Really didn't see that coming. Lu Xingzhou smiled slightly after seeing this scene. She, too, is a very competitive person. Huh. Sun Qi touched his head and let out a hint of doubt. Lu Xingzhou didn't give him an explanation and waved his hand. Go eat your roast. In fact, Lu Xingzhou was very clear. This is the proud girl who used to compete with herself for the name of the strongest in Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School. Inside, it also has its own pride. Since her own strong rise, it should have put a lot of pressure on her as well. Lin Yixue, too, needed an outlet to vent herself. And unfortunately, Chun Jin Chi became that person. Boom! 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 Chun Jin Chi dodged continuously, although it looked easy. In his heart, he had secretly felt a hint of heartbreak. This woman, is she crazy? All offense and no defense, this kind of play, it's just brainless and clueless. Chun Jin Chi was not willing to waste much time on Lin Yixue's body, so he spoke slowly. Mikado. This was a game-type buff, and the moment the skill was released, Chun Jin Chi's body speed became a few points faster. He had used the skill before when he was fighting against the bloodthirsty demon rabbit. With the enhancement of the Royal Wind skill, Chun Jin Chi's speed was even able to surpass that of the bloodthirsty demon rabbit. Whoosh! After using the skills, Chun Jin Chi's speed was much faster. At this point, he was no longer even willing to move his body significantly to avoid Lin Yixue's attacks. Each time, the body was moved slightly. It almost grazed the edge of the skill range and flashed by. Then, it accelerated straight towards Lin Yixue. Oh no, Lin Yixue is a mage. Ah, if we drag it into close combat, we'll lose for sure. Too terrifying. Chun Jin Chi's speed is too terrifying. There's no way out. Lin Yixue can't even stop him from getting close. The victory is already decided. It seems that the so-called Battle of Geniuses is still better for Chun Jin Chi. The viewers tuning in to the broadcast wore a look of regret. Goddess Lin is going to be defeated. Around them, Zhao Jinhu and the others were already ready to yell, Chun Jin Chi is awesome. But it was at this time. Lu Xingzhou suddenly revealed a hint of a smile and spoke. Yo, fell for it. It was also the moment Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth that Lin Yixue's gaze instantly changed. Her feet spread out in a fighting stance, followed by a terrifying frost storm that covered her body. A fine layer of frost instantly condensed around the body of Chun Jin Chi, who was approaching at great speed. At this moment, Lin Yixue's lips moved slightly. Ice Elves. Curse. Chapter 76. Yo, you're morally abducting me? Lin Yixue had always had high hopes from her own family. She had also always held herself to the strict standard of being #1 in the whole school, or even #1 in Jianghai City. She wanting to go to the top. Once upon a time, he had always been pressed by that dazzling genius, Lu Xingzhou. And now, not only has Lu Xingzhou returned strongly, experimental middle school, moreover, had another super genius called Chun Jin Chi. It was as if the harder she tried, the farther away from her goal she was. Lin Yixue clenched her fists. She wanted to prove herself. Proof that all her years of hard work have not been in vain. Curse of the Ice Elf. In an instant, terrifying frosty winds and snow whistled. And above Chun Jinchi's head, an ice and snow marker was inexplicably born. No matter how much he accelerated, he couldn't get out of the mark's grip. Want a quickie, do you? But did it ever occur to you that I was the one who purposely kept you so close to me? Lin Yixue smiled coldly and opened her mouth, a blazing fire of war burning in her calm eyes. Since there is no respect, then, be judged. Chun Jin Chi realized that it was not good. But Lin Yixue didn't give him any chance to struggle. A seemingly real ice elf silhouette appeared behind her. Noble, cold, solemn. Seeing this scene, the expression of the principal of the experimental middle school who was watching the live broadcast was not calm. Wait, her companion's skill? Upgraded? When did this happen? He turned his head to look at Chang Yuanshan, as if he wanted to ask the answer to this question. Chang Yuanshan, this old smoothie, even hid his bottom card. But what he didn't expect was this. Even Chang Yuanshan didn't realize that Lin Yixue's companion skill had, surprisingly, been upgraded once again. Chang Yuanshan smiled without saying anything, but never took his eyes off the screen, even with some fire. Maybe really has a chance to beat Chun Jin Chi. Within the replica, a terrifying ice storm instantly enveloped the entire arena. The power of Lin Yixue's skill was beyond imagination. The frosty blizzard that filled the sky could almost be said to freeze everything. Curse of the Ice Elves. As Lin Yixue's companion skill, it was already more powerful than an unusual skill. And now, after the skill level breaks through to the 4th rank, the power was even far more powerful than the strength of a skill from a professional of the same level. The scene. Almost the entire audience in the OB room looked stunned. The fine ice and snow dispersed. Lin Yixue looked at the figure in the center of the frost with a serious expression. Winning. Beside her, Sun Qi was even more anxious than her, and by this time, she could not help but ask. And Lu Xingzhou gave him a blank look and said lightly, "Never heard of the law of no smoke without injury?" Not really. Sun Qi expressed his skepticism. After all, the power of this ice storm was almost the second most terrifying power he had seen so far. With such a terrifying power, even Chun Jin Chi shouldn't be able to retreat in one piece, right? But the thing he didn't expect was, that figure slowly appeared, and Chun Jin Chi's body was surrounded by a thick wind shield. Rank 4 skill. Back to heaven wind spin. Boom! In the next second, the spiral condensed wind shield instantly erupted, shaking away the last trace of ice mist. Chun Jin Chi's face was cold. Although it didn't cause any noticeable damage to him just now, it did make him a bit of a mess on defense. I didn't expect that I would still be in such a sorry state when I dealt with these guys from Jianghai City. Lin Yixue, I admit I underestimated you before. But now, I'm going to get serious. After saying that, Chun Jin Chi's feet fiercely built up their strength, and he was ready to stomp out of the ground. Lin Yixue's face turned cold and she also took a fighting stance. But just then, the situation changed suddenly. Shi Xiaohu, who had still regained some of his senses, his eyes once again turned scarlet, accompanied by a hissing roar. See this scene. Chun Jin Chi realized that he was running out of time and had to end the fight as soon as possible. Otherwise, when facing the final boss, you would also have to take care of Shi Xiaohu, who could be demonized at any time. It would be a difficult situation to have the enemy on your back. His thoughts at this moment were very clear. First defeat Lin Yixue in front of him and then get a waking essence. After that, go ahead and challenge the boss. But just as he thought of this, his afterglow swept over Zhao Jinhu next to him. At this moment, Zhao Jinhu's eyes, too, became slightly bloodshot. Captain, I feel that there have been chaotic sounds coming from my ears and my brain feels like it's going to crack. What's happening to me? Captain? Chun Jin Chi's eyes widened, mentally muttering, could it be that this has reached its limit? Having one Shi Xiaohu demonized was tricky enough. If in addition Zhao Jinhu and others, then he must not have a high final rating even if he passes solo. Thinking of this, Chun Jin Chi made a decisive decision. The contest is for another time. Lu Xingzhou, I hope that you, as the other captain, can carry on the spirit of the match and undo Shi Xiaohu's demonization. Let's have an honorable match in the boss duel. Well, there's no point in keeping that much awakening essence when you're on your own. I know you're a professional with a backbone, and I'm sure that you don't care to win the match with this kind of speculation, do you? At this point in time, Chun Jin Chi had already set up the Lu Xingzhou at such a height. Sure enough, no matter what era, standing on the moral high ground, this descending blow is always the deadliest. Standing on this moral high ground makes it impossible to refute. Even at this moment, a great light seemed to emanate from behind Chun Jin Chi. Lu Xingzhou also made a gesture to block his eyes with his hand. So blinding. How about it, Lu Xingzhou? Are you ready to accept my offer? Chun Jin Chi's posture was always condescending, as if he was giving Lu Xingzhou a chance to reform and start over. But his moral high ground is just impeccable. The audience thought that Lu Xingzhou wouldn't refuse the request. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke. I refuse. Chun Jin Chi's eyes narrowed slightly before he slowly spoke. Aren't you going to win us fair and square? Yang? Lu Xingzhou smiled, like looking at a little fool. It's just a trial, but a win is a win. Could it be that when it comes to the real battlefield, you'll still expect others to have a proper duel with you as well? If someone refuses, are you going to attempt to morally kidnap them as you are doing now? Lu Xingzhou expressed himself methodically, not being led by the nose by the other party at all. And at this time, the winds of the live broadcast suddenly changed. Indeed, everyone realized that Lu Xingzhou's words were very reasonable and level. Although this is just a competition, but this is a preparation for the future selection of warriors in the battlefield. If you really get in the middle of an unsupervised copy, who cares if it's dang good? Winning is everything. Although I bought Chun Jin Chi to win before, to be honest, I think what Lu Xingzhou said makes more sense. I feel the same way. I support his words and reject moral abduction, starting with me. When Chun Jin Chi saw that Lu Xingzhou surprisingly didn't follow his rhythm, he had wanted to retort a few sentences. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou spoke again. Seriously, Chun Jin Chi, let me send you a message. There are 10 lotuses in the pond, and I will take only one and give you the rest. Hearing this, Chun Jin Chi and the others present froze. There was also some confusion among viewers tuning in to the broadcast. What do you mean? These 10 lotus flowers, are they alluding to those 10 awakening essences? Could it be that Lu Xingzhou was still going to choose to help the other party after all the reasoning? Chun Jin Chi pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. Lu Xingzhou, what exactly do you mean? At this time, Lu Xingzhou opened his thumbs and swung forward with his palms facing each other in the tiger's mouth, made that classic gesture and said in a remarkably flat tone, picking 9 lotuses, old man. Next, the posters in the OB room were the first to react. A burst of laughter followed. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Picking 9 lotuses? Mud horse. This Lu Xingzhou can't be seen to be so talented. This is a roundabout way of saying Chun Jin Chi dishes. If you don't help, then you don't help, and as a result you have to kill people and kill your heart? Ha ha. This Lu Xingzhou is too ruthless. I like it. The people in Chun Jin Chi's squad also heard the meaning of Lu Xingzhou's words. It means that they, vegetables, just practice more. Chun Jin Chi's face was gloomy to the extreme, as if water was about to drip out of it in the next second. However, Lu Xingzhou asked with a relaxed, cloudy face, still not leaving? Looks like your teammates can't hold out much longer. When Chun Jin Chi turned his head, he met Zhao Jinhu and the others, eyes that were already covered in blood. Indeed, as Lu Xingzhou had said, they didn't have much time left. Damn it. Chun Jin Chi clenched his fists, and in his heart, he had already greeted Lu Xingzhou's ancestors. But on his lips he just grunted coldly and ordered, go! He was angry but not out of his mind. There was no time to bother with Lu Xingzhou and the others anymore. You can only forcefully challenge the boss and try to make it through 10 minutes before your teammates get demonized and clear the copy. Seeing Chun Jin Chi's squad go straight to prepare to challenge the boss, Zhao Qian and the others also asked with some anxiety, Biggie, so where are we going now? Are we going to challenge the boss as well? Everyone thought that now was the time for the showdown to come. It even included the principals of the schools that were watching the broadcast, and those bigwigs of the Shanghai City Professionals Guild. Both felt that the two sides were about to engage in a final head-to-head duel and begin the final assault on the copy boss. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou said something that took everyone by surprise. "What's the hurry? I'll go ahead and roast some fire." Everyone's expressions were slightly blank. Don't know what he means. Is roast fire some kind of code word? Lu Xingzhou looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd and then pointed to this large area of woods in front of him. "Don't you guys think it's a waste of experience to leave so many tree demons unpainted?" After hearing what he meant, Sun Chi opened his mouth with a confused expression. "Brother Lu, are you serious? With so many tree demons, how long do we have to brush them?" "Soon." Lu Xingzhou smiled faintly, then gently raised his hand. A flash of blazing fire, instantly pulsating, appeared on his fingertips. Then, flick. Who? Chapter 77. The Underbelly of Confidence. Chun Jin Chi's undercard. In fact, to be honest, Lu Xingzhou had raised the enhancement level of his skills by 1 level. He realized that his control over the flame of extinction had become even more refined. You can control the size of the flame more freely. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Xingzhou gently flicked the fire from his fingertips. Although the size of this fire was not large, the power was exceptionally amazing. After the nearest tree demon was tainted by Lu Xingzhou's flames, it then let out a wail of pain. The tree demon desperately stretched its branches, as if it could escape the flames if it lifted them a little higher. But it's all just delusion. The flame that was like a hawk gradually engulfed its entire body. Then came the tree demons that were colluding and coiling around him. The blazing fire instantly burst into flames. At this moment, many viewers in the live broadcast room realized why it is said that, setting fire to the mountain, the bottom of the prison sat through. For the flames that had begun as a starburst had surprisingly spread out into a line of flame in only a few seconds. It wasn't until then that the crowd realized. The power of Lu Xingzhou's flame is so terrifying. Moreover, it seems like there are a little too many tree demons in this forest of confusion, right? The viewers who were tuned in to the live broadcast at this time were still only feeling the terror of the power of Lu Xingzhou's flames. However, at this moment, Qin Xian said with a shocked expression, "This kid crazy." Others didn't know about the existence of the ancient tree undead, but he, Qin Xian, did. The strength of the confused ancestor tree would have been enough for these low-level professionals to drink a pot of water. Is Lu Xingzhou trying to exterminate all the tree demons in the entire forest of confusion? Well, wouldn't that be? Lu Xingzhou is about to face a monster that he cannot even imagine? And the other side, Chun Jin Chi's squad had entered the final boss room. The confused ancestor tree's main body was a gigantic, ancient giant tree that almost poked through the sky. As it slowly opened its eyes, the entire ground shook. After Chun Jin Chi saw the enemy, slowly, he opened his mouth and spoke to the crowd beside him. "Control Shi Xiaohu and try, as much as possible, not to let him interfere with me. You guys hold out for another 10 minutes, and then, for the rest, it's on me." Chun Jin Chi made some dominating statements. The crowd also understood that this captain of theirs was going to face the confused ancestor tree alone. And at that moment, the alert tone of the copy came to the ears of the crowd. "Ancient tree undead count being detected. Detection complete. Chun Jin Chi's team is carrying 0 ancient tree undead, triggering the wrath of the confused ancestor tree stage 1. Please survive the attack of the confused ancestor tree for 10 minutes if possible." The confused ancestor tree had stood up in a battle stance after the sound of the replica stopped. Howl! The low roar caused the crowd of Chun Jin Chi's squad to be greatly oppressed. Monster name: Ancestral Tree of Confusion Stage 1. Monster level: 18. Battle rating: 40 stars. Mastery skills: Guard Summoning, Ancient Palm, Ancient Blessing, Regeneration. Chun Jin Chi's expression was very shocked after seeing the data panel of the confused ancestor tree. A level 18 monster with a battle rating that could reach 40 stars? How could it be so outrageous? In fact, after he saw Qin Xian's strategy at that time, there was a bit of confusion in his heart. Because Qin Xian wrote in the last line of the copy guide, "Confused ancestor tree boss, unbeatable. Don't challenge, don't challenge, don't challenge. Just do your best to last 10 minutes and count it as a victory." It was only at this moment that Chun Jin Chi understood why Qin Xian had said so. A 40-star battle power is truly terrifying. Even for himself with full armor, he probably only had about 22 stars of combat power. The difference in strength between the two sides was evident. But Chun Jin Chi's mouth, however, revealed a hint of a smile at that moment. Although the copy guide was written that way in his mind, it didn't take Qin Xian's words seriously at all. Finally, I've met an opponent that can make me go all out. I then will defeat you. He has to prove it. The so-called Qin Xian, the so-called unbeatable. In front of his absolute strength, all not worth mentioning. Chun Jin Chi was fully armed and also took out his weapon at this time. It's a pair of wind gloves. He lowered his body weight, placing it on his back leg and twisting his body slightly backward. Then, it exploded violently. Bang! In this instant, Chun Jin Chi stomped out, even directly stomping out a spiderweb like crack in the ground. Mikado! In midair, Chun Jin Chi once again used the royal wind skill, his body speed once again rising. Although the difference between his size and the confused ancestor tree was not small, however, his aura was not weak at all. The audience was watching with fervor. I'll go. Chun Jin Chi is too fierce. How dare he go on this? This monster's battle rating is 40 stars. He's called an artist with great courage. Do you know what it means to be the strongest genius in our Zhanghai city? The goal of people's copy reminders is to hold on for 10 minutes. But I see that Chun Jin Chi is trying to directly defeat the confused ancestor tree. I'm going to go. Watch my blood boil. Burn. My middle-aged soul. This is the genius we imagined loving. Charge. Chun Jin Chi. In the copy, the confused ancestor tree saw this human who was charging towards him. It didn't flash or avoid. The huge branch that was nearly as thick as two people's encircling arms slapped directly towards Chun Jin Chi. If one was slapped by this move, one would be seriously injured without dying. When the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but tighten. Chun Jin Chi, however, smiled contemptuously. Too slow. A powerful cyclone erupted around him, and he unexpectedly changed course in midair, dodging to avoid the strike. Then, he came directly in front of the confused ancestor tree. Hurricane blade. Terrifying cyclones erupted and powerful wind blades condensed in his hands. Solidly, it directly bombarded the trunk of the confused ancestor tree. Boom! A huge explosion kicked up a cloud of smoke and dust. Viewers tuning in to the broadcast were delighted. Hit! The Blood Knights chapter's Fat Dragon was also overjoyed and said with a smile on his face, "Ouch! Chun Jin Chi can indeed do it." Coming up and giving the confused ancestor tree a hard time. This was originally said to Su Ruyan. Wanted to let this inspector sent by the General Council of Blood Knights know how good his vision was. However, Su Ruyan shook her head at this moment, however, and spoke blandly. So naive. The words just fell. He saw that the confused ancient tree was not affected in the slightest, and turned around and slapped another palm. Chun Jin Chi's face was cold and somewhat surprised. After he dodged this attack again, he quickly got in close and launched several more attacks in succession. Boom, boom, boom. He didn't believe that he still didn't have a way to break through the confused ancestor tree's defense. But just as he was frantically outputting, the confused ancestral tree was obviously angered by this painless attack. It slammed its hands against the ground. Then, for deadwood guards with shield swords slowly burrowed out of the ground and stood up. Monster name, Deadwood Guard. In an instant, it surrounded Chun Jin Chi. At first, Chun Jin Chi didn't take it seriously, but he soon paid the price for his gullibility. The speed and strength of that Deadwood Guard was far beyond his imagination. Under the sudden attack, it almost pierced right through his arm. Damn it! After Chun Jin Chi pulled away, the confused ancestral tree's slaps arrived immediately afterward. Bang! For a moment, Chun Jin Chi was caught in a passive-aggressive position. It was not until this moment that Chun Jin Chi realized what Qin Xian meant by the phrase, unbeatable at that time. Super high defense, terrifying destructive power, large attack range. Confused ancestral tree's battle power evaluation is only low. Even the strength of the summoned Deadwood Guard was far beyond that of a normal elite monster. This was not a boss that a professional of his level could deal with. Chun Jin Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he clenched his fists. Unbeatable? But that's just for the average person. He, for one, didn't believe it. Humph. Let's show you my bottom card. Chun Jin Chi pulled his hands into a stance. He was going to use his skills that had completed his metamorphosis to defeat the guy in front of him. Suffer death. Nenki eruption. Chapter 78. Brother Liu, why is your hair a little green? Nenki eruption. After the crowd saw this move that Chun Jin Chi had just made, everyone's expressions were unparalleled in shock. This is actually a 5th rank skill, my god? How is this possible? Wasn't it agreed that first-turn professionals could only master skills below the 4th rank? I see. Is this the legendary skill metamorphosis? I'll go. Chun Jin Chi actually completed a skill metamorphosis. This is too outrageous. Outrageous indeed, this is unbelievable. I thought that something like skill metamorphosis only existed in legends and no one could do it at all. Then you guys really don't say that Chun Jin Chi, who has mastered the 5th rank skill, could really hit the confused ancestor tree hard. The audience was murmuring, and at this time, He Jinfeng, the president of the Heavy Hunters Union, his expression was unusually surprised. Never would I have thought that this kid had even mastered a 5th order skill. The future is unlimited, although in his heart, he still preferred Lu Xingzhou as a brat. But what had to be recognized was that Chun Jin Chi's talent far exceeded his imagination. He Jinfeng stroked his chin and looked at Chun Jin Chi with a few more points of appreciation among his eyes. He seems a little too proud of himself, though. This kind of character is likely to suffer a big loss if he runs into an opponent who is stronger than him. In the copy, after Zhao Jinhu and the others saw their captain use a 5th rank skill, their expressions were both shocked and delighted. If there were no surprises, since Chun Jin Chi had chosen to use this move, the aim was to end this battle. They are about to win. Boom! A powerful Nian Chi force field blasted forward from Chun Jin Chi's palm. A face-to-face close encounter directly with the boss in front of him. Hit the knots. The terrifying residual power of the Nian Chi spread out in all directions from him and the confused ancestral tree as the center. Sharp as a knife cyclone, and even some of the surrounding watching tree demon were given waist cut off. The power is evident. Chun Jin Chi scores with a nice strike and quickly leaps back to his feet to close the distance. Success! Watching the confused ancestor tree seem to be unmoved. A trace of disdain flashed through his heart. What is said to be invincible is nothing more than that. This kind of strength was simply not worth mentioning in front of himself. Qin Xian, your eyes are only at your own level. I, Chun Jin Chi, am destined to surpass everything and stand on top of the entire world. A light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a copy reminder tone came to the ears of the crowd. Everyone had thought that it was the settlement sound after the copy was cleared, and their hearts were still filled with some anticipation. But who knew that the nightmare that awaited them? The number of ancient tree undead carried by Chun Jin Chi's squad has changed, and is currently carrying 12. Trigger the wrath of the ancestral tree of confusion stage 2. After the voice of the copy reminder fell, Chun Jin Chi's face sank. In an instant, the confused ancestor tree's attack slapped over. Boom! The large portion of the ground where his feet had been just now instantly crumbled. It took Chun Jin Chi a close and narrow escape to avoid this attack. What, so soon? Before he had time to react, the confused ancestral tree's second attack struck again. The gap between his two offenses was shortened by more than a star. Boom! Boom! Chun Jin Chi's face was grave, not daring to be careless, because he saw that the number of deadwood guards from earlier had also changed from 4 to 8. Difficulty almost doubled. At this time, Chun Jin Chi's mind no longer had that fantasy of wanting to defeat the confused ancestor tree just now. And that's when he finally understood. Qin Xian is not a waste. This confused ancestral tree, it is definitely not an existence they can defeat. In the copy, Chun Jin Chi was exhausted, circling between the confused ancestor tree and the 8 deadwood guards. His teammates, on the other hand, weren't much help because they had to refrain from demonization. The entire boss battle was fought exceptionally hard. Vulgaria, this boss is also too hard. Second stage? Just because the aftermath of Chun Jin Chi's skill just now killed some tree demons, it triggered the boss's second stage status? I'm so stupid. The battle power of this second stage confused ancestral tree is so much fiercer than the first stage. The attack power has increased, and the attack frequency has also sped up. Outrageous. Where is this a copy for level 8-14 professionals? I now know why this copy is not open to the public. Giving us ordinary people to brush it is just looking for death. I am last year's graduate, now exactly 14 levels. I very much agree with the upstairs. This copy for me to brush and send to death is no different. The difficulty is too big. But Chun Jin Chi is also impressive enough. He's actually able to surround himself with his opponent in this state? Hey, wait. You guys, have you noticed a problem? This perplexed ancestral tree stage 2 is so strong, so isn't that team that set the mountain on fire going to be cold? When these words came out, the viewers in the broadcasting room, all of them fell silent. Yeah, almost forgot. Lu Xingzhou, this kid, just now also specially in front of the copy of the door, set fire to the mountain to come off. Chun Jin Chi's side of the fight was so lively that his light attention went to this side of the fight. Almost forgot about the magical apprentice. This is more spectacular than the fire of Luo Sanku in OK. Brother Lu, I've never seen such a spectacular fire. The beacon fire is just like that. Sun Chi stood with his arms folded, looking at the flames and lamenting. And when he turned his head and looked at Lu Xingzhou, he suddenly exploded. Ouch! Subconsciously blurting out this classic nationalism perfectly expressed his mood at this moment. He pointed at Lu Xingzhou's hair and said with a shocked face, "Lu, brother. You? Why are you green? No, why are you so green, Wubi?" Hearing this, Zhao Qian and the girls also turned their heads to look over, and then their eyes widened in shock. Biggie. Your hair, why a little? A little? Green, huh? Lin Yishui also looked at the top of Lu Xingzhou's head with an odd expression and pursed her lips hard, trying very hard not to laugh out loud. When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he narrowed his eyes and surveyed the crowd. Hey, don't talk nonsense. How can I have a green head when I don't have a girlfriend yet?
No.
I can't be green even if I have a girlfriend. However, at this moment, Sun Chi slowly opened his mouth and said in a tone that wanted to laugh but couldn't, "Lu, have you heard a song? Love is a light, green with panic? That's what you are now, glowing green." Really? Lu Xingzhou half believed it, then said to Sun Chi, "Lower your head a bit and let's see." Question mark. Sun Chi wondered what I was being told to keep my head down for. I'm not the one who's green. I don't have any ing hair. However, Lu Xingzhou had already made his move by this time and directly pressed Sun Chi's brain. Then, following the reflected light from the bald head, up shone the mirror. Wow! Still true. Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched as he looked at the bright green hair on his head. When did this happen? If you didn't know, you'd think you were dreaming of the funeral years.
Killmart. Shampoo.
Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and analyzed. It was hard to believe that killing a tree demon would make his hair turn green. He currently didn't know about the existence of the ancient tree undead. Nor did he know that that thing would turn his hair green. Anyway, he moved his body around a bit, and it didn't seem to have much of an effect, other than looking like a nonentity. So Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and didn't take it seriously. If you can't just get out of the copy and dye it, it's not a big deal. And the system's reminder tone that kept coming from his ears was what Lu Xingzhou valued the most. You have defeated the confused tree demon and gained plus 120 experience points. You have absorbed the spirit core of a 1,000-year-old ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. You have defeated the confused tree demon and gained plus 120 experience points. You have absorbed the spirit core of a 1,000-year-old ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. His own flames after completely engulfing those tree demons. And by the way, those crystal cores also burned up. There was no difference between this and the effect of Lu Xingzhou crushing the crystal core himself, so the accumulated experience value was also added directly to him. Listening to the sound of increasing experience value that kept coming from his ears, Lu Xingzhou's heart was this soothing. What's wrong with being green? The efficiency of this experience gain topped the combined experience of a dozen warrior-level copies. And as the experience continued to accumulate, Lu Xingzhou's level also increased rapidly from level 12 to level 13, and his experience value is still rising. Gradually came to level 13, 20%, level 13, 50%. The final increase in experience value stopped at level 13, 87%. Phew. Cool. This time, Lu Xingzhou's upgrading speed could be considered to have completely pulled away from Sun Chi. After all, the spirit core of the 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng, this was a consumable that only worked for Lu Xingzhou himself. Next to him, Sun Chi still hadn't figured out why a flash of green appeared above Lu Xingzhou's brain. Then he let out another gasp. Wait, Lu, why did you upgrade? Lu Xingzhou waved his hand and said, Okay, let's forget about that for now. Counting the time, it's almost time for us to go fight the boss. The time that Lu Xingzhou had counted was also the time that Chun Jin Chi and the others had challenged the boss. On the other side, although Chun Jin Chi was good in strength, even when facing a stage 2 confused ancestral tree alone, he was able to maneuver for a moment or two. With the advantage of his stance and speed, he constantly interspersed and wandered between the boss and the Deadwood Guard. But that in itself is a team survival copy. Without the help of his teammates, Chun Jin Chi's magic power was consumed too quickly, and there was no time to replenish it. In the end, he still couldn't survive the continuous attacks of the confused ancestor tree for more than 10 minutes. One could only be extremely reluctant, and at the last moment choose to exit the copy. As a teleportation glow lit up outside the copy, the audience gave an expression of regret, shaking their heads and sighing. I'll be damned. That's a real shame. It's really quite a shame that it was so close to winning. He's made it to 8 minutes, just shy of 10. If he hadn't accidentally triggered the second stage, it's really possible for Chun Jin Chi to win the copy in one toe. Actually, I don't blame Chun Jin Chi. I can only say that this copy is too difficult. I guess no one will be able to pass it at all. Viewers tuning in to the broadcast side with a sense of regret. And just at that moment, the broadcast camera screen changed. The people see that at the moment. Lu Xingzhou, with his team members, walked into the boss room. Chapter 79. Terrifying monster? Is it going to turn over? Qin Xian was not surprised when he saw Chun Jin Chi lose to the stage 2 confused ancestral tree, because he knows better than anyone. How strong was this confused ancestor tree? Even if the team was perfectly coordinated, dealing with a stage 1 confused ancestor tree would not be simple. Not to mention the second order. Chun Jin Chi, still too proud of himself. Qin Xian's evaluation of Chun Jin Chi's squad was that he felt slightly unfortunate. Because they originally had the ability to pass the copy, they just buried the opportunity themselves. But for Lu Xingzhou, their comments, well, Qin Xian can say, isn't this a death wish? Setting fire to the mountain. This is insane. Qin Xian has already sentenced Lu Xingzhou to death in his heart. Even he could not have imagined what a terrifying confused ancestral tree the Lu Xingzhou squad was about to face. And that's when the audience noticed the blind spot. Hey, the ancient tree undead that Lu Xingzhou and their squad are carrying shall not explode, ah? Then, wouldn't they not even last a second? Sure enough, the second Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi and the others stepped into the boss room. The confused ancestor tree noticed the 5 of them. That state was completely different from the one that had faced Chun Jin Chi's squad at that time. The expression on the confused ancestral tree's face when it looked at Lu Xingzhou and the others could almost be described with the word furious. At this time, the reminder tone of the game copy also came to the ears of the people in the land rowing boat squad. Ancient tree undead count being detected. Detection complete. The number of ancient tree undead carried by Lu Xingzhou's team is 200, triggering the wrath of the confused ancestor tree stage 9. Please survive the attack of the confused ancestor tree for 10 minutes if possible. The moment the voice of the replica fell, the entire crowd inside the broadcasting room was all shocked. 9 orders. Holy crazy. This is going to kill people. It's fine for Lu Xingzhou to die. Don't let my goddess Lin be buried with her. Just now, Chun Jin Chi was exhausted from facing the second order confused ancestral tree, and Lu Xingzhou and the others have to face a 9th order monster? I don't even dare to think about it. I'll be damned. Let alone last 10 minutes. Even if it's 10 seconds, I'll count him out. Don't have to think, Lu Xingzhou must be leakage on seconds, ah. If he can last more than 10 seconds, I live eat history. Holy. The upstairs isn't here to cheat on food and drink? And after Chun Jin Chi and the others gave up on the duplicate challenge, they also came to rest in the waiting room. In the waiting room, the big screen that was broadcasting at this moment was playing the image of Lu Xingzhou's squad challenging the boss. Chun Jin Chi was originally worried that Lu Xingzhou and the others would not pass. However, when he heard that Lu Xingzhou's squad had triggered the confused ancestral tree's 9 stages of anger, his entire body directly froze. 9 stages? What kind of heavenly wrath has he done? Chun Jin Chi, who had always been calm, immediately revealed a strong look of shock. And that's when the staff member next to him, who had tuned in for the entire match, spoke up. He just set the mountain on fire after you guys entered the boss room. Zhao Jinhu, holy? Sure Xiaohu. Voodoo. Chun Jin Chi. When the crowd heard this, they froze at first. Then a big smile came to his face. Because only by experiencing it firsthand could they understand the power and terror of this copy boss. If the land rowing boat squad worked together, there was a lot of hope in trying to pass the first stage of the confused ancestral tree. Chun Jin Chi had been in a depressed mood after leaving the copy. It was also because he felt that he was going to lose. But I didn't expect that the crowd of the land rowing boat squad would be so death-defying that they would hand over the victory to themselves. Stupid. It is really stupid. Did Lu Xingzhou not know how strong his opponent was? Or does he not know how much he weighs? Thinking of this, Chun Jin Chi regained his old confidence. It seems that he still overestimated his opponent. With a brain like Lu Xingzhou's, he himself was about to win without a fight. Although this wasn't quite the same result as he had expected. But the number one in Zhanghai City was still him. Chun Jin Chi said to Zhao Jinhu and the others who were recovering next to him. Get in shape and think about what you're going to say when you're interviewed later. Chun Jin Chi said this with a victorious demeanor. It was as if victory had been within reach. And on the other side, the Blood Knights chapter. Su Ruyan was not surprised by Chun Jin Chi's loss. It was only when she saw that her future brother-in-law had directly triggered the boss's ninth order rage. For the first time, Su Ruyan revealed an expression of surprise. Hey! This kid. How does he feel crazier than his own sister? Su Ruyan mentally spat out a sentence. This how to fight. She was mentally pondering at the moment if she should step in and help. Just blast through the copy and get your brother-in-law out? Isn't that a bit too pompous? But if he didn't save it, if something happened, his sister wouldn't die of depression? And just her character. What if I get angry and don't let me get close in the future? Hey, no way. Su Ruyan felt tricky for the first time since she came to Zhanghai. But just as she was thinking about countermeasures, she suddenly noticed Lu Xingzhou's expression in the middle of the copy. Calm and collected. Is there even a hint of a leap of faith? Thinking of this, Su Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that this future brother-in-law of his had any more cards up his sleeve? Or wait and see. Thinking about this, Su Ruyan instead quieted down and waited for Lu Xingzhou's next performance. In the copy, the confused ancestor tree didn't give the crowd any time to adjust at all. The anger value of the ninth order was unprecedented. Confused ancestral tree was a straight-up zero-frame starter, instantly summoning 36 deadwood guards. It was densely packed, forming a huge encirclement. Boom! And after summoning the deadwood guard, the two giant hands of the confused ancestral tree instantly slapped down hard towards the Lu Xingzhou squad. Both in terms of power and speed, it had risen more than a notch from when it was against Chun Jin Chi. The ground crumbled. Lu Xingzhou and the others' landing spot was reduced to nothing almost instantly. And while they were unsteady, the confused ancestor tree's attack came again. Another palm slammed down. Boom! The land-rowing boat team was in good shape because they hadn't gone through any torture along the way. He also responded at the first opportunity, quickly spreading out and dodging the attack of the confused ancestor tree. But at this point, sword and shield in hand, the expressionless deadwood guards, however, had already surrounded them, not giving them the slightest bit of breathing room. Unless it's a Uchiha 1 versus 7, you're facing 36 kooky guards. It is also true that the only way to get beat up is to get beaten up. The corners of the audience's mouths couldn't help but twitch when they saw how intense this copy was. It's crazy, it's ing crazy. Is this difficulty? Or is it a level 814 copy? You think this is Dark Souls? And the organizers weren't fazed when they saw it. They did consider that it would give this year's students a little more exercise, which is why they chose the more difficult copy of the Forest of Confusion. But I didn't expect Lu Xingzhou and the others, but they triggered such a horrible mechanism of the boss. This, even if it was 5-second turn professionals coming. It's also ing murderous. It's broken. Hurry up and terminate the copy. The organizers, as the official personnel of the federal government of Zhanghai City, they were also in no position to bear this loss of 5 geniuses at once. And just as they were about to use special means to forcibly terminate the copy, suddenly, Lin Yishui's counterattack came. Curse of the Ice Elves. A terrifying blizzard instantly covered the 3 deadwood guards in front of them. It caused them to freeze right in place, incapacitated. And with his stance, Sun Chi also approached the moment the deadwood guard used fist rain. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two deadwood guards in front of him were blown to pieces. Next, Shin Yuntao and Zhao Qian also made their own efforts. Both showed tenacity. However, when the confused ancestor tree roared again, it was as if these deadwood guards were inspired. Strength and speed, once again, enhanced. The land-rowing boat squad, too, was once again in a bitter battle. At this point, the audience's hopes, which had just been raised, were dashed once again. Gosh, it's still too hard. Shouldn't have any illusions. What Chun Jin Chi couldn't do. They're only going to lose worse. Hey! The organizers hurry up and save the people, or else they will only be able to collect their corpses for them in a while. In front of the television, Chu Qing's hand was also unconsciously clenched tightly. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her hands because of her nervousness. Go for it, she, in her heart, prayed. Lin Yishui wasn't too nervous when facing the enhanced deadwood guard. Instead, she once again used her Ice Elf's Curse skill continuously. Constantly limit your opponent's movement with your skills before dealing blows to the deadwood guard. But each of her skills could only limit the opponent's 3 deadwood guards. The speed of magic recovery can't keep up with the speed at which they free themselves from control. Soon, Lin Yishui was also cornered. The expressionless deadwood guards, getting closer and closer to her, were like war machines that knew no fatigue or pain. Lin Yishui gradually became nervous in her heart, but she did not admit defeat. She pulled out a crimson pill from among the props bar. It's made by an alchemist, a rare quality prop. Magic Dragon Blood Pills. After taking it, it is able to drastically increase one's 4-dimensional attributes and keep it for 3 minutes. It was also because of this pill that Lin Yishui had dared to face Chun Jin Chi's one-upmanship earlier. She was not unprepared. It's just that the side effect of this pill is rather obvious, that is, it will lose 1 level of experience value of the current level. Therefore, Lin Yishui wouldn't choose to use this pill until it was absolutely necessary. But things aren't looking too good right now. No way. We'll have to work. Thinking about this, Lin Yishui was just about to stuff the pill into her mouth. But that's when it happened. Suddenly, those deadwood guards in front of him were directly frozen. Boom! Lin Yishui froze slightly, unable to believe the scene in front of her. And not just on her side. Even on the side of Sun Chi, Zhao Qian and Shin Yuntao, who were likewise in the midst of a fierce battle, they found the imposing deadwood guard in front of them. Surprisingly, he was directly frozen into an ice stick by the sudden and terrifying frost. The crowd turned their heads in unison and saw. Lu Xingzhou was like a fixed-point turret at this moment, just standing on the shoulders of the confused ancestor tree. Towards the surroundings, expressionless, he blasted out one terrifying ice storm after another. Chapter 80. Is this something a human being can do? Lu Xingzhou's freezing attack struck out, instantly freezing the deadwood guard, and at the same time inflicting horrible damage. Even if it's a rare profession ice archer. Like, it's not that fierce, is it? One by one, the deadwood guards on the ground were frozen by Lu Xingzhou's extreme ice storm. Moreover, compared to Lin Yishui's Ice Elf's Curse, Lu Xingzhou's ice seal effect was at a significantly higher level. After the withered wood guard was frozen, he couldn't even struggle to get away. Nice guy. Turned right into a decoration. The audience was directly dumbfounded after seeing this scene. No, is that right? Lu Xingzhou, a magic apprentice's ice attribute skill. How is it more powerful than Lin Yishui's companion skill? Still? And at this time, the confused ancestor tree also noticed something wrong over here. Damn, why is there an ice attribute attack on his shoulder all the time, attacking his guards? Turning his head, he realized that he didn't know when. There was a human standing on his own shoulder. It's insulting. Roar! The perplexed ancestor tree was already furious. And at this moment, it was even more eager to slap this human to death. But who knows? Lu Xingzhou just glanced at him, then lightly casually blasted extreme ice storm in the face of the confused ancestor tree. Bang! In an instant, the terrifying frost froze half of the confused ancestor tree's face. Even the powerful frost impact caused his nearly 10-story tall body to follow and fall in the opposite direction. Nice noise. I'll come and clean you up after I clean up your guards. Lu Xingzhou spoke blandly, then continued to freeze the surrounding deadwood guards. At this moment, the audience was completely dumbfounded. This guy, he's a little too flaccid, isn't he? A casual shot? Can you respect a little bit that, after all, is a ninth-order boss, Inside the lounge outside the replica, Chun Jin Chi's face was instantly shocked, because he saw that the frost skill that Lu Xingzhou had just casually struck seemed to have broken through the confused ancestor tree's defense. This is just ridiculous. After all, even his own metamorphosed 5th-ranked skill Nian Qi explosion couldn't do it. Lu Xingzhou, what right does he have? And the most crucial thing was that the speed at which Lu Xingzhou used that frost skill was almost indistinguishable from a normal attack. There is no skill pre-shake and no skill cooldown. Those who didn't know thought he was just releasing magic bullets. How did this guy do it? Is this what he dares to call me on? Humph. Chun Jin Chi didn't expect Lu Xingzhou to have such a card. But he remained unperturbed at this point, because if Lu Xingzhou could only do so much, it wasn't enough to pose a threat to the confused ancestor tree. Instead, it will only enrage the other side. Chun Jin Chi shook his head, then turned off the broadcast television. He didn't feel the need to look any further. Lu Xingzhou's bottom card was strong, but he would eventually lose. It was a contest that was won by himself. To the shock of the broadcast audience, Lu Xingzhou not only lasted 10 seconds without being killed in seconds. Moreover, Lu Xingzhou also instantly froze all 36 Deadwood guards in place with extremely terrifying efficiency. It instantly relieves the pressure of fighting for your teammates. Then, Lu Xingzhou stood on the shoulders of the confused ancestor tree and said to his teammates, "Okay, all stay away from the battlefield and get ready to applaud." Shen Yuntao took a breath and asked in confusion, "Applause? What do you mean? Could it be some special mechanism of the boss?" Shen Yuntao's thoughts were simple. He also thought that clapping could interfere with the boss's offense or could lower the opponent's defense. However, at this time, only Sun Qi, who knew Lu Xingzhou best, revealed a meaningful smile. Slowly, he spoke. "You don't understand, brother strength is going to start acting up." The words just fell. The confused ancestor tree then let out a roar once more. It was beyond humiliated and beyond angry. Lu Xingzhou, this tiny human, not only killed all the tree demons, but also froze all his guards into ice. Most importantly, Lu Xingzhou, this kid, even stood on his own shoulder and took a shot towards his face, and sealed his mouth. It wants Lu Xingzhou to pay the price. The confused ancestor tree frantically waved its arms and slapped directly at its own shoulders. Boom! But by this time, Lu Xingzhou had long since flown down. The confused ancestor tree knotted itself up and hit itself hard. Bang! A huge impact, giving himself a straight dry fall to the ground. Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and said with emotion, "That's pretty hard on yourself, admire that." Although the confused ancestor tree's intelligence wasn't too high, it could understand Lu Xingzhou's mockery. As the guardian of the entire forest of confusion, he looked at the young man with green hair in front of him. Indignation to the core. The branches on its body stretched wildly, frantically drawing nutrients from the surroundings. The magic power of the entire perplexed forest surged madly and converged on it. A moment, the body of the confused ancestor tree had unexpectedly become even taller again. D. It let out an anthropomorphic growl in a low, thick voice. It condenses the power of the entire forest of confusion. The purpose, to eliminate the obtrusive intruder in front of him. Seeing this scene, Lin Yixue didn't know out of what kind of mentality, but actually subconsciously shouted out regardless of her image. "Get out of the way, it's dangerous." Lu Xingzhou dodged. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou was as if he did not hear, and in his hand there was also a broken wooden stick that he did not know where to pick up. He then spoke slowly. "I'm a little tired, so let's call it a day." Extinction, the flame. In the next second, majestic flames roared out. Boom! Lu Xingzhou also knew that the perplexed ancestral tree's defense was very high. The fire is on. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou directly injected his entire magic power value into this attack. Boom, boom, boom. And this time, it also refreshed all the viewers' perception of Lu Xingzhou's flame. This was nowhere near a first-rank skill little flame. It was simply a hell of extreme inflammation. Ow! Wow! The moment the confused ancestor tree came into contact with the flames, it let out an extremely agonizing roar. However, its anger of wanting to get Lu Xingzhou killed overcame the pain it felt in its body. It kept reaching forward as its huge palm continued to slap towards Lu Xingzhou, and its massive body, engulfed in flames, flashed with gleams of green light amidst the cracks in the grain of the wood. It's absorbing the power of the entire forest to heal itself. D. Give it to me, die. The perplexed ancestral tree kept repairing its burned injuries while continuously slapping down towards Lu Xingzhou. However, Lu Xingzhou did not panic in the slightest. The front end of the stars eye erupted with flames strong enough to burn everything. The confused ancestor tree prides itself on its vitality and defense. In this moment, it directly collapsed, even though the dazzling green energy was constantly repairing its wounds. However, it still couldn't withstand the terrifying damage caused by the flame of extinction. Eventually, with a desperate, resigned roar, the confused ancestor tree fell down. Those large hands that were close to Lu Xingzhou also ended up falling to the ground powerlessly. Bang! The flames dispersed, leaving only a field of charred flying ash. Next to them, Shen Yuntao and Lin Yixue had both looked dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was like the end of the world, so that their young minds were greatly shocked. Is this, for S sake, thing that humans can do? Chapter 81? How does a loser still have the face to sit here? The scene before them at this moment was like a scene of doom. The image of the flames blazing was like coming to hell, just as they were looking dumbfounded. Sun Chi poked the crowd and spoke. Applause. It was then that they realized why Lu Xingzhou had just said something about clapping. So he had anticipated that he would be able to kill the boss in one move? What confidence that is! Lin Yixue, as well as Shen Yuntao, stretched out their hands, then hesitated for a moment. Applauded. The two of them were obviously just a little bit more formal. However, the two people, Sun Chi and Zhao Qian, were interesting because they had been taken flying by Lu Xingzhou for a long time. The two of them are now very skillful in the sliding kneeling position. Don't even need to be reminded to start applauding very sincerely. Pa pa pa. I have to say, as an atmosphere group, the two are pretty much spot on. In the midst of a burst of cheers and applause, a reminder tone of the replica was also heard in the ears of the crowd. Defeated the leader monster Confused Ancestor Tree Stage 9 and gained 12,000 experience points. Congratulations to Profession Lu Xingzhou for triggering the hidden mechanism of this replica for the first time, triggering the 9-stage boss status. Congratulations to Profession Lu Xingzhou for triggering the hidden mechanism of this copy for the first time, and passing the copy by means of defeating the Confused Ancestor Tree. Unique hidden reward being issued for you? Congratulations on obtaining the prop. 3 Lives Flower Starry Grade. Congratulations on obtaining the consumable item. Mist of Confusion Rare Grade X10. Congratulations on acquiring the weapon. Staff of the Perplexed Abyss Dark Gold Grade. You were in possession of the Essence of Awakening when you left your copy, and it has been exchanged for a Wood Attribute Core Level 15. The settlement reward has been completed. You may choose to teleport out of the copy. Hearing the prompting sound of the system rewards constantly coming from his ears, Lu Xingzhou nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. This harvest is still quite lucrative. Props, equipment, consumables, it's all here now. In particular, that Starburst quality, 3 Lives Flower reward surprised Lu Xingzhou the most. This was the second Starburst quality item he had ever seen, the first being the Clear Moon Spirit Spring. Well, but now that I think about it, the Clear Moon Spirit Spring doesn't seem to count, because it was just an antidote fruit worth over 100 gold coins. The effect of this 3 Lives flower was something he had to study when he went back. And just now, after defeating the Confused Ancestor Tree, it directly gave himself 12,000 experience points, which also gave Lu Xingzhou some surprises, because the King of Stone Giants, which was of a higher level than it, only added 1/10 off its experience. But on second thought, that's normal, because it's a survival copy in itself. This copy was never even expected to be able to defeat the Confused Ancestor Tree from the time it was set up, so it was reasonable to give more experience for defeating such a boss that was almost invincible at the same level. However, just as Lu Xingzhou was admiring his panel after he had leveled up, suddenly he realized something that was his own 3 phases of return. This skill was actually in a state where he could use it. After he mastered this skill, it was always in a gray, disabled state. And now, indeed, it is becoming available. This surprised and delighted Lu Xingzhou. He was already curious about this skill he had mastered that was full of question marks. Now by mistake, it's unlocked? Wonderful. It was only that he wasn't sure exactly what the effect of this skill was at the moment. So Lu Xingzhou didn't use it hastily. He was going to wait until he got home to take a closer look. As for the consumables and equipment given, If you can't use them yourself, you can also hang them up on the auction house and sell them when the time comes. It's also a lot of money. The crowd didn't clean up the battlefield either. After all, it was now as good as having been bombed by an atomic bomb. There's no gadgets whatsoever, and there's nothing left to clean up or clean out. Lu Xingzhou then led the crowd to teleport away from the copy. Outside the copy, the staff ready to stand by at any time, and the medical staff, after seeing the Lu Xingzhou squad people, came out unharmed. They were all slightly stunned, because they were always waiting for these students to provide help at the first opportunity after they left their copies. They didn't tune in to watch the game live. You guys are surprisingly uninjured? The staff member in the lead opened his mouth with a shocked expression and asked. After hearing this, Sun Chi scratched his chin and then asked, "Hey, what do you mean? Not hurt yet?" "No, is not." The staff member obviously froze, knowing that he had expressed himself incorrectly, so he hurriedly explained, "I'm just a little surprised because just now when Chun Jin Chi's squad came out, they were in pretty bad shape. In fact, the staff said that it was all very euphemistic. Where was Chun Jin Chi and his squad in pretty bad shape? Of the 4 ING players, 2 were already demonized, and 2 more were both on the verge of demonization. The mental state was also as fragile as if it had been through days of sleeplessness. Even Chun Jin Chi, who was the captain of the team, had suffered considerable injuries, so the staff had a preconceived notion in their minds. If the land rowing boat squad came out, they probably wouldn't be much better than them, right? However, the truth was just too far from what they expected. Where was anyone in Lu Xingzhou's squad who was injured, emaciated, or even demonized? Everyone had a look of excitement and joy on their faces, and if you didn't know better, you'd think they'd just come back from a spring trip. At this time, Zhao Qian also spoke up. "How can Chun Jin Chi and his squad compare to us? We have a big brother in our squad." As she said that, her eyes also sneaked a look at Lu Xingzhou's side. In the bottom of his eyes, he was full of adoration. And the first thing Lu Xingzhou did when he came out was to take Sun Chi's head and look in the mirror again. You don't say, my hair color changed back. Brother Lu. Can you show some respect for us bald people? Sun Chi defended the last bit of his male dignity and said. Those staff members looked at the group of students who even had the strength to fight. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't say anything. This state was really a heaven and a hell from when they came out from Chun Jin Chi's squad. Outrageous to the core. And that's when a representative of the organizers arrived outside the replica door. This was a young man who was dressed very formally in a suit and looked like he was in his mid-30s. As soon as he came over, he took the initiative to shake Lu Xingzhou's hand and then introduced himself. "Mr. Lu, how are you? I'm a second-class clerk of our Zhanghai City federal government. My name is Hu Qingge. Since you're not injured, then please follow me and let's go to the conference hall for the settlement of the assessment." The people from the Lu Xingzhou squad nodded and followed behind Hu Qingge as they walked to the conference hall. At the same time, the Chun Jin Chi team, which was in the lounge on the other side, was also brought to the conference hall by the organizer's staff. After all this rest just now, Chun Jin Chi's condition had been adjusted to about the same level as usual, and he'd thought about what kind of victory speech he should say when he faced the camera later. He knew that the land rowing boat squad came out so quickly and must not have lasted for 10 minutes either. It's no wonder. The Fury Ninth Order confused ancestor tree, that unimaginable monster, was simply not something that a human could fight against. It's normal to lose. Chun Jin Chi was so confident at this moment that he didn't even contemplate that there would be someone who would defeat this outcome of the confused ancestor tree head-on. After all, even his own crushing bottom card couldn't break the opponent's defense. How could anyone beat it? After the staff brought Chun Jin Chi's squad to the conference hall as well, he spoke. "Please wait here for a while. In a moment the organizers, the principals of the schools, and the heads of our guilds in Zhanghai City will arrive. At that time, we are about to summarize and grade this special training assessment." Chun Jin Chi smiled and nodded, and the other members of his team nodded in slight anticipation. They knew they hadn't played perfectly this copy, but they had at least lasted 8 minutes. Winning should be winning, and it wasn't long before they were seated. The Lu Xingzhou squad was also led by Hu Qingge into the middle of the conference hall. It was sitting across from Chun Jin Chi and the others, and at this time I don't know what Shi Xiaohu was thinking. After he looked at Zhao Qian and Lu Xingzhou who were sitting across from him, he coldly said out of his mouth, "How is it that losers still have the face to sit here?" Chapter 82. Barely worthy of his sister. The moment these words came out, The entire conference hall was quiet for a few moments. Zhao Qian and Shi Xiaohu, although they were both students of the first middle school of Zhanghai City. However, Shi Xiaohu always had his own arrogance. As the landlord's family is stupid? Oh no, as the heir of the professional family, the Shi family's investment in him is very huge. The Shi family had spent a whopping sum of close to $2 million just on the build of his equipment. And Zhao Qian? Although the family's condition was still solid compared to Lu Xingzhou's condition then. However, Zhao Qian's family's commitment is much worse than Shi Xiaohu's. As a result, he has not been able to accept it. What right did 3 generations of her own family have to catch up with her? Plus Land Rover. This damned. Grabbed his own equipment and among other things made a fool of himself asshole. A poor bastard whose family owns a bakery. A waste of space who has only awakened a low-level occupation. But he also wants to step on Laozi's head? On what grounds? The truth is that people have a problem, and that is that they take the class they are in for granted. And the moment someone tries to squeeze into the same class as him from below, he gets incredibly angry. Because he feels that the interests that originally belonged to him have been violated. Now, this special training competition victory, but also let Shi Xiaohu's sense of superiority burst. That's how it was spoken. On the side, Chun Jin Chi didn't say anything, but he didn't stop it either. With an expression of watching the fun, he gazed at Lu Xingzhou, who was sitting across from him. At this moment, Zhao Qian was just about to retort when suddenly, a large hand was placed on her shoulder. Lu Xingzhou held her down, then suddenly spoke. I think he's got a point there. The loser, indeed, should not sit here. Hearing this, the crowd of Chun Jin Chi's squad froze slightly. You know what you're doing, don't you? This all at once to Shi Xiaohu Hole will not. Just when he was about to say something else. Inside the conference hall, an old white-bearded man with a vicissitude of face, yet very resolute, dressed in gray and black, sharp combat civilian clothes, walked in, followed by the crowd. The moment Lu Xingzhou saw this old man, he always had a familiar feeling. He kind of looks like, what, a character from an anime he's seen? After thinking for a moment, Lu Xingzhou remembered. That's the one known as Silver Fong, Bongo. But the resemblance was not one of appearance, but, rather, of temperament. The vicissitudes of a calm exterior hid a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. And most crucially, Lu Xingzhou sensed an aura of danger in this old man's body. As this white-bearded old man walked in, behind them, the representatives of the major guilds, the principals of the schools, and the media reporters responsible for the broadcast all entered the venue in unison. In an instant, the entire conference hall was abuzz with activity. The white-bearded old man sat down on the chair in the very center of the hall as a matter of course. And then, his low voice snapped out. Sit down, all of you, and make time to finish assessing the results of this special training test. Lu Xingzhou looked around for a moment, and he ended up suddenly locking eyes with a pair of eyes in the middle of the crowd. Those moving eyes, winks, and a small tearful mole at the corner of her brow. Ruyan? Lu Xingzhou subconsciously thought of the cool young girl, but when he fixed his eyes on her, only to find out that it wasn't. It's not Ruyan, it just happens to look more alike? Lu Xingzhou sneaked a few more glances. The owner of these eyes was really similar to Su Ruyan. A few years older, but just right. If Su Ruyan was a cool iceberg, then this one was a ripe peach. The styles were different, but they were all the same, the most impeccable kind of top beauty Lu Xingzhou had ever seen. It was just that Lu Xingzhou didn't understand the way the other party looked at him. Why is that so meaningful? Su Ruyan sized up Lu Xingzhou for a few moments and silently gave Lu Xingzhou a score in her heart. It's not bad, it looks a little better in person than it does on the televised camera. Rather, barely worthy of his sister clucked. At this time, Hu Qingge took over the microphone and slowly spoke. Please remain quiet. We will now begin the special training assessment summary, based on the performance of both teams in the replica and the scoring. After the scoring, we will rank each school individually, as well as the school, on the performance of the students who participated this year. And this will be used to determine the allocation of educational resources for next year. Lastly, if the guilds have students that they are optimistic about, they can issue a cultivation contract in advance of the meeting, which is also endorsed by our federal government of Zhanghai City to ensure that it is valid. Now then, the scoring begins. The words fell. The cameras of the reporters on both sides of the conference hall clicked and started a burst of shots. And at this time, Shi Xiaohu directly snorted coldly. Lu Xingzhou, since we're going to rank the winners, you guys might as well leave early. Don't by then lose face in plain sight. I'm afraid you can't afford it in your heart. Hearing this, the reporter's cameras instantly focused on this side. Yo, there's even a struggle between these young geniuses? What a headline. In the face of Shi Xiaohu's provocation, Lu Xingzhou's face was as usual. Very calmly, he spoke slowly. Hey! Just kidding. How do you know you won? Why don't I know? If I don't win, can it still be you guys? Shi Xiaohu laughed. It was a mocking laugh. Then, Shi Xiaohu slowly opened his mouth, purposely lengthening his voice, and said, It's only been a minute or so since you entered the boss room. It didn't even last long enough for 10 minutes. We failed as well, but at least we lasted 8 minutes. So if we didn't win, who did? Don't forget, this is a survival-type copy. It's not like you're going to be given extra points for challenging a 9th-ranked boss. Whoever survives longer has a higher rating, doesn't he? After saying this, the others in Chun Jin Chi's squad also revealed a smug smile. They all agreed with Shi Xiaohu's words. At this time, Sun Qi and Zhao Qian, among others, were all looking at them with odd faces. Well, that look is like looking at a cutie. Sun Qi couldn't hold it in and just wanted to show down with the opposite side. However, Lu Xingzhou reached out to stop him again. Honestly, he hadn't seen enough of this landlord's stupid son's show. What's the rush to expose him? Thus, Lu Xingzhou directly opened his mouth and asked with a smile. You didn't watch the whole broadcast, did you? How do you know we didn't win? Che, so what if I didn't see it? 1 minute is enough time to do what? Can you still beat the boss to pass the level? Shi Xiaohu looked disdainful. At the time, they were adjusting to their conditioning and the aggressive treatment of their injuries. So they took the TV that would distract them and just turned it off. Didn't look. Lu Xingzhou smiled and shook his head. It was really the same as what he had guessed. They are, quite literally, arrogant. At this time, even Chun Jin Chi couldn't help but open his mouth. Lu Xingzhou, I know that your strength is good, but admitting your failure is also a stage in life that you must go through. It's not scary to be a vegetable. It's scary to not have the courage to deal with failure. Just like me, although I also lost to the confused ancestor tree, I had the courage to face my defeat and I was willing to admit my shortcomings. And within a week, I will definitely challenge this copy again. Even if I have to face the second stage of the confused ancestral tree, I will still last for 10 minutes. This spirit will make me stronger and stronger, and you more and more distanced from me. There are gaps between geniuses. Lu Xingzhou just quietly watched them pretend. Not a word. The reporter's camera, too, relayed what the two of them had just said, word for word, through the camera. Viewers who tuned in to watch the full broadcast, everyone's face, are very wonderful. And at the moment, many people realized something. That is how arrogant and pompous these so-called geniuses are. That lofty stance and the unrivaled sense of superiority emanating from his hands and feet. It makes these ordinary people from ordinary backgrounds feel from the bottom of their hearts. Antipathy. Wouldn't it be better to have a king and a queen? Chun Jin Chi looked condescendingly at Lu Xingzhou, while Lu Xingzhou's entire body was sitting blandly in his chair, his 10 fingers casually crossed together as he waited for the results to be announced. By this time, the organizers' judges had also completed the final tally of scores. After Hu Qingge received the stats sheet, he slowly spoke into the microphone. The stats are out just now. Next, we will be announcing the rankings of the school's overall scores, as well as individual score rankings. Please keep quiet. The words just fell. The gazes of the entire room all looked toward Hu Qingge. The moment that the crowd was most looking forward to had finally arrived. Chapter 83. Number 1 in Shanghai? If you don't like it, then try it. Hu Qingge carefully looked at the contents of the scoring sheet. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, Next, I will announce the rankings in order of school name, individually. First of all, the final ranking of the first middle school of Shanghai City is 2nd place. Hearing this, the principal of Shanghai number 1 middle school, his entire body directly stood up in excitement. I sub. The O in sub-O was swallowed right in my stomach. It was so exciting that it almost exploded right out of the gate. The principal of Shanghai number 1 middle school was completely surprised that they had taken 2nd place straight away. Good, good, too good. It is extremely important to realize that school rankings, especially the top 3, are extremely important. Because the top 3 rankings represent how much of a skewed percentage of funding they will be able to get next year. For second place, you get 20% more resource tilt than third place. The first place, on the other hand, will get 50% more resources. Of course, the first one he didn't ask for. It was a surprise to get second. And at this time, Chun Jin Chi smiled and spoke. Originally, I thought you guys could get second, but now it seems that you can only get third. It's a pity, Lu Xingzhou. Chun Jin Chi apparently still thinks he's doing well. And at this time, Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly. Take it easy and listen to the results. Next, Hu Qingge spoke directly, announcing the ranking of Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School. First of all, the final ranking of the second middle school of Zhanghai City is first place. Let's applaud and congratulate. Principal Chang Yuanshan stood up excitedly, his eyes filled with undisguised joy and excitement. Facing the applause of the entire room, he turned in all directions and folded his hands in thanks. Thanks guys. Ha ha. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Naturally, the face of the principal of the experimental middle school was as hard to see as it could be. He naturally knew that Lu Xingzhou had defeated the confused ancestral tree in its 9th stage rage state with absolute destructive power. And Chun Jin Chi and the others just said so many pretentious words so that the principal of the experimental middle school. It was simply embarrassing and infuriating. He wanted to go up and press Chun Jin Chi's mouth and tell him to stop talking. Not humiliating enough? But he couldn't do such an untimely thing in front of so many people. One can only be silent, listening to Chun Jin Chi's still constant taunts. There you go. People are number one. Is that enough of a slap in the face? Just when the principal of the experimental high school thought that this matter was over, he was ready to bite his tongue and send his blessing. Chun Jin Chi, however, suddenly stood up and shouted as he slammed the table. Wait! I'm not convinced, and I wonder if there's something wrong with your scoring. Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School. How can it be number 1? What about our experimental middle school? Even if we're not number 1, how can we not even be able to compete with Zhanghai First Middle School? Chun Jin Chi didn't even think about rankings other than number 1. But he hadn't thought about the fact that with his words, he had offended everyone he could, all at once. What do you mean, young man? How is it that our Zhanghai First High School has to be inferior to you? The principal of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School wrapped his hands around his chest and asked with a frown. Young man, our Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School. And how can we not be number 1? Chang Yuanshan also put away his smiling face at this time and was very serious. And Hu Qingge, at this time, also lowered his voice and opened his mouth. Chun Jin Chi, please show some respect. Are you questioning the majesty of our federal government in Zhanghai City? Upon hearing this, Chun Jin Chi did not collect himself. Instead, he stood up and directly confronted the crowd, saying, I'm not convinced. I need an explanation. Obviously we performed better. Why did Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School come in first? Hearing this, Hu Qingge also came to life. With his afterglow, he glanced at the white-bearded old man next to him. Only after seeing the latter's calm face and absolutely no intention of stopping himself did he open his mouth. Since you're asking for clarification, I'll tell you. Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, and Lin Yishui's individual rating rankings are first, third, and second respectively. And your individual rating rankings for Chun Jin Chi and Zhao Jinhu are 9th and 6th respectively. If it wasn't for Zhao Jinhu's pretty good performance, your experimental middle school, this year, wouldn't even make it into the top 3. Hearing this, Chun Jin Chi was completely shocked. Himself, surprisingly, only ranked 9th out of 10. How is this possible? Chun Jin Chi naturally couldn't believe it. He himself is the proud son of Zhanghai City. He himself was a super genius who had completed a skill metamorphosis. Himself, the one who is going to stand at the top of the professionals. How is it possible to lose so badly? Why is my rating so low? Chun Jin Chi clenched his hands, and at this point, he was already somewhat unable to control the volume of his voice, although he had just pretended with Lu Xingzhou that he was able to admit defeat. But the truth is, let a proud man admit his failure. That is against human nature. And just as Hu Qingge was about to state the basis of his judgment, at this moment the white-bearded old man sitting on the main seat suddenly spoke up. Young man, since you wish to inquire as to how we are graded, I will answer you. I'll admit that you're one of the few geniuses with the most potential that I've seen over the years, but it shouldn't come as a surprise that you can only be ranked 9th amongst the crowd. First of all, your performance as a team leader is far from the one across from you, Lu Xingzhou. In your head, you've always felt that your teammates are inferior to you and that you can solve all your problems on your own personal power, right? That's your problem. If it's true that your personal ability is enough to solve everything, we actually don't care how you express yourself. After all, geniuses all have their own pride. But you're not as strong as you think you are. And on the contrary, that Lu Xingzhou that you despise, he used his strength to crush the final boss. So, you still want to ask me now why he got first place? As that white bearded old man spoke, the crowd at the scene was listening in peace and quiet. No one wants to go up and argue against it. And at that moment, Chun Jin Chi asked with a face full of incredulity. What did you just say? Lu Xingzhou, he defeated that monster head-on? Realized that you're fighting nothing more than a stage 2 confused ancestral tree. However, it was extremely difficult to last 10 minutes in its hands by himself. And that Lu Xingzhou fellow, he actually defeated the 9th stage, confused ancestral tree head-on. But Lu Xingzhou, they only took 1 minute to come out. Did it mean that Lu Xingzhou and the others had defeated the boss in just 1 minute? Chun Jin Chi's face was full of incredulity. He didn't want to believe this. It was not at all what he had expected, and he had even long ago prepared what he would say in his next interview. No, that's not possible. Lu Xingzhou, I don't believe you are that strong. I want to fight you one-on-one. As soon as the words fell, Chun Jin Chi had already stood up by now. Then a terrifying cyclone erupted from his hands, and he even directly moved against Lu Xingzhou in front of everyone. See this scene. Hu Qingge directly slapped the table in anger and shouted, "Nonsense! There's no room for you here." Hu Qingge was just about to make a move to teach this brat who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson. But at this time, that white-bearded old man suddenly spoke faintly. "Don't stop them. Let them work it out." Hu Qingge hesitated for a moment, then seemed to understand the old man's intentions before nodding vigorously. Inside the conference hall, Chun Jin Chi already didn't care and instantly erupted with all his power. He only wanted to prove that he was better than Lu Xingzhou. Nenki explosion. He directly used his strongest skill without holding back. The terrifying cyclone erupted with shocking might. And at this time, the surrounding reporters and photographers, who were merely affected by the aftermath of that skill, all let out a gasp of surprise. Because only when they are there they can feel it. How terrifying Chun Jin Chi's skills are. Lu Xingzhou, go to hell. Chun Jin Chi built up his strength, and his palm was violently launched forward. But just then, Lu Xingzhou lightly and slightly waved his right hand. Polar ice storm. In an instant, the terrifying frosty coldness instantly froze Chun Jin Chi's entire body. The vortex of Nian Qi that had just coalesced in Chun Jin Chi's hand was gone. Snap! His entire body turned into an ice cube and crashed to the ground. After doing this, Lu Xingzhou yawned like a person who had nothing to do. He didn't even look at the immersion pool on the ground more than once, as if nothing had just happened. Spoke gently, "Well, where are we next?" Chapter 84. All of you here are trash. Most of the people on the scene had not yet recovered from Chun Jin Chi's sudden attack just now. As a result, Lu Xingzhou had already solved the crisis just now. What's the situation? They didn't even see clearly how Lu Xingzhou had struck. It seemed like such a gentle wave of the hand. Then Chun Jin Chi was defeated. And it was this moment that all of them were so intuitively aware of it. How strong Lu Xingzhou was, and what a huge gap there is between the two. Through those viewers who watched the broadcast in front of their TV sets, there were quite a few Chun Jin Chi supporters among them. And at the moment, their expressions were ashen. Many of them dumped their families to support Chun Jin Chi. It was also at this moment that they completely realized the gap between the two of them, Chun Jin Chi and Lu Xingzhou. From the beginning, it was a world of difference. In other words, it wasn't a fluke that Lu Xingzhou won the match this time. Rather, necessarily. Quite a few people remembered how they had mocked and looked down on Lu Xingzhou earlier, and now they only felt a fiery pain on their faces. And the fat dragon sitting next to him after seeing this scene, also very embarrassed, he hid the cultivation contract in his hand, which was originally going to be signed with Chun Jin Chi, behind his back. Originally, he had even made a promise to President Qin Xian that this young man called Chun Jin Chi would definitely be able to surpass Lu Xingzhou. He is the first genius of Zhanghai City. But, judging from the results, it seems that this statement of his own is a bit in your face. But the face pain isn't even the most important thing. The most important question is, I wondered if this inspector who would always come Ms. Su Ruyun would blame herself for this incident. Blame yourself for making the Blood Knights Guild miss out on a top talent? No, even if this inspector from the General Council didn't blame himself for it. I'm afraid President Qin Xian won't let himself go either. Thinking of this, Fatty Dragon suddenly felt that his future was gray. And at this moment, Su Ruyun didn't have any extra idle thoughts to take care of this fat dragon. It was because she felt very curious after just seeing Lu Xingzhou's performance. Would attribute magic? Fire attribute magic? Ice attribute magic? This kid should simply change his name to Elemental Mage. No, even the skills that an Elemental Mage would have aren't as numerous or strong as his. Well, it seems that this brother-in-law of mine has a bit of a little secret of his own, and it seems to be a little secret that even my sister doesn't know about. What to do? Who made me a person who especially likes to pry into other people's secrets? How about a long overdue game of detective? At this time, no one knew that in the heart of this long-legged beauty whose face was as calm as water, it's already put on such a big show. On the other hand, the white-bearded old man sitting in the very center of the entire conference hall has been silent though. However, when Lu Xingzhou made his move just now, he had taken everything in. Then, gently stroking his beard, then he called Hu Qingge to his side and whispered a few words to him. In fact, many of the controversies had already been resolved after this strike by Lu Xingzhou. What with the high and low rankings, to put it mildly, add you all together. Can you beat Lu Xingzhou? As for those students in the school who originally knew Lu Xingzhou, after seeing this scene, they were all filled with disbelief. They were originally waiting to see Lu Xingzhou's jokes on TV. For a low-level professional to participate in a battle between this group of geniuses, wouldn't that be unself-conscious and looking for death? But as it turned out, wait for it. It's a surprising scene. Lu Xingzhou just lightly crushed Chun Jin Chi, the super genius who was known to be the strongest in Zhanghai City. And just like that, it stood at a height that was beyond the reach of the crowd. Looking down on them, originally, the crowd still felt that Lu Xingzhou, the once proud son of heaven, was still feeling a sense of superiority now that he was finally stepped on by them. But now, thinking about it, they just feel like a bunch of clowns. This broadcast almost made the entire Zhanghai City recognize the name Lu Xingzhou, as well as this handsome face. Good Taste Bun Shop, the TV set in the house above, just captured the moment Lu Xingzhou struck. At this time, quite a few customers in the store instantly widened their eyes before asking, "Hey, Chu boss, this young man looks a little bit familiar, And at this time, Chu Qing was all smiles. Showing a smile that the crowd had never seen before, he then spoke with great pride. Yes, this is our little Lu. From before to now, Chu Qing had never concealed Lu Xingzhou's existence in front of everyone. Whether it was when he had been hailed as the #1 in the entire school, or when he was scorned as a wasteful low-level professional, Chu Qing always had faith in Lu Xingzhou and silently supported him. She didn't care what others thought about whether her kids were good or not, whether they were as good as other kids or not. Anyway, this place will always be Lu Xingzhou's home. For Chu Qing, she felt that this was enough. Only this time, when the customers in the store mentioned Lu Xingzhou again, they showed expressions of admiration and envy. Hey, I really envy you. This young man. The future is promising. Chu Qing, on the other hand, revealed a smile as bright as the sun, the corners of her mouth showing faint dimples as she said sweetly, "Well, I know." Inside the hall of the venue, Chun Jin Chi's farce soon came to an end. For most people, their focus at the moment was no longer on that former #1 in Zhanghai. Instead, he focused all of his attention on Lu Xingzhou. Hu Qingge, as a good clerk of the federal government, also has good qualities and quickly adjusted his state. Continued, "I'm sure everyone should be fine with our rankings, right? So let's move on to the next section. We will be handing out training awards and signing exclusive award contracts for the top 5 students who perform the best in this competition. After waiting for our federal government's rewards to be paid out, guilds can then choose to sign cultivation contracts with them. Then, please invite Sun Qi, Lin Yixue, Zhao Qian, and Shen Yuntao to the stage." As soon as the words fell, the crowd was slightly stunned. Especially Sun Qi, who was relatively straight, thought that someone was targeting Lu Xingzhou again. So he spoke directly. "Wait a minute, I want to ask Lu, didn't we agree to reward the top 5 trainees? If it's going to be rewarded, why isn't there my Lu's name?" After Hu Qingge heard these words from Sun Qi, he didn't get angry at the other party's bluntness. Instead he smiled and said, For Lu Xingzhou's reward, we, General Bai, have other arrangements. Hearing these words, the gazes of the great figures present all looked toward the white-bearded old man in the center of the meeting hall. In fact, Lu Xingzhou was also quite curious because no one had introduced the identity of this General Bai since he entered the venue. But from his every move, and the reactions of the crowd, this General Bai's identity is not ordinary. After hearing this, Sun Chi did not ask more questions. The people then walked up to the stage and accepted the rewards issued by the federal government of Zhanghai City in turn. The rewards for this special training were very generous. Even Xin Yuntao, who was the 5th-place finisher, got a resource reward worth 2 million gold coins. This was already on par with the reward for the 1st place in the school's examination that Principal Chang Yuanshan had put his blood on the line to take out. This made Lu Xingzhou a little curious, so what would be his next reward? And after the rewards from the federal government of Zhanghai City were handed out, the heads of the various guilds had long been impatient. At this time, they couldn't care less about their image. They stood up and directly invited Lu Xingzhou to join their guild. Even He Jinfeng, the president of the A-ranked guild Heavy Hunters, stood up at this moment, then spoke in a voice that could be heard by everyone present. Lu Xingzhou, you young man, we, the Heavy Hunters, want you. As long as you're willing to join our Heavy Hunters, then I'm willing to hand you an S-rank cultivation contract. How about it, young man? In the future, you'll be the next president of our Heavy Hunters Guild. Hearing He Jinfeng's words, quite a few of the representatives of the B-rank guilds were about to curse. Well, you shameless things. Can't you give USB-ranked guilds a chance? Before, their Blood Knight guild wanted Chun Jin Chi, and now your Heavy Hunter guild wants Lu Xingzhou. And you're out of the gate with an S-class contract? You have to know that with an S-class contract, that's unconditionally and without responsibility to give the other party more than 5 million cultivation resources, plus $10 million in advancement resource rewards. And, no matter how this young man develops in the future, he will be given a mid-level or higher management position amongst the guild. Therefore, if one is not extremely optimistic about this young man, then even if the major guilds are rich and powerful, neither will give out S contracts willy-nilly. At this moment, the other guilds around them had the heart to curse. Okay. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Then we won't be human beings anymore, whatever you, He Jinfeng, are the president of an A-ranked guild. Isn't it just an S-class contract? We're still partial to fighting for this genius today. The viewers tuning in to the broadcast were also very shocked at this point. I'm going to S-class contract, I'm envious. My cousin seems to have received a B-rank contract from a 3rd-rate guild, and that's already tugging at the sky, walking sideways in our village. Lu Xingzhou is casually getting an S-rank contract? Outrageous. If I remember correctly, in recent years, apart from Qin Xian who got an S-rank contract, it seems that the highest in the past few years has been an A-rank cultivation contract, right? Yeah, you think an S-class contract is a cabbage, that's real money to give out. Of course, we have to be careful. I'll go. Then this land-traveling boat, isn't it going to take off? Hey, Envia. If I can be as powerful as one of his toes, I can wake up with joy in my dreams. However, just then, Lu Xingzhou, however, said something that made everyone unexpected. I appreciate the love, but I'm not going to join any of the guilds. Including whatever you call an S-rank contract, the presidency, I'm not interested. On the scene, everyone froze. The guilds were originally going to fight it out. No one expected Lu Xingzhou to say something like this. And at this time, He Jinfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He was still ambitious and felt that Lu Xingzhou would definitely agree to his invitation. After all, he was making an offer that was almost impossible to refuse. Lu Xingzhou, can I ask you why you don't plan to join the guild? This is clearly an opportunity that many people dream of, but can't get. Lu Xingzhou shrugged his shoulders and spoke blandly. Well, because I think all the guilds in the room are trash. He then looked in the direction of where the fat dragon was next to him and made a point of mentioning it. And yes, that includes you, of course, Blood Knights. This statement was made. The entire conference hall was deathly silent. Chapter 85. I'll give you 2 choices. When Lu Xingzhou said this, the representative heads of the major guilds on the scene felt a shock of anger. Although your kid's strength is really good, you're a bit too arrogant. Even Chun Jin Chi wouldn't dare to talk like you. All of our guilds in the room are trash. Damn, a little too cocky for that. Especially the Blood Knights guild that was mentioned at the end. At this moment, whether it was Qin Xian or Fatty Dragon, Their faces were both very ugly. Kid, I advise you to take that back for me or I'll make you look good. Fat Dragon couldn't help himself at this point and jumped right out and said. However, Lu Xingzhou's expression remained natural as he straightly met Fatty Dragon's gaze and then said, I'm just telling what I think is the truth. Fatty Dragon's chest rose and fell violently a few times, looking at this arrogant brat. His teeth itched with anger. He turned his head and confessed to Su Ruyun, who was sitting in a chair next to him. Miss Su, look at him. This brat dares to disregard you so much. Fatty Dragon had wanted to find an opportunity to properly cure Lu Xingzhou. At this time, it was natural to find the right opportunity to sue him, wanting to borrow Su Ruyun's hand to give Lu Xingzhou a little color. However, at this moment, Su Ruyun revealed an expression of indifference and spoke faintly. It's okay, I don't mind. What did you say? The fat dragon froze slightly. It's not, is it? This inspector from the General Council is not angry at all. But since Su Ruyun had already said so, then he, Fatty Dragon, had no reason to be angry and could only silently shut his mouth. When Huchinga saw that the major guilds were disliked by Lu Xingzhou like this, although he couldn't help but feel some amusement in his heart, his expression remained the same as usual as he continued. Ahem, if there's nothing else, everyone can leave the field first. This year's Zhanghai City Special Training Examination has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you for your participation. Lu Xingzhou, please come to my side. Between Huchinga's words, that General Bai, who was sitting in the center of the entire venue, had already stood up and idly walked out of the hall with his hands on his head. Lu Xingzhou, guided by Huchinga, also walked toward the outside of the hall. When he passed by the principals of the schools, Chang Yuanshan slightly raised his hand to stop him and whispered in Lu Xingzhou's ear, see that General Bai in a while and behave well. He is a real big shot in Zhanghai City. After saying that, Chang Yuanshan even gently patted Lu Xingzhou's shoulder. A look that said, you do a good job, young man, and I'll watch you. Lu Xingzhou smiled non-committally, but did not say anything. Because for him, no matter who he met, Lu Xingzhou never went to cater to other people's eyes can change themselves. He despises these so-called professional guild organizations, then he doesn't give them the slightest bit of face. Lu Xingzhou was very clear about one thing, when you have absolute strength, then you don't have to abide by other people's rules of the game. The right Tosi, no. And just this one simple word is what many ordinary people spend their whole lives in search of, but can't get. It's all about the punch. Of course, Lu Xingzhou would not take the initiative to spar with this General Bai. After all, that wouldn't be called having balls, that would be called liking to cause trouble. After Lu Xingzhou left, Qin Xian, who had been refuted in public, looked grim. He gave a hard look at the fat dragon next to him. Although he was unwilling to be in front of Su Ruyun and lash out, he also spoke slowly in Fatty Dragon's ear. I'll deal with you when I get back. The fat dragon's face was ashen. Chun Jin Chi was defeated, along with his reputation as the strongest in Zhanghai City was shattered. And this kid, Lu Xingzhou, was showing such deep animosity towards the Blood Knights Guild. This vice president of his own, he was probably at the end of his days. When he thought of this, he gave the departing Lu Xingzhou a vicious look. The look was filled with anger and hatred. Damn kid. It's all your ing fault. At this moment, the fat dragon has nothing to lose. Now, he only wanted to make Lu Xingzhou to pay the price. After Huchinga brought Lu Xingzhou inside a spacious office, he bowed slightly before exiting the room and closing the door. This office is not particularly large, but it is very spacious. Probably because of the height of the floor and the design of the room, it just looks a lot more upscale than a normal office. Just as Lu Xingzhou surveyed the room, the chair that had its back to him at the desk slowly turned around. The white-bearded old man smiled and greeted Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou, right? Humph. Your performance just now made a very deep impression on the old man. If the old man were 10 years younger, I would say anything to receive you among my troops as my deputy. AI. It's a pity. Nowadays I'm just an ordinary old man. General White smiled as if laughing to himself, then realized he had gone slightly off on a tangent. So he coughed twice and said to Lu Xingzhou, feel free to sit down. I only asked you here to have a casual conversation with you. No need to be formal. Lu Xingzhou nodded, then found a chair next to him and sat down. As he looked at General White, he noted keenly the dazzling row of medals on the shelf behind him. Even if Lu Xingzhou didn't recognize these medals, he could understand what they represented. Let's start with a self-introduction. My name is Bai Shengyang. After I retired from the military region 3 years ago, I took up the position of acting head of government in the federal government of Zhanghai City. As for my profession, as he spoke, this white-bearded old man displayed his information panel. After Lu Xingzhou read it, he was slightly stunned. Top level 59 third turn professional. Battle strength up to, 187 stars. No wonder Principal Chang Yuanshan even instructed himself a sentence that this is the real big shot in Zhanghai City. You should know that Principal Chang Yuanshan was only level 39. But, as a top-tier second-turn professional, he was already in a high position in Zhanghai City. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin, if his guess was good. I'm afraid that the entire Zhanghai City doesn't have more than a handful of third-turn professionals, right? And that wasn't what shocked Lu Xingzhou the most. What made him feel most incredible was Bai Xingyang's occupation. Low-level combat profession fighting apprentice. You a fighting apprentice. After Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth to ask. What? Surprised. Bai Shengyang seemed to be satisfied with Lu Xingzhou's reaction and smiled as he opened his mouth to ask. I just thought that someone in your position should be able to easily change their profession with a transfer book prop. That's right, it's easy. Bai Shengyang didn't deny it and continued, but I'm partial to doing so. Lu Xingzhou was silent as he looked at the white-bearded old man with the vicissitudes of his face. Bai Shengyang smiled and continued, I admire you, whether it's that unassuming attitude you had against Chun Jin Chi, or the words you said to the guilds at the end. All very much to my liking. Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment and also spoke with interest. You don't think what I just said was a bit unreasonable? Bai Shengyang shook his head. What's wrong with saying that? Those large guilds are supposed to be a bunch of life-hungry, resource-cutting trash. However, after Bai Shengyang said this, he still added a sentence very objectively. Except, of course, for individual presidents who are committed. Lu Xingzhou smiled. He felt that the white-bearded old man in front of him had quite a personality. Bai Shengyang did not begrudge Lu Xingzhou's appreciation, and after the two chatted a few more times, he pulled out a bank card from his desk. By the way, speaking of your reward, in here is 10 million gold coins. You can choose to leave with this money as your reward. But I can also give you a choice. Lu Xingzhou was actually so excited that he stood up when he heard $10 million. Nice guy. $10 million, $10 million. You can't spend it all in one lifetime. Sun Qi's family was in a good condition, but it was estimated that it would be extremely difficult for Sun Yongzhou to take out tens of millions of gold coins at once. After all, this was a huge amount of wealth that an ordinary person would not be able to save up without eating or drinking for the rest of his life. However, since Bai Shengyang mentioned choices, Lu Xingzhou still listened patiently. What's the choice? I can give you one. Access to a level 20 exploration-based copy. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned and wondered how it could be compared to 10 million. But, at that moment, Bai Shengyang also saw the doubt on his face. So, opening his mouth, he explained. This exploration-type replica is only opened once a year, and it's said that if you explore the core area of the replica, you have a chance to get one. Epic Gems. Chapter 86. I didn't tell him. Epic Gems? After Lu Xingzhou pondered over this matter, the first thing that came to mind was his starry eyes. He himself had obtained the Shining Stone Giant's heart before and had set it on top of his weapon. And if you need to continue building yourself to level up your weapons, well, one does need a high-level gem as well. In contrast, 10 million gold coins are important for yourself though, but not necessary. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly after thinking for a moment. Okay, I'll take it. After Bai Shengyang heard this, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be waiting for this reply from Lu Xingzhou. Haha. Good. It seems that old me didn't misjudge you. This copy opens in a month's time. Counting the days, you should have just reported into the university at that time. Before that, you must raise your level to 20 as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me if you don't have the means to enter the copy. Bai Shengyang smiled and stood up. Then, handed Lu Xingzhou a business card. If anything happens in the meantime, call me. Lu Xingzhou took the business card. Clean gilt card with just a name and contact details on it. He put the card into his arms. Then he said goodbye to Bai Shengyang and left the place. After Lu Xingzhou left, Bai Shengyang looked at his back and nodded slightly. At this time, Hu Qingge slowly walked in from outside the door, then asked, White General, did he promise? Aha! Does he know that this is a competition on behalf of the Zhanghai military region without pressure? Just so quickly, agreed. Hu Qingge was obviously still very curious about this young man. But, Bai Shengyang smiled mysteriously and then said frankly, I didn't tell him. Hu Qingge was silent for a moment, then slowly typed out 3 question marks. What? For some reason, Hu Qingge suddenly began to feel some heartache for Lu Xingzhou, this young man. Yet Bai Shengyang did not think that he had done anything wrong. Speaking very calmly. After Lu Xingzhou left Bai Shengyang's office, then he couldn't wait to return to his sister-in-law's bakery, ready to share with her the good news that he had won a copy. However, just as he stepped into the bakery with his left foot, to the left and right of the doorway, several men with ribbon salutes in their hands suddenly sprang out. Bang! Shiny glitter and ribbons, falling from the air. Congratulations to Zhanghai's first prize winner on his arrival at. Lu Xingzhou smiled and looked at the crowd, then said to the bald guy who leaned closest, Your idea, huh? Sun Chi shook his head and then spoke. It was the pervert's idea. But before the words fell, a slender leg directly in mid-air, a flying kick came over. Splat! That was fast. Sun Chi was careless and didn't flash. It was kicked straight out of the doorway of the bakery and rolled several times on the floor. Su Ruyan clapped her hands. Even if her hands weren't actually dusty. Not my idea. I just stopped by to see you. Don't get me wrong. Lu Xingzhou smiled and didn't continue the topic. But he always felt that this iceberg, how to be a bit arrogant. Next to them, Chu Qing and the 2 muscular strong men in lowly skirts were also all smiling as they stood next to Lu Xingzhou and opened their mouths. Welcome back, little Lu. I've watched all your performances and I'm really happy for you. We're all very happy for you, little Lu. Next to him, the big muscular man said. The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. I was pretty happy to hear my sister-in-law say that herself. But what's the deal with you 2 muscleheads? Huh? Is it right that you guys call me Lu too? Next to that, what made Lu Xingzhou still unexpected? There was another person. Yi Wanqiu, manager Yi of the trading house in Zhanghai City. Mr. Lu, congratulations on winning the laurel in the special training assessment. On behalf of our trading house in Zhanghai City, I would like to present you with a special gift. As she spoke, Yi Wanqiu opened a long, strip-shaped gift box. A specially crafted dark gold staff, just like that, lay quietly in the center of the gift box. Equipment name, red gold flowing fire dark gold grade. Usage level, level 10 or above. Equipment attributes, spiritual strength plus 40 points, magic value limit plus 120 points. Special effect, when attacking with flames, increase damage by 5% plus 120 points. Gemstone setting hole 0. Dark gold level weapons. And the effect still was purposely strengthened by the fire attribute attack. Is it customized for you? Actually, Lu Xingzhou felt that it should be. After all, when he went to the trading house in Zhanghai City before, at that time, he had not seen this equipment. Lu Xingzhou accepted the equipment because of the other party's good intentions. Although his heart couldn't think of any use for the moment. But, after all, it was a piece of people's heart. Thanks. Lu Xingzhou took the staff and loaded it into his props bar. It was quite a pleasant day, and my sister-in-law cooked a great dinner for everyone. Of course, Chu Qing wasn't just good at making buns. She is also a master of her cooking skills. Yi Wanqiu also stayed behind at Chu Qing's invitation to have dinner together. However, it was obvious that manager Yi was also quite decent in dealing with people, and she did not join Lu Xingzhou and the others in the hall waiting for the meal to be served. Instead, he accompanied Chu Qing, helping out in the kitchen and doing what he could. It's just that Yi Wanqiu was helping out in the kitchen. Always, from time to time, he would look at Chu Qing's side face a few more times. Well, it wasn't that she had any particular preference, although Chu Qing was indeed very pretty, with an intellectual beauty. But Yi Wanqiu is still straight. The reason why she always unconsciously turned her head to look over was simply that the more she looked, the more she felt. Chu Qing is particularly similar to a certain person he once met. Yi Wanqiu had felt this way since the other day, when the two had met at the trading house in Zhanghai City. And after this close encounter, it reinforced that feeling in her. Eventually, when the meals were all out of the pot and ready to be served, Yi Wanqiu couldn't hold back her question. Well, Miss Chu Qing, I have something I want to ask you, may I? Chu Qing looked at this girl in professional attire next to her and opened her mouth with a smile. Sure, what is it? Yi Wanqiu revealed an expression of serious contemplation, and then, only then did she open her mouth. I was going to say, do you remember we met once? After Chu Qing heard this, turning her head, she looked earnestly at Yi Wancho's face that was wearing exquisite professional light makeup, then thoughtfully for a moment. You mean when, why don't I remember? Yi Wancho slowly spoke. Shangjing Trading House. After hearing the words Shangjing, Chu Qing uncharacteristically did not think at all. Very decisively, he spoke directly. You've got the wrong person. Hearing this, at this moment, although Yi Wancho still had doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything more. Nodded. Maybe really I was wrong? Chapter 87. Divine Technique. 3 Phases of Returning to the Elements. After everyone had dinner, Yi Wancho took her leave first. Sun Chi also went home early because he had some things to do in the evening. Su Ruyan, on the other hand, went against the norm and didn't rush to leave this time, instead sitting in the hall and chatting with Chu Qing. Lu Xingzhou greeted the crowd and said that he would go upstairs first before returning to his room. After closing the door to his room, Lu Xingzhou pulled out the prop rewards he had obtained today from his props bar. 3 crystalline and faintly dazzlingly glowing flowers grow from a single stem. They swirl and twine around each other and bloom with exceptional delicacy and beauty. Prop name: 3 lives. Item grade: Starburst grade. Restriction level: Unlimited. Effective use: Valuable material for refining medicine. Can increase the success rate of refining certain specific potions. Item evaluation: 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives, 3 lives. Lu Xingzhou surveyed the flower. A starburst level item grade, however, it was surprisingly so ordinary in its use. Increase the success rate of refining specific potions? Thought it would have some pretty dominating effect. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin, a little puzzled. He was tempted to say that's it. However, Lu Xingzhou was a little curious about the evaluation of this item. 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives. The reason why one's own skill 3 phases of return was able to go from a disabled state to a state where it could be used. Could it have something to do with this prop, too? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou decided to try his skills first. So, after unlocking the door to the room, Lu Xingzhou silently chose to use the skill. In an instant, Lu Xingzhou felt his magic power value begin to rapidly deplete. The magic value in his body was flowing wildly, as if it was going to be drained, and at the same time, bursts of dazzling light surged out from the crystalline petals of the 3 lives flower. Holy! Is this going to drain me? Lu Xingzhou couldn't take it anymore, so he took out the root of the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng from the props bar. Eat 1 and replenish your magic power level back. That's what eased the pain from the skill launch. However, his magic value was still depleting at a rapid rate, so Lu Xingzhou used several more. That was what stopped the continued depletion of magic power levels. At the same time, a reminder tone came to Lu Xingzhou's ears. Skill learning is complete. Skill carriers have been satisfied. Generation of the 3 phases of the Dharma body is complete. Use the skill 3 phase return. In an instant, the 3 lives flower erupted in a burst of dazzling light. It instantly lit up every corner of the room. Outside the window, on the roof of the opposite tall building, a pair of eyes that had been watching the movements of Lu Xingzhou's room moved slightly. Somewhat puzzled and surprised, he muttered to himself, "What the hell is that?" Inside the room, Lu Xingzhou himself was even more surprised because at this time, there were 2 more, identical to him, figures in his room. You. Wait. What's going on? Inside the room, 3 mouths spoke in unison. Lu Xingzhou looked at the 2 faces that looked exactly like his own. The expression of surprise was also tinged with deep surprise. Skill name: 3 phases of return. Rank: effect. The first time you use it, you need to use a carrier and consume 3 times your own magic value to generate a 3-phase Dharma body. The Dharma body has the user's exact same strength, attributes, and level. The generated 3-phase Dharma body can be summoned at any time according to the user's will. If the body dies, the equipment worn will be dropped, the carrier will be damaged, and the user will lose 1/3 of their experience value. Lu Xingzhou's expression was very shocked when he saw this skill effect. The 3 phases come together. His own 3 Dharma bodies, surprisingly, had the exact same battle power, attributes, and level as himself. Wimpy. This is too sick. 3 heads and 6 arms. Smurfs. Injiao? No, the compulsion to own this skill is significantly better than this 50-cent special effects crap. And most interestingly, Lu Xingzhou felt that his two Dharma bodies did not need any verbal communication with him. Complete mind meld. It's a wonderful feeling like, did you grow 4 extra arms out of thin air? All are themselves, but, again, separate into 3 bodies. Interesting. At this point, the effects of the skills, the way they were used, and so on had all returned to their normal state. Only the rank or question mark status. It wasn't a 9th rank skill, could it be? It was an existence that was even higher than a 9th rank skill? Lu Xingzhou was puzzled. In the classroom, the teacher did not teach such a high-end secret. And again, this kind of existence that was above 9th rank skills was presumably all classified as top secret by the major powers. It's also impossible to publicize it to the public. Ordinary people can't get in touch with it even if they want to is all. In the old days, every child fantasized about such a thing. That is, if only I could split myself. Let your doppelganger go to school and do his homework and stay home and play by yourself. Nowadays, Lu Xingzhou could really do something like this. Dreams come true belongs to yes. Only, the only problem now is that these 2 of his own Dharma bodies have just been separated, and they are not wearing clothes. The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched, inexplicably a little ashamed. With a thought, he told these 2 Dharma bodies to hurry and find a few sets of clothes in the closet. But just then, Lu Xingzhou suddenly realized something. Well, clothes aren't even available. That equipment for sure is not there either. In every sense of the word, naked dress. It seems that there's still time to get some equipment for these 2 Dharma bodies of his, Lu Xingzhou took out the staff that Yi Wanxiu had given him earlier from his props bar. I didn't realize it would come in handy. Just Lu Xingzhou suddenly felt, hey, the 2 million gold coins in his pocket. It doesn't seem like that much, does it? Sure enough, when the numbers came up, the expenses skyrocketed. Originally, it was quite rich to support myself alone. Had to get 2 more, hey, the good middle class went straight to poor farmers, right? Of course, Lu Xingzhou was talking about himself. But nothing else. And just at this time, suddenly, the door to Lu Xingzhou's room was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knock sounded and Lu Xingzhou pushed the door open. Through the doorway, there was a stunningly beautiful and impeccable face, with the cool tear mole at the corner of the eye accompanied by a slight blink. It looks extremely spiritual and has an unspeakably charming and attractive look. Lu Xingzhou, I'm just saying goodbye to you, I'm going back. Su Ruyan's eyes unconsciously looked to the side. For some reason, she would always feel that she would be a little nervous when talking to Lu Xingzhou alone. The heartbeat, too, unconsciously quickened. She originally wanted to say hello to Lu Xingzhou and then leave. As a result, at this time, Lu Xingzhou didn't know what came to his mind and actually beckoned her to come in. Late at night, alone? Chaotic thoughts popped up in Su Ruyan's mind. Flop, flop. The heartbeat, deafening. But her right foot, uncontrollably, stepped in. After stepping into the room, Su Ruyan just wanted to raise her head to talk to Lu Xingzhou. But as a result, the next second, she exclaimed, Ah! Chapter 88. Why are you blushing? 3. Su Ruyan froze and took 2 steps backward. It was the kind of drama she'd only heard others mention. Like, it's a plot that's only in some teacher's movie. But in reality, doesn't work. Lu Xingzhou gently took her shoulders from behind and asked in a small voice, Why are you so nervous? I'm just sharing it with you. Share. At this moment, Su Ruyan's head was still tense, and when she heard any word, she would think of something bad. However, when she got a clear look at the faces of those 2 figures, she was completely dumbfounded. How come there are 3 Land Rover boats? Then, as Lu Xingzhou's mind moved, the 3-phase reversion skill was lifted. Those 2 Dharma bodies also instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Su Ruyan's brain instantly regained its senses. She herself was the kind of girl who was very smart, even if she was very sword-surprised just now. But in this instant, she figured out what had happened. You mastered the split skill? Su Ruyan's tone was slightly surprised. Well, sort of. Lu Xingzhou didn't know how to describe it. It's a long story, but that's pretty much what the long story is. Thus, Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and nodded. Su Ruyan's expression was surprised, but then revealed a hint of relief and joy. The split skill, that was a high-level skill that could only be mastered by a mage-type profession. According to the strength of the skill, diversions were also categorized into different grades. But even the most basic of diversionary skills, like the kind that could only generate a short-lived diversionary phantom, it didn't play much of a role, but that skill was also a 6th rank or higher skill rank. And like the kind that Lu Xingzhou is now mastering. The skill of being able to form 2 physical doppelgangers that were identical to oneself was simply not something that a 1st-ranked professional could master. It was even said that even a 2nd-ranked professional couldn't possibly master such a powerful detachment skill. But Su Ruyan saw that Lu Xingzhou had mastered such a strong skill. More than anything else, she was secretly delighted. After so many years had passed, Su Ruyan had never forgotten the promise that Lu Xingzhou and she had made at that time. Lu Xingzhou had said that he would keep her away from all the things she disliked in this world. If you don't like it, don't do it. I'll protect you. Su Ruyan had never taken this as a joke, so she expected more than anyone to see Lu Xingzhou would become stronger one day. Even she thought about it. Lu Xingzhou might really be able to talk to the Su family head on one day. And now it seems that Lu Xingzhou is really honoring his promise little by little. Although, I wonder if he still remembers saying that in the first place. I think it's better to hide it a little if, say, you've mastered such a diversionary skill. For example, dress both of your doppelgangers in black cloaks capable of concealing their forms. Otherwise, if a magic apprentice who hasn't even completed his 2nd turn masters this kind of diversionary skill, I think you'll be arrested and experimented on, I'm afraid. Su Ruyan snapped back from her memories, and then she spoke. She wasn't actually a little girl who liked to fantasize. More often than not she is rational and very pragmatic in nature. It was only sometimes when she was around Lu Xingzhou that she would rarely relax. Well, unconsciously, there is a little relaxation. After Lu Xingzhou heard what she said, he nodded and felt that it was quite reasonable. Indeed, it seemed a bit outrageous to have mastered this kind of diversionary skill at one's level. It does seem like you have to source the right clothes. Besides, there's nothing wrong with a little mystery. And this skill can also be used as one's base card. The effect, it must have been great. Lu Xingzhou silently kept this in his heart and waited for the next time he went to the trading house in Zhanghai City, together with purchasing equipment. After Su Ruyan's entire state returned to normal, she smiled and asked Lu Xingzhou, "Do you have an idea of what college you're going to apply to?" After the game came down, the nature of the university was slightly different from the previous life. Schools used to favor more intellectual education, however, nowadays, top universities are more fully committed to making their students stronger. The top academies will have a variety of trial missions and incentive rewards. Help their students and become a top professional faster. At this time, Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and spoke faintly. "Where are you going?" "Me?" Su Ruyan froze for a moment after being suddenly asked, then spoke with her usual expression. "I'm going to the Shangjing Academy. Then I'll just go to the upper academy as well." Lu Xingzhou spoke in a bland tone and spoke directly. Hear that? Although Su Ruyan was a little bit pleased in her heart, her mouth still said coldly, "Why do you have to go to the same school as me? I won't take care of you if you get bullied over there." But at this time, Lu Xingzhou said in a breezy manner, "I'm not asking you to take care of me. Forget what I told you when you were a kid. I'll protect you." In an instant, Su Ruyan only felt that the entire room had gone quiet for a few moments. The only thing that could be heard was her own pounding heartbeat. Her chest rose and fell slightly involuntarily, and she took a deep breath. Then, Su Ruyan slightly raised her head and looked at Lu Xingzhou's smile with some cynicism. Then, she hooked up her little thumb and gently reached out to Lu Xingzhou. "Speak and be counted." "Aha!" Lu Xingzhou and her fingers hooked slightly. That warm touch, almost as if it had been electrified, instantly spread to every corner of Su Ruyan's entire body. But she wouldn't let go. It's as if this moment is forever. A moment. Lu Xingzhou spoke slowly with some concern in his tone. "Ruyan, why do I think you're a little hot? Is it feeling bad somewhere? Do you want me to rub it for you?" Su Ruyan only felt that her heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to pop out of her throat. "But it's not like you can rub it. However, it seems like..." "Not a no-no." Realizing that she suddenly had such a thought in the middle of her mind, Su Ruyan's already blushing face had a further flush added to it. I'm fine. I suddenly remembered I have something else to do, so I'll go first." Su Ruyan fled as if she had fled after saying these words, pushing the door open and rushing out of Lu Xingzhou's room. Bang! As the door to the room closed heavily, Lu Xingzhou came back to his senses. "Hey, there's something I haven't asked yet. The one you saw today, is she your sister or not?" Or someone from your family? Lu Xingzhou scratched his head. Never mind. Let's wait for the next opportunity to ask. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou did start to take stock of things regarding the Su family. In his last life, the Su family was also a famous consortium. Su Ruyan actually has a relatively simple inner character, cold and arrogant. Caught between the various struggles of the family, live very unhappy. In his last life, Lu Xingzhou was powerless and had no way to shake a large family with tens of billions of assets. But in this life, Lu Xingzhou would not let that promise become an empty word again. As long as there's enough strength to go around. If I remember correctly, the Su family's main industries are all in Shangjing as well, right? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin. Well, I can do some serious research when I get to college. For the behemoth that was the Su family, Lu Xingzhou still held a minimum of respect. With an opponent, it's time to give it your all. Just as Lu Xingzhou was preparing to pack up and go to bed. Suddenly, he heard Chu Qing's sister-in-law run up in a hurry and gently knocked on the door of the room before he pushed it open and asked, "Xiao Lu, I just saw how Ruyan ran straight out without even saying hello. Looking very anxious? I was thinking of taking some food back to her. It's not like there's some kind of conflict between you guys. Is it?" Lu Xingzhou smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Auntie, don't worry about it, it's fine. It's not a good habit to rush a marriage." Chu Qing denied it, completely disavowing the suspicion that she had pushed for marriage. One is just concerned about the health of teenage relationships. Well, that's just it. Lu Xingzhou chatted with his sister-in-law some more. Chu Qing was then relieved and nodded. "I'm not going to get involved in your young people's business." After sending his sister-in-law away, Lu Xingzhou then lay back on the bed. Throwing an antidote fruit into his mouth, he closed his eyes, ready for a good night's sleep. It was just that Lu Xingzhou didn't notice that on the roof of the opposite building, a figure that disappeared into the night. Chapter 89. The pressure of upgrading. It's not small. The next day, the sun was shining and the weather was still quite nice. Lu Xingzhou was also in a pretty good mood. So he gave Sun Chi a call and met up to prepare to go brush today's copy. Although he had just finished the special training test, he couldn't take it lightly. Because he had previously promised by Shangyang that he would have to successfully level up to 20 before entering the university in order to be qualified to participate in that exploration-type replica. So, time is still slightly tight. Be aware that the further you go, the slower the upgrade will be. The more difficult it is to upgrade as well. And the more important thing is that getting to level 20 doesn't just include leveling up. Also included, the upgrade requirement for completing turn 2. Otherwise, Lu Xingzhou's level would only be stuck at level 19. The conditions that General Bai downplayed are actually quite difficult to achieve. That said, Lu Xingzhou was also a bit puzzled. Even to myself, this upgrade speed and time requirement is a bit harsh. The average person would be lucky to make it to level 20 by the time they graduated from college. And General White, he even let himself complete his second turn before enrolling in school? Lu Xingzhou even felt that it was unlikely that anyone else among the students at the same level as himself would be able to do this. That, and the other people involved in that exploratory copy. And how did they do it? Could it be that these people are not students? Or not a freshman? Lu Xingzhou was a little skeptical, but he didn't think much about it. After the end of the special training test, these days it should be the time for ordinary students to prepare for the college entrance exam. When the high school exams are over, within 3 weeks, the major colleges and universities will be in session. That means, in 20 days, get to level 20. The task is a bit daunting. Lu Xingzhou looked at his attribute panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist Legendary. Level, 15. Battle Strength, 61 stars plus 22 stars. Skills, Flames of Extinction 9th rank, Wanxiang Sunluo 9th rank, 3 phases of return. Skills, Flame of Absolute Destruction 9th rank. Equipment, Eye of the Stars Diamond grade, Zombie King's Chill Bracelet Gold grade, Zombie King's Chill Necklace Gold grade, Zombie King's Chill Ring Gold grade, Magical Apprentice's Magnificent Defense Set Gold grade. Life value, 2,180 2,180 plus 1,200. Life Steal Frost Armor, 4,000 4,000. Magic Power, 3,070 3070 plus 1230. Strength Attribute, 15 points plus 1 point. Spiritual Attributes, 271 points plus 73 points. Agility Attribute, 19 points plus 3 points. Defense Attribute, 22 points, plus 13 points. Recently, one's leveling up has been quite fast, and the growth in attributes has been quite noticeable. Spiritual power, in particular, had seen a small breakthrough. It reached 271 points. That's a pretty scary value already. A level 30 professional shouldn't be able to achieve such a high attribute, right? It's not just the mental power that mages pride themselves on. Even the life value and defense, Lu Xingzhou was a bit higher than meat shield professions of the same level. Of course, this was due to the attribute bonus of the Starry Eyes staff that had fused the Shining Stone Giant's heart. But even without equipping the staff, Lu Xingzhou's strength was still as terrifying as ever. Lu Xingzhou felt that he needed to find time to test his damage. After dinner, Lu Xingzhou went out to find Sun Chi to brush copies together. And when the two of them arrived at the entrance of the replica, Zhao Qian also called. "Big brother, will you guys brush the city of stone giants today, and can you take me one? Come on." Lu Xingzhou agreed and said, "Biggie, I'm at the door now." When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he looked around and then saw a sweet-looking girl waving towards him and Sun Chi. "Big brother, I'm here." Hearing Zhao Qian's words, many people turned their heads, looking over to Lu Xingzhou's side. Within that expression, it was impossible to say whether it was envy or jealousy. Lu Xingzhou sent over a group invitation to Zhao Qian and then started brushing the map. The difficulty option for the duplicate is still warrior level. Zhao Qian was already surprised by this. Naturally, she knew that it wasn't difficult for Lu Xingzhou to pass the warrior level copy. Just the thing that Zhao Qian didn't expect was that Lu Xingzhou's speed of brushing the map was so fast. "I'm going to go, big brother. You're a spike all the way. I haven't gotten a good look at what that monster just looked like." Zhao Qian suddenly felt. "It's been a while since I've followed the big guy through the brush, and I'd forgotten how brutal the big guy is. It's worthy of the existence that can second the confused ancestor tree. It's really powerful. Biggie, have you measured how much damage you do?" Thinking of this, Zhao Qian suddenly asked. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly after hearing this. "Big brother, I think you can take a test. I heard that colleges and universities have nationally networked test columns, and there are rewards to be had if you can hit the rankings." Zhao Qian suggested, saying, "And the reward?" Lu Xingzhou then hit an extreme ice storm and asked with interest as he turned his head after seconding the stone giant Kaiser next to him. "Yeah, it's said that this is a reward proposed by the federal government in order to incentivize young professionals to keep getting stronger, and it also allows everyone to be more aware of the changes in their strength. After all, sometimes the data on a personal information panel doesn't mean everything." Lu Xingzhou nodded. "That's a true statement, especially when it's a data panel like your own, just for reference." "Okay, I'll keep an eye out." Between the two of them chatting, Lu Xingzhou had already led them to break into the final boss room. Lu Xingzhou still triggered the hidden mechanism of the King of the Stone Giants and waited until the King of the Stone Giants had shown its stage 2 strength. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou directly threw out a flame of extinction. Boom! Originally, Lu Xingzhou had wanted to cooperate with the extreme ice storm to destroy the opponent's attribute resistance before killing them in seconds. However, Lu Xingzhou suddenly realized, after his own recent boost in strength again, it seems, the opponent's damage reduction, it's not too effective anymore. So Lu Xingzhou this time also did not choose to use the combination of techniques, but directly choose big fire to collect juice. Boom! The firepower of the flame of extinction was once again raised by a notch. The King of the Stone Giants was also gradually unable to block it, and in the end, it was even ignored by Lu Xingzhou's ignoring mechanism. Seconds out. "You have defeated the King of the Stone Giants and gained experience value? You have triggered the hidden mechanism and received a reward." At this moment, Zhao Qian's expression was very surprised. "Big brother, you're just going to tell me the trigger cheat for the hidden mechanism of this copy?" Zhao Qian is also very clear about how hot it is outside for this kind of high-value copy strategy. Not to mention a copy of the guide that triggers the hidden mechanism, that is even more marketable. However, Lu Xingzhou said bashfully, "It's okay, just know it." "Big brother." Seeing Lu Xingzhou's indifferent appearance, Zhao Qian was very touched. Tena Lu Xingzhou big brother is trusting himself to tell himself, right? Moving, so moving. Zhao Qian silently swore in her heart that she must not let down big brother Lu Xingzhou's trust. One must keep this secret in one's heart. Even if your own father asks you, you can never tell. However, big brother this boss is quite resistant to being beaten up, to be able to resist your flames for such a long time. Inside Zhao Qian's feelings, the life force of this king of stone giants seemed to be stronger than the confused ancestor tree. Are all high-level copy bosses so perverted? However, at this time, Sun Chi, who was next to her, explained to her, it's not that this boss is resistant to being punched. It's because the hidden form of this king of stone giants has a substantial damage reduction for single attribute skills. So after triggering the hidden mechanism, use more than 2 skill ways to attack. Hearing this, Zhao Qian froze. But Biggie only used the flame skill attack just now? Didn't it still give the opponent seconds? Sun Chi gave her a look, her eyes filled with dislike. No, Lu is a monster. Don't you care how he fights? We can't learn. Zhao Qian nodded, not to mention it seemed to make sense. Lu Xingzhou didn't care what the two of them said. He just silently calculated how long it would take him to upgrade. Inside Lu Xingzhou's judgment, it was estimated that, in about 10 days, how could he rise to level 19? But when he saw how fast his experience value was rising, Lu Xingzhou froze. Question mark. The rate at which one's experience value had risen had, become a third of what it had originally been. Lu Xingzhou was really confused. Can this be right? In an instant, Lu Xingzhou thought of a possibility. Is it possible that one's experience has been divided between one's 2 Dharma bodies? Aren't you a bit of a puddle? Lu Xingzhou didn't move on the surface, but in reality, he had already started cursing in his heart. He, after looking at the details of the skill, only then saw a sentence mentioned among the skill description. After the summoning of a Dharma body, it has independent experience value, equipment, life value, magic value, etc. After the user disengages the Jed summoning, the extra attribute points gained from the Jed's upgrades will be returned to the user itself. Lu Xingzhou understood the words for a moment. His own Dharma body sucked away some of his experience value though. However, the boosted skill points from the Dharma body upgrade can also be returned to the body. To put it in layman's terms, it means, although every time Lu Xingzhou raised a level, the experience bar was equivalent to 3 times the original. But the increase in the attributes of the upgrades gained would also be triple the original. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly smiled again in his heart. The total amount of experience is not exaggerated even if you triple the experience value in the first period. And, if the attributes one gained could be tripled with every level, the accumulation would definitely be quite terrifying. And it's the later it gets, the more it will be separated from the other professionals, the more it will be separated from the other professionals, the more it will be separated from the other professionals. 3 phases of return, so that's what it means? The effect of this skill is a double-edged sword. It will make the strong stronger and the weak will have trouble advancing an inch. If Lu Xingzhou was looking for comfort, he could actually completely disarm his Dharma body first and directly upgrade. However, since Lu Xingzhou was pursuing crushing strength, then he wouldn't let go of every opportunity to become stronger. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical, that's dry. Chapter 90. No, buddy. There's a box you don't hit? After a day of brushing copies, Lu Xingzhou remained at the level of 14 with 21% experience. The upgrade speed is indeed a bit slow. Sun Chi, on the other hand, had risen to level 13 and was displaying his information panel with great excitement. Wow, Lu, look, I've upgraded again. Invincible. I'm definitely the best among the senior students in the entire Jiangbei province now. Lu Xingzhou looked at his information panel. Name, Sun Chi. Occupation, boxer rare. Level 13. Battle strength, 27 stars plus 6. Equipment. Life value, 1012 plus 80. Magic power, 434, 30 plus 25. Strength attribute, 47 points, plus 10 points. Spiritual attributes, 8 points plus 1 point. Agility attribute, 22 points, plus 5 points. Defense attribute, 10 points plus 3 points. For some reason, Lu Xingzhou looked at Sun Chi's information panel. Surprisingly, he had the feeling that he didn't know whether this was strong or weak. Dressed in his gear, he only has 26 stars of combat power. Even the highest strength attribute was only 47 points. Hey no! When did your own mindset change? This strength of Sun Chi's was definitely considered strong amongst students of the same level. It's just that comparing it to myself is a bit, well, forget it, there's no need to compare everything as long as he's happy. Lu Xingzhou rare did not choose to hit Sun Chi. However, at this time, Sun Chi opened his mouth. Lu, Let me take a look at your information panel. I reckon catching up with you should be just around the corner? Lu Xingzhou was silent. You're asking for it. So Lu Xingzhou directly displayed his information panel. Above the sky, crows slowly flew by, and then the city got one more heartbreaker. Lu, he's simply not human. He's not human. I know. I know. Zhao Qian patted Sun Chi, who was squatting on the ground holding his head and crying, and said sympathetically, Lu Xingzhou's data panel is indeed a bit outrageous. Even if you're a legendary profession, your battle power shouldn't be so ridiculously high, right? Unless it's a display error, which is kind of possible. Sun Chi, being a bit heartbroken, gave a farewell and went home to recuperate. After Lu Xingzhou and Zhao Qian parted ways, he was going to make a trip to the trading house in Zhanghai City first to purchase a bit of equipment for his Dharma body, as well as robes. It was just a, almost non-existent, long-haired girl sitting in the corner after Lu Xingzhou left the door of the replica, followed suit and stood up. Then, silently, he disappeared into the clamor of the crowd without attracting the slightest bit of attention at all. After Lu Xingzhou arrived at the trading house in Zhanghai City, he purchased 2 full sets of level 10 gold level equipment. As for weapons, Lu Xingzhou didn't choose to buy them. After all, Yuanqiu had previously gifted himself a fire attribute bonus, flowing gold red flame, plus that perplexed abyssal staff that he had popped out of his copy. These 2 dark gold level weapons would be enough for now. Yuanqiu didn't understand why Lu Xingzhou had to buy so many similar equipment though. But she didn't ask much. A genius does things, surely he has his own considerations. Then Lu Xingzhou bought 2 sets of black standardized robes, which belonged to the level 0 decorative weapons. Doesn't do much except hide the figure. And the robe was still a relatively common kind, so it wouldn't attract too much attention to buy it. The treatment of Lu Xingzhou with a black card is indeed different. With such ordinary purchases, he didn't even need to pick them out piece by piece himself. Instead, there was a specialized staff member who, after choosing according to his requirements, directly packed and sent it to Lu Xingzhou. All Lu Xingzhou needed to do was just wait in the lounge with an ice bra drop and air conditioning. Of course, this lounge also has some fine wines and entertainment. It was just that Lu Xingzhou wasn't even too interested. Fatty happy water is the one true god, all right. After getting what he wanted, Lu Xingzhou left the Zhanghai City trading house. But after he walked out the door of the trading house, behind the green trees on the side of the road, a phrase suddenly popped up. The words are not quite the same this time, because it's just one line. Invisible, undetectable. Lu Xingzhou was silent. Invisible in stealth, imperceptible. Then don't tell me, man. No, what do you mean? Is this your way of letting me know? Or are you asking me to pretend I didn't see it? Lu Xingzhou was speechless. He had wanted to pretend he didn't see it, after all, it had nothing to do with him. I don't know which peeping Tom, or what special enthusiast. And since he's invisible, he can't go up and tap him on the shoulder and say, hey buddy, I see you. Can he? But, after Lu Xingzhou walked a few intersections out, instead he suddenly realized, this figure always following himself. Follow me? Lu Xingzhou had wanted to get rid of the other party. But, after thinking for a moment, he was in no hurry instead. Since you're willing to play with me, let's play. Adhering to the famous gaming circles. There is a box you don't hit. Principle. So Lu Xingzhou turned directly, not just away from the center of town, and towards the no man's land on the edge of town. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou didn't know what came to his mind. Perhaps it was a sixth sense, or perhaps it was something else. He dialed Su Ruyan's phone. Dialing the phone, he opened his mouth and asked directly, by the way, do you have relatives in Zhanghai? For example, your sister. Huh? How do you know? Su Ruyan was slightly stunned and said subconsciously. After receiving Lu Xingzhou's phone call, at this time, Su Ruyan was ashamed and annoyed. So immediately I called to question them. Sister, are you following Lu Xingzhou? How many times have I told you? We're not kids anymore. Stop playing detective. Why are you still so childish? The first thing that came to her mind after she heard Lu Xingzhou say what had just happened was whether her sister was following him. When she was little, she and her sister used to play detective games. This hobby makes their fathers and mothers miserable. There was even a time when the 2 sisters rushed out to stop their father while he was holding their mother down and preparing for domestic violence. The scene, very awkward. Since then, Su Ruyan made a pact with her own sister not to play detective games anymore. Across the phone, Su Ruyan hemmed and hawed, then said, "Well, you found out? Hey, I still want to ask you, what did you do in Lu Xingzhou's house last night?" Hearing this, Su Ruyan was instantly nonplussed. The voice unconsciously increased a few points as he opened his mouth. "Sister, you? What's wrong with me? Am I wrong?" Su Ruyan was not amused. "Humph." Su Ruyan snorted coldly, not bothering to pursue the matter. After all, she was not afraid of the shadow, and the two of them had not done anything unseemly. "Okay, sister. I'm too lazy to talk to you. You quickly stop following Lu Xingzhou. He all called me just now. People who don't know think our family has some kind of quirk. Yet hear this." Su Ruyan on the opposite side of the table, however, fell silent for a rare moment. Then, in a cold voice, he said, "I was the one who followed him yesterday, but now, I'm in the guild." Hearing these words, Su Ruyan's entire being instantly realized that something bad had happened, so she instantly hung up the phone. Then, immediately dialed Lu Xingzhou's phone number. Chapter 91. Relax. Dizziness is normal. Lu Xingzhou guessed that the woman he had seen sitting next to the Blood Knight's guild at that time, with a tear mole in the corner of her eye, should be Su Ruyan's sister or something like that. So, naturally, he also associated it with the possibility that it would be the Su family that sent her to secretly spy on him. It's better to avoid hurting someone you know before you do it, especially Su Ruyan's sister and such, the closer ones. But when Su Ruyan's call came back, Lu Xingzhou smiled with relief instead. "No? Then I know." At this moment, Su Ruyan on the other end of the phone said in an icy, yet slightly concerned voice, "Where are you now? I'll come to you." "No need." Lu Xingzhou spoke faintly. "If that man dares to follow, he's dead." After saying that, Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone. After Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone, he pretended to turn his head without thinking and also looked behind himself. Invisible, undetectable. Well, the kid sure is still following himself. I am afraid that if a different person could not find him, but Lu Xingzhou, his words are a bit buggy. Since you want to follow me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. It didn't take long for Lu Xingzhou to arrive at the no man's land outside the city. After the game has descended, the major cities are not tightly connected, and large areas of no man's land exist around each separate city. And the reason why these so-called no man's land areas are formed is because of the large number of copies appearing one after another. Some of these special copies will not only open up dimensional passages, but will also affect the real world. It makes the surrounding environment unsuitable for continued human habitation. The ones who have been operating in the no man's land for a long time, besides some outlaws, are those professional hunters. They do things that are on the tip of a knife. Even if Lu Xingzhou was now traveling to just an ordinary no man's land, it's also not one of those high-risk no man's land areas that are strictly controlled by the federal government and explicitly off-limits. But it was also a lawless mess. Even many second-turn professionals didn't dare to travel alone and casually, not to mention an ordinary senior like Lu Xingzhou. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou's footsteps were very light, and he looked completely free of the kind of nervousness that came with entering a no man's land. It was as if he had taken a walk and happened to be here. After a student like him, who was out of place in his surroundings, appeared here, he instantly attracted a lot of unkind gazes from the surrounding area. Around them, in the gloom of abandoned houses in no man's land, several figures moved stupidly. In their eyes, "Isn't this fine young kid the best kind of fat?" Lu Xingzhou walked idly, but as he walked, he suddenly saw the invisible man behind him, seemingly closer to him. "Is it because you finally can't resist when you're in no man's land?" He laughed in his heart, but nothing changed on his face, just silently took out his frost jewelry trio. Not the slightest bit of defense, and covered with breaks. How did a guy just like that get first place in Shanghai? The cloaked man pulled out a silver-gray dagger equipment from his props bar. The moment Lu Xingzhou seemed to be bending down to tie his shoes, the stealthy man's murderous intent surged. The mind seems to have made some kind of determination. In a flash, the speed of his figure instantly increased by more than several times. Then that silver-level dagger directly stabbed down towards Lu Xingzhou's cervical vertebrae between the second bone gap. As an assassin-type profession that specializes in concealing his own form, one strike and you're dead is their professional creed. However, just when the stealthy man thought he was about to score with this slash, ding! Suddenly, an incredibly hard and frosty cold armor instantly blocked his slash. It made a crisp crashing sound. What? That stealthy person's heart instantly burst with surprise, and his entire body wanted to retreat at breakneck speed. But it was at this time that the frost armor's anti-injury effect manifested itself. A sharp pain that came instantly. She couldn't help but subconsciously let out a yell. Ah! Lu Xingzhou also turned to look in the direction of her sneak attack at this time. Female. The cloaked figure's mind raced. She had realized the exposure. But the thing she couldn't figure out at all was, how did Land Rover find himself? Had he deliberately lured himself here in order to, in no man's land, finish himself off? Can't be, with my stealthy state, I shouldn't be that easily detected. Moreover, it was clear that he was attacking Lu Xingzhou. But why? I'm the one who got hurt. She felt the constant hurt coming from her wrist. Realized that he could barely lift his hands anymore. The power of counter-injury. It's so powerful? Her brain raced, but still, it was a bit unbelievable. Damn! Realizing that his sneak attack was not going to work, the stealthy man changed his tactics in an instant. Run. Thus, she instantly distanced herself from Lu Xingzhou. With a leap, he was ready to leave. Lu Xingzhou stretched out his hand and a wisp of fire appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to leave this person who had sneaked up on him behind, all around, these outlaws active in no man's land had surrounded Lu Xingzhou. Kid, this road is opened by me. This tree is planted by me, if you want to take the road. So noisy. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. All things are in abundance and the realm unfolds. Boom! Before the opposite party could finish their cliched lines, the terrifying vines around them instantly broke through the ground. Then it plunged downward, directly blasting the crowd to the ground. Lu Xingzhou's bland gaze swept around. There were a number of other stupid outlaws around, and instantly the back of his head felt numb. The moment he looked at the young man in front of him, he also became very scornful. What kind of monster is this? This kid? Lu Xingzhou's face was cold and said that he was an outlaw. In fact, in the final analysis, they are nothing more than a group of rabble-rousers who are afraid of the soft and the hard. Only, Lu Xingzhou looked at the stealthy man with the words on his head and had disappeared from his sight. Running pretty fast. Lu Xingzhou looked at the group of outlaws around him, and the more he looked at them, the more angry he became. I've come all this way to teach this guy who's tailing me a lesson. You guys are a ing pain in the ass. Thinking of this, so Lu Xingzhou took out a cloth pocket. Then he came to the one closest to him, who was already dying from the vines, and squatted down next to him. Slowly speaking, relax. Dizziness is normal. Here, while you're still conscious, put everything of value in the bag. Chapter 92. I want that little bastard to die with me. On the way back, Lu Xingzhou pondered about the woman who was in conflict with him. Who else was there? He himself is not the kind of person Sung is. I've never been in two different relationships. Well, if it comes down to it, the girl who had gaming syndrome before, was her name Xiaoyu? If Lu Xingzhou remembered correctly, it seemed to be this name. At the time, her brother had been sent to the station after being countermanded for trying to rob himself. And then this little girl, who seemed to have been a little hostile to herself. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou stopped by the hospital where she was before. After arriving at the hospital and making some inquiries, the nurse at the front desk, however, said that Xiaoyu had left the hospital a few days ago at an unknown time. The hospital is also looking for her. After all, the follow-up treatment is not yet completed. On her recovery, seeing no news from the hospital side, and just as he was walking out of the hospital's front door, he received a call from Captain Chun. That's the one from the sheriff's department, Captain Chun. On the other end of the phone, he asked Lu Xingzhou to come to the sheriff's department sometime, and the previous rewards have gone through the process. With nothing else to do, Lu Xingzhou came to the public security department to find Captain Chun. Hey! You don't know, little brother Lu. Just because of these few things you did, I had to hold several meetings and write several reports to the leaders to get your award. The honor of this year's Outstanding Youth of Zhanghai City goes to you. Originally, it seemed like the honor was set to go to someone else, but I don't know what the leader's side was thinking, and suddenly he let go. In a couple of days, the city's federal government will be holding an award ceremony for you. So you boys are in for a treat. Hey, this thing is kind of over, you don't know. This period of time, I am really exhausted. Captain Chun spat out his bitterness as soon as they met. Of course, he was actually trying to take credit from Lu Xingzhou, this young man who had come out on top in the city's special training test. His future achievements were definitely not low. It's definitely right to make a good relationship first. Lu Xingzhou blinked and asked after thanking him. Well, Captain Chun, where's the reward? An award? Didn't I say it? It's an honor for outstanding youth. There's only one spot in Zhanghai City every year. Captain Chun opened his mouth and said, a bit speechless all. No, what I'm saying is, what about material rewards? Captain Chun was blinded. Good guy, you are the outstanding youth of Zhanghai City. And material incentives? Are you little juicy? Right for this honor? Lu Xingzhou saw the expression on the other party's face and knew that it was estimated that there was no more money to ask for. So without saying anything more, he nodded and said, hey, that never mind. By the way, Captain Chun, let me ask you about something. Do you remember that Xiaoyu from before? There was actually very little that Captain Chen's side could say. The manpower of the sheriff's department is also stretched and they cannot know everything. However, before Lu Xingzhou left, Captain Chun spoke with emotion. In fact, this little girl is also quite pitiful, had received an invitation from the top 5 top academic institutions in the Federation, and then because of the sudden attack of gaming syndrome, it is a pity. Her brother, though he's done nothing too honorable, has nothing to say about this sister. Lu Xingzhou spoke these words in his ears and nodded. A lot of people are like that. Maybe he's a total asshole, but with his family he may show a softer side than he ever imagined. This is the kind of guy you have a hard time defining whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. I'm afraid I'd have to engage in some moral mind fighting with myself if I ran into one of those decent protagonists. But Lu Xingzhou is not that kind of person. He doesn't care about boring arguments like good guys and bad guys. He only knows who his enemies are. If it was really the Xiaoyu who had sneaked up on him, then what could you do even if you were pitiful? Does it have anything to do with me? Lu Xingzhou now wants to find out for her, and then to eliminate future problems. Only now that he was aimless, Lu Xingzhou couldn't go door to door and knock on doors. Could he? Originally, he was in a hurry to go to the copy recently to brush up his experience and upgrade. Hey, wait! Doesn't seem to be a no-no. Don't you have a Dharma body yourself? Let them go find Xiaoyu, and don't you just finish painting your own copy. So Lu Xingzhou really did it. For the next 2 days, while Lu Xingzhou was painting copies, his Dharma body was checking from place to place where Xiaoyu might appear. This feeling was quite marvelous. Lu Xingzhou felt that as long as he made a slight movement of his mind, he would be able to see the scene from a different perspective. Honestly, it's kinda cheating. Only the past 2 days were quite calm, and Lu Xingzhou did not see Xiaoyu's figure. But just as the day was finished painting copies and getting ready to go home, Lu Xingzhou suddenly received a text message from Su Ruyan, and the content was very brief. There are only a few words in the area. The fat dragon is here. Danger. Return quickly. A few simple words. It instantly made Lu Xingzhou's nerves instantly tense up. Fat dragon? This damn has the nerve to come and get it. A hint of killing intent flashed in Lu Xingzhou's eyes. He instantly used his fastest speed to head for home and recalled his Dharma body back into his body. And at the moment, the fat dragon was stepping on the heads of the 2 lowly brothers and sisters who were already covered in blood, sitting arrogantly on the stool in front of the store. His sister Fatty, on the other hand, was standing next to him with the same arrogant face. At this moment, Fatty Dragon was using a playful expression as he sized up Su Ruyan and Chu Qing, who had serious faces in front of him. The store had been completely emptied by the fat dragon at this point. You know, the deterrent effect of a fat dragon and a fat are completely different. Fatty is just an ordinary man who is a fox and a tiger, and seeing as he comes to make trouble, the customers in the store don't spoil him. But Fatty Dragon, that was the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild in Zhanghai City. Level 39 second turn top professional. Looking at the entire Zhanghai City, it was naturally a nearly invincible existence. The customers who lined up in the store before were all too angry to speak out, and could only leave unhappily. Looking at the empty store, even though Chu Qing had a good temper, she couldn't stand it anymore. What is it that you guys have come to mess up 3 times? Can't we have a little peace and quiet? What have we done wrong? The fat dragon said with a mocking-like smile at the corner of his mouth. Wrong. Being weak is your biggest fault. Besides, that damn Lu Xingzhou has messed with people he shouldn't have. I'm here today because he made me. When Fatty Dragon said these words about Lu Xingzhou, it could simply be said that he hated the pressure. After the end of the special training assessment, Su Ruyan, the inspector of the General Council, completed the scoring work very respectably. Expressed her disappointment in the Blood Knights chapter. Afterward, President Qin Xian was furious. Blamed the whole thing on Fat Dragon and his group of minions. And outright removed him as vice president. Just thinking about it made the Fat Dragon indignant, almost furious. What's it to do with yourself? A trashy low-level professional like Lu Xingzhou, a trashy magic apprentice. It's supposed to be garbage that only deserves to live at the bottom of the heap. Muckety muck. He defeated Chun Jin Chi and got this year's Zhanghai City's examination first prize. This is something that who the hell would have thought? Something like this, which simply can't happen, just happened. Can you blame me, Fat Dragon, for being blind? However, he naturally did not dare to let Fatty Dragon go on a rampage with Qin Xian. Even though the latter is the one who ultimately makes the decision to remove him from office, Fatty Long still does not dare to do so, simply because Qin Xian was too strong. But this anger of his always had to be vented, so he set his sights on Lu Xingzhou, the one who started it all. Damn you, asshole magic apprentice. Looking at Fatty Dragon's appearance at this moment, Su Ruyan remained calm. She shielded herself in front of Chu Qing's body, and in a cold tone, she opened her mouth. Aren't you, by any chance, afraid of a trial by the sheriff's department? Sheriff's department? The Fat Dragon sneered, then said scornfully, You guys have pushed me to the brink. I lose my position as the vice president of the Blood Knights, and guess how many enemies will come afterward? Do you think their retaliation, after all the times I have suppressed them, is not as terrible as a trial by the sheriff's department? Humph. But even if I, Fatty Dragon, die, I want that little scumbag to be buried with me. Chapter 93. The Terror of the Jade Rakshasa. Su Ruyan's expression instantly went cold after she heard these words from Fatty Dragon. Because to her, the person who wanted to hurt Lu Xingzhou is her worst enemy. I urge you to take back what you just said. Oh. The Fat Dragon looked at the cool young girl in front of him with interest, then slowly opened his mouth. You're in such a hurry. It can't be because you like that boy, can it? Su Ruyan looked at Fatty Dragon with hostility. No talking. But at this time the Fat Dragon seemed to have found something interesting. And then, with a smile, he opened his mouth. Yo. Looks like I found some fun stuff by me. So if, say, I kill you both, will the kid go crazy when he comes back? Haha. I was kinda looking forward to seeing that look on his face. After the Fat Dragon finished talking to himself, he suddenly felt again. But it seems a bit of a waste to just kill you too. Might as well make the most of it before you die? Next to him, Fatty, who also had a face full of flesh, laughed and applauded. Make use of it, of course. And Chu Qing that. Don't let her go either. After saying that, the Fat Dragon stood up. Prepare to give Lu Xingzhou a big gift. But just the moment he reached out his hand towards Su Ruyan. Two sharp, cold flashes. Biffed. In an instant, gouts of blood sprayed out from the Fat Dragon's arm. The Fat Dragon huffed backwards, the intense pain instantly making him incredibly angry. Su Ruyan bashfully shook off the threads of blood on her two-handed sword, then slowly spoke. If you take one more step forward, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. The Fat Dragon was furious at the sight of his two bone-deep wounds. He hadn't realized that a random little girl was now as good as doing it to himself. In a flash, the Fat Dragon struck out directly. The fat on his body instantly skyrocketed, directly becoming twice its original size. And just now, the wounds Su Ruyan had inflicted on him were rapidly healing. This was the strongest skill he had mastered, the 6th rank skill overeating. It consumes the body's energy, in exchange for terrifying recovery and explosive power. In an instant, the Fat Dragon then sprinted off at a speed that was not befitting of a man of his size. Boom! A terrifying slap was made. The powerful palm wind slapped the tables and chairs in the room and flew out upside down. Su Ruyan was able to dodge this attack. But Chu Qing couldn't do it. Without hardly any thought or hesitation, Su Ruyan directly hardened herself against the strike. The two-handed sword was crossed in front of him, using the body of the sword as a shield to block. Bang! The terrifying explosive force slapped Su Ruyan out the moment it made contact with her. It threw itself heavily against the wall and blasted out a huge cloud of dust. The Fat Dragon snorted coldly, his face very sarcastic. This is the price for daring to provoke me. Unconscionable. How dare you disobey me? Humph. It's deserved to die. However, when the smoke cleared, Su Ruyan, however, just stood there, and on her face, half a ghost face mask appeared. Fatty Dragon saw that not only was his opponent not dead, but he had even gotten back on his feet. In the midst of his countenance, he couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise. What? Are you? Jade Rakshasa. As the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild, Fatty Dragon naturally knew more about some news and rumors. Especially when he was poking around the news of those geniuses a while ago, he had heard that there was an existence called Jade Rakshasa. The strength is terrifying, far ahead of all the seniors in his class. Moreover, Jade Rakshasa's identity was so mysterious that all the major guilds wanted to recruit each other, but they were stopped by an invisible resistance. No news or information about her at all. However, he didn't expect that this famous Jade Rakshasa would run into here. While the fat dragon was surprised, Su Ruyan didn't say much. Shasta. A terrifying baleful aura erupted around her body, and a suffocating black mist slowly surfaced around her body. Then she initiated the attack. Whoosh! Sword lights danced all over the sky. Su Ruyan's two-handed sword was like a finger and arm, constantly launching fierce attacks at extremely tricky angles. Although there was a huge gap between the two sides' ranks, Su Ruyan's continuous onslaught of attacks had actually stabilized the situation. For a moment it made the fat dragon not dare to go up and fight hard, and could only focus on dodging. Next to him, Fatty had looked confused. His own big brother was a level 39 professional. When it really came down to it, he had never seen his big brother lose to anyone. And this Su Ruyan in front of her, her level was at most around level 20, right? No, it's hard to tell if she's level 20 or not. Can you even force your own big brother to not dare to confront it head-on? Isn't it a bit outrageous? What kind of ING monsters are in this bakery? Bang, bang, bang. While Su Ruyan's two-handed sword attacked, she also swung those two beautiful legs of hers out from time to time to articulate her offense. Needless to say, her offense is very varied and highly skilled. In the midst of this kind of close combat, Fatty Dragon, a guy who was a top-tier second-turn professional, surprisingly didn't take a single advantage. But moments later, there's some anger in Fat Dragon being passive-aggressive as well. As Su Ruyan swung a sword over at him once more, he didn't choose to dodge this time. Instead, he blocked his left arm straight through. Eft! Blood sword again, deep to the bone. The fat dragon bared his teeth, obviously in pain as well. But his vicious expression was fierce at this point. Let's see how you're going to run this time. The blade of the sword that had just stabbed into his arm was surprisingly caught in his instantly healed wound. At this point in time, Su Ruyan couldn't retract her weapon even if she wanted to. And that's exactly what Fat Dragon is planning. He forcefully jerked his arm backward, and along with this force, directly yanked Su Ruyan toward him. Get over here! The fat dragon extended his other hand and directly grabbed towards Su Ruyan. It had to be said that the difference in power attributes between the two sides was not small due to the difference in levels. Su Ruyan stumbled as she was yanked. In terms of absolute strength alone, she was no match for the fat dragon. But the moment both sides were about to come into contact, the entire body was instantly wrapped in black mist. Then, the palm of the fat dragon that grabbed at her throat unexpectedly reached into the black mist out of nowhere. What is it? The fat dragon was very surprised. The black mist just passed through his body and came to his back. And this time Su Ruyan regained her original physical state. 5th level skill, 6 layers of prison sword. The terrifying sword Chi chopped out, and the ground instantly formed a circular sword formation with killing intent. The black fog sword, towards the fat dragon in the center, directly strangled it, but the fat dragon didn't dodge, and at this time, he even revealed a maniacal smile. One and all of you don't take me seriously, do you? You think you can kill me? Come on! The moment that black fog sword strangled towards Fatty Dragon also shouted, Break! 5th rank skill. Shocking mountain roar. The sound waves that were as strong as ripples directly shattered all of that black fog sword. Even if the skill's character stage was the same, the basic attributes of both sides were too different. Taking advantage of Su Ruyan's back swing from releasing her skills, Fatty Dragon took advantage of the situation, consuming a large amount of energy and utilizing his body's speed to the limit. Almost in a fraction of a second, he closed the distance between the two, and then, with a single punch, he shook Su Ruyan out. Bang! This time, Su Ruyan hadn't had time to use the black mist to protect herself. Nadi took a solid hit from Fat Dragon. The entire person flew out backwards, like a cannonball, smashing the fence next to the store to pieces. The fat dragon grinned after taking 2 ragged breaths. Let's see which one of you dare look down on me? Next, it's you who will die. Fatty Dragon turned his head and looked at Chu Qing next to him. At this moment, Chu Qing clenched her teeth and seemed to be wrestling with some sort of determination. However, Su Ruyan's voice came again. Hey fat ass, you're pissing me off. At this moment, Su Ruyan unexpectedly climbed back up. Her delicate features were stained with a bit of dust, and Su Ruyan used the back of her hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of her mouth after. She was utterly furious. The runic patterns on that ghost face mask flowed slightly, and unexpectedly, a devil-like, long black horn grew. If Su Ruyan was here, she would know. His own sister was fighting for her life. Why, little? Don't you die yet. Fatty Dragon was also completely enraged at this time. He couldn't accept a senior student provoking himself again and again. Just like that damn Lu Xingzhou. At this moment, he exploded with his strongest strike. The body crashed out like a cannonball, shattering the tiles in the store, and at that moment, Su Ruyan just wanted to get tough with the fat dragon. Voice that was extremely familiar and reassuring to her came. It was only at this point that the voice was cold to the core. You call her that and I'll tear that mouth of yours apart. Fat dragon. The realm unfolds, and all the signs of the world are there. Chapter 94. Can you carry it once, but can you carry it 3 times? The moment she heard this voice, Su Ruyan's expression instantly froze, revealing a hint of a smile. Then, the ghost face mask that was about to be alienated also disappeared into dots of black smoke in this instant. The fat dragon heard Lu Xingzhou's voice and instantly recognized it. These days, he could say that he hated Lu Xingzhou so much that he couldn't sleep. Kid, get the hell out of. In the mouth of the fat dragon, the word out has not yet been uttered. The ground suddenly stretched out several berserk withered wood vines, directly grabbing the fat dragon's limbs, wanting to directly tear him apart. However, the fat dragon also instantly erupted with terrifying power, even more so than when he had just battled Su Ruyan. Bang, bang, bang. He threw several punches in quick succession, directly shattered the wooden strips in the air, all of them. However, Lu Xingzhou did not feel surprised that the other party was a level 39 top-tier second-turn professional. If the strength is not there, then it is too much trash. Lu Xingzhou slowly walked in from outside the store door, his gaze landing on Chu Qing and Su Ruyan next to him. Seeing that the two were in an okay state, Lu Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. It was just that the 2 lowly brothers and sisters, at this time, were not badly injured and had already fainted. Apparently they had gone through a vicious battle in order to fulfill their mission and protect Chu Qing. The anger in Lu Xingzhou's heart intensified again. Mansing Moro, the wooden dragon descends. In an instant, dozens of wooden dragons broke out of the ground behind Lu Xingzhou. It was like a god descending and looking out of the world. The wooden dragon in front of Lu Xingzhou instantly erupted with an appalling might and lunged towards the fat dragon. What kind of skill is this, Vulcan? Fatty looked dumbfounded. This kind of horrible control is something a student can do? At this time he even vaguely have a feeling that losing is not wrong, but Fatty doesn't panic. Because, even if Lu Xingzhou is no matter how tough he is, he definitely can't beat his own Onisauce. Brother plus, ahem, cheers. Fatty suddenly realized that his throat was inexplicably catching, so he coughed twice in a hurry. At this time, the fat dragon looked at the raging wood dragon pouncing in front of him, and still carried a bit of disinterest in his expression. Sculptures. Watch me blast them. He swung out his fist violently, wanting to smash these so-called wooden dragons like he did just now. But Fat Dragon found out. These wooden dragons had a more terrifying impact and hardness than the deadwood vines just now. He could barely do it with just his fists, blocking his opponent's offense. Grass. The fat dragon was incredibly angry and used his skills. Rocket Fist. Between the 2 sides facing each other, Su Ruyan realized. Lu Xingzhou did not bring the people from the sheriff's department and, moreover, did not tell his sister about this matter. She frowned slightly. Fatty Dragon was a level 39 professional, and she was well aware of just how big the difference in strength between second-turn professionals and them was. For second-turn professionals, the skill level is higher. Attributes are stronger. Moreover, the Fat Dragon was even just 1 step away from being promoted to the 3rd turn. The difference with them is still too great. If Lu Xingzhou didn't call for help to come, It was absolutely impossible to defeat his opponent. Thinking of this, Ruyan found the right moment to send a text message to her sister, asking her to come over and help as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Ruyan adjusted her state and stood up, ready to help Lu Xingzhou continue to fight against the fat dragon. Yet just then, Ruyan's vision of the fat dragon was unexpectedly blown away by the wooden dragon maneuvered by Lu Xingzhou. Straight up, flying backwards, that fat body stood up after falling on the ground several times in a row. But just moments before he stood up again, Lu Xingzhou once again maneuvered the countless wooden dragons and blasted over once again. This was the new form of the skill that Lu Xingzhou could do after the increase in his magic value limit. After Lu Xingzhou replenished some of his magic value, he slowly approached the fat dragon. The plants around them acted as if they were alive, dodging the fat dragon's attacks and suppressing the opponent. This scene caused Ruyan to be slightly mesmerized. Lu Xingzhou is even in pressing fatty dragon to fight? No kidding. And fat dragon was a bit blindsided at this point. UING. Before the words were finished, an attack like a tidal wave struck again. Fatty saw this and was ready to run away. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou only slightly swept his afterglow. Subsequently, the terrifying pressure then descended directly onto his body. A wooden dragon burrowed right out from under Fatty's feet, hit him hard in the crotch. The powerful impact blasted his entire fat body up. Fatty's face turned purple. It was just an egg fight. Now you have to count the chickens flying. Fatty covered his crotch and collapsed to the ground. The fat dragon also gradually realized that things were not right, and he seemed to be vaguely suppressed by the kid in front of him. How can? In his heart, though, he didn't believe it. However, he surprisingly really felt that Lu Xingzhou gave him some threatening feelings. And Lu Xingzhou didn't give him a chance to replenish his life and magic values at all. If one were to continue to fight a war of attrition with this kid, Lu Xingzhou, even if one's level was a bit higher, one was mostly at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, a fierce light appeared in the fatty dragon's eyes. He looked at Lu Xingzhou, and then his afterglow glanced at Chu Qing next to him. Plan arose in his mind. If I can't get rid of you, I can't get rid of the life class professional next to me? The fat dragon exploded its last few stamina and directly impacted towards Lu Xingzhou at an extremely fast speed. Lu Xingzhou's face was ancient, and there was only coldness. He raised his hand slightly with a sense of control. In the next second, dozens of wooden dragons twisted into one and blasted over against the fat dragon. Bang! The smoke from the huge explosion dispersed. The power of the fat dragon was indeed very terrifying, and the strength of a second-turn top professional could not be questioned. This punch of his exploding strength directly shattered the wooden dragon that Lu Xingzhou had twisted into a single strand, and the wooden fibers loosely burst out in all directions. But it was also in this moment. Instead of choosing to continue attacking the land-rowing boat, the fat dragon directly reversed its direction, straight to the next Chu Qing. This time, the fat dragon's speed was even a little faster than the speed that had erupted when he had blasted against Lu Xingzhou just now. Haha, just go ahead and die. When I get rid of her, I'll come back to get rid of you, Lu Xingzhou. Ruyan realized that something was wrong and instantly ran over in front of Chu Qing. Damn! So fast. The fat dragon exploded into full speed, plus had the upper hand. Ruyan naturally couldn't catch up. Be late. However, just at the moment when the fat dragon approached Chu Qing's side only a meter away, a wooden wall suddenly appeared on the ground without warning. Bang! It slammed heavily on Fat Dragon's jaw, causing him to even briefly drift in and out of consciousness. Then, the Fat Dragon fell out and flew right out of the front of the store. UING, brat. Fatty Dragon held the ground with one hand and cursed under his breath. He couldn't believe Lu Xingzhou's reaction. It was actually so fast. Could it be that he was prepared? At this time, Fatty Dragon was still planning to fight with Lu Xingzhou again. However, at this time, he realized that Lu Xingzhou's expression had changed. From the icy seriousness of a moment ago, it became an unspoken, sympathetic feeling. I let you live that much longer just now because I was afraid of completely destroying my sister-in-law's store. But for now, go to hell. Flame of extinction. The fat dragon only felt amused when he saw the flames gradually rising up in Lu Xingzhou's hands. Kid, do you think that you, a professional who hasn't turned 2 yet, can really kill me? I know your flames are quite powerful, but that's only for professionals of your level. It's no use against me. Lu Xingzhou didn't say anything and just kept gathering flames. And the next second, the terrifying flame of extinction instantly erupted. However, the thing that was not quite the same as what the crowd expected was that Lu Xingzhou's move was not able to achieve the same devastating effect as in the past. The fat dragon surprisingly carried this attack hard by virtue of its level advantage and higher attributes. Haha! I told you, kid. Your attacks won't work on me. Do you really think that you alone can kill me? Although Fatty Dragon was eager for revenge, he wasn't a brainless punk. He had certainly considered the scenario where he would be countered. But after his judgment, he felt that although Lu Xingzhou's skill was powerful, it was not enough to threaten him. Plus one's own self-healing ability. Lu Xingzhou a skill, he had no problem eating it hard by himself. And it was true that it was really fine, just as he had expected. Kid, since you can't kill me, you're going to die. The fat dragon roared. Was about to do it. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou as a whole remained cloudy and said, I did not expect you to be able to take one of my skills hard. But can you carry 3? Chapter 95. How can you have a doppelganger? Fatty Dragon still hadn't figured out what Lu Xingzhou meant by this. What do you mean you can carry 1 skill but not 3? Where would one give him a second or even a third shot? You're kidding. It's not. Fatty Dragon didn't think so, and even thought Lu Xingzhou was a cutie. So he was in this moment. The fat dragon did not retreat but advanced and continued to close the distance between them with Lu Xingzhou. But the next second, he then saw 2 figures slowly walk out behind Lu Xingzhou. It was 2 young men in black robes, and in their hands they each held a staff as well. Where did these 2 come from? Surprisingly, I didn't sense either of them at all. In an instant, a very bad premonition rose in Fatty Dragon's heart. He felt his muscles tense up, and his brain was frantically cueing him to this danger. And at this time, those 2 figures slowly removed their black robes, revealing their faces. At this instant Fatty Dragon realized a terrible thing, and his voice trembled a little as he said, How can you be Lu Xingzhou? You guys! Wait, this is a diversion. How is it possible for you to have mastered a diversionary skill of this grade? As a top-tier second-turn professional, Fatty Dragon naturally used to understand the skill of doppelganger. The split skills of the 6 realms were generally only able to do so, forming a not quite complete split shadow. The doppelganger's expressions and states are also not too animated, and are still a far cry from the real thing. But, at this time, the 2 doppelgangers behind Lu Xingzhou are incomparably solid, and it looks almost completely unrecognizable in person. This was not even in the realm of what a 6th rank skill could do. Fatty Dragon's brain was in turmoil at the moment as he began to calculate just how much damage the skill would do to him. How much strength could Lu Xingzhou's doppelganger bring out of his main body? Can I carry it myself? Will he destroy my defenses first? Or can I crush his throat now? At this moment, Fatty Dragon was really a bit flustered. Escape? It's not too late if you escape now. The fat dragon was very confident that if he wanted to run, Lu Xingzhou would never be able to stop himself. But just for a moment, Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body had already struck. Fog of Confusion. This was a consumable item that Lu Xingzhou had obtained in the middle of the Forest of Confusion copy. At that time, he had obtained a total of 10 of this prop, but never had the chance to use it. Oops, used it today. The mist of confusion was instantly transformed into a light white wisp of smoke after it was thrown. It drilled into the 7 orifices of the fat dragon. The effect of Fog of Confusion can blind the opponent's 5 senses and disorient them. The effect of this prop is somewhat similar to the copy mechanism of the Forest of Confusion. Instantly Fatty Dragon felt as if he had lost his sense of direction, and felt as if a layer of fog was covering the front of his eyes. He, who was still winning, had somewhat started to get nervous at this moment. Is this to keep me from running? Is he that confident he can get me killed? Sweat soaked the fat dragon's back. His mind raced as if time had slowed down a bit. But at this point, the fat dragon doesn't realize that it's not that his mind has become quicker, but that life has begun to go by the wayside. Lu Xingzhou's 2 Dharma bodies, at this moment, were also instantly left and right, releasing the same skills directly towards the fat dragon in front of them. Flames of extinction. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying flames almost illuminated the heavens and earth, and the entire street was instantly illuminated by these terrifying flames. The 3 flames of extinction stacked on top of each other were as terrifying as they were. At this point, The last flicker of luck in the corner of the fat dragon's eye disappeared. He was already at his limit when he was able to carry a single flame of extinction. Originally, he was still considering that if these two doppelgangers of Lu Xingzhou were just in vain, if his two doppelgangers were only able to use normal skills, well, he still has a chance. But the blow completely disarmed him. Done. That's all that was left of him. Boom! The horrifying flames erupted directly in a flash, instantly devouring the fat dragon. The fire rises up in the sky. The light of the flames reflected on the face of a beautiful woman not far away. After Su Ruyan saw the skill of Lu Xingzhou from afar, a hint of emotion appeared within her pretty face. Su Ruyan had originally received a call from her own sister and had come here to help Lu Xingzhou out of his predicament. Moreover, she originally couldn't stand Fatty Dragon's shameless behavior of bullying the small. But I didn't expect it. Lu Xingzhou actually accomplished the following, and, almost crushing, Su Ruyan secretly released an appraisal spell over. Afterwards, she but slightly widened her eyes, a hint of incredulity revealed in her expression. His detail panel, why is it a question mark? If it was someone else who saw this scene, they would most likely think that Lu Xingzhou had brought some kind of special prop that shielded information. However, Su Ruyan was different, because her natural skill is called Eye of Delusion, one of the strongest gifts to be able to see through all disguises and illusions. So any concealment had no effect in her eyes. That's what Su Ruyan can do. But for the young man in front of her, she couldn't see through it at all. All of Lu Xingzhou's information was a question mark in front of her. This young man is quite interesting. The strength is also strong. If it's him, he can indeed compete with those demons in Shangjing. The corner of Su Ruyan's mouth was slightly won. Then she said, as if talking to herself, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of performance he'll have when he comes to Shangjing. Only after seeing Lu Xingzhou solve the trouble in front of him did Su Ruyan walk up with a slight sense of relief. Then he came to the young man's side and spoke slowly. Young man, are you in some kind of trouble? After Lu Xingzhou saw that the visitor was Su Ruyan's sister, he smiled slightly before saying, Hello, sister. As he spoke, he also put back all of his two Dharma bodies. Su Ruyan sized up the two Dharma bodies behind him with interest, watching them disappear from his presence. The mind silently calculates. The minimal fluctuation of breath should not be a normal detachment. It could be a higher level of entity detachment, or only a Dharma body could do it. This kid does have a lot of secrets to keep an eye on in the future. After collecting her thoughts, Su Ruyan smiled and opened her mouth. So self-conscious you've started calling your sister? Su Ruyan looked over at Lu Xingzhou, and the smirking look made him shrug helplessly. It struck me at the time that you resembled someone I know. The person you say you know is my sister? Aha! So who do you think looks better, me or my sister? When Su Ruyan said this, there was still a hint of a smile on her face, and her talking eyes just looked straight at Lu Xingzhou in front of her. It seemed as if he didn't want to miss any expression that appeared on his face. However, Lu Xingzhou slowly spoke. Well, I haven't looked very hard. Not receiving Su Ruyan's desired answer, a hint of indignation appeared on her face. What kind of answer is that? Boy, who did you learn this lack of forthrightness from? Su Ruyan spoke slowly, looking at him with a strange look. Lu Xingzhou shrugged. It's not like I'm lying myself, I wasn't even looking closely in the first place. If I have to say, that Lu Xingzhou will vote for Su Ruyan. Nothing else, just because Lu Xingzhou is a protective person. Su Ruyan also put away her playfulness before speaking. Okay, sis will stop teasing you. I had promised my sister to come to your rescue, but it looks as if you don't need my help. Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth and asked, Did Su Ruyan ask you to save me? Oops, I think that slipped out. Su Ruyan covered her chin, but there was absolutely no sign of her nervousness or remorse for saying the wrong thing. Instead, it looked more like she did it on purpose. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou switched angles and said, This fat dragon. Didn't you let him come here by default? Su Ruyan smiled faintly, non-committal. You think I sent him? I didn't say that. Lu Xingzhou smiled and said with a slightly deeper meaning. I'm just saying it's the result of allowing things to happen naturally with your acquiescence. No. After a moment of silence, Su Ruyan revealed a flirtatious to the extreme smile, then nodded somewhat emotionally. You're pretty smart, little friend. That makes me more interested in you than anything else. Chapter 96. I want to recruit you. 2. In fact, Lu Xingzhou had probably guessed her identity from the moment she saw him sitting with the Blood Knight Guild, though it was not known exactly who or what position the Blood Knights Guild held. But one could guess that she definitely had a position and voice in the Blood Knights Guild. One should definitely know more about the internal affairs of the Blood Knights Guild than oneself. In other words, Su Ruyan was able to foresee what was about to happen. But she didn't go ahead and stop it. That says a lot. So, little brother, will you be mad at your sister after you guess this? Lu Xingzhou didn't follow up on her words, but asked in return. It's just that I can't figure out what you're doing this for. Just curious. It's that boring? Lu Xingzhou's face was slightly cold. He couldn't accept that someone else would put his family in danger because of something so frivolous. Not even if this person was Su Ruyan's sister. Yo, little brother. You seem to have a bit of killing intent in your eyes. Sister, I'm so scared. Su Ruyan said this, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted up, which made her already flirtatious appearance even more set off by a few points of out-of-this-world beauty. However, you don't have to be so hostile towards me because, all this time, I've been keeping an eye on Fat Dragon's movements. So your sister-in-law is definitely not in danger, don't worry. After all, I wouldn't bet on my own dearest sister, would I? Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. He agreed with Su Ruyan. The coldness on his face dissipated for a few moments. The killing intent that was unconsciously emanating from his body was also gradually converging. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou's expression eased at this moment, Su Ruyan slowly approached a little closer, then whispered into his ear. Sister has a question for you. Are you really just a magic apprentice? Lu Xingzhou was silent, but his heart was unconsciously alert. What was she trying to do by asking that? His afterglow paired with Su Ruyan's slightly smiling eyes. However, he found that under the latter's eyes, a glint seemed to have flashed imperceptibly. In fact, he was still unsure of Su Ruyan's true purpose for coming to find himself. What exactly was it? Was it for the sake of the Su family, or for the Blood Knights Guild, or was it entrusted by Su Ruyan? Therefore, Lu Xingzhou didn't dare to say too much to this intelligent and even somewhat cunning woman. Can't you answer me? Su Ruyan said pitifully. Lu Xingzhou looked at this absolute beauty, who was so close to him that he could almost feel the other party's warm breath. The heart was slightly emotional. That's a lot of drama. It was completely different from Su Ruyan's kind of character, which was as cold as a snowy mountain to the outside world. If you're not doing anything, then I'm going to head back first. Lu Xingzhou didn't answer her question. Su Ruyan wasn't surprised by Lu Xingzhou's reaction. Of course I have something for you after all. My sister's time is valuable too. What is it? Lu Xingzhou said with a matter-of-fact attitude. I want to recruit you. I refuse. Lu Xingzhou was very decisive when he said this, hardly hesitating at all. I haven't even said my terms yet. Why the hasty refusal? Su Ruyan said in a slightly scolding tone. It felt as if the kid was making himself out to be the bad guy. If you're speaking for the Blood Knights Guild, that won't be necessary. No matter what you offer, my decision is the same. Lu Xingzhou did not have any favorable feelings towards the Blood Knights Guild at all. It wasn't just the Blood Knights, I should say he didn't have a good feeling about all the guilds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected so directly and in public the Heavy Hunter's S-class cultivation contract. However, Su Ruyan countered with a slight smile when she heard this, and then said in a tone of voice that said so. So that's what you're worried about? Don't worry. I don't have anything to do with them either. I've returned to Jianghai, and I've merely been entrusted to come here for a visit. As for the Blood Knights Guild, whether it's the General Association or the chapter, they're not qualified to ask me to join yet. Lu Xingzhou was obviously a bit surprised when Su Ruyan said this. You're not one of the Blood Knights? Sure. Then, why are Qin Xian and Fatty Dragon so in awe of you? Lu Xingzhou asked the doubt in his heart. Su Ruyan pulled out a small square jade tablet from her own bosom. Have you ever heard of the Sword Bearer? Sword Bearer. Lu Xianzhou repeated the name and shook his head. This is an ad hoc authority of the federal government, specifically designed to oversee the development of the major guilds. Anyway, you can understand that this is a means for the federal government to restrict the major guilds, right? After the game descended, the emergence of the Professionals Guild was able to bring together experienced, powerful professionals. it did help a lot of ordinary professionals who had just switched over in the early stages to quickly grow into reliable, ready-to-fight forces. It's kind of making some contribution to the survival of the human race. But nowadays, with the gradual development and growth of the major guilds, they have gradually begun to grow into some behemoths that are not subject to government control. They began to constantly monopolize resources in order to solidify their own interests, suppressing ordinary professionals who don't join guilds. Instead, it affects the progress and development of ordinary professionals. In the beginning, the federal government was trying to find a balance with the major guilds in order to keep the big picture in mind. But these guys, like giant worms that can never be fed, they won't stop until they've gnawed through every piece of flesh and blood. So, the sword bearers, that's the first step the federal government has taken to constrain the growth of the major guilds. If we find any guild acting outside the bounds of the federal constitution, we can enforce penalties against them and… First things first. When he said this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly remembered what Bai Shengyang had once told him. I hate those guys too. So it's no secret that there's a conflict between the federal government and the major guilds? Lu Xingzhou still had some questions at this point. If the sword bearer has so much power, then why did you come on behalf of the Blood Knights Guild to conduct the expedition? Of course it's to make money, it's just an ordinary business commission. For high-level professionals, the consumption of various resources is great, and I don't want to rely on my family for everything. Su Ruyan finished unapologetically, then pursed her lips. Of course, my main purpose was to stop by and see my dear sister. Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment and thought that it all did make sense. So without further thought, he turned to the question. So, when you say you recruited me, are you inviting me to become a sword bearer? Hearing this, Su Ruyan suddenly snorted. Little brother, what are you thinking? How can a profession with great authority like the sword bearer be something that can be promised to you casually? Do you have any idea what kind of monsters those S-class guilds are? The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. Well, you just said all that just to pretend with me, didn't you? Absolutely right. Lu Xingzhou was quite helpless and just wanted to say something. Su Ruyan seemed to be able to tell what was on his mind, so she didn't sell the story and spoke directly. I'm still missing a hitter from the team of professional hunters I hired recently. You should have also felt that the speed of upgrading has significantly slowed down since level 10, right? If you want to have the capital and strength to deal with the Su clan as soon as possible, then I suggest that you should level up as soon as possible. This copy I'm recommending you join is the perfect opportunity. This is also considered an opportunity to bring down the Su family. Chapter 97. Did I, kill the vice president? The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. The Su Ruyan is really a man of many words. Against the Su family? Why did that feel so strange coming from her? However, Lu Xingzhou didn't spit it out and instead focused more on this copy she mentioned. I'd like to find out what copy you're talking about. Su Ruyan was completely unsurprised to see the other party's curious appearance. The name of this copy is called A Nightmare Library. There are 5 rooms in this copy, and the monsters in each room are equivalent to the total number of monsters in a normal copy, so you can gain a large amount of experience rewards if you pass. Except that when you enter the library, you have to pay a fee to the administrator, sort of an entrance ticket. Lu Xingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. There was even a librarian? This copy is kinda true. How much do I have to pay? Each time per person 100,000 gold coins. But you don't have to worry, I'll get this money for you. Su Ruyan spoke indifferently, seemingly not taking the 100,000 gold coins seriously at all. Say, what's your offer? Lu Xingzhou didn't believe that there would be kindness under the sky for no reason. Especially this Su Ruyan who had created so much trouble for herself after only meeting her twice. Little brother, I love talking to smart people like you. A prop called Overlord Rune will be produced amongst this copy. If you obtain it, I will buy it from you at market price. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and then asked, with your status, can't you buy such props? It can be bought. Su Ruyan nodded. Although the hegemony rune is relatively rare, it can be bought. Then why are you going to all this trouble? I can't buy it. Well, should say I can't let anyone know I want to buy it. When Su Ruyan said this, Lu Xingzhou also saw a slight flicker in the corner of her eye. She should have her own considerations. Lu Xingzhou was not in a position to ask more questions, so he nodded in agreement. Good. After that, Lu Xingzhou learned a little more about the composition of that team of professional hunters that Su Ruyan had mentioned, from her mouth. However, The answer Su Ruyan gave was beyond Lu Xingzhou's expectations. Professional hunters are not to be trusted with this bunch. Just trust yourself and don't show any mercy if anything does happen. Su Ruyan finished. Lu Xingzhou had another different feeling in his heart. Good guy, you called me over. It can't be that you want me to supervise the work for you for free, right? However, Lu Xingzhou saw through it and didn't say anything. After all, people also promised to pay themselves 100,000 gold coins per game for the tickets. There's no point in arguing about this little point. It would be ungenerous. Where is the location of that copy? I'm gonna check it out tomorrow. Su Ruyan smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied with his decision. Then she spat out 2 words faintly. Shangjing. Lu Xingzhou was planning to leave for Shangjing after a while. But he hadn't planned to go so early. I can't go to Shangjing for the next 2 days. Why, little brother? Where's that thunderous look you had just now? Lu Xingzhou didn't answer, but used his eyes to signal her to look at the fat dragon next to her that had been burnt to a crisp. Unsurprisingly, there should be a lot of trouble coming to the door in these next few days. I can't leave my sister-in-law and the others here to deal with this alone. Hearing Lu Xingzhou's reply, Su Ruyan smiled. You're quite responsible. There aren't many men willing to be responsible in this social climate. However, you don't have to worry about these things at all, because I rather think that no one will find you in trouble, including Qin Xian. Lu Xingzhou looked at Su Ruyan in front of him with some confusion, then slowly opened his mouth to ask, How do you know? How do I know? Because I know Qin Xian as a person better than you do. Su Ruyan changed the subject and opened her mouth. Do you know why this super genius, who has already crossed into the ranks of third-turn professionals at such a young age, would choose to return to such a small place like Zhanghai City? Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly after a moment of silence. It was actually a question that had been bothering him for a long time. 3 years ago, Qin Xian's performance could be described as astonishingly talented, shocking a group of bigwigs in Zhanghai City. Record after record of copies has been set. And in just 3 years, it has accomplished what many people can't do in a lifetime. Crossing that threshold of 3 turns. His future was unlimited, and even it was not impossible for him to become a 4th-turn professional. So Lu Xingzhou didn't understand why he had to return to such a small place when he had already walked out with great difficulty. After a moment of silence, Su Ruyan then answered Lu Xingzhou. Because he's the most self-aware genius I've ever seen. If he were to stay in Shangjing and compete with those super geniuses who also have outstanding talent, Qin Xian would only be seen as a rival by those who have the resources and possess the talent. The madness of suppression never ends. There are things like background and resources that you can live without, but you can never live without. Not to mention the fact that those demons in the upper capital were not weaker than him in the first place, and even stronger than him. Qin Xian realized this very clearly, so he very wisely chose to return to Zhanghai City. Here, not to be caught in the crossfire of the struggle between the cores of power, he himself is at the top of the food chain. So, do you think he would mess with a you who has the potential to become a super genius in the future for a fat dragon? Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. Okay. It seemed like Su Ruyan's sister had indeed thought everything through. But it was also this kind of character of hers that made Lu Xingzhou always have a feeling that this woman had a deep city. And at this time, Su Ruyan slowly opened her mouth, pulling Lu Xingzhou's thoughts back. I'm not just saying this to talk about Qin Xian, but rather to tell you, the ones you will meet in the future are the strongest batch of geniuses in this era. So don't underestimate anyone. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Naturally, he never underestimated anyone. Maybe it's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of that don't think they're worth it. However, Lu Xingzhou was still in awe of the world. I'll keep that in mind. Su Ruyan smiled and nodded. Then, she also looked at the charred body of Fatty Dragon next to her. Unlike the flavorfulness when talking to Lu Xingzhou, when looking at the body of the fat dragon, the eyes were simply cold and indifferent to the extreme. Call the sheriff's department, after all. This guy started the trouble, so maybe you'll get credit for it. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Even if she didn't have to say it, she would have called herself. After all, the sheriff's department is still needed to help wrap up this battle. After Lu Xingzhou erased the traces that might expose his detachment skills, he then dialed Captain Chen's number. On the other hand, Captain Chun of the Public Security Department had just finished the last case that had been saved up recently. He sat down in his own office chair and gave it a good stretch. On the desktop sat the vacation papers granted by the sheriff's department. and on a rare occasion, he had time to make himself a cup of strong tea. Hey! Finally get a break. There will be no more messy troubles to bother me. Life is about having some time for yourself. But just then, Lu Xingzhou's phone call came in. Captain Chun slowly lifted his teacup and took a sip before picking up the phone. Lu Xingzhou, what are you looking for me so late? Over there? Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth. Captain Chun? That I just seem to have gotten the original vice president of the Blood Knights Guild killed. Come here. Captain Chun. Effed. Chapter 98. Offbeat to the core. Shall we find a professional to ask? Inside the Good Taste bun shop, Fatty had been tied up and thrown in the corner of the store like a puddle of mud, though there was still gurgling blood from the wounds on his body. But, at this moment, Fatty was still arrogant as he revealed a sinister, miserable smile and said, "You wait. After my brother gets Lu Xingzhou killed, it's you guys. Damn. Breaking my way to being a man and humiliating me 3 times. Your whole family deserves to die. I advise you to get me dead now, otherwise, you won't have a chance later." This Fatty has been following Big Brother's lead for so many years. I didn't learn much about this, but I learned a lot about frescoes. And after Fatty said that, Chu Qing also became a bit worried. Ruyan, why don't you go and see what's going on? I'm a little worried about Lu since he hasn't come back in so long. Su Ruyan pulled Chu Qing's hand and said comfortingly, "It's fine. I'm sure Lu Xingzhou he's fine." But at this time, the fat next to him continued, "Haha, all right? Are you kidding? How is he going to fight my brother when he's a trashy magic apprentice? My brother, that's the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild. A level 39 second turn professional. That's strength, with just a little bit of force. You can crush Lu Xingzhou press kid into..." Fatty hadn't finished his sentence. Su Ruyan directly slapped the sole of her shoe in the air, smacking it against his plump face. Kicked him straight out. Shut the up. As soon as the words left their mouths, the crowd heard a slightly heavy footstep from outside the door. After hearing this voice, Fatty looked towards the door with great excitement. He knew that Lu Xingzhou's footsteps would never be this heavy. The voice, unsurprisingly, was the fat dragon. "Haha. My brother is back. You guys are dead. How dare you do this to me? All of you die. Could it be that the fat dragon is really back? Lu Xingzhou he lost." Su Ruyan's heart fluctuated, and although she was unwilling to believe it, she was also instantly ready to face the battle, until the man's shadow lengthened and stretched to the front of the store. It was only then that the crowd saw the handsome young man with straight features and a resolute face dragging a charred corpse in. "All taken care of." Lu Xingzhou spoke indifferently, then casually threw the body of the fat dragon to the side and patted the dust on his hands. "Brother!" The moment Fatty saw this corpse, his entire body directly collapsed. But his hysterical cry was not one of heartache over the death of the fat dragon. Rather, it's because he's going to die too. One's biggest backer has fallen. Oneself. Isn't it a waste of time? He turned his head to Lu Xingzhou with fear in his eyes. At the moment, this young man was like the most terrifying demon in his eyes. "How can you? You win against my brother? It's only right that you're a trashy magical apprentice. It shouldn't be. This shouldn't be. I know. You must have used dirty tricks, you damned villain." Fatty busted out. And Lu Xingzhou didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention, after casually disconnecting the store's surveillance. Then slowly he came to Fatty's side and said in a kindly tone, "All men choose their own way. Originally, you might have been able to live if you hadn't come to mess with me. But alas, you are not long for it." In fact, from the time Fatty started hitting Chu Qing's idea, Fatty had already been sentenced to death by Lu Xingzhou. It's just that the execution is suspended. Lu Xingzhou's right hand gently rested on his shoulder. Then, a wisp of fire burrowed out of the center of his hand. Next, "Who?" is spread throughout his body. Fatty's legs, which were tied up in 5 different ways, were still stomping on the ground and trembling, as if they were trying to escape. But how could he possibly escape? It only took a few moments for the voices in the room to quiet down. Lu Xingzhou and Su Ruyan helped clean up the house that was in disrepair from the battle. Those 2 elder brothers in lowly dresses had also drunk the healing medicine by this time and recovered quite a bit. For these 2 people, Lu Xingzhou was still grateful. Knowing that his strength was unbeatable, he still rushed up without hesitation and bought some time for Lu Xingzhou. Professionalism is commendable. And honestly, these two were good, and it was indeed enough to deal with the average person. However, even Lu Xingzhou didn't expect it. The fat dragon would even come down to his own trouble in person. This hallowed level 39 top-tier second-turn professional, placed in Zhanghai City, was definitely considered a famous big shot. I can't believe I made such a stupid move. Was he really pushed? Or was it because he was so stupid? Lu Xingzhou shook his head and didn't bother to pursue the matter. After all, this was practically not everyone was as smart as Ruyan Su. And it wasn't long before Lu Xingzhou watched the gloomy-faced Captain Chun appear at the store's entrance with two other new colleagues. His face was very ugly, as if he had just learned some bad news. It was a bolt from the blue, and his face was bloodless. Lu Xingzhou looked at him and spoke slowly. "Air. Captain Chun, what's wrong? Have you been busy lately? Why does your face look so ugly?" The corner of Captain Chen's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth. "Thanks to you, it would have been less busy." Lu Xingzhou rubbed his chin and said as if he didn't hear it. "I'm going to need your help at the scene. It's kinda complicated." "Okay." Captain Chun had no choice but to resign himself to his fate. When people have bad luck, they can't even drink cold water. He turned his head to the two charred corpses next to him and pointed to one of them with a bit of wonder. "Hey, why is this still hot? Is it?" Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and said, "An illusion." "An illusion?" Captain Chun didn't bother to think about it. He just followed the rules and procedures and started to record the scene. It was just that he didn't understand that this vice president of the famous Blood Knights Guild. How was it that you were backstabbed by a kid who wasn't even in college yet? Does that make sense? Although Lu Xingzhou had also crossed over to defeat higher-level opponents a few times before. But that didn't exceed Lu Xingzhou's rank by too much after all. And this fat dragon. That's a level 39 professional. Captain Chun thought about it while completing the registration of the situation at the scene. This is something that he feels is a bit involved. Not only does it involve the core characters of the only A-class guild in Zhanghai City, it also involves this year's Zhanghai City examination scholar. At his level, there's no way to make a decision anymore. So, after going back, Captain Chun reported the matter to the head of the public security department. The leader nodded and agreed that it would be best for this matter to be investigated by a professional. And that's when the leader came up with the right person for the job. By the way, didn't that Dean Shin from the Shangjing Academy come to do some business with us recently? I've heard she's very good, and used to help the SCOTUS Sheriff's Department with a lot of valuable advice. Why don't we ask her? Chapter 99. Big brother, who would treat me like a child without you? Just like what Su Ruyun had said, Qin Xian did not show any anger after learning about this matter of Fatty Dragon's death. Not even the idea of him even pursuing it. It seems that the matter of who killed the fat dragon is inconsequential. Lu Xingzhou was happy to be at ease. Otherwise, he would have to deal with it. It was just that he didn't expect that Captain Chun on the other side would not continue to pursue this matter further. After just a brief look at the situation, nothing more was said. I think he said something about leaving it in someone else's hands? Anyway, if he didn't look for himself, then it had nothing to do with Lu Xingzhou, because he's got a lot on his plate right now. Auntie, why don't you come with me to Shangjing? That way we can still look out for each other. My sister-in-law hesitated for a moment after hearing this. A bit of a long-winded comment followed. I've been in Zhanghai City for so many years, and I have feelings for the place. I still have some reluctance if I'm asked to reopen my store in a different place in a hurry. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou felt slightly strange, because it had always been my sister-in-law and myself who were the closest people in the world. It's not often that she says something like she can't give up on a place. However, Lu Xingzhou chose to respect his sister-in-law's thoughts, so he didn't ask much, just nodded and said that he would be going to Shangjing for a while recently, but would be back soon. But secretly, Lu Xingzhou still can't rest assured that his sister-in-law's safety is not a problem, and he only relies on outsiders to protect his sister-in-law from being unstable. Moreover, there was still such an unstable factor as Xiaoyu. It was really quite difficult for anyone other than himself to guard against her sneak attack. Lu Xingzhou then arranged for one of his own Dharma bodies to stay in Zhanghai City to secretly protect Chu Qing. That's kind of a no-brainer. On the other hand, saying goodbye to Sun Qi and the others was much simpler. Lu Xingzhou just left behind a sentence. Gooder, take care of yourself. Of course, Sun Qi was completely unconvinced by this, and he has stated more than once that he said, "Don't you dare say that to my father's face." Of course, it's all in jest. Lu Xingzhou wasn't worried that Sun Chi's upgrade speed would be left behind, because even if this kid is no longer a rare professional, he's still a strong one among the rare professionals. If even he has trouble upgrading, how do you expect the others to live? However, the upgrading speed was definitely not as fast as it was when he was laying down with his own copy brush is all. On the other hand, Zhao Qian heard that Lu Xingzhou had to leave Zhanghai for a period of time. The mood was even more reluctant. Big brother ah. When will you come back ah? After brushing with you? Big brother. I'm no longer comfortable brushing in a group with other commoners. Lu Xingzhou cried and laughed. This Zhao Qian had also deliberately changed into a full plus agility outfit in order to help herself be more efficient when picking up props. I'm running as fast as I can. If it was a normal brushing squad, she certainly wouldn't be allowed to match her equipment like that. After all, you're nothing but a fast runner. What's the use of being the only fast runner left when all your teammates are gone? What, a marathon with a monster to see who dies first? If Zhao Qian is to rejoin another team, this equipment will have to be repurchased and rebuilt. Of course, Zhao Qian was not someone who was heartbroken about money. Just leave Lu Xingzhou, who else treats her like a child. Zhao Qian thought of the big brother's concern for herself. She only felt concern from strangers in Lu Xingzhou's place, and she often heard Lu Xingzhou instructing her, "Go on, sit at the kids' table. Hey, the big man is actually going to Shangjing. Why don't I sign up for the Upper Kyoto Academy and try it out too?" With Zhao Qian's performance nowadays, it wouldn't be much of a problem to get into the top 3 academies in the Federation. The enrollment criteria for the Upper Beijing Academy was strict, but it was not impossible to try. Say it and do it. At this time, Zhao Qian had already taken this thought of hers and silently memorized it in her heart. On the other hand, inside the Zhanghai City Security Bureau, the director of public security personally received this Shen Xining, Dean Shin of Shangjing University, who was dressed in a white professional outfit. Shen Xining looked very competent in a white professional outfit, but the black framed glasses she wore on her better face revealed a sensible beauty. Although she was the dean of the Shangjing Academy, she had only taken up this position for a short while. Age looks, and Lu Xingzhou's sister-in-law is similar in age, about 27 or 18 years old. Dean Shen, we're still busy bothering you to help check this case. It's mostly this thing that's really weird. This year, our Zhanghai City's this examination first prize, Lu Xingzhou, he actually defeated a level 39 second turn professional. After Shen Xining heard these words, a trace of doubt also appeared on her face. Shouldn't Zhanghai City's top examination student be a senior? Right? The sheriff's chief nodded. Then he's at most a level 10 out. Right? The sheriff nodded again. Shen Xining was silent. If in front of him, the one who said this to himself was not the director of the Zhanghai City Security Bureau, then she's afraid she'll think that it's someone who's making fun of herself. A senior who is out of level 10 and hasn't turned 2 yet. Crossing a level gap of over 20 levels and defeating a top-tier second-turn professional? What a joke. Show me his information. After Shen Xining finished saying this, the staff next to her very nimbly handed over Lu Xingzhou's information. She raised her right hand slightly and held up her black-rimmed glasses. Looked at the report with interest. After reading Lu Xingzhou's basic information, she put down the thick stack of reports, then spoke slowly. Show me the site. Magistrate's genus, custodial room for display of evidence. The corpses of Fatty Dragon and Fatty Fat were lying there steadily, motionless. Fire magic. Moreover, the skill is of a high grade. Shen Xining muttered silently to herself, recalling in her mind the skills that Lu Xingzhou had mastered as written on the report. Small Flame First Order. This is a skill that Lu Xingzhou, obtained from the collection of the second middle school in Zhanghai City, is registered. But Shen Xining was completely unconvinced that Lu Xingzhou had truly mastered this skill. Simply can't do such horrible burning damage. It's at least a 7th order skill. Shen Xining secretly made a judgment in her own heart. And then she took a closer look at the body of the fat dragon. After carefully observing for a while, Shen Xining's eyebrows moved slightly, because she just found out something. The direction of the flames burn. It's coming from 3 angles, though not too obvious evidence or traces could be found on the outside. However, judging from the traces of magical residue, Shen Xining was quite certain. The fat dragon was definitely attacked by 3 flames of the same power before it died. This puzzled her to no end. How did this young man called Lu Xingzhou do it? After thinking for a few moments, Shen Xining said to the director of public security and a group of staff next to him. Please step outside for a moment and leave me a quiet space. I, for one, have some things to do. The sheriff's commissioner nodded slightly after hearing this and hastily blasted the crowd out. Go, 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 all of you. Only when the room was completely emptied did Shen Xining come to the side of the fat dragon once again. Then he took off a somewhat oddly shaped ring and slowly leaned down. Presses his right hand to the ground. In my name, at my command. R.I.P. Susan. Chapter 100, What to Expect. I think. Lu Xingzhou departed with Su Ruyun and traveled to Shangjing. This was the first time he had left Zhanghai City since he was a child. Whether it was in his last life or this one, in every sense, this was Lu Xingzhou's first time. Actually, it's not just Lu Xingzhou. For the vast majority of people, no matter how big the world is, how wonderful the outside world is, but the scope of the ordinary people's lives is always just a corner of the world. Fate has already circled a life for the common man in the underworld. Many do their best, but can only gently test the edges of this circumscribed range. A shallow taste would have taken all the strength of the vast majority of people. Lu Xingzhou was slightly emotional. In fact, the so-called destiny is nothing more than a way for those with vested interests to secure their positions. It's just a shackle forced on the average person. Such is the story of the 33 pieces of silver. For the vast majority of people in life, it's all they can do to stay alive. Lu Xingzhou knew that he would definitely encounter more guys who looked at him with displeasure in the future. They certainly didn't want to see a low-level professional. A magical apprentice who couldn't make it to the top went from the bottom, up the ladder, even climb on their heads. But Lu Xingzhou liked to see their expression of looking at themselves but not being able to do anything about it. What's on your mind, kid? Su Ruyun saw that Lu Xingzhou seemed to be a little lost in thought, so she took the initiative to open her mouth and asked with a smile. At this moment, the two were sitting in the back seat of that black business car. The car has a lot of room in the back and the leather seats wrap the two comfortably. A small wine table by the chairs was set up with a wide array of expensive wines. At this moment, Su Ruyun was shaking the second goblet in her hand, rotating some of the crystalline amber-colored liquid within the glass. Su Ruyun had a pair of long and slender legs that were almost as heaven-defying as Su Ruyun's. Only compared to her sister, Su Ruyun's legs were more plump and fleshy. The edges of those black stockings gently strangled in, making it impossible to take your eyes off them. Especially when he was close to Lu Xingzhou's ear when he spoke, the two long legs squeezed hard, and it was even more unique. Even Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Ahem. Who turned myself targeting on? Lu Xingzhou secretly thought in his heart. But on the surface, he still shrugged his shoulders as if nothing had happened and said, It's okay. I'm not a big drinker anyway. I'm just geeking out. Well, come and have a chat then. Lu Xingzhou is actually not interested in chatting. Is the leg not good? But, since Su Ruyun had already spoken, Lu Xingzhou still asked cooperatively, Talk about something? Su Ruyun came a few points closer, then narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a flirtatious demeanor, You and my sister, have you finalized your relationship yet? The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. Then he shook his head slightly and said, No. Su Ruyun lengthened her voice and let out an F. She then took another sip of the wine in her glass, and that's when she spoke. Then, are you interested in my sister or not? I can hear her say that you're also planning to enroll in the Shangjing Academy. Right? Lu Xingzhou felt that Su Ruyun's sister was really a bit of a gossipy soul in her body. Is it possible that gossip is her true nature? SJS is the best school in the federal government, so naturally, if you want to challenge yourself, you would apply here. Lu Xingzhou answered frankly. And at this time, Su Ruyun's eyes suddenly became a few points sharper, as if she wanted to see through Lu Xingzhou. You didn't answer my question. Do you mean anything to my sister or not? Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment, wondering why. He, who had never cared about other people's opinions, actually subconsciously touched the tip of his nose at this time. Then, before looking up, he said, Of course, I'm also a little relieved to have her. You know, there are a lot of bad people in this community, However, before Lu Xingzhou could continue to find some justification and excuse for his behavior, Su Ruyun suddenly opened her mouth and smiled. Then, as if talking to himself, Sister, did you hear that? People have said that they can't worry about you. Lu Xingzhou? Then, he saw Su Ruyun digging around and finding a cell phone from the bounty within her arms. And although the cell phone's interface showed the words talking, not a word was said on the other side. Then it quickly hung up. There was a beep. On the other end of the phone, Su Ruyan's face instantly turned red. There was a small mumble under his breath. I'm a starburst-level professional. Where is it your turn to worry about me? Stupid. Her mouth said so. Or you can convince yourself to let yourself believe it. However, Su Ruyan's clenched fists were unconsciously clenched with a fine layer of small beads of sweat due to her excitement. She, on the other hand, was oblivious. On the other side, after Su Ruyan hung up the phone, she smiled like a victorious general for a long time. It was only then that he spoke slowly. Hey, young people's love, it's so beautiful. We haven't talked about such things. Just friends. Lu Xingzhou corrected righteously. Ah yes, friend. I said it wrong, my sister apologizes. Although Su Ruyan had disbelief written all over her face, her mouth still said so, giving Lu Xingzhou enough face. Lu Xingzhou held his forehead with one hand and sighed helplessly. Seemingly having had enough fun, the topic of Su Ruyan's chat afterward turned quickly. No, this is 1 million gold coins, enough for your 2-day entry fee for the duplicate. Before you get off the bus later, exchange contact information with me, and feel free to call me if anything happens. Of course, if my sister is busy, she won't answer it. Lu Xingzhou took the bag containing 1 million gold coins. It was then stowed away in his props bar. Now Lu Xingzhou's total assets had come to 3 million gold coins. In fact, counting the rewards from the school before, as well as those materials that he had been selling by brushing copies, Lu Xingzhou's assets were already close to 4 million gold coins. But he left some money for Chu Qing, partly to redecorate the store. On the other hand, Lu Xingzhou also asked Yuanqiu to purchase some protective equipment, sort of another safeguard for Chu Qing. After all, he was not in Jianghai, or to be prepared for everything. So, he only has 3 million left in his hand now. But this was an astronomical amount for a student like Lu Xingzhou who hadn't graduated for long. After seeing Lu Xingzhou put the money away, Su Ruyan instructed a few more words and said, You're 20 minutes away. Remember what your sister said. Don't trust anyone there. The wild copies around Shangjing are mixed with fish and dragons, and those deranged people who gather are not ordinary goods. It's a lot more treacherous than a small place like Jianghai City. Lu Xingzhou nodded. He would pay attention to these things even without her saying it. Su Ruyan finally added a sentence and said, By the way, none of them know my real identity. I recruited the team anonymously. So don't reveal my identity. Oh brother. Lu Xingzhou glanced at her, then suddenly raised a question. Are you hiding your identity so much to avoid someone? Combine that with what you said at the time about bringing down the Su family. Lu Xingzhou's voice lowered a few points, his eyes looking at the driver in the front row. But at this time, Su Ruyan smiled and said, Don't worry, he can be trusted. And you, little brother, there are a lot of things that I can't tell you right now, and you shouldn't ask. But if you reach the 4th turn in the future, maybe you can help a little. Lu Xingzhou's eyes moved slightly. For turns, a professional of level 60 or higher is known as a turn 4. That was the top group of professionals who were qualified to access 9th rank skills. Lu Xingzhou guessed that this matter should be quite involved. So there were no more questions. Good. He responded and didn't say anything else until he got out of the car. After he left, however, the driver spoke slowly. Miss Su, do you think that he will be able to join us in the future? Su Ruyan stroked her chin, then slowly opened her mouth. Who knows? But I think he has the potential. And don't look at him, even though he's not very old. But he sees more than the average person. Besides, I think he wants to overthrow the Su family more than any of us. The driver nodded. He's really smart and sharp. But he's just a magic apprentice. His ceiling may not be high. Su Ruyan didn't comment, but just said very calmly, Then let's wait and see. After the car had driven some more distance, the driver suddenly asked again, Miss Su, are you able to answer one of my subordinates' doubts? I'm in a good mood today, so go ahead. Su Ruyan shook her wine glass and spoke slowly. I would like to ask you why he was allowed to participate in this copy. That driver's eyes unconsciously glanced in the rearview mirror as he drove. If I remember correctly, this Nightmare Library copy should be among the mandatory courses of the Upper Capital Academy, right? And it's not even a copy that the average freshman student would have access to. Hearing this, the corners of Su Ruyan's mouth lifted slightly. Because I talked to Bai Shangyang 2 days ago, He's going to let Lu Xingzhou participate in the military district competition, and before that Lu Xingzhou has to rise to level 20. There's a lot of pressure to upgrade if you're on track. Besides, with him in the copy, maybe I'll be able to get the hegemony rune I want as well. The driver nodded with a look of understanding, then focused back on driving. But in reality, the driver secretly slandered in his heart the market price of the Overlord rune. That is over 10 million gold coins of super rare props. You have been secretly arranging this for so long without getting it. Isn't it a bit too optimistic to expect Lu Xingzhou to get it for you? However, at this moment, Su Ruyan only smiled faintly. I think it's something to look forward to. Chapter 101. Are you like ing magical apprentice? Edge of Shangjing, replica wild area. There are many copies of the area within this range. Both the quantity and quality were much higher than the regional copies in Jianghai City. This is a strange thing, this part of Shangjing is just more developed than the rest of the city. Even the replica resources are more. Lu Xingzhou followed the contact information given by Su Ruyan and made a rendezvous with that team of professionals. They agreed to meet at a tavern in a campground in no man's land. It was still more than 200 kilometers away from the edge of the city in Shangjing, but it was close to the major field replicas. So this place should also be considered one of the few supply places for the professionals. There are simple supply depots, small inns, taverns, and even a black market street dedicated to letting people trade. After Lu Xingzhou walked into the tavern, he then smelled an overwhelming burst of alcohol, sweat, mixed with the smell of some people's vomit. It instantly made him frown, revealing a mask of bitterness. But fortunately, Lu Xingzhou's patience was still very strong. After he briefly acclimated himself, he headed straight for the innermost table. There were 4 people sitting at that table. A muscular man in a turban was drinking with a boozy girl next to him. Next to him sat a wiry, sickly-looking scholar with glasses. The remaining one was a 50-year-old man sitting in the corner of the table, sipping lemonade. A slightly odd choice of drink for this 50-year-old man. In Lu Xingzhou's stereotypical impression, they would be more likely to like the kind of spirits that were drunk neat without ice. Lemonade? Well, very creative. The boss asked me to take the last position in the Nightmare Library copy. Lu Xingzhou came to the table and directly interrupted the crowd and said. The 4 people at the table all turned their gazes to Lu Xingzhou next to them. The muscular man in the bandana then said, "You're the one who made the appointment with us. The boss told you to come. Are you sure?" The muscular man looked Lu Xingzhou up and down, obviously not that happy with this green-faced brat. He clinked his glass again with the boozy-looking girl and proceeded to drink it down, muttering to himself, "Gee, I wonder what this boss thinks? Got an old man and weak glasses, and now even the hairless brats are here. This." The muscular man wearing a turban looked at Lu Xingzhou and then said, "Check your identity. Tell me, what's the name of that boss? He's on an anonymous recruiting team? Are you kidding me?" Lu Xingzhou didn't fall for it at all and said directly. Hearing this, the light flickered in the muscular man's drunken eyes. He then rubbed the back of his head and spoke with a big grin. "Ah, right, I forgot. Okay, then since you're joining our team, how about telling us your basic attributes and skills first? We don't want to get to the start of the fight and not know what skills you know." Lu Xingzhou looked at the muscular man in front of him and knew that, just now, the other party was intentionally testing himself. But sadly, the means are too low. Lu Xingzhou didn't hide it and directly revealed his information panel. However, just the moment Lu Xingzhou displayed his attribute panel, the few people who had been drinking a moment ago instantly froze. "Are you a magical apprentice?" Looking at the crowd's surprised gazes, Lu Xingzhou shrugged lightly. What's wrong? Everyone's expressions didn't know what to say anymore, because they really didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou was just a magic apprentice. This is no joke? Although the 4 of them were not considered to be the top strongest among their class. But then again, that turban muscle man and weakling glasses are rare professions. Strength should not be underestimated. And that buxom girl and the old man in his 50s, both of them were also senior professionals. At least it can be positively helpful for the team. And Lu Xingzhou, low-level professional? There's no mistaking it. The muscular man's face had clouded over, and he crushed the wine glass with a slightly heavier hand grip. Ka-ching. He stood up and came to Lu Xingzhou and said, "Kid, I don't care who let you join this team, but I can't allow a loser like you who only adds to the chaos to be with us." Lu Xingzhou said with a still calm demeanor. It's all at the boss's request. And if you're ever dissatisfied, you can go to him. You kid. Don't use the boss on me. Since you're not afraid, go talk to him. What's the point of fighting me? Lu Xingzhou laughed and then waved his hand, not willing to bother with him anymore. Although that muscular man looked at Lu Xingzhou with some displeasure, everyone was paid to do things. After thinking for a moment, he finally swallowed his words and didn't say anything more. Lu Xingzhou sat himself down and then ordered himself a cup of Coke with ice. He's not a big drinker, and it's not like he can't handle that stuff for more than a day or two. When the iced Coke was served, he took a straw and drank it while addressing the few remaining people. Everyone will be teammates for a few days after this. Introduce yourself to each other. The somewhat buxom woman looked at Lu Xingzhou and thought that this young man was very interesting, although it didn't look old like a recent high school graduate. But his demeanor, and the way he handled himself in the face of such a scene. However, it made everyone feel that Lu Xingzhou had a maturity and calmness beyond his age. My name is He Hua. My occupation is archery mage. My level is 20, and my current battle power is 29 stars. The buxom woman said with a smile, clearly not resenting Lu Xingzhou. You guys can just call me Glasses? Anyway, someone always says that Glasses is what I am or something like that. My profession is summoner. My current level is 20, and my battle power is 31 stars. In the corner, the wiry man with glasses spoke in a somber voice, introducing himself and saying. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at the old man in his 50s. The latter had pretty much finished the drink in his glass, so it seems he really likes lemonade. For some reason, Lu Xingzhou always felt that this old man in his 50s was sneaking glances at himself from time to time, because the latter would always unconsciously avert his gaze when he himself glared at the past. Maybe it's an illusion? My name is Shirdali. I don't have much education, so I'll just listen to your arrangements. My profession is Shield Knight. My current level is 20, and my battle strength is 25 stars. After that old man in his 50s finished speaking, the crowd turned their gazes to the turbaned man. At this moment, that turbaned burly man saw that the crowd had introduced themselves. He could then only snort coldly and speak faintly. Just call me Turban. That's what I'm called when I'm mixed up. As for my profession, he directly showed his information panel. Level 20 rare class professional wandering swordsman. Battle rating 33 stars. Can be said that within the crowd present, hijab is at its strongest. It was no wonder that he showed great disdain when he looked at Lu Xingzhou. We'll start the operation tomorrow. You kid don't slow me down then. Got it? Strong in strength, naturally hard in speech. Although the group did not elect a captaincy, it was clear that no one took issue with the turban's words. Only at this time that Hahua spoke up. Hijab? Don't worry. Actually, a few of us have enough combat power to challenge the Nightmare Library. It's just this little brother Lu Xingzhou. He'll just help pick up the props. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. Good lord, what a way to go. Surprisingly, someone asked me to come to the copy to help pick up the props. Ainima, kidding right? If Sun Chi knew about this, he would probably be able to laugh at himself for half a year. Hijab looked at Lu Xingzhou and then nodded, thinking that Hahua had a point. Lu Xingzhou this point of combat power with or without the same. Might as well let him pick up the props and share less of the copy's haul with him when the time comes. All is well. It's settled. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, sharp. Chapter 102. Are you teasing me? Early the next morning, the crowd came to gather outside the replica door. This night Lu Xingzhou didn't rest very well, because it really can't be said to be safe here. At night, Lu Xingzhou could often hear various sounds of fighting and screams coming from outside. If the general situation, Lu Xingzhou heard the sound of them coming from the hotel next door. That's mostly because it feels like, well, next door is building again. However, last night Lu Xingzhou heard most likely another death. Without strength, it's not safe to go anywhere. Last night Lu Xingzhou also felt that the door to his room had been opened furtively. But for some reason, just as Lu Xingzhou was about to make his move, the man retreated again very sensibly. Counting this kid's life, Lu Xingzhou did not pursue it excessively. Otherwise, there would have been another cold body on the streets this morning. Kid, what's the point of dawdling? Everyone's been waiting for you for half a day. Lu Xingzhou had just stepped out of the door when he saw Hijab shouting at him from the doorway with some impatience. Lu Xingzhou looked at the time. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. so he wasn't in a hurry and just walked forward slowly. Turban felt disturbed when he saw Lu Xingzhou's dangling, uncaring look. Although his mouth urged him a few times, Lu Xingzhou didn't give him face. Anyway, it just walked on its own and came to the crowd. Seeing that the crowd had gathered, they didn't ink, so they headed straight to the location of the copy. After all, the crowd is out to make money. Time is money, and they still understand this. Hijab led the crowd outside the replica. An entrance fee of 100,000 gold coins per person. After we pay, it will be ready to go down to the copy. The crowd had taken out 100,000 gold coins from their props bar and handed them over to the turban. The next copy is 500,000 gold coins. That's pretty extravagant. The gold coins clattered and stacked, drawing a sideways glance from those around them. Still, that visual impact of so many gold coins put together was terrifying. But a number of people around them, none of them gave birth to the idea of trying to rob them. After all, those who dared to challenge the Nightmare Library were not idle. Because of the difficulty of the Nightmare Library, everyone had heard about it. A dense rain of monster bullets that can drown any incoming enemy. In other words, without enough experience or strength, trying to challenge it would be no different than sending it to death. So the crowd around them just eyed Lu Xingzhou as the group of them slowly walked into the Nightmare Library copy. After paying the entrance fee to choose a copy, Hijab wanted to choose the normal level difficulty. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke. "Why don't you choose warrior level difficulty?" Hijab looked at it like a little cutie, like, glancing at Lu Xingzhou who was talking next to him. The still warrior level difficulty. Do you know that it is hard enough to take you, a punk, and beat the normal level? If the boss hadn't let you join the team, I would have told you to stay where you are. Do you understand? But he still had to show a bit of captaincy on his first day on the job as captain of the entire team. So he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Let's just try the normal level difficulty first. If we beat it, I just thought that the warrior level of difficulty might have a better chance of getting what the boss wants." Lu Xingzhou spoke again with an innocent face. At this time, Hihua suddenly opened her mouth and rounded up Lu Xingzhou, saying, "Little brother, you probably don't know much about the difficulty of the warrior level. That's several times harder to beat than the normal difficulty. Let's try to see if we can beat the normal difficulty first. And if we can try the adventure difficulty afterward." At this time, although Lu Xingzhou was tempted to say, "This warrior level difficulty is not difficult to beat. I've beaten several copy records." However, Lu Xingzhou thought that it would be better to do more than less, so why not brush up first? Maybe this Nightmare Library copy is really hard? Lu Xingzhou nodded without saying anything else. Seeing that the kid wasn't continuing to pester him, Hijab selected the copy and determined the difficulty to be normal. Then a white light flashed in front of the crowd and they entered the middle of the copy. Entering into the replica, the surroundings changed instantly. From the somewhat dilapidated and unkempt environment of a moment ago, it instantly became a high-class library that was elegant and noble, and if you smelled it carefully, it smelled of perfume. At this point, the crowd at the scene felt something unreal. "Are you the employees who cleaned the library today?" Suddenly a low voice echoed throughout the middle of the library, reaching the ears of the crowd. Everyone snapped their heads around. It was then that they saw that a middle-aged man wearing purple robes and an odd mask had unexpectedly arrived behind them at an unknown time. Hood was taken aback and immediately assumed a fighting stance. But his move was quickly stopped by Hahua at his side. "Don't, this is their curator. He won't attack us. It's just a normal NPC." Only after hearing this did Hijab react. He naturally knew that this copy had the existence of a curator's identity, and he was just subconsciously a little excited just now. Almost did it. At this time, the curator spoke again once more. "There are 6 rooms in the library in total, and you can choose which one to enter first as you see fit. After completing all the tasks, you can come back to me to collect your rewards." After saying that, the librarian, who was wearing a purple robe, left. Lu Xingzhou looked at the back of this librarian and silently spoke. "It's like, really unbeatable?" Hijab took a deep breath to keep his inner peace, then spoke slowly. "Beat your ass. Don't say those unrealistic words, go." Next to him, the underdog glasses guy held his glasses with his right hand and said grimly, "I've heard of people choosing to attack the curator before, but in the end, it didn't end well. They were directly exterminated, and only 2 professionals forced their way out of the copy at the last minute. Or it's all over." Next to him, the 50-year-old man, Shirdali, also nodded his head. He'd heard the rumor, too. All in all, this curator is a dangerous person. We'd better be careful. Hua spoke up. Lu Xingzhou didn't dwell on it. Let's go. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue. 6 rooms, each corresponding to 6 colors. Hijab led the crowd, heading to the first room first. The naked room. As the crowd slowly walked in, the style of the room followed suit. The surrounding walls were decorated with some stark colors in a very uniform style and color. The moment they entered the room, several people stood at attention. Glasses activate the skill, twin elves. Immediately after that, 2 elemental elves, 1 black and 1 white, were summoned at his side. Sherdali also took out a huge shield from within the prop space and blocked it in front of him. Hua and Turban, they also took out their weapons from the props bar. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou did nothing, the Turban at this point urged, "What are you doing, kid? Get out your gear." "Oh," Lu Xingzhou answered. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Xingzhou slowly took out one from his props bar. Broken wooden sticks. Hijab? Are you kidding me? Chapter 103. Quenching fire? You've made a fortune. The crowd took out a gold-grade shadow bow, a dark gold-grade earth shield, a dark gold-grade phantom staff, and a dark gold-grade shadow slasher sword. And this broken wooden stick that Lu Xingzhou took out showed a phrase in the eyes of the crowd. Name of equipment. Wooden stick. Equipment evaluation. Wooden sticks can be found everywhere. Burning fire may be its only use. Everyone was confused. Good lord, this kid really isn't an actor? With a broken stick, are you here for a laugh? Even if you can't afford gold-ranked equipment, you should more or less wear silver-ranked equipment, right? Does the broken wooden stick add 1 iota to one's strength? But at this point, before the crowd could spit, the rows of cabinets with books on display in front of them began to stir. Rumble. Inside the cabinet, rows and rows of books floated up. A halo of crimson light lingered around these books. Monster name. Floating Book of Flames. Monster level. 19. Battle rating. 23 stars. Mastery skills. Flame text. Floating. Self-burning. Everyone get ready, Turban yelled. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again on guard. Shirley Lee's shield plunged straight into the ground, blocking the front of the crowd. As soon as the words fell, the books floating in the sky instantly opened up in a dense swath. The books that emanated a crimson glow revealed the pages inside. Then, the words among the pages of the book were as if they had come to life. Surprisingly, it directly broke away from the paper and then blasted at the crowd. Bang! Like words attached to flames. It blasted against Shirley Lee's shield with a violent explosion. But that's just the beginning. More and more floating books of flame kept rising in the middle of the sky. Then boom! Sherdali spoke directly. Them, I can't top it. At this time, the Turban and Hua instantly lowered the center of gravity of the body. The two of them aimed at the 2 books that were close to them, and then instantly released their skills. Triple chop. Thousands of arrows firing. The 2 attacked fiercely, instantly chopping the 2 books in the sky to pieces. But before they could rejoice, an attack of other books instantly surrounded them. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the bandana hit the ground, his feet stomped the ground. Dodged straight back behind Shirley's shield. Hua also used his stance skill, dexterity dodge. In 3 tries, he also ducked behind the shield. The words attached to the flames fell onto the shield like a tracer missile. Sherdali bared his teeth and struggled to hold on. Ouch! Quickly give me some status. Although the shield was able to mitigate most of the damage, it would still consume some of Sherdali's life value. And that's when Glasses opened his mouth in a deep voice. Spirit of life, use a healing spell. Beside him, the white elemental elf opened his arms and a healing array rose from the ground. Sherdali's condition was quickly restored. After the continuous bombardment ended, those books floating in the sky, the page of characters they opened up had all been blasted out. Just as the opponent's wave of offense ended, he was ready to turn the page. Turban yelled, "Take your chances and attack." Turban and Hua attacked again with a left and a right. Glasses was also joining this offensive battle and spoke directly. Death Elf, use dark bombardment. Turban rushed ahead, slicing and dicing as he unleashed his skills, cutting out sword slash after sword slash. The dead elves of Hua and Glasses are behind him, backed up by firepower, clearing the area around him of any book monsters that have just finished turning pages and are able to threaten him. But the gap between the output of the crowd was not long, and most of the flaming books had already finished turning the pages again. Rows and rows of words emanating a reddish-colored glow struck again. Manhwa and the others could only be forced to hide, because they also understood the immense power caused by this flame blast on the shield. Therefore, the people did not hold back, nor were they greedy for the sword, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. But just as the crowd ducked behind their shields, Shrike suddenly saw it out of the corner of his eye. The handsome young man standing next to the frozen Lu Xingzhou. Woo-hoo! You kids crazy, duck over here. Li suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. When everyone turned their heads, they saw Lu Xingzhou standing next to him, gawking at the densely packed flaming text in the sky. Looking for death, this kid, Turban cursed and felt that Lu Xingzhou was simply incorrigible. Forget it, just die, that's his own poor strength, it has nothing to do with himself. However, that bold woman was not able to just watch Lu Xingzhou die in vain like this. Run out of shield protection. Before the flaming words in the sky fell, he grabbed Lu Xingzhou's collar. Afterwards, the dexterity dodge skill was used. Whoosh! Several times, the flaming text fell against her side. Rubbing shoulders. Manhwa's dexterity dodge skill itself was a 4th rank skill. Plus she had strengthened the skill by +1, so her proficiency was very high. Taking Lu Xingzhou with him, he surprisingly dodged a few attacks as well. But just as she was about to get back behind Li's shield, a few of the flaming books at the nearer point instantly erupted into 2 consecutive waves of offense, directly taking her 2-step dodge route. All sealed up, this one made it very difficult for Manhwa. Although she also realized that it was not good, but out of the angle of inertia, it was impossible for her to completely change direction in such a short period of time. Bad! Manhwa cried out in her heart that it was not good, but she did her best to twist her body on her feet and brought Lu Xingzhou to avoid the attack. Bang! The flaming text didn't directly hit Manhwa's body, but it still grazed her calf. The moment he was attacked, intense pain came from his calf, and Manhwa fell straight to the ground. But luckily, Li moved a few steps in time. It blocked in front of Manhwa and Lu Xingzhou, blocking all the next attacks. I'm here, are you guys okay? Manhwa looked at her calf. The burns from the flames had caused her calf to suffer a considerable amount of damage. But the good news is it's not fatal. It's okay. Manhwa opened his mouth, then turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou beside him. On the battlefield, don't dawdle. Although Lu Xingzhou wanted to say something, he knew that Manhwa had come to his rescue out of complete kindness. So it didn't retort, but said with an apology. Sorry. Glasses walked over with the sprite of life and then spoke. It's okay, I can heal. Then, the elf of life opened its hands wide, followed by the healing array in front of it rising instantly. Buzz! At the same time, Lu Xingzhou also had a thought and slightly closed his eyes. Wanxiang Sun Luo, the field unfolds. In an instant, the pain in Manhwa's leg completely disappeared, and the wound unexpectedly healed directly with the naked eye. It was almost a matter of moments before Manhwa was completely healed. Next to him, Li exclaimed slightly, "Huh! You this healing speed. How come you're so fast?" A deep hide. Even Manhwa looked at the glasses with a surprised face and nodded slightly. Worthy of being a rare profession, this healing recovery speed. It's really fast. Glasses lowered his head slightly sheepishly when he heard this. I'm flattered. I'm flattered. It's all I should do. But that said, Glasses muttered in his mind but a little in disbelief. Is the healing speed of the sprite of life I summoned that fast? How come I didn't know? Next to him, Turban came to Lu Xingzhou's side with a serious face. Sternly scolded. Brat, if you mess with me again, I'll kill you. Hear that? Speak. Lu Xingzhou also didn't want to cause trouble and nodded. At this time, Manhwa came over to comfort Lu Xingzhou and said, Don't worry, little brother. Just pay attention next time. Good. Lu Xingzhou promised with his mouth. But, in fact, he wasn't in a daze just now. Rather, it was because the flaming runes and the flaming words appeared as different words in his eyes. Name of prop. Quenching fire. Item grade. Rare. Effect of use. Probability of increasing the power limit of the flame skill. Item comment. Few bathed in fire. That's what it feels like. Chapter 10 for no, he's alone. Single brush. In fact, Lu Xingzhou was eager to try out what the effect of this so-called quenching fire was. Permanently boosts the attack power of the fire attribute. TSK, TSK, TSK. The effect is really a bit coveted. But He Hua had just saved herself, and it also made Lu Xingzhou directly dismiss this idea. It would be a bit of a loss if you wanted to try it because you wanted to try it yourself and then dragged other people down with you. So Lu Xingzhou put this matter in his heart and then silently acted as a small transparency in the team. Just follow your teammates for now and try again when you get a chance. Along the way, Lu Xingzhou released magic bullets on the side to assist. Of course, is a normal attack that is not equipped with the Frost Jewelry 3-piece set and does not have the effect of the 6th order skill Extreme Ice Storm attached to it. However, because of the blessing of the Starry Eyes staff, coupled with the fact that Lu Xingzhou's basic attributes were already ridiculously high. So, even the damage from normal attacks poured in quite high. Plus, the character occupation configuration of the team Su Ruyan had picked was still quite good. And besides him, everyone else was a second-turn professional. With normal play, it wasn't hard to pass this copy. After more than 40 minutes of tug-of-war, the crowd ended up defeating all of the floating books on all of the bookshelves in the middle of this stark-colored room. All of them. This room is huge and the number of monsters is quite high. As a result, Lu Xingzhou had indeed been rewarded with a large amount of experience value. After hitting the first room, Hood and the other three had a look of exhaustion on their faces. But the copy isn't finished yet. There are still the next 5 rooms to paint. So they once again raised their spirits and then proceeded to conquer the next few copies. In the end, after more than 3 hours of fighting, they finally cleared the copy, returned to the original hall and found the librarian. The middle-aged man wearing a purple robe and an odd mask slowly spoke. "You guys finished the mission and did a great job. Next will be the distribution of rewards for you. Book of Experience 10,000 points x5. Rune of Agility Rare Grade 10-2. Defense Rune Rare Grade 10-2. The crowd listened intently to the purple-robed curator as he spoke, expecting him to say the words, "Overbearing Rune." The other party's voice, however, ended abruptly at this moment. "Next, you may leave." With those words, the curator waved his hand, then slowly walked back toward the curator's office at the end of the hallway. And in front of Lu Xingzhou and the others, a portal to leave the copy appeared. "There's no domination rune out, grass." Hood spat and spoke up a bit irritably. Agility rune, defense rune. The effects of these two consumables were also very good, able to boost the user's agility and defense attributes in a short period of time. But, compared to the effects of the overwhelming rune, it was somewhat incomparable. The bully effect is the ability to ignore the opponent's attacks. A top buffing effect for sustained and efficient output. The strategic value is extremely high. Though hegemony is not invincible, it can definitely deal huge amounts of damage to the enemy in a fighting state. This was why Sun Chi's extreme fighter was only a rare profession, but its strength was comparable to many Starburst-level professions. It was because, after his pole fighter turned 3, he could learn a skill. 8th order skill, Overbearing Body Armor. As a result, the price of the hegemony rune far exceeded any other attribute rune. It's just that the pop rate does seem a bit touchy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sold for such a sky-high price. Go ahead. It's still early, so I guess we can brush twice more today. Ahua spoke up. It was true that this copy was able to gain a great deal of experience, but the length of time it took to brush up on the map was also quite a bit longer than a normal copy. 3 swipes is as far as they go. The crowd exited the copy and each person paid another 100,000 gold coins to the captain, then entered the copy once again. It was only this time when he brushed the map that Lu Xingzhou asked, "If we push down all the bookshelves, will we be able to paint them all at once?" As a result, when Lu Xingzhou said this, others were not yet unwilling. Sure, Li couldn't sit still. "I don't agree. You want me to die? Push it all down. Then I can't carry it." Lu Xingzhou looked at Shur vigorously, so excited, smiled and waved his hand. "Hey, I was just mentioning a hypothetical. Don't get so excited." But having said that, Lu Xingzhou still felt that he could give it a try. After all, just because he couldn't carry it didn't mean he couldn't carry it himself. This thing might be a horribly powerful attack for someone else. But for yourself there is only good, not bad. It might even serve to strengthen itself. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou was still quite eager to try it out. Only this time he didn't find any good opportunities to try this brush, and followed the team for another 3 hours or so before passing the second time. By the third time, the crowd in the group was getting a little tired. Even though physical injuries could be treated with life recovery potions, mental fatigue could not. There were also those potions that could remove mental fatigue, but they were too expensive. For professional hunters like them, whose very purpose was to make money, it was definitely not cost-effective to use that kind of potion. In fact, it's not impossible for them to play another set against exhaustion. But today is only the first day, and there's still a chance after that. So Hijab said to the crowd after just a moment's thought, "Let's go back and rest today, then regroup and fight again tomorrow." After saying this, the crowd agreed. And Lu Xingzhou was also very happy after hearing the crowd's reaction. Good. Finally found a chance to go solo. Okay. Then you guys go ahead and go home. I'll be here for a while. Turban said with a strange look at Lu Xingzhou. You kid? You don't think you've had a bad day and want to have a good review, do you? Count on you to be a bit of an up-and-comer. Knowing that you've slowed our team down today. Lu Xingzhou didn't say much and just nodded, casually perfunctory, because at this point he was a little impatient. After Hijab left, Glasses and the others followed. Before leaving, Hihua looked at Lu Xingzhou one more time and then said, "Be safe. It's a mess over here at night." Lu Xingzhou nodded, thinking that this Hihua was quite enthusiastic. This kind of character is not common for those professional hunters who lick blood at the tip of the knife. After the crowd had completely left, Lu Xingzhou circled around before taking out another 100,000 gold coins from his props bar. Alone, he slowly walked into the middle of the copy. Many of the other professionals in the surroundings were slightly stunned after seeing this scene. Michao? The kid's teammates are gone, and he's instead heading into a copy of the Nightmare Library all by himself? Crazy, isn't he? Many professional hunters beside him murmured and said, "Waste 100,000 gold coins. Might as well give me this money." Who says it isn't? Spend so much money and in the end nothing works for nothing. There are just such insouciant fools in the sky, huh? And just between their words, next to them, a few student-looking people also saw Lu Xingzhou's back as he entered the copy. Was that also a student just now? A blonde teenager with a cross on his chest spoke slowly, not with that look of watching, but simply inquiring. The other few people beside him also spoke slowly at this time. Looks like he is, but I don't think he's a student of our Shangjing Academy. I don't know, but how did he dare to go into the copy alone? Between the crowd's comments, the blonde-haired teenager once again slowly opened his mouth. Ignorant people are fearless, I guess, but we don't have time to pay attention to others. After all, our goal is to clear the Nightmare Library copy before enrollment. The crowd nodded. Clearly they had the same goal in mind. And they took Lu Xingzhou as a representative of the fearlessness of the ignorant. On the other hand, Lu Xingzhou had already entered the middle of the copy and was ready to start the challenge. Chapter 105. Absorb enemy bullets to your heart's content. Copy name: Nightmare Library. Restricted level: 1521. Recommended number of persons: 4-5. Suggested battle strength: 25 stars or more. Ordinary level. After entering the replica, Lu Xingzhou didn't choose the ordinary level, but rather the adventure level. This was because he felt that the normal level of difficulty was not much of a threat to him even if he dealt with it alone. But this was just an attempt after all, and he hadn't chosen warrior level difficulty yet out of conservatism. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou looked at the slightly familiar room in front of him. He had taken a bit of a leap of faith. And at this time, the curator who wore purple robes and an odd mask. His voice also sounded again from behind Lu Xingzhou. After receiving the mission, Lu Xingzhou directly entered the first room. The naked room. Upon entering the room, all of the flaming floating books on several shelves around the room went into battle. These floating books, covered in burning flames, stood tall in front of Lu Xingzhou. Countless characters wrapped in the light of flames poured down like a torrential downpour. Boom! If it was for the others inside the turban squad to see this scene, they would definitely avoid it. However, Lu Xingzhou didn't have the slightest intention of fighting, but opened his arms to directly meet their attacks. Who? The moment that character wrapped in flames touched Lu Xingzhou's body, not only did it not explode, but it turned into a stream of light and entered his body. It was as if the flame had merged into his body, as if it had been swallowed up. Sure enough, Lu Xingzhou's heart was delighted. And the moment the flames entered Lu Xingzhou's body, he also felt a strange energy being integrated into his body. That stream of flame was like a mischievous child scurrying inside his veins. Does Qitian Desheng know about this? how lawless he was when he fought his way up to the heavenly palace. Then this flame is so. It can even be said that when the other Qi Tian de Shang went to the Ling Xiao Baodian to cause trouble back then, it was all a matter of human kindness, and more or less left a few points of face. But this little fire is something else entirely. It almost didn't give Lu Xingzhou the slightest bit of face, and the terrifying flames quickly traveled through his limbs and bones. It gave every part of his body a burning sensation of pain in the skin. And that's not all. As more and more attacks landed on Lu Xingzhou's body, more and more quenching flame was absorbed within him. Although this terrifying little flame looked small, the temperature and destructive power was much stronger than he had imagined. In an instant, Lu Xingzhou felt as if his body was about to be blown apart by flames. It was very hard, and at one point even made him bare his teeth in pain. Hiss! No one told me about this stuff. I can't believe it hurts so much. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou gritted his teeth and held on. Because he knew that the more pain this thing brought up front, the more lucrative it would be later. With the characters of the page unfolding on the flaming book floating in front of him, all of them were absorbed by Lu Xingzhou. In between their page turns, it was also the time for Lu Xingzhou to catch his breath. He concentrated and used his entire body to digest these, the raging little fires that raged within him. And a few moments later, Lu Xingzhou suddenly heard the beep of the personal information panel change in his ears. After being baptized by the quenching fire, you have successfully raised your flame resistance by 1 point. After the baptism of the quenching fire, you have successfully raised your flame resistance by 3 points. After being baptized by the hardened flame, you have successfully increased your flame damage by 1 point. After being baptized by the hardened flame, you have successfully increased your flame damage by 2 points. As more and more of the quenching flame was digested by Lu Xingzhou, the pain in his body gradually lessened, and he felt a power gradually rising within his body. Is this the benefit brought by the quenching fire? Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly with some emotion. Although Lu Xingzhou felt that he had just absorbed a lot of flame character attacks, the ratio that could give his body a boost was not 1-to-1. For now, this stuff still seems like a probability event. After most of the quenching flames were absorbed and digested by Lu Xingzhou, they also failed to have the effect of enhancing his physical quality. But that's not the problem. Because there is a second wave and a third wave of even more attacks to come. Lu Xingzhou laughed, and at this time the flaming floating books in the sky, they had also finished turning the pages. Then the second wave of the baptism of trial fire came back. And with the second wave, after the third wave of baptism, Lu Xingzhou felt that his acceptance of this flame was gradually increasing. There was a slight lessening of the pain as well. Lu Xingzhou rubbed his chin. He felt that this efficiency was slightly slow. So a bold idea presented itself in the middle of his mind. Give all these bookshelves a try by pushing them down. Thus, the staff in Lu Xingzhou's hand directly blasted out a few magic bullets, pushing down all the cabinets in the room. In an instant, the densely packed flaming floating books all came to mid-air. Such a sight would probably make any squad's scalp numb if they were to look at it. Especially Shirdali, it was estimated that he was going to cry out directly when he saw this scene. However, Lu Xingzhou was overjoyed. Wonderful. Let the storm come a little harder. Lu Xingzhou's face was full of calmness as he opened his arms to meet the various flame rune attacks that fell like rain in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying quenching fire was like a tsunami along the river, sweeping through every sinew and corner of his body. His body continued to enjoy the baptism of the quenching fire, and the pain gradually turned into a soothing sensation. But it didn't take long for the runes on every page of all the books to have blasted out. All the books now become blank on their page numbers, with no words or symbols that can be attacked anymore. Briefly, just hollowed out. The floating flaming books without any means of attack seemed as if they were annoyed. Surprisingly, they just set themselves on fire. In an instant, there were many burning fireworks in the sky. It's kinda spectacular. The reminder tone of gaining experience also kept coming to Lu Xingzhou's ears. It's as if, out of the blue, a girlfriend sends a V-mail message after she's finished playing a game. Straight-up explosions. No wonder, Su Ruyan said that the experience of this copy is more abundant. It's too much to eliminate all of them in one breath. In fact, the individual experience of the monsters here is not much different from a normal copy. However, this copy of the Nightmare Library wins, as the number of monsters here is simply too high. If it wasn't for the fact that every time Lu Xingzhou swiped a map, his experience would be split evenly into 3, he would have upgraded long ago after these few copies were swiped. and the next orange, red, green, cyan, and blue. These 5 rooms, Lu Xingzhou also brushed them with the same playing method. Just go in and push all the shelves down first, then just stand there and take a beating. All of these floating book attacks are only good for you anyway, no harm done. And the most critical thing is that these books will also activate the backup hidden energy to self-destruct after the attack is over. Hey! Lu Xingzhou almost just ate a hot pot and sang a song, and then finished the map quickly and happily. This super difficult copy, in the eyes of others, has become a vacation mecca in general in Lu Xingzhou's place. Wouldn't it be nice? It seems that this nightmare library copy isn't difficult even at the adventure level. Why don't we try challenging the warrior class next hand? Maybe the benefits received will be even greater. Lu Xingzhou nodded, very satisfied with his thoughts. On the other hand, not long after Lu Xingzhou entered, the squad of that blonde-haired teenager who had also entered the nightmare library copy as well. The difficulty they chose is also adventure level. It was only that they had come to the exact opposite conclusion as Lu Xingzhou after a bitter battle. This nightmare library is too hard. Wait a while or hit the normal level. Chapter 106. I exploit myself. It was because Lu Xingzhou had been absorbing the enemy's attacks. There's no pushing all the way across. So, this time the copy passes not too fast. But anyway, Lu Xingzhou didn't care about any so-called copy records. After all, it was the best if it could give him a boost. Another thing also suddenly occurred to Lu Xingzhou after he exited the copy. Hey, so will my Jed be able to swipe my own copy? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou secretly summoned his Dharma body and told him to wait a little by the side. Try to see if your Jed is also able to enter the copy after you enter it. Wouldn't that be double the pleasure if it actually worked? This time Lu Xingzhou chose the warrior level difficulty copy and then directly entered, as his figure disappeared into the middle of the replica's interface. Outside the copy, another teleportation glow lit up. The blonde-haired teenager who had just entered the copy, as well as his teammates, were all teleported out at this moment. After this battle just now, they could be said to have used all their cards. The adventure class is far more difficult than they could have imagined. The crowd had planned to just exit the copy in the first room. But their self-respect as top geniuses kept them going. By the time they hit the third room, the crowd was really not in good shape before they finally had no choice but to leave the copy. The good news, though, was that they only lost some experience points and dropped some common consumable materials. The rare equipment on his body and some rare props didn't drop. The difficulty of this copy is indeed quite large, and rashly challenging the difficulty of the adventure level is not something we can currently dabble in. The blonde teenager wearing a cross spoke slowly. This was because none of their levels were high either, only level 17 and 18. At this point, none of them have completed their second turn yet. Everyone is well aware that there is a rule by default. Challenge copies are often played stuck at the level cap of the copy. Let's say the level of this copy is 1521. Most people will then challenge the Nightmare Library at level 20+. And they themselves, at this point, were in the category of transgressing the level to brush up on their copies. Not to mention this kind of copy, which spanned both the first and second turn stages. If they were allowed to challenge the Nightmare Library after completing their second turn, then this adventure level difficulty wouldn't be much of a challenge for them. However, it was important to realize that they were only a group of first-turn professionals at this point. Adjust your state. Let's go challenge the normal level difficulty later. I don't think it should be much of a problem to pass the normal level given what we just did. The blonde teenager wearing a cross mused slightly. Although it was a bit of a failure just now, it didn't dampen the sharpness in his eyes. Because failure is the mother of success. The fact that they were able to come and have the courage to cross over and challenge this copy was already something remarkable. And they don't believe that anyone else who comes along will do a better job than them. So the crowd began to adjust themselves outside the copy. And just then, suddenly one of the men in the squad said, "I wonder what happened to the teenager who just went in alone?" The rest of them also remembered the handsome young man they had seen entering the copy alone before they entered it. Who knows? Most likely they realized they couldn't beat the copy at all, and then silently quit. Still, that guy was fun to watch. You don't see many unassuming fools like that. The crowd nodded and didn't take it to heart. Much less would they feel that Lu Xingzhou alone had the strength to pass through the Nightmare Library. However, just at this time, they suddenly saw that a young man wearing a black robe sneakily walked up to the entrance of the replica next to them. Then, 100,000 gold coins were pulled out of his arms. Right in front of them walked the portal to the nightmare library copy. Was that another one that just went in? And it looks like he went in alone, too? The crowd was silent. What was going on today? They had thought that they were already remarkable and courageous for challenging a copy of the nightmare library when they hadn't completed their second turn. But, is there even a master here? Is this person also an insouciant fool? The crowd couldn't figure it out, and were confused in the wind. On the other hand, Lu Xingzhou sensed that his Dharma body had entered the copy just as smoothly. A pang of excitement was unavoidable. Could one's Dharma body really be able to swipe copies alone as well as oneself? If things are really like this, then it would be much easier to brush up and upgrade yourself. Only after one's Dharma body actually started brushing up on copies, Lu Xingzhou realized that although his Dharma body was able to enter the copy and go through the clearance process normally, but has a little problem. That is, after one's Dharma body defeats the monster. I can't believe there's no normal experience bonus? After his own Dharma body killed the monster, it was as if nothing had happened, and the monster disappeared into thin air. However, the experience value was not shared with Lu Xingzhou. Killing for nothing? This made Lu Xingzhou feel a little confused. Come on. He had paid a whole 100,000 gold coins for the entrance fee. Isn't it a bit much for you to play me like that? But the good thing is, the effects of the quenching fire and the other rune attacks were no different when they acted on the land-rowing boat method than when they acted on themselves. All of them can have a probability to increase their fire attribute resistance in order to, and flame damage. And the normal drops for both equipment and materials are no different than usual. Only the experience value gained from brushing monsters doesn't drop anymore. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou's mood a little better. Finally, this money is not spent in vain. But at the moment he could not help but search his heart. It seems that using one's Dharma body to brush off extra experience value is a path that won't work. Happy for nothing. But being able to quench one's body with the flame of trials increases a portion of one's permanent attributes. In fact, this aspect is far more valuable than gaining some experience value. Overall, it costs more than 100,000 gold coins to be able to get a chance to permanently improve your attributes in this way. It's already not a loss, and even, arguably, some small profit. After all, if one was lucky enough to drop the Overlord rune, a rare item, it would be worth millions. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou felt that he should still let his Dharma body continue to brush up on his copies afterward. It's kind of a chance to make a big deal out of a small one. On both sides, Lu Xingzhou and Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body were constantly absorbing enemy bullets. The way they played this gave the floating books in the copy a dumbfounded look. What a guy. You're not a human being, are you? Son, isn't it? How come the more we fight, the more excited this guy gets? You've got to be kidding me. Even sometimes when they were turning pages, Lu Xingzhou would mutter a few words beside them. Why are you so slow? Don't come to the second wave of attack yet. Hurry up. Also, by virtue of floating books, they are monsters that exist amongst the copies and have no such thing as blood pressure. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so angry with Lu Xingzhou that their blood pressure would soar. After Lu Xingzhou's main body finished brushing the last copy, it was also considered to have used up all 5 of the day's entry opportunities for copies. But he can rest. His own Dharma body can't rest yet. Do you know what a capitalist looks like? What's a tough guy? That's the tough guy. Me exploiting myself. Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body conscientiously continued to work. It continued to undergo the baptism of the quenching fire, as well as the other runes. Lu Xing himself knew afterward that when his Dharma body returned to his own body, the various attributes that he had enhanced would be increased to his own body accordingly. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou didn't need to be polite with his Dharma body. Only after a full day of conscientiously painting copies, after Lu Xingzhou spent a whole 1,000,000 gold coins, he came to a conclusion. This copy of just doesn't have anything for overbearing runes at all. Chapter 107. Do you think he died in the copy? It was important to realize that Lu Xingzhou, plus his own Dharma body, had swiped a total of 10 times. Among these 10 copies, he had gained a total of 6 defense runes, 3 strength runes, 2 spirituality runes, and 5 agility runes, as well as a whole 8 experience book props of 10,000 experience. But there wasn't even a single hair of the hegemony rune in sight. Well, this burst rate is too touching. But Lu Xingzhou was not discouraged. After all, this was something that even Su Ruyan wanted to get her hands on. It's not unusual to be a little rarer and less common. However, with the previous experience of the City of Stone Giants and the Forest of Confusion, Lu Xingzhou then pondered if this so-called nightmare library also had a mechanism to trigger a hidden copy. Wouldn't it be possible to increase the probability of getting the dominance rune if you could trigger the hidden mechanic? Actually, Lu Xingzhou didn't really know very much about this hidden mechanism. Including the 2 times before when he had triggered the hidden mechanism, it was actually all a mistake on his part. If we really want to talk about who knows the most about this kind of copy strategy, then we should also say Qin Xian. Although before, one did break then 1, 2, 3 times the other party's record. But what Lu Xingzhou had to admit was that people were indeed still professional in this regard. So, Lu Xingzhou wanted to find some time to ask and see if Qin Xian had any ideas. Of course, Lu Xingzhou was not naive enough to think that the other party would help him unconditionally. And he himself had offended the Blood Knights Guild many times in public. In reason, the other party shouldn't be able to help themselves, right? But, as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Lu Xingzhou's own face was not big enough. Then he could still go and seek some help from others. For example, Baek Sung-yang. Lu Xingzhou was considering this if that Overlord rune still didn't come out tomorrow. Then one would have to use one's favors a little. Just as Lu Xingzhou was thinking about this, the entrance to the replica suddenly flashed with light and 5 people came out. The expressions of these 5 people could not hide their excitement as they looked at each other with indescribable delight revealed in their expressions. Finally got through it. Kung Fu. Haha. Thanks to Gabriel Phil's last 5th rank skill. Holy Light Judgment. Otherwise it would have been impossible for us to clear the level. Captain Phil, thanks so much. Gabriel Phil, the blonde teenager with the cross on his chest. He nodded slightly towards the crowd as a response. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were unusually excited. And at this time, Phil also turned around and saw Lu Xingzhou, who had come out next to him and was waiting next to the copy. He recognized that this handsome-looking young man was the one who had entered the copy alone earlier. So, Phil ghosted forward and said to Lu Xingzhou, I just saw you enter the copy alone. You want to challenge this nightmare library too, right? Lu Xingzhou saw this blonde teenager next to him strike up a conversation towards him. But the other party didn't seem to be malicious, so Lu Xingzhou replied normally. Right? That blonde-haired teenager heard Lu Xingzhou's reply, although he still carried a smile within his countenance. But anyone could see that obviously in his heart, this blonde teenager still had a bit of a superiority complex. The danger factor of this copy is still very high. I see that you should be about the same age as us, so I'm kindly advising you that I hope you won't try to be brave. It's not quite worth it if you lose your life here. Moreover, when you pulled out the gold coins just now, there were already quite a few people around staring at you. If you need it, we, the students of Shangjing Academy, can protect you to get you back to the safe zone. When Lu Xingzhou heard this, his expression froze slightly. So, these guys are also students from Shangjing University? Although Lu Xingzhou hadn't filled out his volunteer application yet, it was almost a foregone conclusion that he would enter Shangjing University. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou also treated himself as a student of Shangjing University in his heart. You guys, you're students from Shangjing University? Lu Xingzhou sized up a few people and didn't feel any threat from them. Strength shouldn't be strong. Counting, at most, January 2nd Sunday Chi? Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and pondered. This student of Shangjing University seems to be nothing more than that. However, that Gabriel Phil shook his head slightly and said, Prospective freshmen, a few of us are trying to challenge the difficulty of this nightmare library, which is known as a must-have replica of Shangjing University, before we enroll. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. A prospective freshman would make sense. If it was a sophomore or even a junior veteran who only had this combat power, then Lu Xingzhou would more or less feel a little disappointed in this so-called top federal academy. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think there's much danger here, so I won't bother you. Lu Xingzhou didn't really want to get involved with these people, so he slowly excused himself. Gabriel Fell didn't say much. After all, from Lu Xingzhou's move to challenge this nightmare library alone, one could guess that his character should be rather withdrawn and arrogant. One has expressed one's goodwill, and it is not one's business if the other party does not accept it. So Phil just nodded slightly and touched the cross on his chest and said, May the holy light bless you. After watching Lu Xingzhou leave, the other teammates around him then gathered around and asked, Phil, what did you just say to him? Phil shook his head slightly. Didn't say anything. Just thought it was interesting that a magical apprentice would dare to come to a place like this. The crowd was shocked. What? He's like a magic apprentice. I'll be damned. A low-level profession challenging the nightmare library alone. What a lunatic. Silly people have silly luck. It's amazing this hasn't died in the copy. The crowd lamented as you spoke. But after a few moments, everyone suddenly had some questions. Hey! But this guy shouldn't have just quit his copy. Or else why is he later than when we got out of our copy? So what was he doing in his copy just now? The crowd was silent, staring at each other, but could not get any answers. By the next day, Hijab and their small group gathered again. After a night's rest, the crowd was in much better shape. What do you guys think? That magic apprentice kid, could he have just died in his copy last night? Not so much. Weakling Glasses spoke slowly. Hijab bristled. Yeah. Hihua also spoke up at this time. Can't you expect anything good from anyone else? I'm just saying a guess I have, and besides, who's to say it's not the truth again? Turban thought, it's not like this kid is strong or anything. It was also basically touch and go the entire time on the first day of brushing. At that level, stay in a copy in the wild. So you're dead? How about it? Do you guys want to make a bet? Let's see if this kid is so lucky to survive or not. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. People were reluctant to let the turban say such somewhat obscure things though. But in fact, in everyone's subconscious, they didn't think that this magic apprentice could really survive either. So when it comes to the betting thing, then people just don't say anything. But just at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly walked out from the side, full of spirit. Then there was a faint yawn. Chapter 108. Warrior level difficulty not working for you? Crazy. Guys, what are you all doing here? Are you ready to go? Lu Xingzhou smiled and greeted the crowd, his right hand still covering his mouth and yawning, a look of having slept well last night. At this point, the crowd froze slightly. Wimpy, this kid is surprisingly nothing at all, and it looks like the state of mind is also very full. Silence. There was a moment of silence. Bad. I should have known to make a bet with Hijab. The key was that they did not expect Lu Xingzhou to be in such a good state nowadays. And it didn't look like it was injured at all. Lu Xingzhou looked at the crowd with an innocent face and then said, "Go." Everyone nodded. And for some reason, there was a subconscious, "Oh," after coming outside the copy. Turban took out 100,000 gold coins from his props bar, and then prepared to collect the fee for entering the copy from the crowd again. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke. By the way, when I was challenging the copies yesterday, I realized something. That is, the attacks in the middle of this copy don't do much damage to me. So, why don't you let me try to hold off the other side's attacks today? The skinny one next to him asked with a hint of skepticism in his countenance as he pushed his own glasses with his right hand. Are you saying that the attacks of the floating books have no effect on you? Right? Lu Xingzhou nodded. Very assuredly. Shirley was shocked and shook his head vigorously. Impossible. You're not kidding. That attack hit my shield and it buzzed. How could it not affect you? It was naturally impossible for Lu Xingzhou to share his secrets with these people in front of him that he had only known for a day. The previous Su Ruyan had told herself not to trust anyone here. Besides, Lu Xingzhou wasn't some stupid white sweetie who would tell his secrets all over the world. Isn't that stupid? So Lu Xingzhou made up his mind. Maybe it's because, being an apprentice in magic, my resonance for magic caused this? Actually, I'm not quite sure what the exact reason is exactly. What Lu Xingzhou said was also vague. After all, it was all his nonsense. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Although they doubted Lu Xingzhou's words, it was impossible for them to find another level 15 magic apprentice to verify it. Even if he can really find such a person to verify his words, Lu Xingzhou has other reasons to make up. After a few moments of serious thought, Hijab opened his mouth, still somewhat skeptical. So why can't the wizard? His empathy for magic should be stronger than yours. Hearing this, the crowd's skepticism just increased by a few points. But then they heard Lu Xingzhou continue to make things up without panic. Because I don't have that strong of a sense of magic, I can accept magic that is different from my own, but a wizard has a deeper understanding of magic and is self-contained, so he can't. The crowd was silent, though the whole thing feels outrageous. But, analyzing it carefully, I can't say there's anything wrong with it. So the turban stroked his chin and spoke in a skeptical manner. Wait. Go into the copy and you try it. Good. When choosing the difficulty of the copy, Lu Xingzhou added, trust me, just pick the warrior class. Warrior level difficulty? This kid is crazy. None of the crowd would dare to challenge the warrior level difficulty, not even the low-level copies. Not to mention the Nightmare Library, a copy with a very dense concentration of monsters whose difficulty itself was already beyond that of a normal copy. Although Hua has been acting like she doesn't have too much contempt for Lu Xingzhou, she has been acting like she doesn't have too much contempt for Lu Xingzhou. Still, at this point, she wanted to talk the young man out of being ungrateful. However, Hijab, slowly opened his mouth at this time and faintly spat out 2 words and said, "Try." Sure vigorously shook his head. Hey, I don't agree by the time in case this kid is killed. Our 100,000 gold coins won't be spent in vain? Next to him, Glasses nodded approvingly and said, I agree with Shirley. If Lu Xingzhou dies, we won't bear the cost for his mistakes. At this time, the turban didn't retort. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou and said, I'm also worried, so Lu Xingzhou, you'll have to bear this part of the gold in advance. All the gold for everyone entering the copy. If it's true that you can carry off the opponent's attack as you said, we'll refund your money to you. Lu Xingzhou didn't even think about it and agreed straight away. Then continued, when the good stuff comes out, I'll just get more of my share. No problem, Hijab said with a rare alacrity as well. Then, he chose the warrior level difficulty. You should know that the recommended battle strength for warrior level difficulty is a whopping 38 stars. The crowd was still in the dark even as they entered the replica, already planning to exit the copy at any time. However, Lu Xingzhou was not the least bit flustered. Walked straight into the first red-colored room. Sure vigorously stood by, pulling his shield out from among the props bar and placing it in front of him. Bang! Then, he unleashed his skill Absolute Guardian. This is the Shield Knight's 4th rank skill, capable of boosting defense by 2x for a short period of time and generating an armor in front of it that has 5x its life value. This is one of the Shield Knight's core skills, capable of absorbing a lot of damage. Apparently he was panicking about the warrior level copy difficulty. And to be honest, he didn't really think that Lu Xingzhou was really able to withstand the attacks of these floating books with his mortal flesh. Because even when he himself was fending off their attacks, it was quite a struggle. This kid just takes it on the chin? This is no ing joke. However, just when the crowd wanted to see if Lu Xingzhou was really able to carry the opponent's attack, suddenly he made an even more shocking move. Lu Xingzhou even directly pushed all the bookcases in front of him all the way down. In an instant, the floating flame books that covered the sky arrived in mid-air. Everyone present, their faces instantly turned cold, immediately revealing a look of incomparable horror. This kid is crazy. Is he trying to die with us? Is it because we said a few bad words about him the other day that he's going to die with us now? Isn't this guy a little too fragile inside? Bad. By the looks of him, I think he's really planning to break. What follows is an unavoidable battle. Yet, just as they were thinking so pessimistically, Lu Xingzhou, however, stood directly in front of the crowd and then opened his arms. Facing the attacks that came like a raging storm, there was no fear at all. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Xingzhou directly blocked all the attacks for his teammate. Just when everyone thought that Lu Xingzhou was about to go up in smoke and be crushed into dregs, Lu Xingzhou is not only fine. Instead, there was a hint of relief.